Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. May the aura be with you. To-san, Ka-san, Mito-chan, came the excited shout of a young girl who looked to be about 8 years old. She had red hair that was tied into 2 short pigtails. She also had deep, clear cerulean blue eyes and a heart-shaped face, which possessed 3 whiskers on each cheek. She wore a loose red shirt with an orange toad on the front. Her excitement was due to her feet sticking to the surface of a tree after multiple failures of doing so. Before anything could be said, a red blur grabbed the young girl from the tree and did 2 things. Squeeze her tightly to a point she had trouble breathing and spin her around so fast the young girl thought she would puke. The red blur was none other than Kushina Uzumaki, the young girl's proud mother. "I'm so proud of you, dear. You will become a really strong kunoichi very soon." "Your mother is right, Nami-chan," came the proud voice of her father, Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash and 4th Hokage of Konoha. Next to him was another girl that looked to exactly like Nami and also looked to be about 8 years old. In fact, the only difference between the two was that her hair was tied into a ponytail and instead of blue eyes like her father, she possessed the violet eyes of her mother. This young lady is Mito Uzumaki Namikaze, twin sister of Nami Uzumaki Namikaze. "Yeah sis, I knew you could do it," she cheered for her younger twin by 6 seconds. She had got the chakra exercise down yesterday and was waiting for her dear sister so they could advance together. After finally gaining her balance from her mom's spinning hug of death, Nami grinned at her twin. "Yeah, now we can both continue to get stronger and become super powerful kunoichi." The family were then seen talking and playing together happily. To anyone looking at this, then it was the epitome of a picture-perfect family. A loving and proud father, a caring and slightly overprotective mother, and 2 close siblings that loved each other dearly. There was only one problem for this picture: not all members of this perfect family were participating in this loving moment. In fact, the missing family member was watching the whole interaction from a window in the living room. The person was a young boy who was about a year older than the 2 twins. He had spiky blonde hair, similar to his father Minato's, with the tips being blood red in color. He had 3 whisker marks on each cheek, making him look like a fox. His eyes showed that he was heatochrome due to his left being an ocean blue, but his right being a deep violet. He wore an orange jacket, that was wide open, with the trademark spiral of the Uzumaki on the back and a black shirt underneath. He also had red umbu breaths and blue shinobi sandals. This young man was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the neglected son of Minato and Kushina. Naruto was neglected for his younger sisters. This was due to 8 years ago, Konoha was attacked by the Kyubi no Yoko. The powerful Bijou was forced to attack Konoha by a man who wielded the powerful Sharingan Eye of the Uchiha clan. Minato fought the masked man and freed the Kyubi from his grasp with the help of Jiraiya, who had come to check on the BRTH of the twins at the time, having missed Naruto's BRTH because of his spy work. The former 3rd Hokage, along with every available shinobi, held the Kyubi off as best they could. The Kyubi, in his anger, and still slightly hypnotized state, began to charge a Bijudama to obliterate Konoha off the map, but due to Minato's appearance and use of his Hiraishin, was able to teleport the attack away from the burning village. Jiraiya appeared with a battle toad and pushed the Kyubi back before Minato appeared alongside the boss toad, Gamabunta. Together they were able to force Kyubi away from the village and into a safer place for their battle. The fight was long and difficult and the Kyubi easily showed why it was the strongest of the tailed beasts by not only beating the boss toad, but also the battle toad Gamaken and tossing Minato and a sage mode Jiraiya around like kittens. Knowing they couldn't win the fight, Minato left to get his daughters and Naruto so he could seal the Kyubi away once again. After a brief argument with his wife and Tsunade, who was the only reason that Kushina was still alive alongside her blood as an Uzumaki, he teleported back to the battlefield to see Kyubi defeat another battle toad Jiraiya summon named Gamaken. Acting quickly, Minato used the Reaper Death Seal and summoned the Shinigami himself to seal the Kyubi. Thanks to the help of the Death God, the Kyuubi was split into 3 parts, the Yin chakra, which went into Nami, the Yang chakra, which went into Mito, and the Soul, which went into a still confused, but scared Naruto. Due to the Soul having so little chakra, Naruto didn't have to worry about a chakra overload. Ready to have his soul taken, the Shinigami allowed Minato to survive, much to the shock of Jiraiya and the 4th Hokage. The reasoning he gave was that things were being put into motion, and his soul was not needed, but to not expect him to be lenient the next time they meet. Afterwards, Minato told the people of Konoha what happened and told them that his daughters were the heroes of Konoha for holding the beast's power from him. This caused the crowd to cheer for the now dubbed princesses of Konoha. When the twins hit the age of 3, Minato and Kushina began to train them to be able to control the Kyuubi's violent chakra, completely leaving Naruto out due to him not being as special as his sisters. It wasn't just the training that they neglected him from, it was also everything that came with being a family. Birthdays, family outings, family meetings, even dinner sometimes. When he wanted something and the twins wanted something else. Well, you could guess what happened with Naruto's choice. Even his own sisters didn't give him much attention, but at least they tried compared to his parents. The villagers on the other hand were far worse, due to them believing that Naruto was the demon fox that destroyed their village. They would either glare at him, curse him to death, and attack him on rare occasions. Those who knew Naruto wasn't the Kyuubi, but attacked anyway, believed by hurting the vessel then they were hurting the fox itself, and that was good enough for them. That's not to say everyone treated Naruto badly, he actually was able to make some friends within the village. He had the Hyuga clan, after stalling the Kumo Jonin long enough for Hiraishin to incapacitate him and saving Hinata. He also had the backing of the Uchiha clan when Itachi found Naruto bleeding from one of the attacks by the villagers, and took him home to be cared for. He stayed for 2 days and became close friends with both Sasuke and Satsuki Uchiha, Itachi's little brother and sister. His family didn't even notice he was missing. He was also friends with both Ayame and Tsuchiya Ichiraku, a daughter-father ramen stand owner who fed Naruto from time to time, and even the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, who helped train Naruto in seals from time to time. After hearing his parents laugh when Nami fell off the tree on top of Mito, Naruto's eyes narrowed in anger. He just, while not hating them, yet, did not like being ignored. He no longer saw any of them as his family, yet still cared for his sisters slightly. He rarely ever refers to himself as Uzumaki or Namikaze unless it's formal, which he hates formalities to begin with. Deciding he had enough of watching his sisters train while leaving him out, he left to his room, walking right past it. He walked past his sister's room as well until he reached the end of the hall and pulled on the rope hanging from the ceiling. A door opened up as a set of stairs descended down and hit the floor softly. These stairs led to the attic of the house. This was Naruto's playground. He conducted all his training in Fuinjutsu, jutsu theories, or even reading of high-grade ninja training here. The attic was very spacious, as can be found in some big houses. More than half of his weapons that he's gathered over the years have been stored here. Naruto pulled down the wallpaper for the attic and used the walls as shelves. There was also a window in the back that allowed light and air into the room. Also, unlike other attics, this one was clean, not a dust or even cobweb could be found. Walking to the left, Naruto placed a scroll that had a fire emblem on it, on the wall shelf. Fire style, intelligent hard work is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be, Naruto said out loud. What did you expect, you are a natural wind and water affinity, came a voice from above Naruto, causing him to look up at the one who spoke. The culprit who spoke was a strange creature that possessed blue skin and looked like a childlike canine. It had short black legs and torso, a blue tail, and a yellow collar. It had rounded bumps on the back of its forepaws, instead of hands. It wore a black mask and had red eyes with black slit pupils. It wore a smirk as it stared at Naruto. Shut it, Riolu, it just means that I have to train harder to get it down, after all I am trying to learn an A-rank jutsu. Yeah, but he does have a point, Naruto. You learn techniques by doing them right, not having the technique blow up like 15 times, came an amused voice that began chuckling. Following the voice's direction, he found the culprit laying near the window and basking in the glow of the afternoon sunlight. The one that spoke was a small slate-gray, fox-like creature with red and black accents. Its ears were a triangular shape along with a large tuft of fur tipped with red on the top of its head. It has greenish, blue eyes with red eyelids. There are circular, red markings above the eyes that resemble eyebrows. Its muzzle is short and tapered with two small fangs seen protruding from the upper jaw. It also possessed a ruff of black fur around its neck and 4 short limbs tipped with red. It also had a short bushy tail. Whatever Zorua, like you have any room to talk, Naruto snipped back while sticking his tongue out at the now named Zorua. In response, the 3 occupants stared at each other for a moment before laughing at their banter to each other. As they laughed, Naruto thought back to when these two joined his life, the day he almost lost his smile. The best and worst day of his young life. Flashback, 2 years ago. "To-san, Ka-san," yelled a 7-year-old Naruto who ran into the house, only to find the place completely empty. Looking around, Naruto saw the house not only clean, but not a single soul was there. "To-san, Ka-san, where are you?" Still no response. "Mito-chan, Nami-chan, are you guys home?" Nothing. Naruto continued to look around, but still found no one. Naruto ran up the stairs and down the hall to his parents' room, which was left wide open. Naruto was hoping to tell his parents about learning his elemental affinities from Hiruzenjiji and maybe convince them to train him now with his sisters. He knocked on the door before entering the room, only to find it empty too. Deciding to look around the room, Naruto walked over to his parents' desk and noticed something laying there. It was a piece of paper that read Clan Air documentation. Being a curious child, Naruto read the paper. He was really smart for his age, even if he was a goofy kid, and was downright crying by the end of the paper. The paper read: "Due to circumstances of not only strength and political ingenuity, we, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, head of the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans, hereby denounce Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze as clan heir of both clans and transfer the titles to Mito Uzumaki as head of the Uzumaki clan and Nami Namikaze as head of the Namikaze clan when they reach the age of 10. This is agreed upon by both clan heads. Minato Namikaze. Kushina Uzumaki." Naruto could not believe what he just read. He didn't want to believe what he just read. His clan heir status, the only real connection he had left emotionally to his family, has been taken from him. He couldn't take it anymore right now, he had to get away. So he ran so fast through the village that he didn't even register the glares or sneers of the villagers. He continued to run until he reached the training grounds where he normally trains at alone, Training Ground 3. How could they do this to me? Naruto cried mentally as the hot tears flowed down his whiskered cheeks. I barely have anyone to call a friend, no one really gives me the time of day, and my parents don't even want me. Falling to the ground next to the big lake, Naruto curled into a ball as he cried harder. Due to all of his crying, Naruto never noticed the giant ripple forming in the lake, or the giant shadow that looked through the ripple with red eyes and black pupils before it flew off. The ripple lasted for a few moments before vanishing once again. A few hours later, Naruto woke up due to crying himself to sleep near the riverbank. As he got up, Naruto stretched and yawned before looking at his reflection in the water, seeing that his face filled with the indication of dried tears. Deciding to clean up his face before going home, Naruto bent forward to wash his face in the lake, only to trip on the wet ground and fall forward into the water. Before Naruto hit the water though, a ripple appeared in the water once again and this time a loud roar was heard from it. This caused Naruto's eyes to widen in fear and only got wider as the water seemed to become circular and cave in on itself, exactly where Naruto was falling in. Naruto did the only thing he could think of in that brief moment. Scream out in fear and shock. "HHH help, were his last words before the portal completely shut and the ripples on the water vanished, like it was never there in the first place. After falling through the hole in the water, Naruto found himself falling up from the lake. He landed safely on a patch of grass and took quick breaths from screaming so loud and with no breath intake. Getting up, he finally took notice of where he was at, which essentially meant he was clueless. For miles, the only thing Naruto could see was a thick fog. The only other visible thing to him was the cut grass and the lake behind him. Starting to get nervous again, Naruto looked around quickly and began calling out to see if anyone was around. "Hello? Is anybody there? Please, this isn't funny." Suddenly Naruto heard rustling of grass to his left. Quickly pushing down his rising fear, he looked to the source, but saw nothing there. Hello, is anyone there?" he called out in a much quieter tone than before. This time the rustling happened again, and looking quickly he saw a patch of brown among the green grass. "Hello, can you help me?" The response to his question was for the brown patch to take off in the opposite direction from him. This caused Naruto to give chase after it and continue calling to it. "Wait, stop. Please, wait up." After running what seemed like 30 minutes, but it was only 5 minutes, they exited the small grass enough for Naruto to see what he was chasing. It was a small, brown fox-like creature with primarily brown fur. The tip of its bushy tail and its large furry collar were a cream color. It had short, slender legs with 3 toes and a pink pad on each foot. It had big brown eyes, long pointed ears, and a small black nose. Naruto looked very confused, having never seen a strange-looking fox before in his short miserable life. "It actually looks kinda cute," Naruto said mentally. "You're really fast, you know that." He wasn't kidding, it took everything he had just to keep the little guy, or girl, in his sights. Let alone catch it. The fox's response to his question was to tilt its head to the side, as if not understanding his words at all. "Eevee," was the response it gave to Naruto. "Is that your name, Eevee?" Naruto asked, only for it to shout Eevee one more time and run off at incredible speeds. "Hey, wait." But Naruto's shout fell on deaf ears due to the fox being out of sight already. "Great," Naruto sighed. "Now who can help explain to me what's going on?" "RRRGGHH," was the response that Naruto got to his question. The roar caused Naruto to jump 5 feet in the air out of fright. He looked up to see who the culprit was. And regretted that decision immediately. It was a large, almost as big as the Kyuubi, creature with a serpent-like body, with 6 black ghostly streamers protruding from its back that also had red-tipped spikes at the ends. Instead of having 4 legs, the creature had 6 spikes on each side and 4 more additional spikes near the edge of its tail. It also possessed 3 gold half-rings that could probably grasp onto things tightly. It also had a golden arch on its forehead and a golden mask on its mouth. Its cold red eyes gazed fiercely at Naruto, who began to shake in fear. Who could blame him though? Here he was, a young boy who only just started his training and only knows tree walking and his elements. Now here's a creature, bigger than anything he has seen before. Not only that, but said creature just seemed to ooze power that made Naruto feel dizzy. Naruto in his fear, took an unconscious step back from the very intimidating creature before him. There is no way I'm just going to stand here and get eaten by this thing. Naruto yelled mentally as he tensed his muscles to run off to the surrounding fog. I could use the fog to cover my escape. Noticing his tensing muscles, the creature looked into Naruto's fearful eyes. You know, running would be pointless, young one, came a powerful voice that seemed to invade Naruto's mind. Naruto jumped up slightly from the surprise of the voice. He landed hard on his butt that caused Naruto to wince in pain. Ow, he said as he rubbed his butt. The creature seemed to chuckle at what happened. It found amusement in Naruto's fear. Yeah, very funny, Naruto mumbled before he paused in shock. Wait, was that you? He pointed at the creature that nodded its head. Yes, child. My name is Giratina, MSTR of the Reverse World and second-in-command of the Pokémon Contract, the creature, now called Giratina, responded. Naruto tilted his head to the side in confusion. Pokémon. Reverse World. Seeing the confusion on Naruto's face, Giratina sighed at the lack of knowledge Naruto had, not that he could blame him. Giratina went into an explanation on Pokémon. Pokémon are summons of immense and diverse power. We each have our own typing such as water, fire, lightning, but he was interrupted by an excited Naruto. Kind of like the elements for jutsus. Yes, like what you use for your jutsu. We also have other elements though such as flying, ground, poison, and dark. You wouldn't know of us due to us not having a summoner for a very long time. I could go into a whole speech as in why, but we don't have that kind of time. Okay, but what is the reverse world? Naruto asked curiously. Strange how he feels more relaxed with this giant, powerful, and admittedly scary creature than he does with other people. This is the reverse world. It's a world that exists on the opposite side of reality. It's a world connected to reality and is a wonderful place, though confusing for some. This is where the Pokémon of the contract reside now, kinda like how the toads have empty Mayaboku. Okay, but why am I here Giratina sir? Naruto asked cautiously even though he honestly had no clue what he meant. There was no way him falling into this world was a simple coincidence. The kid is smart, he's guarded and ready to act if he has to by the way his muscles tensed at his question, Giratina thought. To be blunt Naruto, we want you to be our summoner. Naruto opened his mouth to question more, but Giratina continued. Our boss summon, Arceus who is also my elder sister, has been watching you. She would be here talking to you, but she had a meeting she could not miss. She chose you because of your will, determination, heart, and your want to protect others, along with who your ancestor was. So Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, will you be our new summoner? Yes, I would be honored to sign your contract sir. Naruto said trying to stop his tears of joy. Someone else actually believed in him. Then Naruto, Giratina began in a warm tone. Welcome to the world of Pokémon, and with that the fog began to clear and revealed to Naruto the most amazing sight he has ever seen. Flashback end. After that, Naruto was given 2 eggs to raise by Giratina. These 2 eggs held Naruto's starter Pokémon that he had to raise for a bit till they hatched. 2 months after raising them, the eggs finally hatched. The blue and black stripped one became Riolu, while the black egg with red dots became Zorua. Ever since meeting Giratina and the Pokémon, Naruto has been training non-stop. He even goes to the reverse world often to be with the other Pokémon, instead of staying in the village. He learned so many different fighting styles from the fighting-type Pokémon, how to hunt and survive and most importantly, how to battle like a Pokémon. You see, thanks to Giratina, Naruto is training to be an Aura Guardian. It turns out Aura is more of a gift for Naruto than Chakra was. They told him about the different Aura users and Aura Guardians there were, about how the Guardians kept the world in balance for all of Pokémon and humankind. Aura users had the capability to use any and all Pokémon attacks, but the Aura user had to train in the attack to raise its effectiveness. Also the higher level of the attack, the more Aura it burns, the more Aura it burns, the more tired the user. Aura worked in a similar way to Nature Chakra, the user pulls in the Aura of the element of the attack and mixes it with the Aura of the user. The 2 auras then mix together and form the attack, with no use of hand signs. The more mastery of the attack, the faster it forms. The amount of Aura each attack uses differ, the only real limit depends on the user's stamina. The more stamina, the more attacks that could be used. Right now Naruto could use basic attacks from each type, but using them too much will really tire him out. In Pokémon standards, he was about as strong as a level 15 Pokémon without the experience, so about as strong as a high genin in ninja standards. Speaking of ninja, he has not neglected his ninja training at all. He has learned the Academy Jutsu and could do them without hand signs. He also has 5 C-rank jutsus, 2 D-ranks water jutsus, and currently trying to learn an A-rank fire jutsu, not much success. To anyone paying attention, Naruto is actually a genius to near prodigy levels, though bookwork is still not his thing. He practically soaks up information like a sponge, always training. Heck, it took his sisters 2 days to MSTR tree walking while it only took him 30 minutes, and that's only because he had no one to teach him along with having high Chunin reserves of chakra at the time. So Naruto, what's the plan now that you start the academy in a week? Riolu asked the young blonde. Yeah, that's a good question. Zorua responded. You won't have all the free time to enter the reverse world anymore. Well, I'm honestly not too sure, but I know I won't be hiding everything since that would leave me unwanted by the other Jonin instructors. This caused the 2 Pokémon to look at Naruto with a deadpan expression before saying simultaneously. Don't lie, the only real reason is because you want to show off. This caused Naruto to chuckle nervously and to rub the back of his head. Okay, you caught me. It doesn't hurt that I'll be beating the precious golden twins at everything too. Don't get Naruto wrong, he doesn't despise his sisters, but he doesn't like nor trust them either. The same could be said for everyone else in his family, he doesn't hate any of them. He's more numb to them than anything. As an Aura Guardian, it's best not to hate. Well, before that, we should go see what Lady Arceus wanted from us since we will be late in 10 minutes, Riolu said, already walking towards the exit with Zorua next to him. Yeah, we should her. Wait, what? Naruto responded dumbly before seeing the sun getting lower, signifying it to be late noon. Why didn't you say anything earlier? I don't want my first meeting with Lady Arceus to be bad. Naruto began to panic as he thought about Giratina. It's a well-known fact that Giratina did not tolerate tardiness of any kind. Adding to the fact that he would be meeting the main boss summon and someone even Giratina, who Naruto knows is very powerful, could not defeat. Because watching you scramble around like a combuskin with its head cut off is hilarious, Riolu said, chuckling as Zorua was holding his stomach as he laughed at Naruto. I hate you guys, Naruto responded as he narrowed his eyes at them. And we bathe ourselves squeaky clean with your hate, Riolu responded in kind, causing Zorua to laugh harder. Riolu began to follow suit as he too held his stomach from laughing so hard at the blonde, causing Naruto to glare harder at them. As hilarious as making fun of Naruto is, Zorua said, finally getting his laughter under control, though he could wipe the grin off his face. We really should get going. Yeah, you're right, let's go, Naruto responded, opening the window. Let's meet at our usual training ground. The 2 Pokémon nodded as they leapt out the window into the tree and made their way to the training ground. Naruto sighed as he put everything away and made his way down the attic stairs. After closing the attic, Naruto walked past the living room and looked to the backyard where his parents were still training his sisters. Naruto slipped out the house, no one knowing he was even home. After 10 minutes of running through the village, ignoring the usual glares, he arrived to the training ground where he saw Riolu and Zorua waiting for him. Naruto quickly flares his chakra, alerting them of his arrival, which both of them responded by dropping from the tree they were in and land next to the lake. Wordlessly, Naruto walked to the crystal clear water before putting his palm on the surface and flowing his aura through it. For a second, nothing happened. Suddenly the water collapsed in on itself and the portal to the reverse world opened. Naruto, along with the 2 Pokémon summons, quickly jumped into the portal and, like before, it closed without ever leaving a trace. Jumping down, a young man with black, raven-like hair appeared in the clearing. His coal-black eyes searched around before quickly turning red with 3 black tomos encircling the black pupil as he looked around. This eye change meant the activation of one of Konoha's 2 great dojutsus, the Sharingan, signifying this person as an Uchiha. This young man was Itachi Uchiha, the heir and prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Where did Naruto go? I know I saw him here, Itachi said out loud. Maybe he went further ahead, and with that he took off towards the trees to look for his surrogate little brother. Chapter 2. The first mission, the first test. The reverse world. Naruto and his partners landed on the ground softly and took quick notice of their surroundings, saw all kinds of Pokémon running around. Before Naruto could say anything, a brown blur quickly tackled Naruto to the ground as it squealed in joy. Eevee, Eevee, Eevee. Eevee, relax and use your words, Naruto said as he pet the brown fox. Sorry Naruto-chan. I was just really glad to see you guys, Eevee said, signifying it as a girl. We were just here yesterday, Riolu replied, amused by his friend's actions. Yeah, but... Eevee said and began to explain how lonely she was, even though she has friends everywhere. Zorua zoned out the young talking Eevee and looked around, searching for Giratina. He opened the gate for them, so where was he? As soon as that thought crossed his mind, a giant and familiarly shaped shadow loomed over them. Looking up, they saw the ruler of the reverse world himself. Giratina. It took you long enough to arrive here, Naruto, Giratina said in a tone that obviously said, be careful how you respond. Deciding to be cautious so to not PSS off a beast with enough power to wipe him off the face of existence, Naruto swallowed hard and responded. I'm sorry for keeping you, Giratina, I was training to learn a new fire jutsu and lost track of time. He bowed to show respect to the mighty beast. Giratina stared Naruto down to see if he was lying before sighing. At least you were being productive, now raise your head. Lady Arceus will be here in a moment. Naruto stood straight and Pokémon of all kinds, even the ever-excitable Eevee, stopped and looked up as they waited for the one that gave them life. They waited for 2 minutes in silence before a colorful portal opened in the air above the awaiting crowd. The portal released a stream of light that instantly made the slightly darkened sky light up in a burst of colors. Red, blue, green, yellow, the entire sky lit with a mesmerizing mix of colors that left Naruto wide-eyed and breathless. After a few moments staring at the beauty of the lights, a sudden pressure of power rushed at everyone. It was like being slammed by a steel staff right into the middle of your chest. It took a while before Naruto and everyone, other than Giratina, to be able to gain their bearings once again. The power was unlike anything they have felt before, it was both scary and divine. An orb of light burst through the colorful portal and flew through the sky with high speeds. After a few seconds, the orb grew larger and began to take shape. Soon the light faded and a creature as big as Giratina took its place. The creature was a white equine resembling a chelan or centaur with a gray, vertically striated underside. The striated pattern has similar recurrences on the underside of its mane, tail, and face. It had 4 pointed feet which possessed golden tips. The long mane juts away from its head and its face is gray, with green eyes and red pupils, and a green circular pattern below its eyes. It also has a streak of gold coloration on its head, and ears that point upwards. Its neck is fairly long, with 2 pairs of extrusions to the sides, and a flap-like feature on the neck's underside that is colored white like much of its body. It also had a golden cos-like wheel attached to its body by its round abdomen. The wheel also has 4 jewels attached to each of its corners. This being was Arceus, the alpha Pokémon. The boss of the Pokémon summoning contract. The Kami of Pokémon and the only creature that could fight Kami herself on even grounds. Instantly, all the Pokémon around Naruto bowed down to show respect to the deck-ending alpha Pokémon. Naruto was so mesmerized by the mighty legend, that he could not move from his spot. Arceus giggled at the surprised look on Naruto's face. You know Naruto-kun, you might want to shut your mouth eventually lest you catch Zubats, Arceus said in a soothing tone. Naruto instantly shut his mouth and smiled at the giant Pokémon. It's an honor and pleasure to meet you, Lady Arceus. Naruto quickly bowed. Just call me Arceus Naruto-kun, she said amused, knowing of his hatred for formalities. Like you, I'm not one for formalities if I can avoid them. Naruto smiled at Arceus' choice of words. He knew right then and there that he was going to enjoy working with her. Of course, Arceus. Arceus smiled warmly at Naruto, she could get used to this. Better than being around Giratina all the time with his annoying rules and regulations. It's so annoying having to listen to his long list of annoying rules all the time. Not to sound rude, Arceus, but why was it that you called for a meeting with me today? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, let's get to business. Naruto-kun, I need to have you tested in battle, to see if you are ready for the higher levels. Some of the other legendaries, who have been watching you train, wish to train you themselves so you can get stronger and show the world our strength. Okay, but who will I be fighting? Naruto asked, confused, yet excited. Naruto not only had the legendaries wanting to teach him, but he gets to prove himself to them. I need you to eliminate a bandit camp for me. They recently attacked a village and are now hiding out in Fire Country. I want them dead. They have raped, murdered, and pillaged. The village, with its few members left, is thinking of sending help out to Konoha, but that's where you come in. I understand, Arceus, Naruto responded with a serious look on his face. His eyes went from a childish light, to a dim one that could be seen in the eyes of a hardened warrior. This test is meant for you alone, so I'm afraid Riolu and Zorua shall remain here. Am I correct to assume that you are well equipped already? Naruto nodded to the Pokémon god's question. Good, then your mission starts now. I'll teleport you there now. Arceus's green eyes suddenly glowed white as a white aura surrounded Naruto's body before he vanished in a flash of light. Turning to Giratina, Arceus smiled, yet retained her serious attitude. So little brother, how do you think Naruto-kun will do? All of the Pokémon instantly turned to look at Giratina, especially Riolu and Zorua, for an answer. Honestly, I'm not worried at all. Young or not, Naruto is quite well trained and ready for those bandits, Giratina said, smiling back at his sister before looking up and frowned. Though there is one major problem. Arceus looked worried at his words. What's the problem? She asked him. Giratina's head snapped at her as a very annoyed look came upon his face. You left your DMN portal open again. I'm sorry. Arceus yelled out in response as she ran off, chased by Giratina, who was going to punish her for forgetting to close her portal in his dimension, again. Forest, 30 miles away from Konoha. Naruto, in a flash of white, appeared in the forest. After landing on the ground, Naruto leant on a tree for support as he felt dizzy. Man, it's going to be a while before I get used to that, Naruto said, groaning. Shaking his head to knock out the cobwebs, Naruto stood up and looked around. I'm hunting a camp, so that means a group of people. So let's get to work. Naruto's eyes suddenly glowed blue, a sky blue color, and watched as the world around him became different. Instead of the colors of the world, all he saw was the outline of objects and a blue energy flowing through said objects. The blue energy was the life energy, or aura, of the objects. After sensing for a few more moments, Naruto felt a large group of people in single area. Got them, he said before taking off into the trees. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was ready for battle. Namikaze compound. Everyone has just finished training for the day. Kushina was making ramen, while trying to make one of the hardest decisions of her life. Miso or pork? Minato Namikaze had to leave, back to his office, due to a meeting being called. Apparently the Civilian Council wants funding for more civilian stores to be built. Mito was taking a shower to wash off a hard day's work of sweat and mud. Nami on the other hand was bored, already having taken a shower. Suddenly she remembered something very important. That she had a brother. Due to all the training she had been going through recently, she had forgot all about him. He would play with her. With that thought in mind, she got up from the couch and went towards the stairs to her older brother's room. Where are you going, Nami-chan? Kushina asked her daughter, seeing her going towards the stairs. Oh, I'm just going to see if Naruto wants to play with me, she replied as she ran up the steps to play with her brother. The mere thought of him playing with her made her smile, since they haven't gotten time to actually be siblings due to all the training. Kushina on the other hand looked confused for a second. Naruto, she thought before her eyes widened in realization, shock, horror, and finally guilt. Oh my god, Naruto. I forgot my own Sochi-kun. How could I forget about my only son? What kind of mother am I? She continued this mental thought for a while. Naruto, her sweet baby boy, never crossed her mind. The one to give light to her world, was completely forgotten. She looked at the setup on the table and felt even more guilt. 4 bowls, 5 chairs. The chair that they used for guests, but not their own son. Kushina couldn't feel any lower than she does right now. If anyone asked her something about Naruto, she wouldn't be able to answer the question because she didn't know anything. She could name off all of Mito's and Nami's likes, dislikes, future plans, favorite colors and foods, but when she thought of Naruto's, she drew a blank due to having no answers. No matter how hard she thought or how much she prayed to find an answer to anything regarding Naruto personally, she got nothing. She couldn't even think if he liked ramen or not. She began to cry and sob, how could I forget my son, I have to talk to Minato. We have to make things right again. Ka-san, Mito-chan, came a slightly panicked cry from upstairs. Kushina instantly knew it was Nami, so she dropped what she was doing and ran upstairs in a matter of seconds. She found both her daughters looking into a room with worry etched on their faces. Kushina walked over to the room with worry and feeling herself getting more anxious with each step. What's wrong, honey? Kushina asked in as calm a tone as she possibly could. Naruto's gone. I can't find him anywhere. Nami yelled out, causing Kushina's worry to increase. Kushina looked into her son's room, only for her guilt and worry to grow even more. Naruto's room was extremely bare, to be blunt. There was nothing there to indicate that a young boy lived there. The bed was small and neatly made. Not a crease could be found on it anywhere. There was a hamper by the door, but no dirty clothes were there. There was no posters on the walls, no papers anywhere. The room itself was a dull blue that could be mistaken for gray. The desk had a small book on it, but it looked like it hadn't been opened in years, if the collected dust on it was anything to go by. Kushina walked over to the book and read the title, Survival Tactics, Surviving Alone in the Wild. The title was enough to scare her. Picking up the book, a piece of paper fell out as it floated gently to the ground. Picking up the paper, Kushina saw it was a picture. Looking at it, Kushina nearly burst into tears at what was in the picture. It was a picture of the family, all with happy smiles on their faces. Kushina wore her usual outfit, the green dress with a brown apron over it and her hair brushed down. In front of her was Mito in a white dress and her usual ponytail. To her left was Minato in his Hokage outfit and Nami, who was wearing a blue dress, on his shoulders. What made her cry was that Naruto was nowhere in the picture. This picture was a year old and even said Namikaze's family on the top, but Naruto was nowhere to be found. Kushina couldn't take it anymore, she let out a cry and sob as she realized just how bad a mother she was. She channeled chakra into her ring, activating the seal inside it. She needed to speak to Minato now. Near the bandit camp. Naruto stood on a tree branch, overlooking the bandit camp. It was a relatively normal campsite with around 15 tents and 2 fire pits that looked to have been used for the previous night. What made Naruto livid was what was at the edge of the camp. It was 3 medium-sized cages with iron bars. Each cage contained 5 girls whose ages ranged from one 6-year-old in the middle cage and the rest being about 11 to 16. They all wore rags that barely hid their modesty from the world. Naruto decided it would be safest to wait until the sun set a little more, giving him more cover. I can't be too careful in a possible hostage situation, Naruto said mentally. I'll wait for about 2 hours, then I'll get them out of there and make those vile men pay. 2 hours have passed and the sun had set enough to where it was tougher to see the surrounding area. The sky had become darker thanks to rising moon, though the sun was still in the sky slightly. The bandits have become drunk in this time frame and on occasion, harassed their prisoner. Thankfully they did not lay their hands on them yet. Apparently they planned to sell the girls to a guy named Gato as slaves. Naruto vowed to find this man and kill him. Jumping down from his perch and landing silently, Naruto hid behind a bush and made his way to the captured girls. "Psst, behind you," Naruto whispered, gaining the attention of the girls who looked in his direction. Naruto put his finger to his lips to keep them quiet. "I'm here to get you all out of here. What I have planned for your captors is not pretty, so keep the youngest from seeing." They nodded, though skeptical since Naruto was still a kid himself, but what did they have to lose, and blindfolded the 6-year-old girl, who Naruto heard was named Cynthia. Walking away from the cages, Naruto concentrated his aura to his hand before releasing his first attack. "Vine WHP," Naruto whispered. His palm glowed green for a second before green vines shot out from them and wrapped around one of the nearby thugs and tugged him towards the bushes. Pulling out a kunai, Naruto stabbed it through the back of the thug's neck, killing him instantly. Feeling his stomach churn at the sight of the man he killed, Naruto had to swallow down the urge to vomit. He just killed someone, even if he deserved it. He killed a living person. He's become a monster. His hands began to shake as he began to dry heave, the urge to vomit becoming too much to handle. He looked at his shaking hands and the sight of the bloody mess on the ground. He was a monster, a killer, a murderer. Turning his head, he saw the sight of the imprisoned girls and saw that their once broken eyes were now filled with a glimmer of hope. They found hope in the fact that he said he will free them. Taking a deep breath, Naruto remembered why he was doing this. He was doing this to save those girls, he was doing this to give them a chance, he was doing this to eliminate the trash that littered the appealing world. Naruto's eyes snapped back to his usual determined look, with a new fire lit in his eyes. Taking a deep breath and focusing his aura once more, he shot his hands forward as he called out his next attack. Whirlwind. This time his glowing palms released a powerful burst of wind that not only blew the bandits away but the tents and fire pits too. The bandits screamed out in surprise and confusion as some slammed into trees or simply tumbled forward. 2 bandits died as their spines snapped as it slammed into a tree directly. "What the hell was that?" one of the thugs yelled out before a kunai was embedded into his forehead, killing him. Seeing the kunai, one of the thugs got nervous. "Oh shit, it's a ninja." He knew they were in trouble since none of them were trained well enough to fight a ninja. "I'm out of here." He got up to run, only for his jugular to be cut open by another kunai slicing through its flesh, and the last thing he saw was cold blue eyes before his vision went dark. Hearing the body hit the floor, the remaining thugs turned to it, only to see Naruto standing there while slightly coated in the blood of his recent victim. "What the F dash? It's just some DMN kid," another thug yelled out angrily. Naruto only looked at the thug coldly before tightening the grip on his kunai before whispering. "Quick attack," and Naruto moved in a blur too fast for any of them to see. The thug that yelled angrily found himself no longer able to breathe, looking down with eyes to find Naruto had stabbed his kunai through his heart. The thug fell back dead. Naruto looked around to find that he only had about 9 of the thugs left, so who's next? "Kill that brat," a very muscular thug yelled. This caused each one to charge at Naruto, thinking he would be easy since he was a kid. That was a big mistake. One of the thugs came upon Naruto and launched his fist towards Naruto's face, but Naruto ducked out of the way and tripped him easily. Sensing someone behind him, Naruto rolled forward as another thug tried to grab him. Naruto had no time to rest though, as another thug swung his feet towards Naruto's face, who jumped and slammed his on the thug's legs before jumping off and released another vine WHP. The vines quickly wrapped around the thug easily before Naruto flung him into 3 other thugs. "You should have been more careful." Release. Naruto released a pulse of chakra. Hearing a hissing sound, the thug looked at his leg and saw an exploding tag on the left leg that Naruto slammed his hands onto earlier. The four thugs' eyes widened before the tag exploded, killing all four of them. Naruto leaned back, not having time to admire his handiwork, dodging a log that one of the thugs picked up for a weapon. This is too easy, Naruto smirked. Charging towards the thug, who brought the log up to block Naruto, the blonde smirked before yelling out. Not going to work, rock smash. Naruto's fist quickly glowed a brown-white before easily smashing through the log and hitting the thug in the face, whose neck snapped upon impact. The thugs took a step back in fear as Naruto's eyes glowed blue with aura once more. Just what the hell is this kid, were the last thoughts of the thugs before a cold wind blew and froze them all solid. Icy wind, Naruto whispered as his breathing became a bit shaggy. Naruto may have a lot of stamina, but he wasn't used to doing so many attacks one after the other like that yet. Add to the fact that icy wind was used on multiple targets instead of just one, and he added more power to the attack to be sure that it would freeze them all, made him really tired. Naruto activated his rock smash attack once more and crushed the remaining frozen thugs. Now to save those girls, Naruto said before running to the camp's direction again. Namake's compound. Minato Namikaze has just flashed into his home next to his distraught wife, worry etched into his face. He had been walking his way home, enjoying the peace after having to deal with the annoying council meeting, when he felt a sudden pull from one of Hiraishin's seals. This worried him since the pull trail, a trail that he can follow when one of his seals is activated, lead to the compound. Not wasting a second, he flashed to his house and saw his wife on the ground and crying along with his two daughters. Kushina-chan, what's wrong? Minato asked, holding his wife in his arms. Talk to me, what happened? Kushina looked into Minato's eyes as her tears continued to fall. Minato, that I'm such a horrible mother. With each sobbing word, her tears flowed at a faster rate, until her cheeks were covered in tears. Her eyes were red from all her crying and her nose was beginning to look puffy. Minato's heart broke upon seeing his wife in such a state, but at the same time he was confused by her words. A horrible mother? What happened to make her think such a thing? He looked to his daughters, who were also crying while holding on to each other for comfort. Kushina-chan, you know that isn't true. Ever since their BRTH, you've done an amazing job raising Nami and Mito. I mean, look at them, so young and yet already they are both talented and appealing. All our family outings and special occasions that you catch on camera and never miss a single one. I doubt I could raise our two wonderful children into the amazing girls that they are becoming if I was alone, while also being Hokage. You are a wonderful mother, Kushina. Kushina's eyes widened as her mind raced at Minato's words, and not in joy like he may think. Our daughters. Two children. Special occasions. Each time it was only Mito and Nami, but what about her son? I have never missed our daughter's special moments growing up, but what about our son's special moments? Oh Minato, what have we done? Kushina opened her mouth to voice these questions, yet no words came out, only more yelling of sadness and regret. Minato was caught off guard by Kushina's yell of anguish. What did I say? Minato was thoroughly confused now. He figured his words would help make things better, not worse. Even his daughters seemed to be crying louder now too. I really don't understand, woman. Kushina-chan, please, tell me what is going on so I can help you. Minato. It's Naruto. Kushina managed to finally yell out through her sobbing, which by the way left a huge wet spot on Minato's vest. Naruto. Minato thought before his eyes widened in realization and worry. The young Kage finally took notice of where he was and realized that this was not his daughters, or the guest room. This was his son's. This desolate, plain room belonged to his only son. Kushina, tell me, what happened to Naruto? Minato slowly began having a sinking feeling in his heart. Fighting back another sob, Kushina explained what she noticed. From forgetting to feed Naruto, to forgetting that he was even their son. Hearing each word spoken, Minato felt his regret, shame, and guilt rise. He was a Hokage, and one of the best that Konoha has had, and yet he completely forgot about his own son. He never meant to forget Naruto, he just wanted the best for everyone. He had to do something. Kushina-chan, Mito-chan, Nami-chan, Minato began, getting the attention of the crying Uzumaki girls. Where is Naruto-kun right now? He had to make things right again. The one who answered was Nami, who shakily stood up from crying along with Mito. We don't know. I came here to play with Oniai-chan, but I couldn't find him or anything that said he was even there in the first place. Fresh tears began to flow from her eyes. She was worried that her older brother ran away. Unknowing that her sister had the same worry etched into her heart as well. What if their elder sibling ran off because of them? Minato, deciding that they needed to talk to Naruto as soon as possible, made a quick hand sign as he focused. He searched for the Hiraishin seal that is placed on all of his children's clothing, that way if they were in trouble he could flash to them, or call them to him. Finding the seal he was searching for, which was worryingly out of the village, but thankfully still within his range, and made hand signs as he gathered his chakra. Flying Thunder God, Stage 3, Summoning. He threw a tri-pronged kunai onto the ground and watched as it glowed, and in a flash of yellow, Naruto appeared, causing the family to gasp in worry at his appearance. His hair was messy and his eyes widened in shock. He was sweaty and his clothing was ruffled and ripped in different places, also signs of cuts from a blade could be identified easily, but what made them gasp was the blood. The blood that slightly dripped from his body was fresh. He had cuts and bruises throughout his body, though they were healing at a slow rate. He gripped a kunai in his left hand that had fresh blood drip from it. Minato was shocked. Kushina had more tears fall from her eyes, which also held motherly fury at the sight of her hurt child. Nami and Mito were both scared at the sight of their brother being hurt, and determination in their eyes to make the culprit pay for doing so. Looking around, Naruto was confused. One moment he's fighting for his life against a dangerous opponent and the next he appears in a random location. What the hell is going on? Naruto voiced his confusion as he turned to face his family. What the hell am I doing here? Pass or fail? Arceus's choice. The forest, before Minato summoned Naruto. That was one hell of a rush, Naruto reminisced as he jumped from tree to tree. He landed at the destroyed bandit camp and saw the cages holding the imprisoned girls. He walked up to the cages and spoke to calm them down. Okay girls, I'm going to get you out of there. I already took care of the other thugs, you're free now. He watched with a small smile on his face as he saw most of them cry tears of joy at finally being free again and being able to see their families again. The others were looking at Naruto suspiciously, still not fully trusting him. You girls might want to stand back from the bars. Deciding not to question him, they did as he told them. Naruto gave a quick shout of leaf blade and his hands were covered in green energy that took shape of small blades. Walking up, he swung his hands and the blades of green energy easily cut through the bars. The bars lazily fell out of place, leaving a gaping hole for the imprisoned girls to get out. All the girls ran out, some hugged and screamed out thank you over and over while others thanked him from a distance. Naruto told them. They were very welcome and he was glad to help, though his cheeks gained a rosy blush at the contact of all the girls who barely had anything covering them. Naruto opened his mouth to speak, before his eyes widened as his danger sense went haywire. Get down! Naruto yelled while grabbing as many of the girls as he could and dragging them to the ground. The other girls quickly followed suit as a twin side-bladed axe flew over their heads and embedded itself into a tree. The girls screamed out in fear, while Naruto looked around, forgetting his aura sense in his worry. Well, a male voice seemed to echo throughout the clearing. By how gruff the voice sounded, Naruto put the man in his mid-30s. Also judging by how big the axe was, this guy's was physically strong. It seems a hero has come to steal my collection, even going so far as to kill my guard dogs. Maybe if you kept your dogs on a leash, I wouldn't have needed to put them down. Naruto taunted in return, as he calmed his nerves. Quickly activating his aura sight, opting to hit himself later for forgetting it, Naruto looked around and saw everyone's blue aura flowing, except for one that made Naruto pause in shock. That little girl, Cynthia, had purple mixed into her aura. This is the first time Naruto has ever seen something like this, and he had no clue what that could have meant. I don't have time to worry about that right now though. I have to got him. Naruto saw a massive aura signature moving towards one of the girls from behind the bushes. Vine WHP. Naruto called out as the green vines shot out towards the hidden man and wrapped around him. Now get out here, and with a shout, Naruto tugged the man from his hiding place and into the air before slamming him into the ground within the clearing. The girls looked at Naruto in awe. This young boy, no older than 9, just lifted a full-grown man. It was incredible. Cynthia was the only one not awed into silence, evident by her loud cheering of how cool Naruto was right now. Naruto never took his eyes off the man as his vines returned to him, seeing the man's aura still flowed. The man slowly got up, without so much as a wince of pain. In fact, he chuckled in amusement. A would-release user? Aren't you just full of surprises, kid? Any village would pay handsomely for you. The man grinned in amusement. When he stood full height, Naruto got a better look at him. The man was the definition of big, standing at 6 foot. He had big muscles, but they were also lean, showing they were used for speed as well as strength. He had spiky white hair, that was black in the center. He had brown eyes, full of dark humor. He wore a torn-up, tight red shirt and black puffy briefs. He also wore blue shinobi-style sandals. He had 2 axes, like the one he threw earlier, tied to his waist by a yellow training belt. He gave Naruto a hard look and released some of his killing intent. Naruto sweated slightly at the feeling he got from the man. This guy wasn't your ordinary run-of-the-mill bandit. Knowing this won't be easy, Naruto whispered to the girls, "Listen, when I say go I want you all to run north. This won't be a normal fight like with those other bandits, this guy is on a whole other level of strength. I can't fight and protect you at the same time. So get ready because I will make a clone that will run away with you all while I hold him off." The girls nodded, knowing they would only get in the way of their hero. Looking up, Naruto cursed at how dark it was starting to get. "Enough delaying," the man yelled. "It's time for you to go down by Daisuke Ichimura." He charged forward, ready to rush Naruto. Naruto quickly slammed his green glowing on the ground and yelled out, "Grass knot." A second later, Daisuke tripped, leaving a decent indent in the ground. Shadow Clone Jutsu. And in a poof, a clone of Naruto appeared. The clone yelled out "Let's go" as he quickly herded the girls and told them to follow him. When they were out of sight, he turned his attention back to Daisuke, who got up and glared at Naruto. "Cheap trick, kid. Now I'm going to cut you up." Daisuke charged forward while taking out both of his axes. He appeared in front of Naruto and swung his axe downward. Naruto, surprised by the huge man's burst of speed, jumped back to dodge the swing, which was a good thing since the axe cracked the ground. "Vine WHP," Naruto yelled out as the vines rushed towards Daisuke. The blonde was hoping to take the axe away from Daisuke, making it easier to take him down. Acting quickly, Daisuke let go of his axe and reached out, grabbing hold of the rushing vines. The surprised Naruto had no time to react as he was pulled towards Daisuke, who was in the process of swinging his other axe in an attempt to cleave Naruto in half. OCRP. Naruto's eyes widened before his cheeks bulged. "I'm not going to die here." Smoke screen. Breathing out, a thick screen of black smoke covered not only Naruto, but Daisuke as well. The smoke caused the grown man to cough and hesitate in his movements, giving Naruto time to recover and respond. A loud cut was heard through the smoke, followed by a sudden rush of pain to erupt from Daisuke's shoulder, along with a gush of blood. Naruto jumped out of the smoke with his right hand flattened, glowing a bright and white color with a few drops of blood on his face. Not letting up his attacks, Naruto's hands glowed green once more before he was surrounded by tree leaves. Now try this. Razor Leaf. The leaves hardened until they were as hard and sharp as blades and rushed into the smoke. Not a sound was heard, not even a grunt or snort was heard. Naruto was about to turn on his aura sight before his eyes widened at what he heard next. Fire style, dragon's breath, and a stream of fire shot from the thick smoke, not only dispersing the smoke, but also revealing Daisuke shooting the flames from his mouth, and rushing towards Naruto. Water gun. Naruto shouted before his aura turned ocean blue before releasing a jet of water from his perked lips. The water surged towards the incoming spray of flames. The two attacks made contact, only for a small amount of steam to be released into the cold night. The steam did not last long though, as it quickly evaporated, so Naruto was only blinded for a few moments. But that was all the time that was needed. As soon as the steam vanished, an axe was sent sailing towards Naruto, who moved to the right to evade the huge weapon. Using Naruto's distraction, a slightly bleeding Daisuke appeared beside Naruto and buried his huge fist into Naruto's gut, causing him to spit, before grabbing the young boy's shirt and slamming him into the ground. Daisuke raised his foot to stomp the young Aura Guardian into the ground, but missed as Naruto quickly rolled away and jumped back to his feet. The two stared at each other, glaring into the other's eyes. Naruto was in deep thought over recent information. This is just great. This guy's knows ninjutsu, which means he is most likely a missing nin or a ronin. Dragon's breath is a C-rank fire jutsu, so it's safe to assume he is at least a chunin. He also has really tough skin, there's barely a scratch on him after all that. I'm sorry for failing this test, Arceus-sama, but I'm going to need help if I'm going to survive this fight. Daisuke's glaring eyes turned to surprise as Naruto began a set of hand signs that he quickly recognized as the signs for a summoning. Decided not to chance it, he charged forward to stop whatever Naruto was going to call. Upon finishing the last sign, Naruto yelled out, "Summoning," before he suddenly vanished in a flash of yellow. Daisuke stopped in his tracks as he stared silently at the spot that Naruto was standing moments ago, confused by Naruto's vanishing act. Where did he go? He was just there a moment ago, and how did he do that? Was that the Hiraishin? If it was, then how did he know the fourth Hokage's signature jutsu? He smirked a deathly smile. This kid was far more interesting than he first thought. Naruto, current time. I'm going to have to keep my eyes out for that man. No man should be able to take so many hits and get up without barely a bruise, especially from those attacks. Looking intently at his parents, he couldn't help but wonder what they want. Kushina, being the first to snap from her shock at his injuries, quickly knelt by her bleeding son with worry filling her very being. Naru-chan, what happened to you? She saw the cuts and bruises and knew those weren't play injuries. Those were injuries caused by a person. Someone had dared to harm her baby boy. She was already thinking of many different ways to torture whoever it was that harmed her. Naru-chan, whether it be male or female, civilian or ninja. Naruto just looked at Kushina before turning his head towards Minato, even more confused by his mother's actions. Was this an imposter? But that thought flew out the window, since only his father can use the Hiraishin. He was taken from his thoughts when he heard his father's voice. Naruto, talk to us. We are your parents and we want to help you. Tell us what happened to you. Minato began, but slowly his worried tone turned to shock as Naruto seemed to glare at him harder with each word he said. Naruto was pssed.no, he was furious. How dare they, how dare they? Now they want to start acting like parents to him. After all this time. Right after a fight for his life, after he has had his first kills. Naruto, in his blind rage, began to call upon the power of the Kyuubi's soul, not that he knew. His eyes turned a deep crimson with black slits in each eye. His spiky hair grew spikier and more wild as they jetted in different directions. The bangs that usually framed his face, moved to the side and showed his darkened whiskers in full view. His teeth turned to fangs as they sharpened and grew slightly in length. Even his nails grew and sharpened, looking like they could draw blood easily from any victim in their way. Naruto responded to his father, in a very dark tone. You listen here, I don't need to tell you anything. You can't just leave me behind and all of a sudden decide that you want me back. It doesn't work like that, Minato-san. I have lived my life without your encouragement or your guidance for this long, so why would I want it now? You want to help me, then you can help me, by leaving me alone. That shouldn't be too hard for you to do, since you have done it most of my life already. Naruto finished off, as he slowly lost his feral appearance and ran past his shocked parents. He was just about to pass his sisters, but was stopped by Mito, who jumped onto him while crying out. Ni-san, please listen. Please, we are sorry. But her pleas fell on unwilling ears as Naruto pried his sister's arms from around his waist. Ni-san. Naruto glared at his sisters, causing both girls to flinch at his gaze, even though his glare wasn't nearly as intense as it was towards their parents. Honestly, Naruto had no idea how he should feel towards his sisters anymore. They didn't ignore him nearly as much as his parents did and were there for him occasionally, but at the same time they didn't go out of their way to end his loneliness either. Also he, even if it's childish, couldn't help but blame them for the neglect as well, even if only slightly. Mito, I would appreciate it if you don't touch me again. The same goes for you too, Nami. I don't hate you too since you actually tried to show me some love, but know that feeling can change really quick. It would be best for you to not push me right now. To emphasize his point, Naruto released a small amount of his aura, using his anger, that left the sobbing Mito and Nami in shock and slight fear. Aura has another thing that makes it more unique than most other energies. The feeling it gives off to others can change depending on the user's mood and even amplify that feeling. Anger can give the aura a very grave and deadly feeling, joy can make it feel warm, etc. The twins have never felt such anger from anything in their life before, granted they barely ever feel anger from others. They felt like ants drowning in a very dark sea. Minato and Kushina were both shocked and awed by their wayward son. They never felt such a power from anyone, not even the Kyuubi. It wasn't that the power was stronger or more vast or even as dense as it either, no, that it was the feeling of it that surprised them. They knew instantly that the energy wasn't chakra due to it not giving off the same life senior, even though it was eerily similar to it. It wasn't Yukai, so they knew it wasn't Kyuubi either. They could not figure out what it was. But Naru and we love you, Nami said, finding the courage to speak. We don't want, though whatever she was going to say died in her throat as Naruto just turned and began to walk away, ignoring her words. Naruto, please son. Minato called out to his child. Just listen to us, we are a family. We made a mistake, but he did not get to finish as Naruto interrupted him. Shut it. He yelled as his aura flexed outward with enough force to make the others take a step back. I don't want to hear it, I don't want to hear your stupid reasons. In the end, I was left alone by you. You made a mistake and so did I. My mistake was thinking you loved me like parents should, so no more. I grew away from you and I don't need you. I have my friends and to me, they are my family. Not you. Now leave me alone. After one final shout, Naruto ran off, leaving his distraught family to wallow in their self-pity and sorrow. The leftover Namikes looked to each other as they cried at Naruto's words. Their son/brother wanted nothing to do with them, his own family. They knew Naruto would most likely be angry, but to practically hate them was something they could never have prepared their hearts for. Mito, Nami, and Kushina felt like someone plunged their bare hands into their chest and crushed their hearts. They cried to such an extent that sound refused to leave their throats as the tears stained the floor. Minato kneeled down to the important woman in his life, unsure of what to say. He couldn't think of anything to say to rid them of their sorrow. His mind drifted to his son and the anger he displayed to them. Where did things go so wrong? Back with Naruto. Naruto just entered his room, slamming the door behind him as he looked around. He soaked in the plain and bland room since he barely spent any of his time in it. He took a deep breath and held it for a few seconds before releasing it in a heavy sigh. When he finally calmed down, Naruto decided it would be best if he did not dwell on his family right now. Naruto made his way to the window in his room and opened it, feeling a chill run down his spine due to the cool breeze of the night air. Warming his body by coating it in his aura, Naruto jumped out the window. He landed softly on the ground and took off towards his training ground as fast as he could. As he neared the training ground, his shadow clone popped and he gained its memories, causing a warm smile to stretch across his face. The clone succeeded getting the girls to their village safely and back into the arms of their worried families. The clone popped before they could turn and thank him for his help. The scene had actually caused him to tear a little, happy to be able to bring people back together. He was able to save those girls from a horrible fate, he made them feel safe. Though his mood dropped at the memory of his fight against Daisuke and how the man could have easily killed him. He felt like he failed Arceus since his mission was to kill all the bandits, yet one not only survived, but actually could have beaten him, Naruto. Arriving at the lake in his training ground, Naruto stared at the lake and its enchanting beauty. The light from the moon reflected off the water's smooth surface, making it look like the lake was actually glowing with mysterious power. Looking into the water, Naruto stared at his reflection for a few moments, taking in the injuries he sustained, and took a deep breath. Might as well get this over with, Naruto said mentally. Putting his right hand on the surface of the calm lake, he flowed his aura to call upon Giratina. Instantly, the portal to the reverse world opened and sked all into its endless void. Nodding, Naruto leaped into the portal once more. As quickly as the portal came, it vanished. Instead of falling like before, Naruto walked out of a glass window from one of the nearby buildings. The portal behind Naruto quickly closed shut. Looking around, the usual fog of the reverse world was not present at the moment. Feeling the ground rumble, Naruto looked forward and saw the cause was a whole crowd of different Pokémon rushing towards him. Flying high above the rest were Giratina and Arceus. Naruto smiled at the forms of all the summons he knew personally, his best friends and family. After a few more seconds, everyone was in front of him as the deities continued to float overhead. "Welcome back Naruto-kun," Arceus said with a warm smile on her face. "It's good to be back Arceus," Naruto responded with of his own, before it was replaced with a frown. "Enough pleasantries Arceus," Giratina interrupted. Looking down to Naruto, who shrunk slightly under his gaze, spoke out his thoughts. "How did the mission go Naruto?" Naruto swallowed the lump that collected in his throat and stood tall, though the nervousness he felt was clear for all to see. The mission to eliminate all the bandits in the camp had changed to a rescue mission. Giratina and Arceus looked to each other as if having a silent conversation with each other at the sudden news. They turned their heads back to Naruto and nodded for him to continue. Naruto followed their silent request and resumed the briefing. He told them of the rescue of the girls, and his killing of the thugs. When the Pokémon heard of his reaction to killing the thugs they felt sadness and pride in him. Sadness that he had to not only go through his first kill alone, but had to go on to kill even more at the same time. They felt pride in for him though, as he not only pushed through it on his own, but did it to save others in the process. Naruto also told them details of his fight against the bandit leader, Daisuke. How he outclassed Naruto completely, and even took his attacks head-on. How in the end, Naruto could not face the bandit on his own like he was ordered to. Arceus schooled her face into a calm, cold look once the briefing was finished. Arceus looked to Giratina from the corner of her left eye and spoke out in a commanding tone. "Giratina, would you and the others be so kind as to leave so I may speak to Naruto-kun, alone?" Giratina nodded to his sister's request and flew off, while all the gathered Pokémon left, but not before sending Naruto a worried glance. Riolu, Zorua, and Eevee were upset that they didn't even get to greet their favorite blonde. Naruto could feel nothing but shame as everyone left. His first mission ever, and he fails to follow parameters of the mission, even going so far as to lose to the last guy. He was so caught up in his self-loathing, he refused to look Arceus in the eye, opting to looking at the ground. After all my training and all the effort everyone put into helping me, I still lose. I still failed. Naruto clenched his fists tightly to avoid the tears that were threatening to spill from his eyes. Arceus looked down at the young Pokémon summoner with sympathy in her eyes. Suddenly her green eyes glowed a purple color, completely covering the green, and now pupil-less eyes. An aura of blue-purple energy outlined Naruto's body, getting him to look up in surprise. Naruto was slowly lifted off the ground by the strange energy and was floating in the air. Moving at a quicker pace, Naruto was gently set on top of Arceus's head as the purple color vanished from both Arceus's eyes and Naruto's body. That was the technique known as psychic. Naruto exclaimed mentally. It's a psychic-type attack that allows telepathic control of its targets, whether they are people, objects, or even another attack. It has other uses such as binding targets, moving heavy obstacles and more. I have only seen it used 4 times. Without a word, Arceus took off into the sky, with Naruto holding on so not to fall off. Arceus flew high into the sky, and when she finally stopped, they were high enough to see everyone and everything for miles. Look down, Naruto, Arceus commanded in a soft tone. Naruto did as she asked and sked in a breath at all he could see. The reverse world, while bizarre, really had its own beauty to it. From the many waterfalls to the tall buildings that mixed perfectly with all the forests. The giant floating plateaus that moved mysteriously through the air, even some areas defying gravity. Plus with all the Pokémon of various species living their lives peacefully, simply intensified the beauty he saw before him. Tell me, Naruto, Arceus began, gaining the young man's attention. When you look at everything from this view, what do you see? Confused by the question, Naruto looked once more before answering her question. I see the Pokémon and the amazing world that you and Giratina have made. Arceus chuckled at Naruto's answer. Well, do you want to know what I see, Naruto-kun? She asked with a warm tone once more. Naruto nodded his head curiously. I see my appealing and powerful children at work to make their lives happy. Each day they work hard, no matter what happens. I see endless potential for them all to be the very best, but they all still need guidance to break that barrier of strength that even the older ones have hit. They need someone whose potential can match theirs, something they would not find if they stayed in their original dimension. They need a way to reach their well of true strength, and that's where you come in, Naruto. Me? Naruto asked incredulously. How could be anything special? He not only lost easily in his last fight, but was outclassed. As if sensing his thoughts, Arceus continued. Yes, you, Naruto. To have potential doesn't mean you have to win every fight you are in. Even the most powerful of Pokémon have all started small. With this loss, you will reach your potential faster than ever, and the Pokémon alongside you. Just like how all Pokémon are family, as our chosen summoner, you too are part of that family. Naruto was wide-eyed at the god Pokémon's words. A family, a true family. He already thought of the other Pokémon as his family, but to hear it just made him happier than he's ever been before. He knew the Pokémon will always be there for him, they will love him unconditionally, and would never forget about him. Naruto could no longer hold back the tears that flowed down his face. So Naruto, will you stay as our summoner, as our partner, and most importantly, our family? Will you grow with us? Arceus asked calmly at first, but rose in both power and authority with each word. Yes, Lady Arceus. I will become the best ninja and the most powerful Aura Guardian there ever was. I will surpass the likes of even Sir Auron, just watch me. I will make you all proud. I swear it on my ninja way, and I never go back on my word. I know you will, Naruto-kun, Arceus thought as she stared at her chosen summoner, delighted by Naruto's determination. Well, Naruto-kun, if you want to be the best, then you will have to train really hard, especially to catch up to Sir Oren. You are on the right track though, especially with how you saved those young girls. Get yourself ready, Naruto, because for the next 2 weeks you will train with the strongest Pokémon we can offer before being taken in by the legendaries. Naruto could feel his excitement rise at the thought of more training, even if it meant he will be going through torture. To be trained by Pokémon that even the god of Pokémon called strong meant they had to have impressed Arceus at one point. A thought entered Naruto's mind that both angered and worried him. What are we going to do about my parents? They are starting to notice me again, so they will no doubt notice me gone for 2 weeks. Simple, Naruto, Arceus responded, already knowing he would ask that. We will send a Zoroark in your place. The one I have in mind can also use telepathy to speak if need be. We just need him to last 2 weeks, which I know he can manage easily enough. So when do we begin? Naruto asked, just barely holding back the excitement in his voice. Arceus smirked while releasing a small amount of her power, which not only dwarfed Naruto's at his maximum output but caused sweat to pour down his face. We start, now. The two vanished in a flash of light, indicating that teleport was used as Naruto had one final thought. What did I get myself into? As his determination wavered slightly. The academy begins. A full week has went by in the reverse world and Naruto has improved by leaps and bounds. The young blonde was made to train harder than he ever has before, each day that passed during that week with only an hour break after 5 painful hours of sweat. Like Arceus had told him, Naruto was trained by many of the best that the reverse world had to offer him. He trained casting illusions through aura, since his genjutsu was extremely difficult due to his Uzumaki blood, with the Zoroark clan. Due to his high chakra amount from his Uzumaki genes, he couldn't cast even the lowest level of genjutsu, but he could easily break out of even a rank illusions like they were nothing. Thankfully Zoroark had a way around that, by training him in the use of aura through his aura. They trained him in their art and easily showed why they called the MSTRS of illusions. After his training was pushed hard at him, he was able to cast their illusions without twitching. In fact, the only one who cast illusions the way he could would be those that possessed the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan. Now Naruto was no MSTR unlike the ones that trained him. His small illusions, like changing appearances or even making false objects, were made easily and hard to notice. Bigger illusions, like changing the area, were much easier to notice by shinobis. He trained his physical strength with the help of the Macamp, Hitmonlee, and Hitmonchan clans. They taught him many different ways of fighting, from pure power fighting, kickboxing, and high-speed boxing. His speed was trained by the Pidgeots, Rapidash, and even Ninjasks. They taught him how to move at high speeds and see movement at high speeds. He can currently see up to mid-Chunin speed without difficulty. His training in stealth was done by, much to his chagrin at first, Jengars and many other ghost-type Pokémon along with Shiftries, Sceptiles, Hippowdons, and Kecleons. He trained among the Lucarios so he could gain better control over the aura both within and outside his body. He even entered and trained within his mindscape through meditation and gained more focused control over his aura, though his training was done as far from the Kyuubi's cage as possible due to him being too weak to be in the mighty Bijuu's presence. His aura sense now has a range of 50 yards while standing still, but only 15 yards while on the move, still much better than it was before. His aura sight can now distinguish between people and animals, even while he is on the move. It was no longer just a blob of aura that he sees each time he used it. He also trained his aura-based attacks along with his aura manipulation. His aura sphere, which had trouble beating out low C-rank jutsus, can now not only crush low-rank jutsus but can even hold own against mid-B rank jutsus. He can also extend his aura into either a staff which he can harden it to be as hard as steel, or a sword and can sharpen it to his needs. He can also now separate his aura into two different states, aggressive and peaceful. His aggressive state is not only his most destructive, but also his most dark state. He constantly unleashes a very unnerving feeling in this state, not unlike when a ninja uses KI, killing intent. This state easily strikes fear into his opponents and leaves them frozen stiff in fear, allowing him to crush them easily. This state of being also augments his offensive attacks and makes them more powerful, especially the aura-based moves. His peaceful state is the exact opposite, it's calming and soothing sensation that gives his targets a state of warmth and security. While his aggressive state was used to strike fear, his peaceful state allowed him to calm angered people and help them think with a cleared-up mind. This state utilizes his want and need to help those around him. This state of being augments his defensive and healing capability on not only himself but others he heals as well. That's not to say he neglected his ninja training in the least. The Zoroark that was acting as him would bring scrolls of techniques, taijutsu styles, and jutsus. His training in chakra control was increased thanks to the scrolls, where he had to balance rocks and leaves on his body while walking across the water, an advanced water walking exercise. He learned and mastered many E-rank to C-rank jutsus. He also finally managed to master his first A-rank jutsu, the fire style, intelligent hard work. Though most of his progress came in the form of his Fuinjutsu and Kenjutsu training. An explosion went off that shook the surrounding ground slightly. From the rising smoke, Naruto walked out coughing and blowing the smoke away from his face. He wore an entirely new attire that Zoroark got for him, thinking it would suit him. Naruto now wore a pure black muscle shirt, that easily showed his forming abs, along with gray shinobi briefs and dark blue sandals with blood-red straps. On his hands were his new Aura Guardian gloves that held smooth dark blue gems stitched into the back. The gloves were a dark brown color and were thin and fingerless. He also wore a short red scarf around his neck. TCH, I still need to work the power overflow problem, Naruto said to himself as dusted of his clothing. Sitting on the sidelines were Riolu, Zorua, and Eevee. You will get it soon, partner, just give it time, Riolu stated with a small smile, believing in his friend. Riolu and Eevee nodded their heads in agreement. Eevee has officially become a part of Naruto's team the other day. Eevee got really hurt while practicing one of its attacks due to it getting caught in the backlash. Naruto found Eevee hurt during one of his runs and took care of her, which in turn made Eevee adore Naruto more and asked to be part of his main 6 summons, to which Naruto agreed to. Naruto smiled at his 3 Pokémon, grateful for their encouragement and belief in his abilities. Before he could reply, a bright light shined behind him while releasing a high power output. Naruto's smile widened at who it was. Hello Arceus, how might I help you today? Naruto asked without turning around. Hello Naruto-kun, Arceus responded in a joyful tone. Arceus and the other Pokémon have enjoyed having the young man around and saw his determination to get stronger to be very inspirational. Arceus too has enjoyed having Naruto around, but sadly all good things must come to an end at some point. I have come to tell you that it is time to return back to Konoha. The happy look that was present on Naruto's face did a complete 180 as a cold and indifferent took its place. Nodding his head, Naruto smirked as he felt that he was ready to dominate, even if he didn't want to deal with the Namikaze. Your 3 partners will join you as I teleport all of you to Zoroark's current location, which is near the academy, Arceus said as her eyes turned a white color. Good luck and show them all the strength that they forgot to nurture, teleport. In a flash of white light, Naruto, Eevee, Riolu, and Zorua vanished. The academy. The group reappeared in another flash of light, all of them trying to keep their balance since they were not used to teleporting yet. Shaking the cobwebs from their heads, they took notice of their surroundings, which ended up being a bathroom. Looking ahead, they took notice of another Naruto staring directly at them as he smirked at all of them. It took you all long enough to finally arrive, the other Naruto said as his playful grin widened. Sorry for the delay Zoroark, Naruto responded to the now revealed Zoroark. In a quick spin of purple light, the Naruto was gone and its place was a completely different creature. Zoroark is a bipedal, gray-brown, fox-like Pokémon with crimson and black accents, not unlike Zorua's. Zoroark also possessed a pointed snout and ears that were red on the inside. There was also red rimming both of its eyes and mouth. It had a large, red, voluminous mane with black tips, which resembles a ponytail, as a teal bangle down its length separates a mass of the mane from the lower portion. It has a black ruff on its upper body that also had pointed shoulders where its long, thin arms protruded from. The arms have spiky extensions of fur at the elbows, and it has red claws on its hands and feet. Zoroark also had light blue irises for its eyes. "It's fine, Naruto," Zoroark responded. "We are at the academy, in case you were not aware. Also your sisters have been trying to get closer to you, so don't be surprised if they approach you, especially with the change in wardrobe." The outfit that Zoroark had worn was a bright orange jumpsuit that he thought would be fun to wear. Zoroark simply loved attention. Naruto nodded his head at the dark type. He figured that his outburst to their sudden care for him would cause some changes to occur, if only to keep it quiet that a child of the Hokage had been ignored by his own family. The backlash would definitely cause some problems for them, not like he cared really. "Thanks for covering for me, Zoroark," Naruto said as he smiled at the illusion fox Pokémon. "I'll pay you back for it in due time, my friend." The fully evolved Pokémon nodded his head as he poofed away, back to the distortion world. Turning to his partners, a grin made its way on Naruto's face. "Alright you three, let's show these guys what an Aura ninja and his partners can do," Naruto exclaimed as he pumped his right fist in the air. Eevee jumped onto his left shoulder while Zorua took his right. Riolu opted to nod silently as he wailed alongside his friend. The four exited the restroom, making their way to the shinobi class for the first years. Ignoring the strange looks given to them by passerbys, Pokémon weren't exactly a common species, so it was no surprise to them. Naruto stood in front of his classroom's door, feeling a powerful aura signature behind the door along with many smaller ones. Recognizing whose signature it was, Naruto sighed tiredly at having to see him so soon. Riolu, knowing what was wrong, looked to his partner with an encouraging smile. Seeing the smile, Naruto smirked again at his friend's attempt to make him feel better. Taking a deep breath, Naruto opened the door to his classroom and made his way inside. He quickly gained the attention of everyone in the room, especially the girls who were practically drooling. His untamed spiky hair and one bang framing his left eye caused hearts to appear in the girls' eyes. The guys were seeing him as a threat to either their manliness or to the hearts of the girls in the classroom. Mito saw her brother and smiled brightly at him. She loved her dear older brother very much, even if he believed it to be otherwise. She has been trying to get close to him, but hasn't had much luck. He would either ignore her or avoid her altogether. She wasn't going to give up though, she was going to get her brother to love her. She's an Uzumaki woman and they are known to be very stubborn when they have a goal in mind. Nami looked at Naruto in happiness, but was more saddened than anything. Like Mito, she has been trying to get close to her brother, but has had no luck. He shows them little to no emotion, and makes sure to leave as soon as possible if they are even in the same room. They usually had to hunt him down to talk to him, and even that wasn't easy to do. She gave Naruto another sad yet loving gaze as he looked around the room. Onie-chan. Minato, who was giving a speech to the kids, looked towards his estranged son in shock. Like the rest of his family, he has been to reconcile with his oldest but would end up with the same results as the rest of the family. He would avoid them as best he could, vanish for points at a time, or ignore them completely. Minato tried to offer Naruto training, but would only get a glare of anger for his efforts. Looking at him, he was also surprised by his change of appearance. Where did all of the orange go? A few others looking at Naruto were Hinata Hyuga, Satsuki Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. His best friends in the entire village. Hinata and Satsuki were in relief that he made it to class on time, albeit a bit late. They were hoping he was okay since he hasn't hung out with them or their family much this past week. Sasuke was glad that his brother in all but blood was in the academy since he was worried that he didn't sign up due to him not being in class. Irika Yumino, the class instructor, decided to speak up. "You're late, young man, class has already started," he said in a slight stern tone. He knew that this was the Hokage's son, but he refused to show favoritism and would treat him like anybody else. He didn't see the boy as the Kyuubi either, just a boy wanting to learn how to defend the village like any other shinobi of Konoha. Naruto smirked at his instructor when he felt no malice in his stern tone, just him doing his job and treating him normally. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. "Sorry about that, sensei, I had to use the bathroom and collect my partners here." Riolu waved to the class, Zorua chuckled and Eevee nodded politely before she tried to hide behind Naruto's head at all the stairs. Everyone took notice of the strange creatures, wondering what they were. The girls had to hold back their squeals at how cute the three Pokémon, especially the shy Eevee, looked. Irika voiced his thoughts though. Naruto-san, what are they? I have never seen animals like them before." Deciding to hide his summoning contract for now, Naruto answered in half-truths. "I found them in the forest a few years ago, so I'm not sure how to answer that. They are my best friends and are all very strong in their own right, so I decided to make them my ninja partners, like how the Inuzuka clan has their dogs." To help prove Naruto's point, Riolu released a small, yet dense, pulse of aura that made everyone's eyes widen. They didn't expect such a small creature to release such a strange, but strong power. The more experienced ninja, Irika and Minato, were able to see just how powerful Riolu was from that small burst. "Can we begin class now?" a bored Naruto asked. If they were surprised by that small burst of power, then these next few years will probably make their hearts stop. Nodding his head, Irika gestured towards the back. "Yes, your seat will be in the back, next to Miss Hinata Hyuga." Naruto looked up and a smile grew on his face, along with a small blush that spread on his cheeks. Hinata Hyuga was what he would call a cute girl. Her indigo blue hair was cut short, but left long enough that it slightly covered her pupilless eyes. She had a pale complexion, but not enough to where she looked unhealthy. She wore a beige jacket that was very baggy on her. When she saw Naruto, her face grew red from embarrassment before looking at her desk again. Naruto chuckled at his friend's shy nature as he made his way to his seat. When he sat down, he turned to the shy Hyuga and offered her a warm smile. "Hey Hinata, it's good to see again. I'm happy that we could get to be seat nainers." He chuckled as she gave Naruto a shy smile. He gestured to his partners as he introduced them to his friend. "The short stack with the mask is Riolu, the black ball of fluff on my shoulder is Zorua, and the cute ball of sunshine is Eevee." Riolu waved to Hinata, but glared at Naruto for how he introduced him. Zorua nodded in her direction with a smirk, not bothered at all from his words, and Eevee jumped into the young Hyuga's lap. Hinata eeped slightly as the young Pokémon before looking into its big eyes and unconsciously began petting the young Pokémon. "Its fur is so soft," she thought in surprise. "It would seem that she likes you, Hinata," Naruto said as he smiled. Eevee is a very shy Pokémon and is normally not so affectionate with new people. She only acts like that with people that she sees as good people. Eevee is a really good judge of character. Okay, quiet down," Irika said to calm the class. The chatting began to slowly stop, causing the teacher to sweat drop at the kids actually listening to him. "This isn't going to happen very often, is it?" Minato walked forward and addressed the class. He told them how happy he was to see so many ninja hopefuls and how proud he was them for their first steps in protecting the great tree as it grows. He told them that it won't be easy, but with enough hard work and determination, they could become one of the greats. As he finished his speech, he gave the class a once-over before his gaze stopped on his son. "Good luck everyone, and I look forward to seeing your futures," and with that he vanished in a yellow flash. The class, besides Naruto, who didn't care, the three Pokémon, who were not impressed, and Naruto's sister, who were too busy looking at Naruto, were in awe at the technique. Afterwards, the class has begun and soon Naruto found himself to be very bored. He knew all this CRP already. A bit of chakra theory, which he started learning when he was 4, what it means to be a ninja, and a lesson on how to unlock your chakra, which took forever in his opinion since many kids in the class had yet to learn how to do so. As the class was finally coming to an end, something interesting finally occurred. Another Chunin appeared in a swirl of leaves and whispers into Irika's ear, causing said Chunin to nod his head as he addressed the class again. "Okay everyone, we will be inducting a special addition to our curriculum," he said. "Everyone's relatives will attend and watch at the new training ground set up for the academy students, where you all will spar against each other. This spar will be a test and will take place every 4 months. Unlike our normal spars, this spar will have no limit except no killing or maiming. It will be a way to see where you stand and show what you have learned. Now follow me and I will show you all to the training grounds." Everyone shuffled out of their seats as they made their way after their instructor. As they walked, it was easy to see that some of the students were either nervous, excited, or just plain didn't care. As soon as they arrived, the students were greeted by their awaiting family. Naruto watched closely as Hinata was greeted by her father, Hiraishin Hyuga, and the head of the Hyuga clan. His eyes narrowed as he saw that Hiraishin, while greeting Hinata, didn't even smile at her. Plus with the hurt look on her face, it made Naruto angry at how Hiraishin was acting. A father should not act that way with their child, DMN clan image. Riolu, Eevee, and Zorua sensed Naruto's disdain by and tapped either his cheeks or leg in an attempt to calm him down. Relaxing at his friend's touch, he vowed to help his friend as best he could. "Maybe I can get her a Pokemon partner." As the contract holder, Naruto can actually give others Pokemon partners, but he has to be careful of who gets one as that could cause them a lot of trouble. Feeling eyes on him, Naruto looked to his left and saw his mother looking at him along with his 2 sisters. Not feeling like dealing with them right now, Naruto walked the opposite direction and sat under a shaded tree. Kushina felt her heart break as her own son simply ignored her as if she wasn't worth his time. She knew she messed up, she shouldn't haven't forgotten about her baby boy like that. He was her son and she has always looked forward to raising her son along with Minato. But due to everything that was going on and at such a fast pace, she just forgot about him. She had no real excuse or reason to forget, she just did. She loved her son, she really did and wanted to show him just how much, but Naruto was having none of that. Getting everyone's attention, Irika announced that everyone's names will be drawn at random. This way, no one will have any clue about who they would be fighting and would force them to adapt in battle. "Okay, when I call your names I want you to make your way to the center of the field and make the sign of peace and await my signal to begin. Sahoshi Taka." Naruto tuned out his instructor as he crossed his legs and began meditating. He felt out everyone's aura, trying to scope out everyone's strengths. As he did so, he noticed that the clan heir's auras were more dense than the norm. Not enough that they would be able to use it, but enough to show it was an abnormality. It was probably due to their clan's special chakra that allows use for their Keikai Genkai mixing in slightly with their aura. What he also found curious was that the kids with Dojutsus, Hinata, Satsuki, and Sasuke, had an even more dense aura than the others though it was most prominent around their eyes. As he was thinking about this, he took notice of the aura that surrounded Hinata, Sasuke, and Nami and noticed how their auras seemed different. It was like they. Naruto. The sudden, and unexpected shout, caused him to flail his arms in shock and fall backwards and slam the back of his head onto the tree. Looking to the culprit, while rubbing the sore spot on his throbbing head, and narrowed his eyes at a laughing Riolu. "What was that for Riolu?" "I thought you fell asleep," Riolu said in between laughs. Finally calming down, Riolu looked to his partner. "Besides, I called you about 6 times, but you wouldn't respond." Eevee and Zorua nodded their heads to prove Riolu had indeed tried to talk to him. Their argument was watched by everyone, who were confused on how Naruto was talking to the strange creature. All the blue one was saying was its name, Riolu, over and over. Having enough of the bickering, and noticing the looks, Zorua smacked both the emanation Pokémon and Naruto. You guys should really stop arguing now, you are attracting undetention. Plus, you guys are interrupting the young Hyuga girls' match. Looking up, the two saw that they were indeed interrupting both the class and the match. Scratching the back of his head in embarrassment, Naruto apologized. Sorry, don't mind us. Please continue, I promise we won't do it again. Irika shook his head at their behavior before putting it to the back of his mind for now. Let the match of Hinata Hyuga vs Kira Inuzuka begin. Kira Inuzuka, the twin of Kiba Inuzuka, was the youngest of the three siblings. She had the same black spiky hair that her mother had, with a long bang that covered her left eye. Her Inuzuka mark consisted of 3 interlocking triangles. Her eyes were the same slit pupil, brown that her older brother, by a year, had. She wore a dark blue shirt with an open green jacket over it. She had tan shorts that went to her knees and dark green sandals on her feet. Kira and Hinata have been good friends for a few years and were even rivals, in Kira's opinion. Let's do this, Hinata. Kira yelled before she went into her clan's taijutsu stance. I will win this time. Hinata, while shy, was quite a skilled fighter when she actually tried. Kira was the only opponent that Hinata could go against and not worry about hurting them too much, a problem she gained from seeing just how much damage the gentle fist could do a person. Hinata followed suit and entered her clan's feared gentle fist taijutsu stance. She will do her best to win this match, especially with her father and Naruto watching, 2 people she really wants to impress. Kira took off with low genin speed towards Hinata, who quickly narrowed her eyes on her opponent, easily being able to see her still. As the fight continued on with the 2 fighters clashing back and forth, Naruto actually whistled lowly as he felt impressed so far. Kira was a really fast fighter, too fast for the average academy student. Her strikes, while wild, were very strong and ferocious. Hinata, while not being as fast as Kira, was very agile and quick on her reaction time. The way she moved and bent around Kira's attack that she could not block, it was like she was dancing a very intricate dance. Her strikes were nowhere near as strong as Kira's, which is unusual for Hyuga, but they were much more precise. It was a battle between true opposites. Hinata dodged another swipe by Kira, and quickly dropped low and kicked out with her leg. This caused Kira to trip slightly before she regained her balance and lashed out with a kick that Hinata blocked. Using this slight delay, Kira pushed with her arms and jumped away from her Hyuga opponent and quickly gained distance. The fighters stared at each other for a few seconds before they rushed at one another once more. Feeling bouncing on his lap, Naruto looked down and smiled as he watched Eevee cheer Hinata on. It would seem Eevee has taken a real shine to Hinata. He looked to his side and saw that Zorua was unusually very focused on the match. Putting his focus back to the match, he saw that Hinata has just kicked Kira away with mule kick after said Inuzuka tripped her. As Kira gained her bearings once more, the 2 fighters stared into the other's eyes, breathing heavily. They were both on their final legs and knew that this will be their last strike, the first to get hit is the loser. With a loud cry, they charged at each other and moved their arms forward. Slam! The sound of a fist hitting flesh echoed throughout the training field as the 2 fighters stood in front of each, both with their arms stretched outward. Slowly, one of the 2 slumped forward as she fell. Falling backwards, Kira Inuzuka passed out, signifying Hinata as the winner. Everyone cheered at the surprisingly intense fight. Hayashi couldn't help but smile slightly at seeing his supposed weak daughter win her first match at the academy. After that though, most of the other matches were pretty straightforward and most were one-sided until Nami went up against Satsuki. The fight was the most intense match yet, with neither girl willing to lose. They both refused to lose in front of the one they wanted to notice their skills the most, Naruto. Alas, after about 15 minutes of fighting and both being covered in sweat, Satsuki passed out from exhaustion. While Satsuki easily matched Nami in terms of pure skill and technique, she lost due to Nami having much better stamina than her. Perks of not only being an Uzumaki, who are well known for having a lot of stamina among other things, and a Jinchuriki. Next up was Mito against a pink-haired girl named Sakura Haruno. It wasn't too surprising to see that Mito easily dominated the match and won in a short amount of time due to it being a girl that has trained since she was 3 and a girl that came from a Civialian family. When Mito won, she looked towards her brother for any sign of his approval. Her efforts were surprisingly rewarded when Naruto gave her a small nod of acknowledgement, causing her to have a bright smile on her face. Rolling his eyes at her excitement, Naruto turned his attention back to his partners before he heard Iruka call out. Next up is Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha. This announcement gained the attention of the 3 Namikaze girls, Hinata, and Satsuki Uchiha, who was resting beside her mother. All of them were curious to see how well Naruto will do against an Uchiha, though the Namikazes were worried since as far as they knew, Naruto has had no training. As the neglected Uzumaki walked onto the stage, he told his partners to observe the match. Sasuke and Naruto were staring at one another as they made the sign of peace. Naruto smirked at his friend who gave him a challenging grin in return. Feeling the strong aura around Sasuke, Naruto was getting excited about the match. Begin. Sasuke jumped back instantly so to gain some distance from Naruto, who stood there and kept his gaze on Sasuke. The Uchiha took out 3 shurikens before throwing them at his blonde/red opponent with pinpoint accuracy. Taking out a kunai, Sasuke rushed at Naruto. Said fighter focused his eyes on the incoming shurikens before he dodged the first one that reached him. As the other 2 crossed by him, he reached out and stuck his fingers in the holes of the weapons. Making sure they kept spinning, he tossed them back at their sender with high speed that they looked like a blur to many. Sasuke's eyes widened at the incoming shurikens, rolling out of the way as he glared at his opponent slightly. He continued his rush at Naruto, kunai ready to begin slashing at his flesh. Waiting for him, Naruto flexed his fingers as he prepared to counter. Reaching out, Naruto dodged an upward slash before lashing out with his knee and hit the bottom of Sasuke's kunai, knocking it out of his grip. This move caused Sasuke to hesitate and allowed Naruto enough time to grab the kunai from the air and move the sharp weapon at Sasuke. Thanks to his reflexes, Sasuke pulled out another kunai and blocked Naruto's attack. The 2 fighters were stuck in a power struggle as they grunted and glared at their opponent. He's actually really good, Naruto thought. So let's take this up a notch then. Naruto quickly moved to the side. The sudden action caused Sasuke to stumble forward. Channeling some aura to palm, Naruto slammed it into his chest which sent the Uchiha flying backwards. Naruto rushed towards Uchiha, ready to end the match as fast he could. Sasuke, who just got his second wind, got up and started making hand signs. This will definitely tire me out since I haven't fully mastered it, but at least I will still win this, he thought to himself as he made the final hand sign and began molding the chakra in his mouth. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. With a mighty lung forward, he released a ball of fire that was about as big as Naruto, not too big considering Naruto was not that tall. The spectators were wide-eyed at the use of the fire jutsu, but none more than the Namikaze girls. Kushina was about to jump in to stop the attack from reaching her son, knowing that he didn't have a technique to protect himself from the ball of fire, since he had no training. Naruto was slightly surprised by the rushing fireball, but he really should have expected this from an Uchiha. This jutsu is rite of passage for the clan. Summoning up his aura once more, Naruto stopped running and put both of his hands forward and open-palmed. His glowed slightly as his gathered aura began to form water. Water gun, he yelled out. The water that formed shot out like a jet and completely blocked the ball of fire. A small cloud of steam quickly formed as the water gun slowly pushed the Uchiha's jutsu back, before it obliterated it and rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke's eyes widened at the rushing water, not expecting Naruto to know a water jutsu, especially one that beat out his fire one. Too surprised, he didn't react in time as the jet of water slammed into and pushed him into a nearby tree. He slammed into it with another force that the tree shook violently. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, realizing how much aura that the attack took from him. One of the most basic water attacks should not have taken that much aura from me. I still need to work on the water attacks if it does that, he thought as he kept his eyes on Sasuke. So focused on Sasuke he missed the call from Irika Yumino. The winner of the match, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The battle of strength and new rivals. As soon as Naruto was announced the winner, Eevee ran up to Naruto and happily jumped into his arms. Naruto chuckled at his youngest partner and began petting her head, causing Eevee to purr happily. Naruto sat next to Riolu and Zorua who were smiling for Naruto's win. Good job Naruto, Riolu complimented his friend. You were brilliant and took control of that fight with ease. I'm happy at your victory. That was more than winning, it was a total butt kicking. Zorua chimed in. He couldn't even touch you, never mind challenge you. He thought he had you with that fireball, but then you come around and bam. You let him have it. Naruto chuckled at Zorua's excited words, even if they were crude. He also thanked Riolu for his kind words. I just hope I won't regret doing that attack, I kind of did it on total impulse alone. Unknown to him, that he was in for a hell of a ride from his actions. Seeing as the injured were being cared for and he had nothing else for them, Irika decided to end the class for the day. After he made the announcement to be back tomorrow, the kids went to their parents. The clan heirs gathered together and made their way to their grouped parents. The only one not with them was Naruto who was staring at a slightly limping Sasuke, feeling slightly guilty at hurting his friend. He felt no ill intent from the young Uchiha during his attack, only a drive to win the match, something he could definitely understand. Hey Sasuke, wait up, he called out, getting the young Uchiha's attention along with the other clan children and their parents. Kushina and her daughters paid extra attention, wondering what he was up to. I'm sorry for the attack, I didn't mean to put so much power behind that attack. I hope you okay. Sasuke smiled slightly at his concern, happy, though he wouldn't admit it willingly, at his friend's worry. Yeah, I'm fine, he replied. My ego is a bit bruised, but I'll be fine otherwise. Don't think I will take this defeat lightly though, I'll be stronger next time and I will win. Naruto nodded as he smirked at his friend's determination. Seeing that his friend was standing oddly, from the pain, Naruto channeled his aura into the palm of his hand, causing a golden glow to light up. He stretched his hand towards Sasuke and whispered, recover. Sasuke's body glowed slightly as he felt the pain quickly vanish as any bruises left on his body closed up and disappeared. He stood up straight and was surprised that he was healed up completely. Everyone's eyes widened at Naruto's actions. He was skilled in taijutsu, had a talent for ninjutsu, due to him using not only elemental jutsus without hand signs, but now he showed he had knowledge and the skill to use Iryojutsu. Just how skilled is this kid, was the collective thoughts of the clan heads. Ignoring the surprised looks everyone was giving him, Naruto cancelled his technique and was breathing slightly before regaining his bearing. Recover is an easy technique to use, the only downside being the stamina requirement is large and can leave him out of breath for a second. Thanks to Naruto's genes as an Uzumaki though, that problem is quickly taken care of. Naruto smirked at Sasuke and replied, we will see, Sasuke. I'll be looking forward to it. Sasuke smirked as Naruto walked back to his Pokémon. You never change Naruto, he thought to himself. Though you're a lot stronger than I thought you would be. What was that water jutsu you used? Satsuki saw the interaction between Naruto and her brother and couldn't help but to smile warmly. Naruto is still a sweetheart, even with everything that happened. Satsuki had been worried, along with Hinata, about how distant Naruto had been lately, barely ever visiting or even talking to them. It's not like he ignored them, but he didn't actively approach them like he used to either. She would be lying if she said it didn't hurt her heart. Kushina opened her mouth to call out to her son, to talk to her baby boy, but was ignored as Naruto ran out the field with those strange creatures. Being ignored by her own child, for reasons she knew was her fault, tore at her heart apart. Her daughters held her hands and smiled sadly at her. "Don't worry Mom," Nami said, rubbing her thumb over Kushina's knuckle. "We will get Oniai-chan back into the family," Mito finished in an attempt to comfort her dear mother. Back with Naruto in the village. Naruto was walking down the streets, deciding to take a simple stroll since it had been weeks since he was here. To him who has been there all his life, it was a long time. As he walked, he took note the different expressions that the villagers looked at him with. Some looked Naruto with the usual amount of hatred or disgust, some looked at him strangely due to the change of his attire and the Pokémon by his side, and a few others in actual respect. Naruto ignored all of them though, opting to continue to a random training ground. Naruto felt that the academy was far from enough, not that he could complain from all the training he did. Eevee was on top of his head, enjoying the softness of his hair. Riolu was looking forward to a good, hard spar. Zorua was just looking forward to taking another nap under a shady tree. As they entered the training ground, Naruto was enjoying the feel of nature. As Naruto stood there, Eevee's ears twitched and her nose scrunched up. Her head snapped at a tree they were next to before her eyes widened. "Everyone move now," she yelled as she ran from the tree. Hearing her yell, the other three jumped away as the tree exploded into sawdust and wood chips. "Oh my God," came the shout of a girl. "Are you okay?" The figure that spoke out was a young girl with short black hair that was up in twin buns. She had dark brown eyes that held concern for them. She wore a pink Chinese blouse with red sleeve trimmings and yellow fastening buttons on the front. She also wore a tight, form-fitting pair of dark green tights. A pouch was resting on her thigh. She also had generous curves that Naruto's eyes were stuck onto for a moment before looking away quickly. Behind her were two other boys. The first one, who was slightly shorter of the two, had semi-long hair that spiked and curved upward on the front. He wore a white, short-sleeved kimono shirt with a black martial arts belt with dark breathes. He also looked to be wearing orange leg warmers on both legs and white bandages wrapped around his hands and arms. The other guy was someone Naruto actually recognized slightly. He wore a khaki shirt with a barely visible dull blue shirt. He had dark brown shorts, with blue shinobi sandals. Like the other kid, he wore white bandages around his right arm and right leg. His long black hair was tied back into a loose ponytail. A white bandage was also worn around his forehead as well. He had pale, pupilless eyes, indicating that he was a member of the Hyuga clan. Naruto smiled at the girl while scratching the back of his head. "Yeah, I'm fine, Eevee warned us just in time so we are unharmed." As he spoke, the three Pokémon joined his side, except Eevee who jumped onto his left shoulder. Seeing the small brown Pokémon, Tenten had to hold back the urge to squeal at the adorable Pokémon. "Kawaii," she yelled out mentally. "I'm glad, I was training with my friends over here. Oh by the way, my name is Tenten," she said before she gestured to the two boys behind her. "And these two are Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga. I've met him before since I know his cousin Hinata." "It's nice to meet you and Lee, Tenten," Naruto said. "My name's Naruto and these are my partners. The one in the mask is Riolu, the chuckling one is Zorua, and the fluff ball on my shoulder is Eevee." Before Tenten could respond, Lee appeared in front of Naruto, shaking his hand in a fast motion. "Yash! It's nice to meet you Naruto-kun. What kind of training have you done youthfully?" Niji and Tenten groaned in embarrassment while Naruto chuckled at the slightly older kid's enthusiasm. "Well, after being done with the academy a few minutes ago, I decided I needed to train since we didn't do much. Hard work at training is what I was looking forward to, before almost blowing up from a stray weapon. He chuckled and missed the sparkle in Lee's eyes as he spoke. Yash, you shine brightly with the mighty flame of youth. Lee declared proudly. Will you do me the honor of joining me in a spar? Naruto shrugged his shoulders, sure, why not? Sounds like it could be fun and I could use the help. Plus it will be interesting to see where I stack against someone more experienced, but still near my level. Smirking, Naruto a small amount his power. Are you ready, Lee-san? Yash, let our flame of youth clash in a most glorious match. Tenten-chan, can you referee the match please? Lee asked his teammate who sighed and nodded her head. Neji shook his head as he watched Lee. This won't even be much of a match. Naruto is still an academy student, just like Lady Hinata, while Lee is a more experienced student and trained by Gai-sensei. This is just a simple waste of time, Neji thought with a sigh, seeing no way Naruto to be able to match Lee. He has no hard feelings toward Naruto, especially after how he saved Hinata and inadvertently his father, but he just couldn't fight the facts. Tenten and Neji decided to stand under a tree as they watched the spar, though they weren't too interested since it was obvious to them who would win. Riolu sat on a tree branch above Tenten, Zorua decided to take a nap in the shade of the tree, and Eevee stood in between the two genin with excitement in her eyes. Looking between the two fighters, Tenten raised her arms before waving it in a slashing motion. Begin. Here I come Naruto-kun, Lee whispered as he rushed at Naruto in a blur, surprising the blonde guardian. Holy Arceus, he's fast. Naruto yelled mentally as he barely dodged a kick to his head. Quick attack, he whispered as he blurred away from Lee, not taking his eyes off the green-clad genin. Lee's eyes sparkled at the sudden speed Naruto showed, excited at the thought of a high-speed fight. Woohoo, he yelled as he vanished in pure speed. Seeing that he could barely follow Lee with his eyes, Naruto decided to use his aura sense to keep track of him. Naruto dodged to the left as he moved out of Lee's punch. Naruto was being pushed back as he continued to block and dodge Lee's kicks and punches. Naruto ducked under a kick from Lee, but was unprepared for his other foot to swing upwards. The attack hit the blonde in the chin and sent him upwards, followed by Lee who jumped after him. Lee was about to kick Naruto higher into the air, but was stopped by a glowing kick to his chest that sent him flying back. Naruto landed safely on the ground as he saw Lee recover and do the same. Naruto was surprised at Lee's durability, due to the fact he added a good amount of aura to that hit. Not only that, but his attacks are fierce and strong. I feel the pain from each hit, even the ones I blocked. I have to take this fight more seriously. Yash Naruto-kun. Lee bellowed excitedly. Your flames of youth are very tense right now, so I will have to shine brighter. Lee vanished in a burst of speed. Naruto quickly activated his aura sight, causing his vision to become sharper. This action saved Naruto from a devastating blow to his face, as he was able to dodge the punch. Grabbing Lee's wrist, Naruto pulled Lee forward once more and kneed him in the gut before tossing the bowl-cut kid over his shoulder. Lee skidded on the ground before he recovered his bearings and got back to his feet. Lee, while honestly enjoying the small spar, was surprised by Naruto being able to see him. Fire lit in Lee's eyes as he prepared to take this match more seriously. Riolu watched the match closely, just barely being able to keep up with Lee's speed. The young genin to be was definitely skilled and his speed was incredible. Naruto has activated his quick attack just to be able to dodge Lee, but Lee is still keeping pace with it. Naruto might have to use one of his trump cards soon if he hopes to win this match. At the same time, Riolu was confused about something. Looking to Tenten to voice his question, he called out to her, having to use his telepathy to do so, "Hey Tenten-san, how come Lee has yet to do a single ninjutsu or even genjutsu? All he's done is taijutsu, how come?" "That's because Lee can only use taijutsu," Tenten responded, shocking Riolu. "His chakra coils are so damaged that even low-level jutsu is impossible for him. He can still use chakra, but that's about it." Using it for ninjutsu and genjutsu is impossible for him. Riolu looked at Lee, who just kicked Naruto into the ground, with newfound respect and anticipation. To be this skilled and not be able to use jutsu is very impressive. It's like fighting the current heads of the Hitmonlees, Hitmonchins, and Hitmontops. Those three would love to have a match against him. As would I. Naruto just blocked a punch from Lee and moved an open palm strike to Lee's chest. The green-clad boy ducked under the strike and knocked Naruto's legs from under him. Twisting his body, he lifted Naruto higher off the ground and slammed him back into it. Lee was about to slam his leg into Naruto's chest, but instead had to block a kick aimed for the left side of his head as Naruto tried to spin kick it. There was enough force behind the kick to make Lee skid away and give Naruto time to think. Lee is way too good at taijutsu, he thought as he analyzed the destroyed field. I can also tell he's holding back, excluding the obvious weights that are under his leg warmers. I'm holding back too since I haven't used my attacks, just elements, but he's still hard to keep up with. A big grin made its way onto Naruto's face, as a fire burned in his glowing eyes. Let's kick this up a notch or two, Lee. Letting his aura flow to his legs and become denser, Naruto took off, as a blur to everyone except Neji, Lee, and Riolu. While Lee could still see him, due to being used to moving and fighting at high speeds, he was caught off guard by the sudden burst of speed again as an aura-enhanced fist slammed into his face. Lee was sent backwards from the punch. Naruto cooled his aura and gathered it in his fist as a cold air seemed to come from it. I hope I can do this right this time. He took after Lee, who regained his bearings. Lee easily blocked the glowing the fist, missing the smirk forming on Naruto's face. The blow wasn't necessarily powerful, but the effect of the punch is what surprised the team. The young fighter felt his arm grow colder and his eyes widened when he looked down. His arm was being encased in ice. Lee jumped away from Naruto, in fear that Naruto may freeze him completely in ice. Naruto smiled at his accomplishment, though he frowned when his lost its light blue glow. Looking at Lee, Naruto explained what happened. You see Lee, the move I used on you was called Ice Punch. I guess you could say it's a mix between both taijutsu and ninjutsu. I encase my fist in a cooling energy that flows from outside my chakra coils. Once I make contact with my target, the energy flows into my opponent and will freeze them by affecting the energy outside the coil, similar to my own. It's a difficult technique to use. At Naruto's explanation, Lee looked shocked at the effectiveness of the attack. To make a long story short, he could freeze his opponents by just touching them with his fist. What I didn't tell him was that I have yet to come close to mastering the attack. Hell, this is only the second time that I was able to pull it off, Naruto thought. The fact that it worked so well was pure luck. Naruto-kun, you are truly a splendid fighter and your flames of youth only keep getting brighter. They are truly inspiring, Lee said in both a serious and warm tone. Getting into another fighting stance, Lee gave Naruto a determined grin. I will now take this fight more seriously as you have proven to be a skilled fighter. If Naruto was honest with himself, he felt like sweating in worry. Even with his impressive skill set at his disposal, it was all useless if he couldn't hit his target. The only attack he had to increase his speed at the moment was barely keeping up as is, and that's with his enhancement of aura. Plus he has yet to MSTR his more powerful attacks, just using Ice Punch was already pushing it. I'll have to stack up boost attacks, Naruto thought to himself. I will only use that if I need to, as a last resort. Focusing his aura, Naruto prepared his next attack. Lee vanished once more, only this time only Neji and Riolu could track him. Before he could react, Naruto was sent flying backwards by a crouching Lee. This speed caused everyone except Tenten and Neji to gasp in shock. Incredible. Riolu thought, surprised and now completely focused on the spar. I can still keep track of him, but it requires me using my aura to do so now. I never expected someone to move this fast. Riolu was a skilled tracker and barely anything has gotten past his senses, whether it is his instincts or aura in general. For someone to push him to use his aura to track them just testifies their skill. Even Zorua, Naruto's laziest partner, was now awake and watching the battle. That human, Rock Lee, is really skilled. His teammates must also be skilled. This could lead to some interesting days finally. His gaze turned to Riolu, whose aura was slightly fluctuating. I wonder how long Riolu will be able to keep himself under control as the fight progresses. I might have to make them stop soon if Riolu causes another repeat. The shaking of the ground knocked him from his thoughts as he turned his gaze back to the two fighters. Lee was standing in a small dent in the ground he formed with one of his punches, due to Naruto barely dodging it. No more playing, Naruto thought. If I don't get serious I may end seriously hurt here, add to the fact I will definitely lose too. Naruto charged forward as he gathered aura into his mouth, quickly feeling a burning heat from it. Ember, he shouted as he shot small, but fast, ball of fire at Lee. Surprised by the attack, Lee began dodging the flames. As the last fireball flew past him, Lee ran towards Naruto, an invisible blur to his opponent. Naruto, not taking a chance, gathered aura into his mouth once more as he aimed it to the ground. Smoke screen, he screamed as he shot a cloud of thick black smoke. When it hit the ground, it spread out quickly and completely blocked Naruto from view. Lee stopped short of the smoke and back flipped away from it. When he landed, he didn't notice the grass glow slightly and tie itself together. His back heel hit the knot and he fell backwards and slammed into the ground, causing a small crater to form. Tenten's eyes widened, confused by Lee falling as if he was tripped. Lee may be an idiot sometimes, but he would not make a mistake like that, especially in a fight. Plus to cause a crater, even a small one, from such a simple-looking fall was confusing to her since he wasn't heavy or anything. Something is not right here. Neji narrowed his eyes at Lee falling. He may see Lee as a loser sometimes, though his father says he's an exceptional fighter, but he knew Lee well enough that he would not make a mistake like that. Not after all the training that guy puts into his skull. Something caused Lee to fall, that much he was certain. It was not circumstantial. Riolu smirked, knowing what happened to Lee. Grass knot, a very versatile grass-type attack where the heavier the opponent then the more damage the attack does to them. When dealing with these specific humans, the rules change slightly due to the presence of chakra in their coil system. The more chakra that the target has, then the more damage. And judging by the damage and the crater, he has a decent amount of chakra. The damage was more due to the chakra than his weight since he obviously doesn't weigh much. Sensing danger coming from the cloud of smoke, Neji activated his Byakugan activated on pure instinct. Seeing a buildup of energy, Neji called out to his sparring teammate. Lee, don't let your guard down. Lee, alarmed, looked towards the smoke in time to see the same fireball from earlier emerge and rush at him. Lee was about to jump out of the way, until he felt he could not move his legs. Looking down, he saw another Naruto had a tight grip on his ankles. His eyes widened as he brought his arms up to try and defend himself against the attack. The fireball exploded upon impact with Lee's arms, not only destroying the ice left on Lee's arms, but also sending Lee sailing backwards. Lee's back skidded against the ground into a nearby tree. Naruto walked out of the dissipating smoke, a bead of sweat rolling down his face. The sudden change between using his aura and his chakra can be taxing as he has yet to MSTR the transition. He can use them both for simple tasks without tiring, but for attacks and jutsu is a whole different level. His use of grass knot, which he has yet to MSTR either, then the fast change to using chakra to make a shadow clone, followed by another change back to his aura so he could fire another ember attack was very taxing. The suches alone took his breath away. At least, Naruto thought as he slowly regained his breathing. He isn't going to get back up. Naruto looked toward his downed opponent, only for his eyes to widen in shock. Albeit weak-kneed, Rock Lee was standing back up and looked ready to continue their match. Lee's pain tolerance is incredible. His whole body must be screaming against him right now. Naruto thought to himself as his own legs felt heavy. I have to go and use it if I hope to win. Concentrating, Naruto began to gather the energy in his body once more, causing a different feeling to begin forming. Riolu, Zorua, and Eevee were surprised by the red-tipped blonde's action. They were not expecting Naruto to be forced to use that power so soon, especially since he still needs to work on his control in that state. Okay, that is enough sparring for the day. The loud yell broke Naruto's concentration as he looked towards the source along with everyone else. To his and his Pokémon's surprise, the yell came from a man who looked like an older version of Lee, with a few differences. He wore the same green jumpsuit, and the same leg warmers. The only real difference was that the older version of Lee had a bowl cut, while Lee did not. Plus the older version of Lee had a green flak jacket, signifying him as a Jonin. The Jonin jumped from the tree he was in and landed between the two fighters with a huge smile on his face. I apologize for being so unyouthful as to end this most youth-inspiring match, but we have a mission today. Neji nodded his head as he crossed his arms. Tenten went to check on Lee, and Lee cheered loudly. Naruto gave the loud genin an amused grin before turning his gaze to the Jonin, who returned the gaze. I must admit, young man, the older man said. You were very impressive. Your flames of youth were shining brightly. It was difficult to gaze into. May I get your name? Sure thing, Naruto shrugged. My name is Naruto, and who are you? My name is Mato Guy, the appealing green beast of Konoha, the now named Guy yelled out as he gave a large toothy grin that flashed light from the bright sun. Naruto chuckled at Guy's strange antics, clearly amused by how alike he and Lee are. When being around Pokémon and their strange antics, especially the prank-happy ghost types, not much can bother him. Well, I'll let you guys get back to your mission, Naruto said as his exhaustion began to fade. Turning to the three older kids, Naruto gave them a big smile. It was nice meeting you guys. Lee, I hope we meet again soon and finish our match. It was really fun. Naruto was being honest. He didn't expect for someone his age, if slightly older, would be able to give him such a rewarding spar, especially with how much he has learned. After all, Naruto would class himself at low Chunin, mid Chunin at best. Lee gave Naruto a thumbs up and a wide grin that flashed in the light. Yash, I hope we could let our flames of youth clash in a most exciting battle once more, Naruto-kun. I will see you soon, my new youthful friend. Neji and Tenten sweat dropped at Lee while Guy held a proud smile as tears fell from his eyes. Lee, you are such an inspiration of youth. I'm so proud of you. Lee turned to his sensei with his own tears falling from his face. Thank you, Guy-sensei. I will continue to make you proud, and should I fail, I shall run around Konoha 100 times using only my hands. Yeah, I'm going to now, Naruto drawled before he ran off, his instincts telling him to stick around lest he be scarred. Around the Pokémon, let's say he's learned to trust that nagging instinct both inside and outside of battle. His Pokémon quickly followed after him. No one noticing that Neji was watching him closely. Just what was that strange power he was using? I know for a fact that most of the time he was not using chakra. The only time he used chakra was when he made that clone of his. Then before Guy-sensei stopped them, he was beginning to use a new type of energy that was like neither yet the same as them. Just who are you, Naruto? A long night. Naruto quickly made his way back into the village, a satisfied grin plastered on his face. He couldn't help it, that match with Lee was so satisfying. He heard Tenten tell Riolu that Lee could only use taijutsu and normally such a handicap would make one's ninja career obsolete. But that guy, he was the opposite of the norm. I couldn't even keep up without my aura, and even then I needed quick attack. I may have only used my true offensive attack towards the end, it doesn't change the fact that he was still holding back. Naruto was no fool, childish at times, but no fool. He knew if he had kept the fight straight hand-to-hand against Lee, he would have lost. Not something he likes to admit, but he had to face the facts. Lee was both faster, and stronger than he was without a doubt. He needed to up his taijutsu training to rectify that issue and soon. So, Zorua began as he walked and smirked towards Naruto. How does your butt feel after it got beaten so badly by Lee? The dark type burst into laughter as Naruto turned a glare towards the gray fox, completely ignoring the looks sent their way by villagers at Zorua's loud burst of laughter. Forgetting the walking plush toy's last comment, Naruto responded as he turned his back. I honestly wasn't expecting a genin to be so skilled. I actually might have a great sparring partner. This will only serve to help make me stronger. Naruto couldn't help the excitement that entered his voice. How are you feeling though, Naruto? Eevee asked as she rode on his head. You were about to use that power, but it's a risk for you right now since you have yet to MSTR it. The last time you tried to use it, it tore you apart on the inside. The concern in her voice was evident. I'm fine, Eevee, Naruto said soothingly as he looked towards the setting sun. The energy didn't form in time for me to be affected. I will MSTR it someday. I just need to find a way. He clenched his fist in determination. Looking to the left, Riolu stopped walking. Someone is here, Naruto. This caused them all to stop walking and look to the direction that the emanation Pokémon gazed. You can come out now. Naruto yelled out, his voice echoing through the quiet forest. Waiting for a few moments, a figure appeared in a swirl of wind and leaves. The figure was tall and wore a black, full-body cloak. The only part noticeable was the white, weasel mask. This signified this man as one of Konoha's ANBU Black Ops. Naruto Uzumaki, the man spoke in a muffled tone due to the mask. It is good. But he was interrupted by an annoyed Naruto. Stop right there, Naruto said as he stared into the figure's mask's eye holes. We are friends, damn it, so stop addressing me such a way, Itachi. Naruto knew who it was, due to him recognizing the aura signature of the team. The figure stood for a few moments, before he slowly removed the weasel mask and revealed the young Uchiha heir's handsome face. His facial expression was emotionless, but his eyes widened a slight fraction, showing how surprised he was at Naruto knowing who he was under his mask. I'm surprised that you knew it was me, Naruto-kun, Itachi spoke in a calm tone. Curious, how did you know? I never told you which ANBU I was when we spoke to each other. Naruto chuckled at finally getting one over the Uchiha that he saw as an older brother. He met Itachi when he was 5 years old and practicing his chakra control by doing the tree walking exercise and transferring to water walking. The concept was to jump from a stable chakra flow to a constantly changing surface. The fact of the sudden change was really difficult for him and he kept sinking into the water or would jump using too much and destroy the tree altogether. Exhausted, angry, wet, and cold, Naruto sat on the ground and felt like he wanted to cry. Luckily for him, he was found by Itachi who felt bad after seeing the state the 5-year-old was in. After he offered his assistance, Naruto began to get the exercise much faster than before. Turns out, Naruto was the type of learner that needed a simple explanation while doing said instructions. This allowed him to truly excel and learn at a much faster rate than just doing it. He wasn't much for book learning, it took him longer to learn. Naruto sighed as he returned his attention to the stoic Uchiha. Not that I'm not happy to see you, Itachi and I, but why are you here? I felt your chakra here in the forest while heading home after my patrol shift was over, he said as he gave Naruto a small smile. His attention turned to the strange creatures with his surrogate little brother. Who are they, Naruto? Naruto chuckled as he grinned. These are my friends and partners, Riolu, Zorua, and Eevee. They are all very strong and very faithful friends. Itachi looked to the 3 creatures before he bowed slightly to them, causing the 3 Pokémon to look at him strangely. Thank you all for looking after Naruto, he said gratefully, though he was unsure if they would understand him. To his surprise, they returned the bow. It's been our pleasure, Riolu said, enjoying the surprise from the stoic Uchiha, but he kept his composure. Naruto has been a great partner and we are proud to be by his side. Itachi looked to Naruto, looking for an explanation. So Naruto, what are they exactly? No offense to you all, but creatures with your appearance are not exactly normal. Plus with how absent you have been lately Naruto, I can only assume it involves them in some way. Naruto sighed as he figured he would get this from Itachi, he is always very calculative after all. Due to this, he knew Itachi would be able to tell if he was lying almost instantly. I'm sorry Itachi and I, Naruto said guiltily. I didn't want to avoid you and the others, but I felt that I really needed to be alone for a while. I needed to train so I wouldn't fall behind and you are right about one thing, I was with these three during my training. As for whom they are. Naruto paused as he looked towards Riolu and who gazed into his eyes and nodded slowly. I wish for that to remain a secret for now Nii-san, he finished as his eyes darted to the right so quickly that Itachi almost missed it. Waiting for a moment, Itachi understood the meaning as he nodded. Of course Naruto, Itachi said smoothly. I won't push the matter since I trust you. He turned as he began to walk away. Also stop by the compound when you get the chance, we all miss having you over. He left in a shunshin before Naruto could respond. Said blonde turned around as he walked away from the clearing, keeping his aura sense on full alert. He sensed an unknown aura signature spying them as he spoke to Itachi, though it was Riolu who sensed it first and warned him, which was the reason that he did not answer Itachi's question. Itachi thankfully understood Naruto's message when he looked to the spy's direction. A smirk appeared on Naruto's face as Itachi's aura appeared behind the supposed spy. For a moment nothing happened, till the aura of the spy slowly disappeared as it was taken in by the earth. That's another difference between aura and chakra, when you die, your chakra is taken by the Shinigami due to that being connected to one's life, their very soul. Aura on the other hand will return to the around you, giving it life once more. The more dead or desolate the land is, the less aura it takes from you. Your aura can even fuse with the air or seas, but it almost always return to nature. The only exception being, there is a catalyst that routes the aura to a signature area or item. In these cases, you can use this aura to learn who was there as the aura cannot be absorbed. Naruto and his Pokémon continued with their pace as they re-entered the village. Some were glaring at them, main targets being Naruto, Zorua, and even Eevee, while others just stared at them strangely. The looks ranged from curious, scared, to awe, though that mostly pertained to the children. Naruto glared back at the crowd, not liking the way they were looking to his friends. They could glare at him all they want, but no harm will come to the Pokémon under his care. He released a small amount of his aggressive aura that caused the villagers to sweat in fear of the feeling that came from Naruto. It showed very clearly that he wouldn't back down from them, consequences be damned. He was ready to break every bone in their body if they took so much as a step in their direction. They quickly looked away, or hurried out of sight of the angered young man. JRKS, better keep away from my friends, he thought angrily as he continued to walk, his Pokémon by his side. I'll freaking kill if it means the safety of the Pokémon. As his anger continued to rise, Eevee looked at Naruto worriedly. She didn't like to see her friend so mad so she decided to attempt to cheer him up. Quickly looking around, she spotted a store that had flowers growing out the front. Running over to it, she picked up 3 that she thought were pretty, but before she could run back to Naruto with them, a shadow loomed over her. Before Eevee had time to react, 2 hands shot forward and grabbed the evolution Pokémon. Riolu stopped as he felt that something was wrong and took notice that Eevee was missing. Guys, where's Eevee? He asked in a slight panic. Losing Eevee, a fox species Pokémon, in a village with a big distaste for foxes, was not something that would end well. Zorua and Naruto stopped instantly as they noticed that Eevee was missing. Naruto wasted no time as he stretched out his senses in an attempt to locate Eevee's aura. This action was quickly followed by Riolu, who also spread out his aura. It took them only a few seconds for them to find their friend's aura, but also another aura squeezing her. This caused Riolu and Naruto to rush at the signature in anger and slight panic, mostly from Naruto, and Zorua not far behind them. Naruto began channeling aura to his hand as he prepared an aura-based technique he learned called Force Palm, ready to severely hurt whoever was daring to harm his friend. Coming upon the evildoer, Naruto was about to strike in anger, only to pause at the sight before him. Riolu froze beside Naruto as he saw what caused his friend to pause. The only one not frozen was Zorua, who was too busy laughing at the sight. Before the three partners was the evildoer, a young girl that Naruto knew of, her short blonde hair being a dead giveaway. She had pale blue eyes and slightly pale skin. She wore a light red kimono with a blue ribbon around her stomach. She was slightly shorter than Naruto was. This girl was Eno Yamanaka, heir to the Yamanaka clan and a close friend to Naruto's sister Mito. She also has a deep infatuation with his friend Sasuke. The young girl was squealing in pure joy as she skipped around, Eevee trapped in a deep embrace. She kept switching between squeezing Eevee or nuzzling the evolution Pokémon, yelling about how adorable Eevee was. Said Pokémon was struggling to escape Eno's loving hug and affections, both because she was embarrassed due to her shy nature and because she couldn't breathe. In her struggle Eevee was about to use an attack to force her to let go, but stopped when she heard Naruto's voice. "Excuse me, Eno," Naruto called out, getting her to stop squeezing Eevee. "I understand that my friend is cute and all, but can you let her go? She's not a fan of not being able to breathe. In fact, she loves her air very much." Eno looked down to find that Eevee was desperately trying to get free from her grip. She blushed slightly before setting Eevee down on the ground. "Sorry about that, she was just so cute that I lost control of myself." She looked as Eevee ran to Naruto and jumped onto his left shoulder. Naruto smiled as he looked at the evolution Pokémon and rubbed her head softly, causing Eevee to lean into his touch in calm delight. The two were completely unaware of the effect the scene and Naruto's warm smile had on Eno, as a blush spread across her cheeks. "Wow, I didn't know Naruto had such a handsome smile," Eno thought in surprise. While she had seen the oldest Uzumaki Namikaze plenty of times before, due to being good friends with Mito, she had never really paid him much attention. Now that she is looking at him, she couldn't help but admire how handsome he actually was. The red tips framed his face perfectly, the dark red tips actually making his heterochromia eyes more appealing and mesmerizing. The fading light from the lowering sun hitting him just right, making it seem as if he was glowing. She was so lost in her gazing of Naruto, she almost didn't take notice of him trying to gain her attention. I'm sorry Uzumaki-kun. What were you saying?" "First of all, Naruto will be just fine Eno," Naruto responded. "I actually hate formalities. Secondly, I was just going to say bye and that you should probably get home soon since it's getting dark." "Yeah, you're right Naruto-kun," she replied, still having the gorgeous image of Naruto stuck in her head. She turned around and began to make her way home, trying to get the thought out of her head. "I like Sasuke-kun," she chanted mentally. Naruto nodded, confused about her adding the "kun" suffix to his name. He turned and made his way back home. Eevee sat on his shoulder so she would not get lost again. Naruto traveled through Konoha streets and made it to the front of the Namikaze home. He channeled aura to his senses to see if anyone was home and may be able to avoid dealing with them. His window began locked so he wasn't able to sneak in that way. He frowned as he sensed that they were all in the living room, most likely relaxing or having family time. He sighed as he looked down to his Pokémon partners, unsure of how to explain them to the family inside. He knew when he gave his excuse about them in class earlier that Irika was definitely suspicious. Academy students he could lie to, they not having the training to detect things so easily yet. He was even skilled enough to lie to trained genins and get away with it. Now lying to Chunin and higher was a whole other thing in general. These were trained shinobi, having been taught the art of deception, no matter how subtle. He could maybe trick some, but those were the ones who didn't take their training as seriously as others, or they underestimate him, not seeing him as a threat at all. For others, especially the Hokage, his lying skills were not up to par and knows they will be able to tell instantly. I could just ignore them, Naruto thought to himself. He shook his head as he knew that would most likely not work. They would just follow me all the way up to my room and I don't want them near my stuff. We can do this, Naruto, Eevee chimed as she nuzzled his cheek. We will help you, Naruto smiled at Eevee trying to raise his spirits. He rubbed her head and thanked her. Let's do this, guys. Opening the door, Naruto entered and as he said earlier, all 4 members of the Namikes were found in the living room. Kushina was looking through the family photo album with a solemn expression on her face. Minato sat across from her and was looking through papers as he was signing them. Across from each other by the table in the middle of the room were Nami and Mito. They looked to be playing a game of shogi, a game where Nami was obviously losing. She wasn't one for games that required patience or strategy. As he entered, he immediately gained everyone's attention. Kushina looked at him with watery eyes, Minato's was both solemn and calculating, his sister's eyes held both regret and wonder. Naruto merely closed the door and made his way through the room, hoping to be able to get away without being bothered. He didn't want to be around the source of his rising anger. Sadly, it was not meant to be as Minato called out to him. May I help you, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked in a polite, yet monotone voice. He will not call Minato his father, due to him not deserving the title from him. To Naruto, Giratina was more of a father than he has ever been. Minato suppressed the urge to flinch at not only Naruto's tone, like he was a stranger he didn't want contact with, but the fact that he called him by his title and not dad. Yes, we would like to talk to you about a few things. His eyes gazed to the 3 Pokémon for a moment before they returned to his son's heterochromia eyes. I figured, Naruto sighed mentally before nodding since he knew he wasn't getting out of this. He made his way to a wall and leaned his back onto it. Eevee simply moved her way to his head as she tried to look serious too, only for her to look even more adorable. Riolu stood next to him and crossed his arms as he stared coldly at the family. Before him, Zorua just curled by the other side of Naruto and looked like he was sleeping. Naruto knew that that was only half right since Zorua did not lower his ears, meaning he was listening to the upcoming discussion. Naruto, I wanted to first congratulate you on your fight earlier today, Minato began sincerely. He heard about his son's match from his wife and Iruka, to say he was both impressed and shocked would be an understatement. Naruto not only defeated Sasuke Uchiha, who was a prodigy in his own right, but he did it without getting hit. Not only that, but he won using an unknown elemental water jutsu. It's amazing that a child, not even a genin yet, was able to perform such an advanced jutsu form. It spoke volumes of his son's talent and skill which could only be compared to prodigal levels. Unfortunately it also rose a ton of questions, the main being, who trained his son? When could he do such techniques? What were those jutsus he used? Naruto nodded as he waited for the Hokage to continue his questioning. I must also say that the jutsu you have shown were very impressive. When did you learn such techniques, Naruto? This question caused his wife and daughter to pay more attention in a hope to find out more of the estranged Uzumaki. Naruto's gaze turned to Riolu slightly before looking back to Minato. I learned my techniques through my own hard work and studies, alongside my good friends, Naruto responded in a monotone voice, though you can head the warmth when he mentioned his friends. Why do you even care? Naruto, Kushina jumped in, ignoring the flinch she felt when she heard his suspicious tone. You're our son, of course we would want to know more about you and be there dash, she would have continued if Naruto's eyes didn't snap at her, filled with rage. And yet you two never made an effort before when I actually cared. Naruto yelled at them. You were both too busy to care for your only son, so your son to break free from his hope in you and got stronger. You think I'm going to just sit there and wait while everyone else gets stronger? Hell no, that's not going to happen. As Naruto yelled in frustration, He lost a slight grip on his aura as it changed to its aggressive nature, releasing its form of killing intent. The Namikaze's eyes widened in shock, they could practically taste the anger that was coming from Naruto. Nami and Mito began to shake slightly in fear from the amount of power coming from Naruto, though Mito's face held a small blush that no one noticed. Minato and Kushina, who shook themselves from the shock they felt, looked at Naruto more intently. They could get around his skilled taijutsu, they could understand his talent at healing, they could even rationalize his skills at elemental ninjutsu, but to have such a powerful and unique killing intent at his young age was something else entirely. The amount of skill to build up and release even a small dose of Ki takes training up to Chunin, high Chunin at that. Naruto, who's not even a genin, should not be able to do something like that so easily. His other skills alone were enough to make them wary. Put this among the list caused some bells to ring in their minds. Ryolu caught the analyzing gaze from both of Naruto's parents and began to worry. Things are about to get complicated. It's not too surprising, Naruto's showing skills that should not be possible for someone of his age. Especially for someone who had no one to train him as far as they know. There is another Naruto, Minato said as his face turned more serious than parental. As much as he wanted to handle this situation like a father, he was the Hokage. The skills his son has shown means something is up, he had to be sure it wasn't a threat to anyone. You are an academy student, meaning that you're still a civilian, yet the skills you have shown so far show something completely different. While it's not a bad thing that you are this strong, the techniques you have shown have no documentation within Konoha, meaning they are outside skills. As the Hokage, that's very worrying and it needs to be addressed. Naruto narrowed his eyes, seeing the game that Minato was playing here. Lord Hokage, he began, ignoring the slight wince his words caused his father. I understand your worry, but you have to understand that I'm still protected under the laws of Konoha, where my techniques cannot be taken from me. A law created by the first Hokage to protect ninjas from losing their original move sets. Techniques not known to the village are protected and cannot be forced out of the use of said shinobi so long as there is no risk to the village and the user shows control of the jutsu or style. If all the criteria are met, then the basic of the technique is required to be known. Naruto has done his research into the laws of Konoha, just for occasions like this one. Thanks to this law protecting his rights as a shinobi, he couldn't lose any of the techniques he's acquired to the greed in the village. He may know he was being reckless by showing his talents in the academy, but he was still taking precautions to protect the Pokémon. Minato's eyes widened at his words, surprised by his son's knowledge of Konoha's laws. This only raised more alarms in the village leader's head since his son seemed to know such an in-depth law. Not someone of his age group should normally know or care about knowing. He seems to be protecting more than just his techniques here, Minato thought as he looked to the Pokémon with his son. It has to do with these strange creatures that are usually by his side. I know that they are not normal, the power that they seem to possess show me that much. Ryolu gazed discreetly at Minato, ready to defend himself and his friends if needs be. We need to talk to Giratina to teach Naruto more in tacts. He's skilled in fighting, but not so much at being careful in his words. His father is more suspicious than at the beginning of this talk and Naruto isn't so good at political talks. Zorua sat up straighter as all laziness left his eyes. He didn't like the look Minato gave them, like they could be a threat that needed to be watched. Zorua could tell that everything going on would lead to suspicion to the Pokémon, no matter what was said. Naruto has to end this conversation, now. Naruto, honey, Kushina spoke up, getting everyone's attention. We are concerned about you, not just as your parents. 1 minute you're. She tried to say but broke into a sad sob as the rage in his eyes was so clear to see. It wasn't hate-filled, like she was expecting to see in them, but it was an anger that has obviously built up. The only reason it wasn't making itself known was because Naruto held it in. Right now, none of you have any right to question me as either shinobi of Konoha or as parents of Naruto, Naruto replied coldly, not caring for his sobbing mother right now. He refused to be made to listen to people who never listened to him. As shinobi, while your worry is noted, it's completely unprecedented and unfounded. I have done nothing to cause any danger to Konoha or my person. In fact, with my now growing strength, I'll be helping Konoha grow stronger. Also, you can take Itachi Uchiha as an example of a shinobi who was strong at a very young age. He was even much stronger and more skilled than I was when he was the same age as I was, and he gained that skill mostly on his own. From what I can understand, you were the same Hokage-sama. Beyond the level of skill that was expected of an academy student. Long before you were taken in and trained by Jiraiya-sama as his apprentice. As Naruto spoke, Minato and Kushina could not find any faults with his words or logic. Sure, Itachi was shown moves by his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi was the one whom stretched his skills on his own. So skilled that he graduated early, while rare, is not unheard of. Hell, more than half the things he's shown can be found at the shinobi library, at least the basics of them, which any academy student or upcoming shinobi can enter. As parents, you once again have no rights to question me. You had plenty of chances to me that you cared, to show that you loved me just as much as you did my sisters. In the end, I was let down by you two every single time. You guys fed me, so I thank you for that, even if you most likely did it subconsciously, but you left me out of practically everything else. Training, family meetings, vacations, even birthdays. Not once have I heard a "Happy Birthday Naruto" since I was 8 onwards. Hell, the last gift that I got from you two was some kind of hand-me-down toy that you got at some sale, while my sisters each got brand new toys along with a mountain of other gifts, and that was years ago. Compared to them, I'm not worth a DMN thing in your eyes. So just do us all a favor and just leave me alone. That's something that you are really good at after all. Let's go, Riolu, Zorua, and Eevee. He walks past his parents, who were both too stunned and hurt to stop him, with the 3 mentioned Pokémon in tow. He begins walking past his sisters who were openly crying, causing Naruto to pause as he gazed at them. Sighing, he addressed them in a much more soothing tone, calming his aggressive aura that he noticed was still active. Wipe your tears, Mito, Nami. Crying isn't becoming of Kunoichis of Konoha. Your tears should only be shed when you're either extremely happy or are in serious pain. But, Naru and I. Mito began, only for Naruto to gently wipe the tears from her cheeks. Her sob was frozen in her throat as Naruto looked at her gently. His mismatched eyes glowing slightly in both kindness and power. She couldn't help the slight blush that warmed her face at his actions. Her sister wasn't any better as Naruto's kind gaze caused her heart to beat slightly faster. No buts, Mito, Nami, Naruto said to his sisters. Naruto resents his sisters, not because they did anything wrong. He resents that they got the better half of the deal in life. They got the love of their parents, were adored by most of the village, with only the occasional villager holding resentment towards them, were trained by very strong teachers on a constant basis, and became heirs to the clans, a right that should have been his. At the same time, he harbors no grudge against the two of them, even if he tries to convince himself otherwise. It wasn't their fault he was treated the way he was. They didn't abandon him, they never chose to ignore him, nor have they ever treated him badly. He can still remember Mito and Nami bringing him a slice of cake when he left their birthday parties, annoyed at being forgotten. Without another word to his family, Naruto made his way to his room. He didn't look back as he didn't want to be around his parents any longer. Just thinking of how they called themselves his parents sent a wave of anger through him. When he turned the corner, he made a dash for his room, his Pokémon right behind him. As he entered, he didn't bother to close the door as he knew Riolu or Zorua would do it. As he jumped onto his small bed in exhaustion, he heard the click noise of his door closing. Not having to look, he continued to stare at his ceiling. I really messed up today, didn't I? His Pokémon, besides for a confused Eevee, nodded at his question. Not going to lie, you kind of revealed a whole more than you should have. It's fine to show that you are skilled, but you should have kept some things hidden away, Riolu said to his partner. While he was all for Naruto doing his best, he did show too much of his skills. Yeah, Riolu has a point, Naruto, Zorua added, yawning. You showed skill and that's perfectly fine, but you showed so much that now you made yourself a target for suspicion and now have too much attention on you, both positive attention and negative. Naruto sighed tiredly, he knew that they were right. He acted like a kid, even though he was one. Even still, he could have ended the fight with Sasuke a lot sooner than he had, but instead acted like it was a game. He wanted to show off the cool skills that he learned. By doing so, he probably made things much harder on himself. It was bad enough that there was a man out there with the knowledge that he can use grass-type attacks, now he has to deal with the questions his skills raised up in the village. If his father is suspicious, then it won't be long before the council follows suit with asking questions that he does not want to answer right now. When Giratina finds out about this, he's going to be very displeased with me, Naruto thought with a shiver. He knows Giratina expects him to act professional since as an Aura Guardian, he will have tons of responsibilities that would require a professional mind. Why did I act such a way knowing this? I am not looking forward to Giratina's punishment when he finds out. During his time learning with the Pokémon, Naruto quickly learned one important rule: do not upset Giratina. His wrath and punishments still left him phantom pains throughout his body. Releasing a frustrated sigh, Naruto felt something soft rubbing against his cheek affectionately. Opening his eyes, he smiled as he saw Eevee was the culprit. He pets her head softly as he told her he felt better. Riolu sat on the edge of the bed as Zorua laid to Naruto's left. So what's the plan now, Naruto? Zorua asked. He already knew that he and Riolu are going to have to report Giratina and will have to stay in the reverse world for a few days to train with their teachers. Ugh, why can't I just sleep instead? Is that too much to ask? Zorua sighed mentally as he looked at Naruto. I am not too sure honestly, Naruto admitted as he gazed warmly at the curled-up Eevee on his lap as he continued to softly rub her head. From now on I have to be smarter with what I do, not be such a child out there. They know I have water techniques, a form of healing abilities, skilled at hand-to-hand, and if they were watching me fight fire attacks. While it's rare for someone as me to have two elements, it's still not unheard of. I just have to be more careful not to show my other abilities, at least until I'm an official genin, that includes you guys too. Why is that, Naruto? A confused Eevee asked her best friends. While definitely strong for her young age, especially one without any parents to raise and only learn from various teachers, she does not know much else about the world. She hasn't studied about any rules or laws of the shinobi world, just that she needs to be ready to kill if the need arises. There was no room for the amount of compassion that Pokémon were mostly known for. Simple Eevee, Riolu responded to the evolution Pokémon. As an official genin, Naruto is permanently protected by the laws made for the shinobi specifically. As an academy student, Naruto falls under some civilian laws still, which can be used to exploit Naruto and force him to give up many things, one such being the summoning contract due to him being too young to understand something so complex. Now with him being an official shinobi of the village, that rule becomes null and void, the only other way around that being if he was being taught by a specific teachers. He could even go to bars and drink if he wanted to, though he will be limited to how much since he would only be a genin. So Naruto could actually lose us if they see Naruto is unfit to handle us. Eevee responded with a worried gasp. Riolu nodded as he noticed Naruto gritting his teeth in anger at the thought. Like hell he will lose his best friends. He will gladly go rogue and leave Konoha for good before he ever allowed that to happen. He would miss all of his other friends no doubt, but his Pokémon are his world first and foremost. We can still get around it, once Naruto becomes a genin, Zorua responded as to calm Eevee down. Once a genin, officially, classes him as a shinobi, which means that Naruto no longer has to answer every single question of the village, so long as it doesn't endanger Konoha. His eyes glanced turned to Riolu for a few seconds, an action that went unnoticed by everyone else, before returning to Eevee. That also means that Naruto answers only to the Hokage and occasionally the Shinobi Council, the civilians no longer able to touch him. Listen, we can discuss all this another time, Naruto stated as he yawned. I'm exhausted from everything today, plus I still need to get up early tomorrow for the academy. He got up and began to change to his pajamas, deciding to shower in the morning. Are all of you going back to Reverse World tonight? Eevee shook her head at his question and moved next to Naruto's pillow and curled into a ball. Zorua gave a nod as he sighed before poofing away as he returned to the Reverse World. Riolu looked at Naruto with a worried gaze. Will you be alright without us, Naruto? He asked the red-tipped blonde. He and Zorua will be training for the next few days, so that means that it will only be Eevee and Ash. Naruto smiled as he nodded at his aura partner. I will be just fine, Riolu. If push comes to shove, I have several ways to escape, such as going to the Reverse World. Riolu nodded. Well, call us if you need us, he responded before he poofed away too. Naruto smiled at the spot Riolu was before he crawled under his blankets and slowly drifted to sleep. To the Reverse World. Appearing in a cloud of smoke, Riolu looked around. He found Zorua a short distance away, sitting next to a lake that slowly glowed in the moonlight. Took you long enough, I thought you were going to leave me by myself here, Zorua spoke out to Riolu. The emanation Pokémon smirked at him before giving him a thumbs up. Not a chance. I have to get stronger as well, you know. That's good, at least you two are ready to get started, a voice spoke up behind them, causing the two to look at who spoke. They were both tall Pokémon who gave them amused smirks. The first Pokémon was Zoroark, the final evolution of Zorua. The second Pokémon was just as tall as Zoroark, but that's where the similarities end. The Pokémon is a bipedal, canine-like Pokémon, with fur that is predominantly blue and black. It possessed a short, round spike on the back of each forepaw, in addition to a third on its chest. It had a long snout and ears. It had a fang that protruded from its upper lip. It possessed cream-colored fur on its torso, and blue fur on its thighs that resembles shorts. It possessed a medium-length tail of the same blue color as well. It stood on its toes rather than on its entire foot. It had 4 small black appendages on its head that hung downward. This Pokémon was Lucario, the Aura Pokémon and the final evolution stage of Riolu. It was also Riolu's primary teacher. So are you boys ready to get this training on the way? Lucario asked. Riolu raised his fist to his chest and bowed slightly in respect to the 2 experienced Pokémon. Zorua sighed in annoyance before lying down. Since it seems that you are giving us a choice, he said as he yawned. I will just go to sleep. Have fun, you Guichi, he began before it was lifted up by Zoroark holding him by the gruff of his neck. Shut up, you lazy brat. Zoroark said in amusement. You and Riolu are going to be worked to the bone so that you can kick serious butt, dipshit. So get off your butt and start running those stubby butt legs of yours, brat. She threw Zorua forward, who stumbled before finally landing on his feet. Get running, brats. We want 10 laps around this lake right now. If you are not done in 1 hour, and you better thank your buttes that Lucario here convinced me to reduce the time limit, then your slow buttes will start over while dodging our attacks. Now move. In fear, the 2 Pokémon took off running so they don't anger the laughing Zoroark. You didn't have to be so rough with the 2, Zoroark, Lucario said next to Zoroark. The dark-type Pokémon shook her head at her friend's words. You are too soft on them, Lucario, she said. In the world we now inhabit, we can't be so soft and delicate. We have to be crass and ready to do what needs to be done. Add to the fact, let's not forget how your student can get. We have to train Riolu so he can gain complete control, while we train Zorua to stop should the worst happen. Lucario nodded at his fellow teacher's words, knowing the truth behind them. Could you at least tone down the cursing at the very least? Zoroark gave Lucario a mock-hurt look. Never, she replied. It's my FNG calling card, damn it. I thought you liked it anyway. Why must everyone be a DMN critic? Lucario shook his head at her actions, which were now of her crying a waterfall of tears. Why can't she be the least bit normal? To the Namikaze's house. Not far from Naruto's own room. We find the parents of said young man talking. Minato was attempting to comfort his wife, who was distraught at Naruto's words. His words and complete distrust in them, his own parents, caused deep pains in both of their hearts. He even refused to refer to them as his parents, let alone his family. What are we going to do then, Minato-kun? Kushina asked her husband, her voice raspy. Our baby boy wants nothing to do with us. What if pushes us further away than he already has? What if he finds a different family? What if, when he graduates the academy, he decides to move out? We can't stop him by that point, he will be legally able to leave us. I don't want that to happen, I don't want to lose my baby boy Minato-kun. Minato pulled his wife to his chest as he rubbed her long red hair soothingly. It worked as he could hear Kushina's sharp cries turn to soft sobs. He had to figure out how to get his son back with his family, not just for him but his usually strong-willed wife. He couldn't stand to see his love in tears. Don't worry Kushi-chan, he whispered in her ear. We will get our son back into our arms, we will show him how much we love him and how sorry we are for all these years. We will get our little Maelstrom back, honey. Each word Minato whispered caused Kushina to relax. She agreed with her husband, they will bring her beloved Sochi back with his family. She will smother him with the love that she should have showed him to begin with. She will help him grow up into a strong and feared shinobi. The only question that remained in the minds of both S-ranked parents that brought back their depression. How are they going to do it? To Mito's and Nami's room. We find the sisters of Naruto lying in their room that they willingly share with one another. They could have their own room, but they were so used to sharing things that it just felt weird if they didn't. Currently we see Mito brushing her long hair in the mirror. On the bed behind her was Nami, who was reading a book that she got from the family library. Neither sister was really focused on their individual tasks as the incident that they bared witness to earlier was still fresh in their minds. They were very caring of Naruto, never once forgetting about him, contrary to how it may seem. They were always busy training or being made to go to other clan compounds to help make closer relations with them, though they didn't mind since they have friends in them, though the Hyuga and Uchiha were distant with them. Mito couldn't forget the warm feeling Naruto gave off when he addressed him before leaving. He seemed so mature in that one moment as his eyes were so caring. A blush formed on her face as she thought about his heterochromia eyes, that she had to admit made him very cute. Mito shook her thoughts from her head as she realized what her thoughts were going. She wasn't embarrassed to think of Naruto in such a way, having known of many clans that have practiced such things like NCST, at least that's what the old man Jiraiya has taught her. In fact, thanks to their dense chakra, the problems that come from such a union would mean absolutely nothing. Long story short, NCST is not frowned upon as long as the right situations are met. While Mito sorted through her thoughts, Nami was thinking of Naruto as well, but in a different way. Unlike Mito, who was thinking of the comfort he gave, she was thinking of the power and fear. When she felt Naruto's power, she was terrified by the sheer force of the feeling. She could practically feel his anger emanating from him. To her, a girl who has rarely felt such rage before, she never expected for Naruto to possess such anger. Nami loved her brother, just as much as Mito does. Sadly, she never got to spend time with him to truly show him how much. She had at least been able to get him gifts on his birthday, due to knowing he didn't get much if anything. Mostly clothes that she got him when she goes shopping with her friends or their moms. She loved the tingling feeling she gets when she sees him happy, but this time it was completely different. She didn't feel his joy, just his anger, and that scared her. What if her dear brother began to hate her? What if he was angry at her for not always being there for him? What if she was a horrible sister in his eyes? These thoughts terrified her. She didn't want Naruto to hate her. She wants to be in his life, she wants to stand by his side, and she wants to make him happy. She will make him happy. No matter what, she will show Naruto that she loves him. No matter what it takes. Start of the Academy. Light shone brightly through the window of Naruto's room and hit the sleeping forms of Naruto and Eevee. The normal-type Pokémon was curled up beside her partner as her eyes fluttered open. She yawned and stretched as she stood up and looked around to find her friend still fast asleep. Eevee nudges her head against Naruto's in an attempt to wake him up, only for him to grumble and lazily waving her away and turning away from her. Eevee pouts at Naruto's back at him, brushing her off like she was a bother to him. She narrows her eyes as she channeled aura to her teeth as she opens her mouth and mixes the dark attribute of aura to it. Bite! Eevee yelled out before chomping on Naruto's arm, causing him to yell out in pain as he jumped out of bed. Eevee looked at Naruto playfully as she tried to hold in her chuckles. That will teach him to ignore me and shoo me away like I'm some type of pest. Naruto narrows his eyes at Eevee, not happy being awoken so violently, as his wound began to heal up like it never happened. Eevee, did you really have to wake me up in such a DMN way? That hurt. You wouldn't wake up Naruto, Eevee responded playfully. I tried the nice way, but you just shooed me away. Naruto scratched the back of his head before looking to the clock by his bed. It's still early, classes wouldn't start for another 3 hours. Looking to the normal-type Pokémon, Naruto raised an annoyed eyebrow. Any reason you woke me up this early? Giratina-sama told me and the others to make sure you don't slack off on your training, Eevee replied. Since Riolu and Zorua are going to be gone for a while, that job falls to me. Naruto sighed at her words, knowing that he would lose the argument in no time, especially if it was on Giratina's orders. Getting out of bed, Naruto began gathering his clothes for his 2-hour training session. Slipping out of his night clothing, he slipped on his training uniform. He now wore a tight, orange and black long-sleeved shirt. He wore slightly baggy briefs that hung loosely around his ankles, but were tied by strings. He wore dark red shinobi sandals that were hardened and slightly dirty. These clothes were made for him by the many motherly Pokémon in the reverse world, which helped him due to not knowing which clothing had the Flying Thunder God seals. He smirked as he looked himself over before turning to the young evolution Pokémon. Let's get going Eevee, we will start with a nice jog so I can at least wake up before perfecting our attacks. Eevee nodded her head as she jumped onto Naruto's left shoulder as he left the room. Channeling some aura to his senses, Naruto noticed that the only one up was his mother, who was still in her bedroom. Moving quickly, Naruto made his way downstairs and only stopped for a moment to grab an apple and some water before they left. Outside, Eevee jumped off her trainer's shoulder as she stretched. Smirking to the small Pokémon, Naruto bent low as he got into a running position. Get ready, Naruto whispered as he placed his hands on the ground. Get set, Eevee replied back, determination and concentration in her voice. Her body was adjacent to the ground, ready to take off. Go, they yelled as they ran off at top speed, being barely a blur to an untrained eye. Naruto looked to his left as he saw Eevee smiling as she began to gain more speed. I forgot how fast Eevee really was, he thought as he smiled. Out of the 4 of them, Eevee was actually the fastest with Zorua being the second, then Naruto and lastly Riolu, but not by much. He knew this speedy run was merely a casual pace for Eevee, meaning he had a lot to do to catch up to her speed. After running for about 5 more minutes, Naruto and Eevee made it to an unused training ground and were happy to see how peaceful it was. He looked to the young Pokémon, who wasn't even winded by the run. Are you ready to get started, Eevee? Naruto asked. Eevee nodded enthusiastically. Alright then, let's get started with our control. The Namikaze household. Kushina was in the kitchen as she began to make breakfast for her and her family, sipping from a cup of coffee. She cracked some eggs as she poured the contents into a bowl. Next to her was a shadow clone that was setting the table for her. The young mother was lost in thought as she wanted to make sure that this breakfast was absolutely delicious. She wanted to make it taste perfect for her estranged son as her first step to bringing him back into the family. Kushina had no idea how to start connecting with her son, not after foolishly neglecting him for so long. Her baby boy wanted nothing more to do with them and she couldn't blame or fault him for it. She would be beyond sad too if she was forgotten by her own family in favor of her other siblings, even if she didn't mean for it to seem that way. As she thought more about Naruto and how to make him happy, her mind went to the skills that he has shown them. Where did he learn to fight the way he did at the academy? Where did he learn those strange jutsus from? What exactly are those weird animals that follow him around? There were so many questions that worried her about her son. When did he even unlock his chakra? Unlocking one's chakra was a very dangerous process if you do it wrong. She was terrified that he may have did it by himself. She could imagine how she would feel in his position as he tried to find his chakra while she and her husband helped his sisters. All because he was forgotten by his family, by her. Before she could think further, footsteps were heard behind her, which caused her to turn around to see her two daughters enter the kitchen. They were dressed in their usual attire of civilian shirts and shorts. "Good morning, girls," Kushina called out to her daughters, who smiled at her. After getting a "good morning" in return, the older redhead looked around for her missing child. "Is Naruto-kun not awake yet?" "No, Ka-san," Mito replied. "He's awake because he wasn't in his room. We thought he was down here already." She looked around for her older brother, but noticed that he was nowhere to be found. Nami poured herself some juice as it helped her to wake up easier. "Yeah, we wanted to see if he wanted to walk to the academy together. Maybe he's out on a walk or something since the academy isn't for another 45 minutes. Kushina smiled at her daughter's attempt to get close to their brother. It showed their traits as true Uzumaki, wanting to be close to your family. It actually made her pause to think, why did she ignore Naruto then? As both an Uzumaki and a mother, her son should have never left her mind. So why? "Ka-san, are you okay?" Mito asked in concern for her mother. Kushina didn't realize that a tear fell from her eyes as she was lost in her frantic thoughts. The oldest redhead smiled softly at her daughter's worry. "I'm okay, Mito dear," Kushina replied as she dried her tears and turned back to cooking. "Just had a lot on my mind this morning, sweetie. Is your father awake yet?" "Yeah, I'm up, Kushi-kan," Minato said as he entered the kitchen in his Hokage attire. "Though I can't stay long, unfortunately, I have to get to the office early today." He kissed each of his daughters on top of the head and followed it by kissing Kushina tenderly on the lips. "Where's Naruto, by the way? I wanted to wish him a good day at school." Just as he spoke that, they heard the front door burst open, which were quickly followed by fast-paced footsteps, too soft to be a normal person's. The sudden noise caused Minato to pull out a tri-pronged kunai from his left pouch while Kushina took a stance with the kitchen knife in her hands. Her shadow clone even took a taijutsu stance in case it was needed. Both parents and the clone were ready in case the cause of the footsteps turned out to be hostile in any way. Nami and Mito both got into a sloppier version of their mother's stance due to not having mstread it and being very tired. They were still ready to defend themselves if need be. When the source of the footsteps entered the kitchen, they all visibly relaxed as it turned out to be the strange fox that Naruto hung around, Eevee. Eevee looked up at the family of her partner, confusion on her face at the fact that they were in a fighting stance. Her head tilted to the side as she voiced her confusion, "By, Eevee." The confused look, combined with the head tilt, was too adorable for the family to handle as their hearts melted from the innocent stare. Before Mito and Nami could squeal and scoop up the unsuspecting evolution Pokémon into a bone-crushing hug, another set of footsteps caught their attention. The family looked towards the entrance of the kitchen to see the missing member of their family come to a slow stop in the kitchen, indicating that he was running a moment ago. He looked like he went through a small cyclone due to the sweat, dirt, and grime that he was covered in. He had a few burn marks here and there, but nothing to raise alarm at as they seemed to already be healing. His usual spiky hair seemed to be slightly patted down due to all of the sweat. He had an upset pout on his face as he narrowed his eyes towards the normal-type Pokémon, not noticing his family members in the kitchen. "No fair, Eevee," Naruto whined. "You increased your speed with quick attack and even used your sand attack to slow me down. That was a really dirty play." He said this as he attempted to rub the sand from his eyes. Let it be known, Naruto hated to lose at practically anything. It didn't matter if it was a game of tag, to a spar, he just hated to lose. All prospect of maturity he has accumulated seems to vanish at the mere idea of losing. Minato looked at his only son with a questioning gaze, trying to make sense of his words. Quick attack, sand attack. Are those techniques that they use or some form of low-rank ninjutsu? If so, then that means that the strange fox, Eevee if I heard right, can do those strange jutsus that Naruto showed earlier. From how he phrased it, it seems quick attack will boost the user's speed by some unknown amount while sand attack seems to be used to slow down an opponent, I think. What else are you not telling us, Naruto? Consider it payback from the time you and Zorua pushed me into the lake back in the reverse world 3 days ago, Eevee shot back at her red-tipped partner. She meant it since she was still upset over that incident and had only spoken to Riolu for 2 days, ignoring her other 2 friends. Yeah, he replied as he wiped the last bit of sand from his face. Finally paying attention, Naruto took notice of the other occupants in the kitchen, causing him to freeze up as they looked at him in concern, something that he didn't register. How much did they hear, he thought in a panic. Naruto-kun, are you alright, Sochi? Kushina asked, concern in her voice as she approached Naruto. She heard what he said and filed it in her mind to look up in the Konoha archives for any techniques with those names. Maybe she can find out what or who he has been learning them from. I'm fine, Naruto responded as he stepped away from Kushina's approach, causing her to look at him in slight pain since he was avoiding being close to her. Naruto looked towards the evolution Pokémon. Let's go get cleaned up so we are not late for the academy. Eevee yelped as she ran up the steps, Naruto following closely behind her. Kushina was about to call out to Naruto, to try and stop him and get him to talk, but she was stopped by her husband's hand on her shoulder. Not now, Kushi-chan, he said. If you ask him now, it won't yield any results except a repeat of last night and us pushing him away further. We have to be patient and show him that we love him. Kushina nodded at her husband's words as she looked to where her son vanished. I will bring you back into my arms, Sochi-kun, she promised. A few minutes later, Naruto walks into his room from the bathroom, dressed in his Aura Guardian attire, a face mask hanging around his neck, waiting to be used. He turned to the now dry Eevee, who was sitting on his bed. How do I look, Eevee? You look good, Naruto, Eevee replied cheerfully. She jumped from the bed into Naruto's awaiting arms. Can we go eat now? I am starving. Naruto chuckled as he grabbed a brown bag from next to his bed and made his way downstairs. He entered the kitchen and took notice of family, except his father, making the table. His sister smiled at him before going back to their tasks. Kushina turned around with the food prepared and saw her son and that strange fox there. She gave then a small smile, trying to rush her son, though it was very difficult for her. Breakfast is ready, Sochi-kun. She looked at the fox before her eyes widened in worry. Oh no, I forgot to get food for your fox. I think we have enough milk and I can go to the Inuzuka's for some food or, she was interrupted by Naruto raising his hand to stop her. It's fine, Naruto said calmly. She was concerned for Eevee, something he appreciated. Some civility at this point when it's for his Pokémon has fine with him. I have food for her, especially since she eats a specific diet. As he said this, he emptied the bag's contents on the counter. Out came a few strange pellets that he put into a bowl. He took a few strange-looking berries that he cut into squares and poured it into the bowl. From the bag, he pulled a small vial that had a red powder in it. "There you go, Eevee," Naruto said as he placed the bowl on the floor. "Your usual, topped with tomato berry powder for that spicy kick that you love so much." Eevee's eyes seemed to sparkle in joy as she ran towards the bowl and began eating its contents. Eevee adores spicy foods, something she learned she got from her mother. Naruto watched her eat with an amused smile as she ate her breakfast happily. Putting down another bowl, filled with milk, he made his way to a spot at the table. He looked down to find that the eggs were fluffy, the bacon extra crispy, and the juice was orange juice. How the hell did his mother know what he likes for breakfast the most? Did they know more about him than he thought? Kushina watched her son's eyes widen in shock, worrying her that he might not like it. She didn't know what he normally liked to eat, so she took a gamble and made Minato's favorite, trading the coffee he normally drank for orange juice. Naruto sat at the table before talking out another vial, except this one had blue powder. He carefully sprinkled some of the powder on his pancakes. Crushed oran berries, Naruto thought warmly as he began to pour syrup on his food. It can make anything taste better, even sushi. He is not a huge fan of sushi, but add some oran berries and he will be all over them. The family ate in relative silence, one side not knowing what to say, the other in too much bliss to care. Soon enough, the quiet atmosphere was too much, so Mito made the first attempt to start a conversation. "So Naruto nii," she began as she looked up. "I was wondering if you could help me after the academy today. I need help with my taijutsu and you seem to be really good at it after what we saw yesterday." "Yeah, sure, no problem," Naruto answered in a slight dazed tone, not knowing what he agreed to. He was too engrossed in his own thoughts, not even hearing what the question was. Mito lit up in joy at Naruto agreeing, biting back the squeal that tried to escape her lips. Not only will she get stronger, but she will do so alongside her brother. Nami pouted in jealousy at her twin sister getting to spend time with Naruto. She looked to her brother, her eyes nearly pleading. "Ni-san, can I join you guys, please?" Naruto simply nodded his head as he finished the last of breakfast and downed his orange juice. He sighed in satisfaction as he placed the glass back onto the table. "Nothing can beat the sweet flavor of oran berries, except maybe a chiraku ramen," he said in a mental state of bliss. Ramen is Naruto's favorite food, just like the rest of his family. It's just hard to compete with the food made for the gods themselves. Standing up from his seat, Naruto picked up his dishes and took them to the sink to wash them clean. Eevee stood up as well and placed her bowl at Naruto's feet, allowing him to clean it too. Kushina wanted to call out to him, to stop him and allow her to do it for him, but decided against it. It dawned on her that Naruto seemed to be a very independent person and probably has been this entire time without her ever noticing it. Why would he need her for such a menial task? If she asked, he would most likely have ignored her. She was both proud and ashamed that he was so independent. After he finished, he began to walk out with Eevee behind him, before stopping by the door. "You two might want to hurry up and finish before you're late to school." He walked out after saying his piece, Eevee sitting on his left shoulder. The twins sat there for a moment, confused before their eyes widened at realization of the time and began to eat their breakfast at a much faster pace. Naruto took a deep breath as he stood outside his home, blocking the sun's rays from his eyes. Once his eyes adjusted to the light, he pets the normal Pokémon on the head, gaining her attention. "I want to get there early, bud, so I want you to hold on to me tight since I don't want us to get separated." "Right." Eevee replied cheerfully. Naruto smiled as he bent lowly and began to gather aura to his legs and feet. He sensed around to be sure no one was watching, especially his family. Not sensing anyone nearby, he whispered lowly. Quick attack, Naruto took off with blurring speed in a white light. He ran, a bright smile stretched across his face. Naruto was nothing but a blurry figure that tried to watch. It took them only about 5 minutes to make it to the academy's front door. He stopped in front of the doors, unable to open if he was using quick attack to run. This was one of the downsides to moves like these, they only increase your running speed and not your actions. So while running would be quickened, simple things like opening doors would not work because his hands did not move fast enough. Naruto and Eevee made their way to the classroom and found that there were students already gathered in the room. He didn't recognize most of them, probably civilian kids. He also took notice of 3 of them, only one he knows personally. The one he actually knew was a girl named Hinata Hyuga, who seemed to brighten up at the sight of him. The next person that caught his eye was a plump child, munching furiously on several muffins and somehow did not drop a single crumb. He wore a big jacket that was dark on the bottom and light green on the top. He also wore baggy briefs that were also dark green and blue shinobi sandals. Most likely an Akimichi, especially with the way he's packing away those muffins, Naruto thought as he looked at the sleeping child next to the Akimichi. That would mean he's most likely a Nara, if his laid-back aura is anything to go off of. The supposed Nara wore a shirt with a strange symbol on the front. He had a hairstyle that reminded Naruto of a pineapple with its spikiness in the back. His head was down as he was fast asleep. He wore baggy brown briefs along with green shinobi sandals. Sensing out their aura, he found what he expected. The Nara's aura flowed directly to his shadow, the Akimichi's was strongest around his muscles and nerves, and Hinata's was focused around her eyes the most. Wanting to talk to his friend, Naruto made his way towards Hinata with Eevee in tow. "Good morning Hinata-chan," Naruto greeted, a warm smile on his face as he took a seat beside his shy friend. "Good morning, Naruto-kun," Hinata greeted in a shy stutter. Eevee jumped into Hinata's lap and yipped at her. The young Hyuga heir smiled at the evolution Pokémon and began petting her. "Good morning to you too, Eevee-san." As Hinata pet her, Eevee gazed at Naruto joyfully. "I like her a lot, her hands are heavenly," she told Naruto as she purred in delight. Naruto chuckled, happy that Eevee seemed to like Hinata so much, despite the two being incredibly shy. Hinata looked to Naruto, wondering why he was laughing lightly. Should I tell her? Naruto thought, before deciding to keep it to himself for now. "It's nothing, I'm just happy that you and little Eevee are getting along. You both look absolutely adorable right now." Hinata turned bright red from the embarrassment at his words. Naruto didn't notice her blush as he took out a booklet and pen. This was his Fuinjutsu notebook, where he practices his calligraphy due to how skilled it needs to be for seals to work properly. It's why he uses a pen, since it's permanent, so he has to be careful on how he writes. As he begins to write, he addressed Hinata. "How are you today, Hinata-chan?" "I am doing alright, Naruto-kun," the young heir replied, as she continued petting Eevee. "Just had a rough start, but I'll be alright." Hinata had no clue what she said absent-mindedly, nor that she didn't stutter in that sentence. Her words caught Naruto's attention as he took a closer look at his friend. He saw that her hands looked roughed up along with her clothes that were slightly ruffled. "What happened, Hinata-chan?" Looking up, she caught his heatochrome eyes gazing into her pale eyes, his full attention on her and filled with concern for her well-being. Realizing why, Hinata turned bright red as she tried to wave off his worry. "It's nothing like why, you're thinking, Naruto-kun," she said as she waved her arms wildly, causing Eevee to whine at losing her touch. I was just training with Hanabi-chan. We were practicing our gentle fist techniques. I didn't have time to change, so I rushed to the academy since I wanted to be early. So I could hopefully run into you," she thought offhandedly. Hanabi, that's Hinata's younger sister, Naruto thought before nodding. "Okay Hinata, but you are going to have a rough day if you're not fresh for the day." He quickly grabbed his friend's hands as he placed his hands over them. "Recover," Naruto whispered as the attack covered Hinata, healing her of any wounds that were on her person. Hinata was shocked by the warm feeling that flowed throughout her body. It felt similar to when she first unlocked her chakra, a feeling of warm power engulfing her very being. Is this what Naruto did to Sasuke yesterday? She though as she felt her bruises vanish and even her hands lost their rough texture. Looking to her crush, she breathed out. What was that, Naruto-kun? It's a healing technique I learned called Recover, he answered. He wasn't worried about Recover being known since they saw him use the move yesterday on Sasuke. It's an attack that heals the body, though I can only heal minor wounds with it. Any major damages won't be healed so easily. But that's still amazing, Naruto-kun. Hinata praised, feeling strangely vitalized. To use a healing jutsu at your age is incredible. Mother always told me that it takes a skilled hand to use healing jutsu. Naruto chuckled at her as she didn't stutter her words. His chuckle snapped Hinata out of her hyper state, causing her to let out a loud "eep" before going bright red and trying to hide her face from him. As the two friends had their moment, neither noticed the classroom begin to fill up with students. Two of which were the Uchiha twins, Sasuke and Satsuki, who saw their friend talking and laughing with the meek Hyuga heir. Sasuke smirked since, while he may not know the Hyuga heir well, even he could see the girl had a crush on his friend. Sasuke's smirk vanished as he felt his danger senses go off, telling him to run and hide behind his mother. Looking to the source, he noticed his sister clenching her fists tightly as she watched Naruto and Hinata. The male Uchiha twin took a step to the left, not wanting to be near his sister in case she exploded in rage. Satsuki Uchiha was doing her best to hold back at seeing Naruto and Hinata being so close with each other. Satsuki knew that she herself had feelings for the boy ever since they met, he was just too sweet to not fall for. Plus talking to her mother about her feelings had helped her a lot with figuring out. She also knew that Hinata had a crush on Naruto too, it was obvious to see since she exhibited a lot of the same signs that she has. She and Hinata had met through Naruto and while not hating the other like most Uchiha and Hyuga did, they weren't exactly close. Her eyes narrowed as she saw Hinata giggle at something that her blonde crush told her. Sasuke began to see a dark aura surround his sister, making him worry even more. Naruto. Dobe. Sasuke thought frantically. Do something. Satsuki is about to explode. I don't want to die so early in life. Eevee, who was snuggled into Hinata's lap, felt immense danger nearby and began looking around for the source. Her gaze paused on Satsuki, who was getting angrier as she stared in their direction. The young normal Pokémon tilted her head in confusion, not understanding why she was so angry. Deciding to alert Naruto, Eevee looked towards Naruto and spoke through their connected auras. Hey Naruto, she called out, getting his attention as he gave Eevee half of his attention as not to alert Hinata. Your friend Satsuki is here and she seems to be really upset about something. Naruto looked to the front of the classroom to see Satsuki clenching her fists and Sasuke trying to inch away from his sister as not to be caught in her anger. Worried about what could be upsetting his friend, Naruto stood up from his seat which got him a confused look from Hinata. Satsuki-chan, hey there, he called out to her, snapping the Uchiha from her angered state. Come over here, there's some seats over here for you and Sasuke. Satsuki blushed slightly at Naruto inviting her over to sit next to him, a small smile gracing her lips. She quickly made her way to her crush, her anger from before forgotten for the moment. She just wanted to be near him right now. I won't give him up to you so easily, Hinata, she yelled mentally. Sasuke followed after his sister wordlessly, thankful that his sister had calmed down. Thank the Almighty above that Naruto was able to calm her down. I do not want to deal with an angry and jealous Satsuki. He shivered slightly at the thought since his mother was a very scary woman when angry and his sister most likely inherited it from her. Naruto walked over to Satsuki as he pulled her into a warm embrace, unaware of the bright blush on her face from his actions. Naruto separated from their hug, missing Satsuki's disappointed sigh, and smiled. Are you okay, Satsuki-chan? Naruto asked her. Naruto could tell that she was upset about something, and that's not something he was happy so see. He was going to help his friend with whatever that's bothering her and make her smile again, something that he loved to see on her face. I'm fine, Naruto-kun, Satsuki replied with a nervous smile. She wasn't ready for him to know about her feelings for him, figuring it was too early for that. They had been friends for a while, but they still had some growing up to do before anything like that should cross their minds. She had to come up with an excuse and fast. I was just annoyed at the fact I'm having trouble figuring out what jutsu I should add to my repertoire since I only know the fireball jutsu at the moment. Naruto nodded his head, knowing how she feels about wanting to learn a new technique. He gave his friend a bright grin, an idea popping in his head. How about I help you then? I know a fire jutsu that I taught myself a while back that goes together very well with taijutsu. This made Satsuki smile happily at Naruto not only buying her lie, but also his willingness to help her. It was sweet of him. For the record though, it's an advanced fire technique that will require a high amount of chakra control to pull off and is not an easy technique to learn. Think you will be able to keep up? He asked playfully teasing her. Satsuki nodded her head, excited to learn something new from her friend. She was so excited at the prospect that she failed to notice the info that he told them. Information that was not missed by her brother, who raised his eyebrow in curiosity at his best friend. So you have a fire element along with a water element affinity and even have jutsus for both? He could not keep the amazement out of his voice and no one could blame him. He knew his friend was skilled, even before their match yesterday, but he had no clue that Naruto not only possessed two elements at his young age, but even learned jutsus for both on his own since he knew Naruto's parents didn't teach him. His brother Itachi knew several jutsus at their age, but most were the basic academy techniques and a few fire jutsus. It made him curious on the training Naruto has put himself through to learn his entire current move set. The red-tipped blonde smirked and nodded to his friend's question. Yeah, I learned that I have both strong affinities for water and fire a long time ago. I might also have a weaker affinity to wind due to Hokage-sama having that element, but I'm not too sure since not all elements are passed down. That was a half-lie on Naruto's part as he knew for a fact that his two strongest affinities are water and wind, not water and fire. Wow, that's amazing Naruto-kun, Hinata said in awe, her eyes wide. She had no idea that her friend-slash-crush was so strong. She and Naruto always had a strong connection due to being very similar in lifestyles. They both had really strong family that left them with high expectations. When they didn't meet those expectations then they were ignored and considered nothing to cross their minds, as far as she knew of. Her father used to love her unconditionally, but after losing to Hanabi so much caused him to become colder towards her. Naruto's determination was an inspiration for her to work harder and train harder. She still lost to Hanabi, but is slowly beginning to push her back. When Naruto ignored them for a week, she became so depressed that her skills took a hard hit and lost horribly to Hanabi the other day, which led to a tongue lashing by Hiraishin. She was comforted by her uncle Hisashi, who was like a father figure to her and did not look down on her. She had a training session yesterday and this morning that she lasted a bit longer than usual. As usual though, Hanabi gained the upper hand and beat. She just couldn't figure out why. It's why she looked up to Naruto so much. They went through so much in their own separate ways because of their families, yet Naruto got stronger through the experience. She didn't need her Byakugan to see that Naruto was going to be a powerful shinobi, even without his parents' help. Thank you Hinata-chan, Naruto smiled at the young Hyuga heir, who blushed brightly and began twiddling her thumbs together. Isn't she nice, Eevee? The normal Pokémon smiled and nodded her head in agreement with her summoner, finding the young Hyuga very pleasant to be around. Plus she was very good at petting her head, almost as well as Naruto was. Hinata eeped loudly at the praise from the young Uzumaki Namikaze's male and small fox. She doesn't get praised often, not really surprising, so it's a huge ego boost for her when it happens. Especially when it comes from the boy she has admired for so long. Before any more could be said, the door burst open as two people entered the room, the princesses of Konoha. The two girls looked around as they noticed their brother sitting with his friends. Before Naruto could approach him, Mito stopped her with a hand on her arm. Naruto looked at her sister, confused why she was halted. "Let's not push him too much," Mito answered her unasked question. "He still isn't too comfortable with us, besides we will be with him later due to training." Naruto didn't look quite convinced. "But what if Tusan and Ka-san to get us so we can train with them? It wouldn't be the first time they picked us up to take us to some other training ground for some other form of training. Then we will make sure he trains with us," Mito said with the strong determination that the Uzumakis were known for. "She will hang with her brother today, he will not be ignored again." As Naruto was about to respond, they heard the telltale signs of little feet hitting the ground. Both nodded since they knew who the sounds had belonged to. Moving to the sides, and out of the way of the door's entrance, they barely dodged the two young screaming girls that rushed into the room. The most noticeable girl was an average-height girl with bright pink hair that was pressed down. She had light green eyes that sparked with anger at her friend/rival. She wore a long V-neck green shirt that had white sakura petals on the bottom left corner. She wore red spats and blue shinobi sandals and a red ribbon on her head. This was Sakura Haruno, a civilian girl and the best friend of Mito and Naruto. Next to Sakura was the same girl that Naruto met, Eno Yamanaka. She wore a loose pink shirt with a blood-red collar and a purple ribbon around her stomach and waist. In contrast to Sakura, she had teal-gray eyes that had no pupils. She was also the other best friend of the Namikaze sisters. The sight of Eno caused Eevee to flinch away from the blonde in an attempt to hide from her, not wanting to be squeezed to death again. "I made it first." Eno yelled at the pinkette who only glared back at her friend. "Not a chance, Eno." Sakura replied in anger. "I made it before you did. You have a lot to do before you could be able to beat me, Yamanaka." The blonde heiress clenched her fists at Sakura in anger at her insinuation of her training. Thanks to being close friends with Mito and Naruto, Eno has been working hard to be able to keep up with them as an heiress of Konoha. She isn't anywhere near their skill level, due to still learning better chakra control, but she is still better than Sakura in terms of actual combat skill. The same is said for Sakura, who has been training harder after meeting Mito and Naruto. Unlike her rival/friend though, Sakura only trains harder so not to be left behind by Eno. She hates to lose to Eno in anything at all, whether it is looks or skills. Before the argument could escalate between the two, the Namikaze sisters got in between them, usually being the mediators for the rivals. "You guys should calm down," Mito said calmly. "Today is a big day for all of us and this fight will only lead to a headache. Just settle this dispute in a sparring match or something." Both girls glared at the other for a moment before nodding in agreement. Naruto smiled brightly as she walked towards an empty seat by a window. "Let's get ourselves ready and catch up since we are early. We will just have to talk with Naruto and I later, maybe during lunch break." The other three girls agreed as they took their seats nearby the excited redhead and began talking about all of the gossip they could think of. Before Naruto's group could go back to their conversation, Naruto spoke up with aggravation in his tone. "Get ready for one of the biggest headaches in my existence. Kami, help my patience." As soon as he finished, the door burst open once more, and his friends instantly understood his annoyance. The person who burst in was a young man by the name of Kiba Inuzuka, the heir to the Inuzuka clan. He was a loud and brash child with an arrogance that he had no real reason to have due to being a barely average student in actual skill. It's not that Kiba was a bad guy, he just annoyed Naruto to no end. While Zoroark took his place among the village, Kiba constantly challenged him to fights. His attitude annoyed the dark type to such an extent that he decided to show the young heir his place in a spar. The results, Kiba lost badly and without even scratching the disguised Pokémon. This led to Kiba trying everything he could to surpass Naruto, even if he never technically fought the young guardian. Naruto knew Kiba was going to be a headache after Zoroark spoke of the encounter. Also Kiba was a bit of a horned dog, even at his young age, not to the point he harassed girls, but to the point where he believed he should have multiple girls like Satsuki, Hinata, Mito, and Naruto. Yahoo Day 2 of my climb to Alpha, right Kira? Kiba asked loudly to his twin sister, who sighed at his behavior. She pushed Kiba forward so he would no longer be blocking the entrance. Whatever Kiba, you have a long way to go before you become an alpha, Kira replied as she smirked at his pout. Her brother may be the heir, but that's only because he was older by 2 minutes. Their elder sister denied the heir title and chose to be a vet instead. Due to Kiba being born first, he became the heir over her, though she was the more capable of the two. This is not to say that he was incapable at all, he was just too quick to jump the gun in most situations and was one of the biggest reasons he lost most of their spars. If he used his head more often then maybe they would be about even in skill. Kira looked around and spotted her best friend Hinata and smiled, happy to see the Hyuga. They met in the forest when they were younger and have been one another's stepping stone for getting stronger. Kira looked to the side and noticed that the only male Namake's sibling was with her. She was intrigued by his good looks and appealing mismatched eyes. She knew he was strong and it was not just because of the spar yesterday with Sasuke. It was her own instincts granted to her thanks to her bloodline that warned her to be weary of him, that he was much more dangerous than he seemed. The fact that he actually beat both the Uchiha and her brother only proved that there was more to him than he has shown. Also it was very obvious to her that her rival had a deep crush on Naruto and it made her curious about the type of person he was. Deciding to talk to Hinata and her group during lunch, mostly because of there being no open seats next to them, and grabbed her brother by the shirt to drag him to an open seat, which gained her an indignant "Ichiwai" from the male twin. As he watched his annoyance get dragged, Naruto could not stop the small snort at his so-called rival being manhandled by his sister. Look at Dog Boy being easily controlled by his sister. Hinata looked to her friend, confused of his dislike of the Inuzuka boy. She has met him a few times through her friendship with his sister and while she may not be comfortable around him, but she didn't see him as a bad person. She didn't even know that they had any form of interaction at all. Her curiosity had to wait as the door opened for 2 more students to walk in. The first was a big kid, in matters of weight, and spiky, light brown hair. He wore a green jacket that was dark green on the left half and light green on the right. He wore gray shorts and blue shinobi sandals. On his cheeks were the signature orange swirls of the Akimichi clan. He was eating a bag of chips in a rapid pace. Next to him was another boy that walked in with a lazy and uninterested posture. He had black hair that was tied and spiked up, giving it a pineapple-like appearance. He wore a gray shirt that had the signature symbol of the Nara clan on the front of it. He wore dark blue shorts and green shinobi sandals. The pineapple-haired boy yawned in a bored manner as he walked to some empty seats in the middle of the room. "This is so troublesome," he said as he quickly put his head on the table. "I just want to go back to sleep." The big-boned kid chuckled at his friend's attitude as he sat next to him. "It's not that bad, Shikamaru," he said in between bits of chips. "We will be able to get stronger this way, buddy." "Easy for you to say, Choji," Shikamaru replied. "You weren't forced into this by a troublesome mother like I was." Shikamaru was the type of person that personified the term laziness as he would rather nap and stare at the clouds all day than do any form of actual work. It was something that most Nara men were known for. Choji chose to continue to eat his morning snack, instead of responding to his best friend. The entire classroom resumed their desperate conversations, no longer interested in those that entered the classroom. Everyone was engrossed in their own talks that no one, except Eevee whose ears perked up, that Iruka has entered the classroom along with another Chunin that had silver hair. Eevee narrowed her eyes at the new Chunin, not liking him at all. She felt every muscle in her body tense up and her fur stand on end the moment she laid eyes on him. Hinata, due to holding the normal type, was the first to notice Eevee tense up defensively. Looking at the normal Pokémon with concern, Hinata pet her head softly in an attempt to settle her. The young Hyuga figured maybe that it was all the people gathering in a place that she wasn't used that made her tense up. Anyone would really in an uncomfortable position like that. Eevee visibly relaxed in Hinata's care, slightly purring at the affection but never taking her eyes of the new Chunin. "Alright everyone, settle down," Irika spoke, attempting to gain his class's attention and failing to do so as they continued their conversations. Getting annoyed, he tried 2 more times, only to end up with the same results. His patience at its end, Irika channeled chakra to his throat as he took a deep breath and yelled at the top of his lungs. "Pipe down and pay attention, you noisy brats." This caused everyone in the classroom to go silent and cover their ears from the loud shouting. Naruto had his hands clamped over his ears in an attempt to gain his hearing back. Eevee not only had her paws over her ears due to painful ringing in them, she also let out a pained whimpers from the pain that her sensitive ears were feeling. Naruto, seeing Eevee in such pain, felt his anger rise as he sent a glare at Irika. He even sent a deadly, but small, dose of killing intent towards an unsuspecting Irika, who began sweating from his nerves kicking up and even began to pull out a kunai due to his reflex. The classroom all froze in fear, thinking if any of them so much as twitched then they would die. Even Mizuki was shivering from his nerves, not knowing what to do as he looked for the threat. Irika gazed in fear and shock when he realized that the killing intent was coming from Naruto. He's barely an academy student, where did he learn to wield such potent ki? What did I do to make him direct such anger at me anyway? Irika-sensei, Naruto growled angrily at the Chunin instructor, his eyes glowing barely. "Lower your volume, Eevee's ears are sensitive." Gazing at the young fox that was shaking its head, Irika felt slightly bad about it. He may not be a fan of foxes due to the Kyuubi attack, he never wanted to harm any foxes like some of the villagers have done. "I'm sorry Naruto, Eevee," he apologized sincerely. "I didn't mean to cause harm, but as an instructor I have to make sure you all pay attention." He said this with a slight glare to his class, having regained his bearings. Naruto nodded his head, having accepted the apology. He pulled back his ki before looking around and taking note of the fearful looks from the students. He tilted his head in confusion, are they not trained to handle killing intent? I barely used any. He, himself, is very used to it due to Giratina having a very high amount that it sometimes leaks out when he is just annoyed slightly. He just grew used to it over time. "Are we not going to begin class?" Naruto asked to get the new attention off of him, knowing he just messed up again, overestimating the training the class would have gotten before the academy. "I really need to be more careful when it comes to these things, maybe training with Metatite and Metacham can help me." Irika nodded as he clapped his hands to regain the class's attention. "Putting everything aside, we have much to discuss. First, let's get roll call starting with Ami." As Irika called out names, Naruto sighed bored. "This is going to be a long day, I can just tell. I wonder how Riolu and Zorua are doing." Reverse world. A blue blur quickly jumped back as the ground it once stood on exploded into dust and debris. The blue blur was revealed to be Riolu when he dipped backwards to dodge a black and purple ball that soared into the clouds above. Acting quickly, he lifted his paws that were glowing brightly. "Metal Claw!" Riolu yelled out as the bright light condensed and formed 3 sharp claws on each paw. He swung his right claws forward in time to intercept a red and black blur. Riolu pushed the blur back with a mighty yell as he sent it sailing. The blur, which turned out to be Zorua, regained his footing and stopped his movement. He quickly jumped to the left as a blue sphere sailed past him. The blue orb hit a tree and detonated upon impact, destroying it completely. Feeling his instincts, Zorua jumped up just in time to dodge a slash from Riolu's metal claw. Focusing power to his own paws, a dark purple aura surrounded them. Night Slash! He swung his paw down, only for it to be blocked by Riolu's metal claws. The 2 summons fought for Dems, neither one willing to give in to the other's attack. Sparks scattered as the two grunted and pushed. Zorua opened his mouth as a shadow ball quickly formed from his maw. Riolu's eyes glowed a light blue as he copied his opponent's action, opening his mouth and forming a shadow ball. The two moved their paws downward and came face to face with one another. Shadow Ball, they yelled out as they released their attacks from close range, causing an explosion that not only shook the area, but covered the two battlers in smoke and debris. On top of a nearby tree watching the smoke clear was Lucario and Zoroark. Lucario was keeping a close eye on the entire match while Zoroark just sat cross-legged on the branch, bored. It would seem Riolu has better handle on his copycat attack, the dark type stated as both Riolu and Zorua jumped out of the smoke and rushed each other again. It's far from Stred, but it's only been a day and he made this much progress. It never ceases to amaze me. Yes, Lucario responded, eyes never leaving the fight as Riolu quickly took control of as he slammed Zorua into the ground by his tail. It's incredible at how quickly he learns and adapts to new techniques. He has even learned to use an HRNSS aura sphere in such a short amount of time. Plus the amount of aura he possesses alone is staggering. Yeah, but it's also dangerous for him and us too, Zoroark thought as she watched Riolu slam a force palm into Zorua and sent him through a tree. Her eyes narrowed when she saw Riolu charge at the still recovering Zorua, releasing an almost primitive growl as he charged. Lucario sighed at this before he charged aura into his legs as he bent forward. Extreme speed, he whispered as he kicked off, almost disappearing like a ghost. He reappeared in front of the charging Riolu, closing the distance in a matter of seconds, and slammed his fist into Riolu's gut, causing the emanation Pokémon to dry heave in pain. Zoroark appeared next to Lucario, who was looking at the barely conscious Riolu and smirked. That was a close one. Your little protégé almost lost it. Lucario sighed as he nodded, not having any way to argue against his friend's claim. Yes, it would seem we still have a lot of work to do with this one. Zoroark pat Lucario on the back. Don't worry big guy, you're not the only one who has to go back to the DMN drawing board. My worthless but student is not doing his jobs right if he could take those hits. This is a pain. As Zoroark made her way to help her student, Lucario looked back at his own. He could feel Riolu's massive aura pool fluctuate between calm and rapid. One moment it was controlled and powerful, but the next it was chaotic and destructive. Lucario shook his head as he watched his unconscious student squirm slightly from his pain. Nothing in life is ever easy or simple, he thought as he picked up his student, Zoroark coming up behind him while carrying Zorua. But these two will become terrifyingly powerful when they reach past their untapped potential. And with someone like Naruto as their partner, it only becomes greater. Academy continues. Hidden enemies. Naruto sat under a shady tree, due to it being lunchtime, peeling an oran berry with a kunai. Eevee sat on his shoulder as she watched him work gleefully, a slight drool coming out her mouth which caused Naruto to chuckle. So, after lunch we have spar practices, Naruto thought as he peeled the last of the berry. I wonder who my opponent is going to be. Whoever it is, I need to hold back what I can do either way. I should probably keep it to strict taijutsu and the Academy 3 jutsus to be safe. I can't risk more heat on me than I already have now. As he turned to feed the now peeled berry to his partner, a shadow loomed over him, followed by 3 more. Looking back at the causes for the warm sun being blocked, Naruto sighed in annoyance. The main culprit was Kiba Inuzuka, followed by a few other students that Naruto did not know, nor did he care to know. His eyes narrowed at the arrogant smirk in their faces. Hey there loser, Kiba taunted in his arrogant tone that just seemed to annoy Naruto even more. All alone, good. That's the way it should be. A loser like you has no place. Is there going anywhere Inuzuka, or are you just going to keep blabbering on, because it's annoying me instead of intimidating me? Naruto interrupted. Kiba growled at Naruto and grabbed his collar before yanking him off his feet, a feat that could be done thanks to his clan's training. what did you just say to me, dead last? Wow, Naruto replied with mock awe. An Inuzuka that's hard at hearing, that's a new one for the books. This only served to make Kiba even angrier as his grip tightened. What I said was that you can't intimidate me, so stop trying and go away. The nerve of this kid, thinking his weak stare could unnerve him in any way. He stands in front of beings like Giratina, a being that leaks killing intent naturally and is almost always angry, even when he is happy. Kiba's glare is more akin to a wet kitten's in comparison. Before Kiba could lash out in anger, a rock impacted with the back of his head, causing him to let go of Naruto and cry out in pain. The sharp pain caused him to yelp in pain and glare at the culprit, only to find his sister, Kira, glaring at him. Next to her was his crush, Hinata Hyuga, and her friend that she recognized as Satsuki Uchiha. What the hell was that for sis? Kiba asked in annoyance as he rubbed the back of his head. This question only served to anger his twin further as even Hinata and Satsuki looked angry. Don't you dare try to act like you and your cronies here are innocent, Kiba. Kira yelled. Only your second day at the academy and you're picking a fight with your classmate already. Mom and big sis Hana said to make friends while you're here, not enemies. But Kira, you don't understand, Kiba began to explain, only to flinch at her hardened glare along with the angry looks from the other two girls. No Kiba, his twin interrupted. I know you're angry at Naruto for beating you a while back, but that gives you no right to try and bully him. What would sis or worse, mom, do if they found out about your actions? Kiba's eyes widened because if he feared anyone, then it was his mother, his oldest sister being a close second. Fine whatever, Kira grumbled before letting go of Naruto who only rolled his eyes at Kiba. Let's go guys, let's go eat before the break is over. This loser isn't worth an empty stomach. He turned to leave with his entourage following him. Eevee glared at the leaving entourage, contemplating whether or not to attack them for threatening her friend. She calmed down though when she felt a hand, one that she instantly knew belonged to Naruto, rub her head affectionately, causing her to purr in joy. Naruto smiled softly at his friend, having felt her relax at his touch. Thanks for being so protective of me, Eevee, he thought as the normal type rubbed her head into his palm. Looking up at the girls, he gave them a grateful smile. Thanks for the help, girls. Kira shook her head as she gazed into Naruto's heterochrome eyes. No need to thank me, I know you could take my brother down on your own. Kiba was just disgracing our clan with his actions, and as a clan heir, he represents all of our image. She bowed slightly at the sitting red blonde, I'm sorry. It's fine, Naruto replied. It's Kiba's fault for being such a sore loser, not yours. But, if you really have to apologize then I could think of an easy way for you to do so. The female Inuzuka raised a small eyebrow, curious about what was going through the boy's mind. She was caught off guard when Naruto gave a wide smile at her words. Nothing too difficult, he said with joy in his tone. All you have to do is be my friend. Kira was surprised by his answer, though she shouldn't have been, and returned a toothy grin as she gripped his extended hand tightly. I see no reason to do so. Hinata seems close to you so you must be a good guy at least. Her grin turned slightly teasing after seeing Hinata's blush. Her answer made Naruto scratch the back of his head in embarrassment. He gave Kira a goofy smile. Thank you, Kira-chan. Do you all want to join me for lunch? We have 10 minutes left. As he offered, he sat back down as Eevee sat back on his lap happily. The girls nodded happily as they joined their crush/new friend under the tree. They all ate and talked about random things like favorite foods, dreams, hobbies, etc. All too soon, the bell rung, and lunch came to an end, causing the 4 friends and 1 Pokémon to whine before getting up. As everyone sat in their assigned seats, Naruto could feel a heated glare aimed at the back of his head. Before he could use Aura to find out who it was, though he had an idea, he heard Eevee growl. That stupid dog boy better turn away before I make him. Her words only confirmed that Kiba was still wanting to show him his place. Irika began his boring lecture, so Naruto just started scratching her behind the ears. As Naruto began to drift to sleep, he heard something that excited both him and Eevee. Okay everyone, it's time to move outside for hand-to-hand combat practice. Irika announced, getting excited cheers from the class. The young Chunin sweat dropped as he saw that they were more excited to fight, than to heat his chakra theory. Everyone made their way to the training field, ready to kick some but while others just wanted to show off. Now before we do any sparring, we are going to be learning the Academy Taijutsu, Irika announced, causing the civilian children to get excited while the clan heirs groaned, except for Hinata who was too shy and Shino who was empathetic about it. He really can't be serious with this. Naruto mentally yelled in frustration. I know the civilian kids don't have a set skill, but they could have made learning this optional for clan students. This is bull. Naruto could hear Eevee chuckle at his misfortune, since she could just nap if she got bored. Not funny Eevee. This is going to SEK. Naruto yelled through his aura, only for the fox to chuckle louder. An hour later and it was finally time to spar, causing most of the kids to sigh in relief, while others looked nervous. One by one, the spars took place. Like yesterday, only a few fights were worth watching. Hell, Mito and Nami ended up sparring with each other and it was a close match, but Mito had come out on top. Sasuke and his sister fought civilians and those ended quickly. Into tied with a civilian girl named Sakura, which Naruto found either sad for Eno or impressive for Sakura. Kiba fought against Shikamaru and won due to the Nara forfeiting. When asked why, Shikamaru simply called the spar too troublesome to waste his energy for. Shino fought against a civilian girl and won. Hinata also won against a civilian girl with a few quick and simple jabs, though the shy Hyuga kept apologizing during the match. Soon, Naruto was called up along with Choji Akimichi, so Naruto was curious. As Naruto moved up, he analyzed his opponent the way the Lucario clan taught him. This is pure taijutsu, so I don't have to worry about expansion jutsu of his clan. Still, I don't know what he could do so I'll treat him seriously. Choji seemed nervous, on the other hand. He had heard that Sasuke Uchiha was a skilled kid for his age group, makes sense after seeing who he is related to. Then here comes Naruto, someone he heard was not strong, beat him. Yeah, him being nervous was an understatement. Make the seal of confrontation. Irika yelled out as the two boys connected their fingers together. When the boys made distance from one another, Irika raised his hand. Begin. Naruto rushed forward, intending on taking this fight to his own pacing. Choji, surprised by Naruto's speed, tried to swing at him, but Naruto slid under it easily. Using that to his advantage, Naruto kicked the plump boy's feet out from under him. Not taking a chance, in case Choji could recover easily, Naruto backflipped away and took a defensive stance. He was seriously surprised that Choji seemed to be struggling to get up from that. If it had been a Munchlax or a Snorlax, two Pokémon who were heavier set than his opponent, then they would have been up already and ready to strike back. Am I overestimating these guys' skill level? Naruto thought curiously. Choji stood up and clenched his fists, but they were shaking slightly and were loose, which showed how unnerved he was and his unwillingness to continue. Looking into his eyes, Naruto sighed as he recognized the sight in them. Choji was completely unsure of himself. He had absolutely no self-confidence, like he should be lucky that he even is in academy to begin with. It was a look he recognized because of both Hinata and one other friend of his back in the reverse world having similar looks. Maybe in the future, he will be a truly powerful opponent, Naruto thought to himself as he braced himself. At the moment, he will be unable to beat me, let alone be able to touch me. He quickly dashed forward, too fast for Choji who blinked before being knocked back onto his butt and ended up having Naruto's fist in his face. Winner of the Spar is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Irika announced. Some of the kids clapped, while others, mostly the civilian kids, were still shocked that someone their age could move so well. Naruto held his hand out for Choji, but took hold of it and was lifted easily to his feet. Naruto smiled at his opponent as he held out his 2 fingers to make the seal of reconciliation. Choji did so with a small smile, but Naruto could see sadness in his eyes for his easy loss. You know Choji, Naruto began, getting the plump boy's attention. You have potential to be a very strong opponent in the future. Do you know the one thing that holds you back? The young Akimichi shook his head. It's your own lack of self-confidence that will make it difficult to reach your full potential. Without confidence, your determination will waver. You will hesitate and overthink things at the most crucial moment. You will only get part of the training you work hard on instead of all of it. You have a strong family and strong blood flows through your veins. Just allow yourself to grow because I can't wait to have a true match with you. Choji's eyes widened in shock, expecting Naruto to put him down and call him weak for losing the match so easily. Instead, Naruto was trying to help and build him up. He was even calling him and his family strong, something that he is not used to other than from Shikamaru. He wanted him to do better. Choji slightly teared up at Naruto as he nodded. Yeah, I promise to get stronger and be a better challenge for you next time. Choji declared with stronger determination in his eyes. Naruto smiled and nodded, knowing that Choji will be a stronger fighter in the future, if he keeps that determination strong. He made his way to Eevee, who jumped into his arms. You did great, Naruto, she cheered for him. She knew Naruto would win because even she could tell Choji lacked the confidence and skill to match Naruto in any way. In the future maybe, but not now. He will be interesting to fight in the future. Naruto nodded in agreement, my thoughts exactly Eevee, Naruto replied as he looked back to Choji who was talking to Shikamaru. Now we will do our, Irika began before a loud HEY interrupted him. Everyone turned and saw that it was Kiba. What is it Kiba? I didn't get to have a fight because of the Nara quitting. Kiba snarled annoyed before grinning. I really want to actually have a match. So, I challenged Naruto to a spar. Naruto sighed since he had a feeling that was what Kiba was going to say. Listen Kiba, you won your match even if by forfeit, Irika explained. You should learn to not discredit such things like a break. As a shinobi. I don't care. Kiba interrupted again as he crossed his arms. I want to have a match, I want to show how strong I am and finally settle my score with Naruto. Irika sighed as he was about to reprimand Kiba, he saw Naruto move from the corner of his eye. I'll go again sensei, if it helps us move on, he stated as he walked forward. I'm ready to keep going, but Kiba will most likely just keep arguing and I'd rather not hear it. If that's okay with you of course, sensei. Irika took a moment to think it over before nodding in agreement. Fine, if you're both alright with it then I will allow it. Naruto nodded as he stepped across from Kiba. Eevee jumped from the perch that was Naruto's arms and sat on the sidelines. After making the seal of confrontation and gaining space from each other, Kiba and Naruto got into their separate fighting stances. Naruto glanced over Kiba's stance, both annoyed and impressed at what he saw. It seems Kiba has trained quite a bit since his last fight with Zoroark, his weak points have actually been shaped up. There are still many of them, but at least he tightened himself up a bit. Still, it's not enough for him to be as arrogant as he is. Here we go. Kiba yelled as he charged at Naruto, his claws flexed at Naruto. Naruto stood there as Kiba closed in, not worried at all. Smacking his hand away, Naruto sidestepped the wild swing with ease. Kiba flipped onto his feet as he swung his right leg, so he could kick him. Naruto jumped over it and aimed an axe kick at his head, only the male Inuzuka to roll away safely. Kiba rushed forward at Naruto, who blocked the fist aimed at his head. Pulling Kiba towards him, Naruto kneed him in his chin, pulled him forward and kicked him his chest. Kiba was sent barreling back, clutching his chest in pain. Growling at Naruto, Kiba got on his hands and feet before yelling and running at full speed. Not bad speed Kiba, but still not nearly as fast as what I have had to deal with, Naruto thought as he jumped over Kiba, grabbed the back collar of his shirt and tossed him back. Running forward, Naruto started a one-sided beatdown of Kiba. He stepped into Kiba's space, keeping him from moving away. He punched him in the chest, knocking the wind out of him. He turned and elbowed Kiba in the side of the head. As soon as contact was made, he spun around and hit Kiba with the back of his right fist. Kiba yelled out in pain as he was tossed around by his target for bullying. He felt his arm was yanked and twisted before being flipped over and slammed onto his back by Naruto. He let go, but before Kiba's arm could drop, it was kicked hard. Kiba released another cry of pain as he gripped his arm tightly. He could tell nothing was broken, it just hurt like hell. He looked up, only to find Naruto's fist in his face and a cold look in his different colored eyes. His left was a cold blue while his right was a darkened violet. Kiba could swear that he could make out a layer of blue surrounding his pupils. "Yield Kiba," Naruto stated coldly, getting a few shivers from the viewers of the match. "You cannot beat me, this match was over the moment you called me out to fight. You didn't challenge me because you wanted a match or spar, you challenged me out of pride and spite. A dangerous combination that you merely have because of being a clan head and getting special treatment. That can and will get you hurt in Izuka, a lesson you will soon learn if you are not careful." Kiba, seeing no way out of this, nodded his head and grit his teeth angrily. "I yield," he grounded out as Naruto got off him and allowed him to stand up. After calling out the winner and making the seal of reconciliation, the two fighters went their opposite ways. "Alright everyone," Iruka called out. "Follow me to the target field so that we can go through kunai and shuriken practice." They all made their way after their teacher, most chattering about the matches. As Naruto walked with Eevee on his shoulder, he did not notice the several eyes aimed at him. Hinata smiled shyly, amazed at how skilled her crush was at such a young age. He was smart for his age, but was nothing new to her since she already knew that. Naruto just seemed wiser than he was before, and the air around seemed to be stronger as well. She was very curious at what else he was capable of. Satsuki, like Hinata, was curious about the enigma that was her crush. Before the academy, Sasuke and Naruto had been about even in skill, with Naruto slightly behind Sasuke. They had both been studious, but Sasuke was better at putting them to use while Naruto was hot-headed and was keeping up thanks to his willpower and genius man at coming up with practical uses. Now he seemed to have shot past him and was even able to beat him without his usual bruises. Each time she saw him now, he seemed to just keep getting stronger with all his new tricks and skills. She couldn't wait to see what more she could learn from him and about him. Mito was looking her brother over, trying to figure him out as best as she could. His skill was beyond what she saw he had, and Kiba was no slouch when it came to taijutsu. She has seen the talent the Inuzuka clan had at close fighting, and Kiba was not bad at it either. The fact that her brother took him out with relative ease showed that he was holding back. The match with Sasuke told her that the match with Kiba could have been ended much faster. "What else do you know, brother?" she thought to herself. Nami was excited after seeing her beloved brother fight. He was so cool. He was able to go through 2 fights, if you could call them that, with little to no difficulty. He was also a sweetheart, trying to encourage Choji to get better and even tried to help Kiba. She had seen Kiba picking on Naruto and had honestly been hoping that her match was with the Inuzuka to teach him a lesson. She was worried when they had faced against each other, but was happy to see her worries were for nothing. "Now I can't wait until our training sessions after school." She had to bite back a squeal of excitement. They entered the target field, which had training dummies lined up in different areas. Some were laid on the ground, some were crouching on tree branches, and others were hidden better by trees and bushes. "Looks like they changed things up a bit," Naruto thought as he looked around the field. He was making mental notes of the target's positions. Irika began his lecture and instructions on how to throw kunai and shurikens respectively. As he explained, Naruto got bored as he knew how to do this already. He just needed to perfect his throws more. So, would anyone like to give it a try first? Irika asked, and both Mito and Nami instantly raised their hands. Okay, Mito, please come up to the line. Mito did as instructed and took her position as she was handed 5 kunai and 5 shurikens. You are given 2 different scores now and they each count for 10, so the max points you can get on both is 20 points, making a grand total of 40 points. You are based on accuracy and your speed of use. Good luck. Mito took a deep breath before exhaling. Her eyes sharpened as she tightly grabbed the kunai in her hands. Keep your eyes on me, Oniai-san. She quickly tossed the kunai, each hitting the dummies with a loud thud. She quickly switched to the shurikens, though it almost slipped from her fingers, and tossed them as best as she could. Each struck a dummy and she took a breath. The civilian kids and a few of the heirs were awed by Mito's skills. Nami clapped lightly and cheered for Mito's accomplishments. Naruto accepted the skill she showed, but wasn't really impressed. Okay Mito, that was very impressive, Irika announced as he wrote on a clipboard. You have quite the talent, but not too surprising due to your training. As for your score, a 15 to 20 for kunai and a 10 to 20 for shurikens. You had a nice flow when throwing your kunais, just need better accuracy. Your shurikens, it needs work as you had speed but low accuracy by doing so. Overall, that was a terrific first attempt. Mito smiled proudly at her accomplishment. She knew she had to work, but in time, it will be perfect. How's that, Naruto nii? She looked back, only to see Naruto looking at the brown fox on his lap instead of her. She was both angry and sad, but didn't show it as she stood by her sister who pat her shoulder. Nami heard her name be called, and made her way to the starting line. Her mind cleared as she took a small breath, her eyes never leaving the dummies. The moment the kunai entered her hands, they were sent sailing across the field, each hitting a dummy in the bullseye. The process was repeated easily with the shurikens, only 3 not hitting the center. The crowd, even Naruto, were rendered speechless at her skills. Only Mito stood there unfazed, having seen her do this plenty of other times before. We may be twins, but our skill sets differ so much, Mito thought, amused. I usually have her beat when it comes to taijutsu and ninjutsu. But she beats me with kenjutsu and shurikenjutsu. That was shockingly impressive, Naruto thought. Her skills in shurikenjutsu seems to be way above my own. I can tell that her skills will probably rival Itachi nii's given enough time. That is amazing. Naruto may not be a huge fan of his family, he did respect their skills. Something his little sister Nami seemed to have inherited from them in terms of weapon throwing. Nami had ended up scoring 36 to 40 points, which was incredible for an academy student. She looked at Naruto and beamed in joy at his nod. It was him acknowledging her skills, even if small. Soon the others went up with the clan heirs scoring higher than the civilian children for obvious reasons. Hinata got a 22 to 40, having trouble with throwing the kunai due to its weight. Satsuki got a 37 to 40, which surprised everyone once more. Sasuke got a 37 out of 40, making him smirk at his sister in a playful way who stuck her tongue at him in response. Choji got a 15 to 40, which made him sad, but he swore to do better. His best friend, Shikamaru, went up next while grumbling at how troublesome this was. He got a 9 out of 40 and he just shrugged, causing everyone to sweat drop at how uncaring he was. Eno tied with Sakura, both only getting 11/Kira went up next and got a 28 to 40, making her cheer loudly as she smirked at her rival. The next one to go up was Kiba, who was confident about how this was going to go. He threw the kunai with his right arm, which made a popping sound that made him grit his teeth in pain slightly. Only 3 of the kunai hit their target, while the others hit the ground. Kiba growled as he roughly grabbed the shuriken and tossed them, only for Pain to shoot up his arm again, which caused him to miss again. Only 5 seemed to hit the targets this time. What is going on? Kiba yelled mentally in rage. Yeah, I'm not perfect at throwing, but I should be much better than this. What is wrong and why does my shoulder hurt so much? As Irika gave him his score, Naruto chuckled mentally. It's nothing special, Kiba, it's a simple tensed pain that I learned. I hit you on your shoulder point, tensing them up with my aura. By throwing the weapons, you just made that pain shoot and intensify. The pain you caused you to miss along with the fact you close your eyes before throwing thanks to the pain. I know doing that was petty of me, but no one can really complain if they don't know. Soon it was Naruto's turn, after. Kiba was told to stop complaining and to sit down. The oldest Uzumaki Namikaze's sibling stood at the line, Eevee standing next to his left leg, took a stance. Taking a deep breath, Naruto made his move in a fluid motion. He grabbed the kunai and gave them a strong toss. Not waiting for the thud sound, he grabbed the shuriken and repeated the process. Naruto smiled, happy at his score, which was what he was expecting it to be. A total score of 35 out of 40, due to a few kunais not hitting the center targets. For Naruto, that was a personal best. He still had work to do when it came to throwing weapons, but this showed that he was slowly getting better. Irika announced and wrote Naruto's score down, surprised yet not, at his skills. He has shown to have taken his ninja career seriously before the academy. He will have a bright future if he continues this path. Naruto was petting Eevee once more, a thinking expression on his face. My form and accuracy still needs work, it was still off. Call on the Greninja family for training with them then, Eevee suggested to Naruto. They work on things like shurikens, so they would probably be the best teachers in that field. Naruto nodded as he agreed with his partner. Now remember kids, Irika began. These were tests that will be very important in your shinobi career, so we will be doing this often. If you did not do well today, work on it. Even outside of classes, work hard on it. Now normally we would go to the ninjutsu portion, but most of you have just unlocked your chakra. So instead, we will go inside and show you all the reasons for ninjutsu, how to use it, and about chakra control. So, let's go. Naruto had to bite back a groan, having already learned all this a long time ago. While his chakra control isn't perfect, due his decently large chakra reserves, it was still pretty good. And faking I don't have a good one would make no sense since they see me use my techniques already. I should have hidden a bit more instead of showing off so much, dang it. As the entire class followed Irika to the classroom, no one noticed a nearby shadow move and make its way away from them all. The shadow moved so fast and stayed within the darkness of the buildings and soon ended up in an abandoned area of the village. The figure paused as it looked around to be sure it wasn't followed. The figure was a male with short purple hair. He wore the usual ANBU attire and the mask of a bear on it. The only difference between this ANBU and others was the letters NE on the forehead. After sensing no one nearby, he placed a paper tag on the ground and it glowed before the ground in front of him lifted up. A staircase revealed itself and at the base of the staircase were several other ANBU wearing the same attire and mask as the young man. Reveal your face and tongue, the ANBU that wore a bird mask ordered. The bear-masked ANBU complied and revealed his face, which was average-looking with green eyes and a scar on his left cheek. Revealing his tongue, a seal array was found and after examining it, the bird ANBU member nodded. You may enter, bear. The bear-masked ANBU nodded and made his way inside. After everyone was inside, the staircase closed and the tag that opened it burned away to ashes. Making his way through a long tunnel, the young man found himself in a spacious area filled with pipes and a bridge leading to the main exit. Above them poured in dimmed light from the barricaded outside. Ahead was an old man who wore a black and white robe and white bandages around the right side of his face. He had an X-shaped scar on his chin. He also held cane in his right hand. The young man got down on his knee as he bowed to the older man. "I have come with the report, Lord Danzo," the young man stated. Danzo nodded his head as he tapped his cane on the ground as the thud echoed throughout the building. "Speak, Bear," Danzo demanded. "What have you learned about Academy student, Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto?" Reverse world. Riolu was sitting under a waterfall, meditating as he tried to ignore the crushing weight of the rushing water. It was different for him as he had to avoid being washed away from the water that tried to take him away. In front of him was his Mstr Lucario, who stood there watching him with a calculating gaze. To project your aura around as a powerful layer of protection, even through pain and chaos, is a very difficult and tedious process, Lucario thought with his arms crossed. It is especially hard for someone like you, Riolu, a being with so much inner aura that it is hard for you to control. You were born with so much power, that it has become your burden instead of your gift. You must gain a much higher level of control if you wish to move forward, as your roadblock is yourself. A small glow surrounded Riolu as his aura moved viciously around his body, before the glow vanished suddenly. Riolu's face scrunched in frustration before going calm once again. "It won't be that easy, my student," Lucario observed. "The more frustrated you get, the harder it will become to control. That waterfall is unforgiving and chaotic, you must be able to clear your mind from that to gain the control you so desperately seek." He closed his eyes as he smiled before aura surrounded his body instantly. A rock flew out from some nearby bushes and instantly shattered once it impacted against his coating of aura. Looking in the direction that the rock came from, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Looks like their training is going as well as you could expect." A few feet away from Lucario was Zorua, who was standing on a log that hung over a rushing stream. His fur was soaked from the water and breathing heavily as he tried to gain control of his breaths. Across from him was Zoroark with a vicious grin and a pile of rocks in her arms. "Come on, Zorua, you have to move faster, or this will all be for nothing," she yelled out as her grin fell and a frustrated look formed on her face. "How many times will I have to FNG repeat myself, damn it? I'm doing the best that I can." Zorua yelled back, breathing harder due to his exhausted and wasting any breath that he just gained. "Just give me a break already, you DMN old hag." His words caused Zoroark to pause and look down with closed eyes and for Lucario to shake his head with pity. "I'm an old hag now, you dmed brat," Zoroark replied calmly as she released a sadistic chuckle. "So, you seem to have enough energy to think of insults and complain, but also enough to yell at me. I guess we can pick the level and speed then, huh, UFNG brat." She quickly began tossing up the rocks in quick successions, leaving them all blurs. Zorua yelped as he began dodging the thrown rocks as best as he could. Each rock flew past, just barely missing him. Being forbidden to use attacks and only allowed to use his physical body made him really hate this training exercise. He moved left to dodge another rock, but didn't see another that nailed his forehead, hard. He had no time to register the pain, as immense and bruise-making it was, as he had to regain his bearings before he fell off the log. He jumped and did a flip to land back on the log and dodge another incoming rock. "You almost fell again, brat." Zoroark yelled as she another rock. "Get your head out of your butt and pay attention." "She's almost out of rocks," Zorua thought as he jumped over another rock. "I just have to last." Shadow Ball. Zorua's eyes widened as the dark ball of energy rushed towards him. Not expecting the sudden attack, which was bigger than the rock so harder to dodge, Zorua was hit by the attack and launched off the log. His body skipped across the water like a stone before slamming into a tree on the riverbank. Zorua groaned in pain as Zoroark walked up to him. Grabbing his tail roughly, Zoroark yanked the tricky fox Pokémon up to eye level as she narrowed her eyes dangerously while leaking Ki, making her student shiver in pain and fear. "Understand this well, brat," she whispered dangerously. "Don't you ever, and I mean ever, call me an old hag again. Next time, I'll hit you so hard that I will squash your innards into mush and watch as your carcass erodes away into fertile for the FING grass. Am I understood? Zorua nodded quickly, his fear overpowering the pain he felt for the sudden action. Seeing his action, Zoroark smiled as the Ki vanished along with her anger as she dropped Zorua roughly. She turned around as she walked back to the river. By the way, never expect your opponent to play by the rules. Always expect the unexpected. While I collect more rocks, you may use this to rest and regain your energy. You're going to need it, she laughed as she dove into the stream. Zorua collapsed from exhaustion and pain as his eyes began to close. Sadistic, crazy, mean, old hag, were his last thoughts as he fell asleep the moment his eyes closed. Ninja Academy. The class bell rang, causing everyone to cheer and rush out of the classroom in joy. Naruto was no exception as he practically ran out the door of the torture room, classroom. That was the absolute, most boring thing I have ever had to endure. Meditating is more fun to do, and I have to sit still. As Naruto neared the school gates, and his freedom, he stopped due to a sudden jolt of pain as tiny teeth sank into his shoulder. Ouch! What the hell was that for Eevee? He yelled at the normal type who landed in front of him with narrowed eyes. I was calling out to you, but you were not responding, she scolded before a smirk made a way on her face. That seemed to be the only way that I could gain your attention, Naruto. So, what was so important that you decided to bite me in the shoulder? Naruto asked as he rubbed the sore spot. I was wondering why you were trying to leave the school, she asked, gaining a confused look from her partner. Remember, you were supposed to train with your sisters and Satsuki after class. You promised. What? I remember asking Satsuki, Naruto stated. But when and why would I agree to train with Nami and Mito? He honestly could not remember any mention of training with his sisters. Early this morning, Naruto, Eevee's sweat dropped. You were eating pancakes with oran berries and you agreed while in your usual days. Naruto groaned as he realized that she was most likely right since he can be out of it when he is eating oran berries. Taking a deep breath to calm his annoyance, Naruto reached out with his aura to find his sisters. It took him a moment, but he found them in the courtyard along with Satsuki. They are most likely looking for him, so they could start training. Let's go Eevee, Naruto said as he ran towards the girls' aura signatures. It only took Naruto a minute to arrive with Eevee as the girls turned around to face him. So, this is where you girls were, Naruto said, pretending to have found them by accident. I was looking for you three. I was beginning to think that you all forgot about our training session. No need for them to know, especially Satsuki, that I was the one that forgot. Yeah, much safer for me that way. Eevee had to stop herself from laughing like crazy at Naruto's blatant lies to keep from getting in trouble with his friend and sisters. Hey Naruto, Satsuki greeted Naruto with a small smile. So how are we going to do this? What are you going to teach me? Naruto smiled warmly at one of his best friends, making his sisters slightly jealous, and nodded. Well Satsuki, what I'm going to show you is a technique that I know you will do well with. It focuses on intense control of your fire nature along with being able to manipulate it. You have a high affinity for fire, correct? She nodded. Yes, I am higher than most Uchihas with Sasuke being ahead of me, she said proudly. Her affinity for fire shocked everyone since it was so intense, even Sasuke was barely above her. Her control over her fire affinity was better than Sasuke currently. That's great, meaning learning this will be slightly easier for you than others, Naruto said as he nodded. Alright, watch closely as I also have yet to MSTR this. I can form it, but not utilize it completely yet. Satsuki and his sisters, who were watching closely, nodded at his words. Raising his hand, he clenched it and took a deep breath. Focusing his aura to his fist, it began to smoke before it burst into flames. The fire surprised the three girls as they watched the embers dance and flicker around their brother/crush's fist. The fire vanished as a sigh escaped from Naruto's lips. Still need to focus on maintaining it. Why do the elemental punches give me so much trouble to use? He looked to his friend who looked at him with bright twinkles in her eyes that Naruto found adorable. The move is called the Fire Fist, Naruto explained. It involves heating up the energy that was gathered in your fist. The formation is the easy art since it's mostly flow and control. The hard part is maintaining its form, and it gets harder when applied to fighting. Naruto sighed as he looked at his fist and ignited it once more. What he was showing her was a Pokémon attack called Fire Punch, and he utilized his aura to feed the move, not chakra. Things is, after some discussion and tests, he learned that the attack, along with the other elemental punches, can be recreated to use chakra. It was difficult, but not impossible. Satsuki nodded as she thought over his instructions and information as she watched the flames move around her crush's fist. She thought over all the implications of such a technique. She already loves taijutsu, and such a style will complement her style. She couldn't wait to use it. Especially with someone like Hinata as her rival for Naruto, who was currently even with her in taijutsu if she really tried. It will give me an edge for the future, she thought excitedly. Making a cross sign, a puff of smoke appeared next to him as a clone revealed itself. This surprised no one since they all knew Naruto would have massive reserves due to him simply being from the Uzumaki clan. The shadow clone jutsu was practically made for their family. The only question that they had was how and where he learned to do it, since everyone knew for a fact that no one they knew trained him. Plus, that's an advanced jutsu and forbidden due to its chakra drainage. Satsuki, you will go with my clone who will help you with your fire fist training. I made a promise to help Nami and Mito with their taijutsu training, he said as he gave her look showing he would rather not. Even though I would rather not, but a promise is a promise. DMN Oran berries, why must you be so good? Taking another sigh, Naruto gained a more neutral look as he stared at his sisters. Alright, he began in a colder tone, causing them to flinch. Let's get this over with, he said as he got into a stance he learned from the Hitmonlees. The stance is used primarily for strong kicks and quick movements along with strong grapples. He figured he should start small and work upwards to see where his sister's skills lied. He would be lying if he said he wasn't looking forward to this spar somewhat. He gets to see where he's stacked against his sisters currently, even if it's only in taijutsu. He gets to see, personally, if he was stronger or not. Which one of you is going to go first? Nami walked up first, nervous about her match. She wanted to use this spar to show off to her beloved brother and impress him with her skills. She was both nervous and determined about this spar. She glanced over his stance like her mother and noticed something strange. That stance, I have never seen that stance before, not even from seeing his spars with Kiba or Sasuke. I wonder what it is based on. Mito walked to the side to both referee the match and observe it too. Eevee was next to her, excited to see how Naruto will do during the fight but hoping that he will be careful this time. She didn't want Naruto to do something that will cause him too many problems down the road. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto's body tensed as he slightly leaned forward. Begin, he said in a low whisper that seemed to carry across the wind. Nami took off in a quick burst of speed, intending on getting the first strike of the spar. She, when she got close enough, swung her right fist towards his face only to have Naruto pivot out of the way as he also redirected the strike away from him before he kicked out with his other foot. Nami jumped over the kick and did a front flip with her leg out, going for an axe kick to his head. Naruto used his left foot to push himself to the right, dodging the attack. He quickly stretched his right leg and kicked off the moment it touched the ground. He appeared beside Nami, who had yet to touch the ground, and punched her right in the gut, which knocked the wind out of her. Twisting his arm, he aimed his elbow to the side of her face. Gaining her bearings quickly, Nami used both hands to block the strike. Using the elbow as leverage, she struck Naruto's chin with her knee before extending her leg and kicked her brother in the back. Naruto gained back his footing and moved back into his fighting stance, a small smirk adorning his whiskered face. Okay, Nami seems to be taking this seriously right from the start, Naruto thought as he watched Nami return to the Uzumaki Taijutsu stance. She seems to be fighting better than the spars at the academy recently. There are less holes than before. Has she been holding back as well? He had to cut his thoughts as Nami rushed at him, going for his legs to lay him out. Naruto easily dodged the kick by stepping over it and kicking upwards. When Nami jumped back to dodge, Naruto wrapped his left hand on her leg before slamming her into the ground. Nami cried out in pain, surprised by Naruto's quick thinking. Even when I am trying, Naruto and I can keep up with relative ease, she thought as she kicked at Naruto's feet, causing him to step back and let her go. Using this chance, she used her hands to backflip back to her feet. She got back to her stance as Naruto stared her down. She is much better than I gave her credit for, he thought. Hate to admit it, but I really underestimated her. Her movements, though skilled, are still wild. That wildness though is the main problem right now. While I can get in her defenses, the next strike always keeps me at arm's length. I want to avoid using any Pokémon moves if I can, even if explaining it would be easy to do. Plus, this is a good test for my aura manipulation now that I think about it. He charged towards Nami, aura pumping in his legs at a rapid pace which allowed him to move at a quicker pace. He was a but hard for Nami to keep track of, though it wasn't impossible and was able to land a punch on her left cheek. Recovering quickly, Nami began blocking her brother's punches and kicks as best as she could. Even though Nami was able to block some of the strikes, the hits that did get through were beginning to have an effect as her movements slowed down more and more. While skilled, her wild movements to replace what she couldn't perform made her waste more energy and chakra than was necessary. Feinting a kick to her ribs, he smirked as Nami blocked instead of trying to dodge. With a quick spin and a snap, he connected a spin kick to her head and sent the Uzumaki air flying into a tree. Before Nami could recover, Naruto was already in front of her with his fist aimed to her face. Knowing what his silent gaze was practically demanding her to do, the youngest sibling released a sigh of disappointment. I yield, Nami said sadly. I was already behind Mito at hand-to-hand, Nami thought. Now it seems Naru and I is better than me too, without any formal training too. Maybe I can use this to get an excuse to spend more time with Naru and I. She thought the last part with excitement and hope. As Naruto walked back to the center of the field, Mito was already there in thought. He definitely knows how to use his abilities to the best that he could. His movements are fast and agile, and it seems mostly focused on his leg strengths. He moves like that Jonin with the bushy eyebrows that I have seen Dad spar against before, Mato guy I think his name was. Could that be his teacher? Shaking her head to ponder about it later, she got into a stance that was entirely different from her sister's. Her stance was stronger, barely any holes could be found in comparison. Her body, while tense, was also loose and flexible. This alone showed Naruto that she had a better grasp of her taijutsu style than her younger twin, though he also knew that it wasn't straight either. Let's see how I stack against the more taijutsu-skilled twin, Naruto thought as he took the same stance as before. Begin. He jumped back in time to dodge a punch from Mito who appeared next to him, surprising him since it caught him off guard. When did she get so fast? He only had time to think this as he blocked a kick aimed for his head. With the gravity seals I asked Pervy Sage and Dad to place on me off, my body feels so light and free. It's incredible and it's only on AX2 multiplier, which is nothing like theirs. I might be able to beat Naruto and I with speed like this. She dropped and knocked Naruto's feet out from under him, only for him to land on his hands and backflip away. The moment he landed on his feet, he knocked Mito's strike to the side and kicked her back. I'm getting used to her speed, he thought as he got back into his stance. She really got me by surprise by that sudden burst of speed, but where did it come from? Has she always been this fast and I just never noticed? Charging some aura throughout his body, Naruto rushed at Mito, who was already in her defensive stance. They continued their taijutsu match, but this time neither of them could get a hit in. Every kick, high or low, was blocked by Mito. Every punch and kick were blocked or countered by Naruto. Naruto instantly changed his stance as Mito had knocked him off balance and quickly spun with his fist extended. The maneuver caught his sister off guard, as she was unprepared for the fist that slugged her in the cheek. Deciding that she was in trouble, Mito rolled back to gain distance. After standing back to her stance, Mito's eyes narrowed as her brother's current stance was different from before. His feet were more apart, and his hands were slightly more open, making grappling and leg techniques more prominent. Now his legs were closer together, showing this stance alone will be harder to make him move. His hands were now clenched tightly shut, showing he was going to be going for fierce swings. Her cheeks were stinging badly from an unfinished, casual swing. She did not want to be hit by a full-powered swing. She made me move and change from my Hitmonlee stance to the Hitmonchan boxing stance. Less leg power, but it's firmer and my power have moved to my upper body. Less agility, but better defense. Let's see how she handles my boxing style, Naruto thought as he gathered aura to his arms, legs, and fists. The two siblings stood there, staring at each other, both tensed as they waited for the other to strike. The cooling winds blew gently as their hair rustled along with the tree leaves. The onlookers watched with bated breaths at the tense taijutsu fight. Mito, annoyed with how long it was taking, rushed at Naruto as she charged chakra to her fists. Naruto bent his legs slightly as he braced himself for the impact. He didn't have to wait long as Mito swung her fist when she got close to her brother, ready to knock him down. Naruto countered the strike by pushing the swing away from him and sending a very fast punch to Mito's abdomen. The red-haired girl was too surprised from the punch to counter and had the wind knocked out of her. She had gotten used to his slower swings and quick kicks that she was unprepared for how fast that punch was. She was also unable to counter the elbow that crashed into the back of her head and sent her flying forward. Trying to ignore the throbbing pain, Mito tucked and rolled as she regained her posture. She turned back to her brother who was back into his boxing stance, ready for more. Mito was dizzy as she lost some balance before loosing her body up and taking calming breaths. Okay, was not expecting that at all, she thought as she winced from the pain. I figured he would hit harder, but not like this. It feels like I ran straight into a boulder or let a steel pipe ram into my stomach. I must be careful like Kaa-san is when she spars with pervy grandpa. I'm still not good at this yet, but I will have to give it a try. Chakra rushed to her feet and arms as she got ready to try a fighting technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. She bent her legs as she put pressure to the front of her feet. She cleared her mind until it seemed the world around her echoed and slowed. Here I go. She pushed forward and vanished in a slight burst of speed. Naruto's eyes widened at his sister's sudden burst of speed, not expecting it all as it surpassed any speed she has shown previously. This speed was almost comparable to that of using quick attack, yet it was very different. A loud bang sounded from behind him, catching his attention, like something fleshy slammed into wood. Naruto turned around and found the source to be his sister whose body slammed directly into a tree. Ouchie, Mito cried in pain as she peeled herself off, bruises and scuff marks on her body. Her nose felt broken and she had teary eyes as the front of her body throbbed. Naruto's sweat dropped as Nami cried out and ran to check on her sister. I can't help but be reminded of the time I tried to learn how to use quick attack for the first time. It really looked like it hurt too. He walked up to his two sisters as Nami tried putting ointment on the bruises. Are you okay, Mito? Yeah, I am, she replied as she winced from the cooling pain. Seems that I am still not ready for Kaa-san's whirlpool combo taijutsu attack. Her head was down as she seemed to be depressed about being unable to perform the style. Naruto sighed as he felt the need to comfort his little sister overrode any form of jealousy or anger he felt towards her. It's already common knowledge I can do this, so it shouldn't be an issue, he reasoned as he placed a hand on Sister's head. Gaining their attention, he gathered aura to his palm and whispered, "Recover," as his hand and Mito glowed. As the light shone, all the bruises and aches began to slowly vanish. In a matter of a few seconds, all the wounds and pain could no longer be felt by a surprised Mito. When the light died down, Mito looked over herself and was shocked to find herself back to normal. Yes, she had seen him do this to Sasuke too, but it still amazes her that he could do this. Healing techniques, while not impossible, are one of the hardest things to do for an Uzumaki, second only to Genjutsu. For her brother to do a healing jutsu, at such a young age too, was incredible to say the least. Before Nami could say anything, her body glowed brightly as well. She looked up to find her brother's glowing hand on her head now as her pains and bruises vanished like her sister's. No point in leaving Nami in pain if I am already healing Mito as well, Naruto as he checked her over to be sure that he got every wound. When he was sure that they were both fine, he removed his hands, ignoring the pout that Nami sent him. What was that? Naruto asked, confused by what Mito was trying to do before she slammed into the tree. Mito blushed and looked at the ground in embarrassment. It was a taijutsu technique called the whirlpool combo that I kind of learned from Ka-san. She scratched the back of her head in nervousness. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Kind of, he asked. How can you, kind of, learn it? You learn it, or you don't. To be honest, Mito replied with a nervous laugh as she looked anywhere but at her brother. Mom never actually taught it to me. I asked her what the Uzumaki taijutsu could do, so she gave me a demonstration of it. I was kind of trying to copy it from memory. Naruto's eyes widened in shock at the weight of Mito's words. She got the entirety of the basics of a complicated taijutsu style all on her own. She wasn't even taught the steps of the style, she was getting through pure mimicry. He knew Mito was good at taijutsu, but this was on a whole other level that he did not expect. What if she had ended up being taught it, what if she could perform that level by now? His sister was just as much a prodigy at taijutsu as Nami was at shuriken jutsu. Where did that leave him at? He may have beat his sisters in a spar, but it wasn't all that impressive in hindsight. For one, Nami was never particularly great at taijutsu. She was skilled, for her age group, even among academy standards, but she never took to taijutsu from what he could remember of watching her training sessions. Mito was above the academy standards when it comes to taijutsu. Heck, she was above most other genin in taijutsu, which was amazing to him. He wasn't expecting either one to be anywhere near his level at hand-to-hand, but he was proven wrong. Yeah, he was holding back, but that style was too much for academy students to handle even if he was playing around. I wonder how this battle would go if I used any of my moves, he thought curiously. Next time, be careful when doing something like that, Mito. If you are not careful, then you may seriously hurt yourself in the end, he told her, making Mito nod her head at him. Other than that, you were really strong. I honestly wasn't ready for this spar to be so thrilling. Naruto couldn't contain the excitement in his voice or the quickly pumping adrenaline in his veins. What could he say? Being trained around Pokémon so long made him love having a strong battle. The last battle he had that was this exciting was against Rock Lee. Turning to Nami, he decided to give his pointers. For you, Nami, you are definitely stronger than I thought you were. You are very fast and your ability to keep your eyes on your target can be connected to your throwing skills, but nonetheless surprising. The issue with your style is that you have obviously not yet mastered your style yet. Your moves become very wild sometimes, making you waste more energy than you normally would. You can get someone like me off guard with it, but someone with more experience will never fall for such a trick. You need to get a hold of the style or things will be very hard for you when the fight becomes a close-range battle. You also need to get a better recovery time. Seeing her nod her head, he turned to Mito to give his opinions to her next. You Mito, your fighting prowess is incredible. Your speed is top, better than most I have seen our age, thought that isn't saying much to be fair. Your reaction and recovery time are all great, amazing even. The thing with you, you're reckless when it comes to fighting. What I mean, is not your defenses, but you tend to not have much patience. The entire time, you were the first to rush in and the first to throw a punch. Other than that, I have nothing to say other than you're good. Mito nodded with a wide smile on her face, proud that her older brother was giving her so much praise. He was even smiling at her, a smile so warm that it made her cheeks blush at how cute he looked. She had to fight the urge to tackle him and hold him tightly. Nami on the other hand, had no such reservations as she jumped onto her brother and gave him the tightest hug that she could muster. Tears fell from her eyes as she soaked Naruto's shirt, crying apologies and thanking him over and over. Naruto stood there as Nami held him and Mito looked like she wanted to do the same thing. Looking to the side, Naruto found Eevee staring at them. Feeling their aura paths connecting, he waited to hear Eevee's opinion. "What are you doing just standing there, Naruto?" Eevee yelled at him. "Hug her back." "But, Eevee." He tried to explain only to be interrupted by a now angry normal-type Pokémon. "Don't, but this one, Naruto," she replied. "Your sisters, from what you told me, actually tried to give you attention through the whole ordeal. Besides, you do care about Mito and Nami, and you know it. Think about it like this, Naruto, how much do you know about your sisters? What are their likes, dislikes, favorite color? What can you honestly tell me about them that doesn't involve training, which you still didn't completely know, and 3 of their close friends?" Naruto gave it some thought and quickly realized that Eevee was right. He barely knew anything about his 2 younger sisters due to him trying so hard to get his parents' attention. After gaining the Pokémon contract, he dedicated most of his time to training so he could be the best partner for them. It was also because he didn't want to be left behind by his sisters and be just as strong if not better than them. He refused to make time for them. He was just as bad as his parents when it came to Mito and Nami, the very thought made him both sick and angry. All they wanted was some attention from him and he refused them every time due to his jealousy. Not feeling her brother react, Nami decided to unwrap her arms so as not to push her luck with him. Just as she began to let go, she was pleasantly surprised to find Naruto wrap his arms around her in a comforting embrace. "I am so sorry, Nami," he whispered soothingly into her ear. His hand rubbed the back of her hair softly as he spoke. "I am so sorry for treating you guys so badly. I am so sorry for being such a horrible older brother." "No." Mito and Nami yelled at him with freshly falling tears. "It's not your fault, Naruto and I. We are at fault, not you. We made you feel like you didn't matter. We are the reason that you were ignored. We." Nami yelled out before her eyes widened in surprise. Naruto had kissed Nami on the head, something he can't remember the last time he had done for his younger siblings. He smiled sadly at Nami and pat her head, causing her to sniffle, and Mito looked closely as she tried to control her tears. "You two are not at fault here," he told her soothingly. "I am. I let my anger and jealousy sway me and completely ignore you both, the 2 people who hadn't forgotten me. I blinded myself to your love for no reason than being stupid. Yeah, you 2 left me out at times, but none of it was because you wanted to. So, I ask for your forgiveness and a chance to start off as friends, if you 2 would allow me." Mito and Nami were confused why he chose the word friends instead of calling them family, but didn't want to ask. They would rather not risk their brother changing his mind about being close to them. Nami, instead of speaking, had gone back to hold him as tight as she could. Naruto looked to Mito and opened his other arm with a small smile. "I have enough room for another body if you want," he began to say before having the wind knocked out of him as Mito joined the hug, but with a tackle not unlike her sister gave him earlier. Naruto chuckled as he held both of his sisters with warmth and care. "I'll do my best to do better for them, I will make them happy to the best of my ability," he thought with determination. Unaware that his sisters were having similar thoughts to make him happy and give him the attention that he was denied because of them. Eevee sat on the sidelines, watching the scene with a warm smile at Naruto making things up with his sisters. She heard him not say family, which made sense due to him detaching himself from the Uzumaki Namikaze family. So, seeing Mito and Nami as family, let alone sisters, was practically impossible. Not because of age, since he was still young, but because he severed those family ties to them when he made a family amongst the Pokémon. He has taken like already, making him a bit older mentally, even if still childish at times, and used that to disconnect himself from thoughts of them as family. Let's take a break for now, Naruto said to his sisters. I know, I have some extra berries in my bag for us to eat. They are all very delicious and quite healthy for you too. His sisters nodded their heads, willing to give it a try after seeing him enjoy them earlier that morning and during lunch break. Even Nami, who wasn't exactly a fan of most fruits. If her brother says they were good, then she was all for trying it. The group of four sat to eat, deciding to use this time to catch up with each other, wanting to learn more about each other. The Great Escape. Satsuki and Clone. Arg. Why is this so hard? The Uchiha heiress yelled in anger as she threw her arms up into the air. Naruto simply chuckled at his friend's frustration, knowing that forming the fire chakra alone was quite hard to do. Thankfully, with her being a skilled prodigy and being a member of a clan known for their powerful fire jutsus, forming the fire chakra was easy for her. What was killing her was the gathering and stabilization of the fire chakra in her fist. When gathering fire for a fireball jutsu, it's usually released after forming it, so there was no need to keep it on place. The fire fist will be very different in this aspect though. Once she gathered the fire chakra, she will have to stabilize in her fist while keeping its form, all while keeping the fire chakra in place so it won't disperse. This is much harder than it sounds, especially when trying to keep focus on it. The more chakra used, the more intense the flames. The more intense the flames, the harder it is to maintain those flames form. Naruto used his aura sight discreetly as he could to see just how much fire she was using. At the rate she is going, he would be shocked if it even produced a line of smoke. She has a ratio of more chakra than nature. While that's fine for forming chakra, but impossible for bringing out the flames. Come on already. Satsuki yelled out as she couldn't even feel heat radiate from her fist. She knew she formed fire chakra in her fist, she could feel it there. Why won't her fist light up like Naruto's has done before? Forming fire chakra was a simple gesture for her to do, it was as easy as breathing for her at this point. The issue was that she had trouble making the fire chakra gather at her fist and not disperse. She tried treating like the Uchiha clan's fireball jutsu, but it didn't work. She tried forming the chakra in her fist first before changing its nature, but that didn't work either. It was so frustrating. After another failed attempt, she screamed in anger before punching the wooden post that was nearby. She continued punching the post over and over again in her rage. Each strike caused the post to shake as it was abused by the enraged Uchiha girl. Naruto laughed nervously, not at all surprised at his friend's current tantrum. She always was the type to anger easily, he was just glad it was the post and not him. He watched the normally silky black hair unravel and split apart as her chakra moved rapidly with each strike. Yeah, Naruto thought nervously. This is very similar to when I was trying to learn how to use fire punch. The only difference being the mix between us being I used aura in my rage and did a bit more damage to the tree. Yeah, the Tricos were not happy with me that day. He had to repress a shiver at the memory. After his anger cooled, he got a very angry scolding from Giratina and Sceptile Leader for his childish tantrum and the destruction of the tree respectively. The Ki released by the dragon/ghost had caused him to pass out. The punishment following after he woke up was not a fun endeavor. Satsuki-chan, calm down, Naruto called out as he walked up to the angry heiress. I understand you're angry, but hurting yourself like this will solve nothing. You got so angry that you didn't coat your fist in any chakra and as a result, busted your knuckle open. Breathing heavily, Satsuki looked at the back of her hands and saw he was correct. Her fists were bruised and slightly bloody. In her anger, she hadn't even noticed she was hitting the post so hard. Naruto held his friend's hand softly, completely missing the pink on her cheeks, and looked at the wound. He cupped her wounded hand softly before whispering, "Recover," activating his healing technique. The young heiress was shocked, realizing he was healing her just like he did for her brother after they spared. She was shocked by how warm she felt as she closed her eyes and immersed herself in the feeling. Before she could get too lost in the feeling, it vanished, which caused her to pout in disappointment. All her anger at not being able to perform the fire fist in any shape or form. She now just wanted that feeling back. "Now Satsuki-chan," the red blonde began as he turned her hand over, palm facing up. "You can't force the fire fist to take form like that. Even if you had got it to form, your entire fist would have been burned since it had no control. It may be your fire chakra, it's still a flame nonetheless. Then how do I get it to form correctly?" Satsuki asked as she looked with narrowed eyes. "Start with learning how to gather your chakra in a smaller area before working up," he replied as he pointed at the center of her palm. "Learn to be able to keep your gathered fire chakra in this single point. Once you're able to keep that focal point, then work your way further out. It's how I learned it, even if I have yet to master it." Satsuki nodded as she took a deep breath to try again before Naruto closed her hand, confusing her. "What are you doing, Naruto? You're pretty much out of chakra at this point," Naruto explained as he wiped some of the sweat off her forehead. "Your anger made your chakra shoot out, making you tired. From what I know, you will pass out if you keep wasting more of it. So why don't we call it for today and meet up with boss and the others?" Satsuki wanted to argue, but she honestly couldn't. Her family made sure she knew the risks and signs of chakra exhaustion. The heavy sweating and breathing, the tightening and pain of her chakra coils, and how she was barely able to stand were sure signs of exhaustion. So, she nodded her head as she made to walk, only to yelp when the Naruto clone picked her up bridal style. "You can barely stand," he said as he held her close. "Let alone walk, so I am going to carry you instead." If he looked down he would have seen the Uchiha heiress's face do a perfect impression of a ripe tomato. He ran forward at a quick pace, completely unaware of the brunette in his arms smuggle into him. "This is not so bad," she thought with a smile on her face. The clone and heiress were unaware of the pair of eyes watching them from the roof with a smile on his face, while another male next to him chuckled at the sight. This is Itachi Uchiha, and next to him was his best friend and rival, Shursuke Uchiha. Itachi had to grab his sister since she hadn't come home and she was supposed to train in her fire element today. Ever since the family learned of her powerful alignment to fire chakra, their father wanted it to be honed. Their mother was waiting for her in their backyard and was annoyed by her not getting home right after school. His spar with Shursuke was interrupted as he was sent to grab her by their mother. "She seems to be really comfortable, Itachi," Shursuke said as he calmed down from his laughing. The oldest Uchiha heir nodded. "So are we going to do this professionally or the fun way?" Itachi didn't even respond before he vanished in a swirl of leaves. Shursuke chuckled lightly as he vanished in a swirl leaves after his best friend. Naruto and his sisters. Naruto was laying against a tree as he pet Eevee's fur softly while his sisters told him about their favorite things to eat. He chuckled since he knew that they would both say ramen as their favorite. He knew some things about them even if it was barely. He also made sure to take mental note that Nami's favorite flavor of ramen was miso and Mito's was beef. He also learned that he learned to Nami in the fact that they both loved eating sweet dango. Mito wasn't too fond of sweets, though she did like it. She was like Satsuki in the fact that she liked spicy things. Speaking of, he looked up and noticed his clone walk up with one of his best friends in his arms. He got worried as he used his aura sense and sighed in relief to find out that she was okay. His sisters turned in the direction their now distracted bother was looking and narrowed their eyes. They didn't dislike Satsuki or anything, they just didn't want their time with their brother to be interrupted, especially after finally getting to be able to speak with him. She overdid the training, didn't she? He asked the clone, who nodded as he put the Uchiha down on the ground. The clone popped and he gained the clone's memory, something he learned a while back from the scrolls he read about it. Naruto smirked at Satsuki, who looked away, embarrassed by her actions. Please don't tell anyone about what happened, Naruto-kun, Satsuki begged with red cheeks. I'll die if my family finds out about what happened. She knew that Naruto gained the memories of his clone when they popped due to Itachi, who has used his clone multiple times for training. So she knew that Naruto was now aware of her temper tantrum. Don't worry, Satsuki-chan, Naruto replied with a smirk. I promise not to say anything about it, but I can't promise anything about Itachi and I. Satsuki looked confused before she heard chuckling from behind her. She quickly turned around and found both her smirking eldest brother and her chuckling cousin. Her eyes widened as her embarrassed blush returned at full force. What are you guys doing here? She nearly squeaked out, something she was happy she could squash before it happened. No need to make her embarrassment worse. Well, we came here to pick you up, Itachi with a small amused smirk. You were supposed to meet up with Mother today for training utilizing your fire chakra. Father has already grabbed Sasuke for his taijutsu practice. Satsuki's eyes widened as she realized her brother's words. Oh no. I completely forgot about that. Mom is going to kill me. Well, let's get going now so Mother will not be as angry, Itachi said as he grabbed her hand. I should have a few soldier pills somewhere to help with your low chakra. Satsuki nodded as she grabbed her brother's hand. She turned and waved to Naruto, see you later, Naruto-kun. Thanks for helping me out today, and I promise to get that move down. Her friend just nodded and waved back with a smile. If Satsuki is done talking to her boyfriend, let's get going. Shursui said, laughing, making the two young friends blush. Before Satsuki could reply, the Uchiha trio vanished in a swirl of leaves. Lightly smacking his cheeks to rid himself of his blush, Naruto made his way back to his sisters. He opened his arms in time for Eevee to jump into them and make her way to his left shoulder. I told you two what you needed to work on from my point of view, Naruto said as he walked past them. You should probably head back soon. But what about you, Naruto and I? Nami asked her brother, who shook his head. I got some things that I need to take care of before I head back there, Naruto replied as he thought of the two elemental punches he knew and have had trouble with. Maybe we could help you, Mito offered. She wanted to spend more time with her wayward brother. She was saddened when he shook his head to the side again. It would be best for me to do it myself, Naruto replied. Understand that I may start off as friends, it will still take some time for me to feel comfortable again with my training around you guys. I can't just throw my pain away like it never happened. I'm sorry, you too. He looked sadly, not wanting to hurt his sisters with his words. Nami and Mito looked sad, though Nami looked like she wanted to argue. We understand, Nii-san, they replied simultaneously. They were surprised when they felt their older brother petting their head softly. They looked up and saw him smile at them, causing both girls to blush. Maybe some other time you can join me, I just need to do this on my own. I'll see you two back the compound. After saying his final piece he quickly left, leaving his two embarrassed siblings. Training Ground 32. Naruto entered the old training ground and noticed that it had been lightly used since he had last been here. A few charred training posts, indents in the trees made from kunai and shurikens. That's weird, this training field is generally forgotten due to how far out it is, Naruto thought as he neared the sparkling lake. Spanning his senses out, he noticed that no one was there. Looking to Eevee, she shook her head to tell him that no one was around. Alright, let's get started, Eevee. Naruto cheered as Eevee jumped off and landed in front of him. From what I know, you can evolve into several Pokémon with each being a different type. Have you decided on which one that you wanted? The normal type shook her head no. I love the sleek look of all of them and each one is so cool in their own ways and it makes it harder to choose one over the other. I'm sorry that it's taking so long. Her ears laid on the side of her head as her tail dropped and her head went down. Naruto shook his head and began petting the small fox. No, it's fine Eevee, he said with an encouraging smile. It's a big decision so it's best not to rush it anyway. I'll still care for you no matter what you choose, even if you decide not to evolve at all. So, let's train hard so that when you decide, your body will be ready to handle the strain of the change. Eevee nodded happily as she hopped up and down, her excitement and joy filling her with energy. Give me a total of 30 laps around the area, Naruto said. After every 5, use an attack move at full power starting with bite and rotate. I am going to work on trying to get at least one of the elemental punches to finally work. Eevee nodded as she wordlessly began her run around the clearing, knowing it will be better to get the run over with already. Naruto stood by the lake, focusing power to his hand. Feel for the spark, Naruto thought as smoke began to encompass his hand. Increase the heat until the warmth grows into fire. His fist ignited and the usual fire surrounded his fist. Naruto smiled as he got ready to punch, only for the fire to vanish. Naruto sighed in frustration as he glared at his fist, before taking a deep breath to calm himself. I can do this, one step at a time. As Naruto and Eevee continued to train, neither noticed two pairs of eyes watching them from a ripple in the lake. The pair of eyes belonged to Giratina and Arceus, respectively. The two powerful siblings watched as Naruto kept attempting to utilize Fire Punch. Such a dedicated young man, Arceus said as she watched with a warm gaze. So much untapped potential just waiting to be unleashed in the small human body. Yes, he is quite impressive for someone so young, Giratina stated in a more factual tone. His attitude needs to be curbed though as he keeps making mistakes that reveal him more and more. It's unbecoming of an Aura Guardian. Come now brother, Arceus replied. Naruto is just being a kid. Once he enters even deeper into the real world, then he will be crushed. Let him have the time to be a child while he still can. But he is to be an Aura Guardian, sister. Giratina turned to Arceus as his eyes glowed with his power. His actions reflect on us, but most importantly, you. Besides, he doesn't have much room to be childish when he is being tasked with the well-being of the Pokémon under his command as well. Arceus chuckled as she looked over to her brother. He is also young and still adapting to the world around him. We will all work alongside him and help him to be ready for the world, but we can't expect him to be ready at the drop of a hat. Remember, it takes time to cultivate a diamond. He will be ready in time, but we can't rush his growth or we could mold him incorrectly. Looking to the side, Giratina sighed. What do you two think Dialga, Palkia? Dialga was known as the temporal Pokémon and one of the head Pokémon of the Pokémon contract and the MSTR of time. It is a dark blue sauropod-like Pokémon with some gray metallic portions, like the chest plate which also possessed a diamond in its center. It also has various blue stripes throughout its massive body. Dialga had a fin-like structure on its back and a crest on its head, which resembled that of a dinosaur. On its head were 2 horns, 2 fawn-like horns around its mouth, and 3 spines on the back of its neck. It has 3 claws on each foot made of the same metallic material as its chest plate. Faint cracks could be seen across its huge body. On its back were 2 huge wing-like structures. Just like Giratina and Arceus, Dialga is classified as deity and is a steel/dragon-type Pokémon. Next to Dialga was Palkia, another Pokémon deity but of space and dimensions. Palkia is a light purple theropod-like Pokémon with stripes, similar to Dialga, of a darker shade along with gray underarms and waist. It has round purple striped plates on its shoulder area, where two pink pearls lie encrusted with a gray rim encircling them and fins in their back. Palkia's arms have extended formations resembling gauntlets and a purple band around each wrist. Palkia has a long neck, a pointed white crest on the top of its head that extends to its wings, two strong horn-like tusks on the sides of its jaws, and a powerful tail. It has faint cracks along its legs and tail, much like Dialga. To be honest, he seems to be doing fine to me, Palkia said as he watched Naruto train. He is still a youngling, meaning that he is working hard to benefit himself. I have no issues with him going at his own pace. But he needs to learn to exercise caution just a bit more in my opinion, Dialga said. Not that I have an issue with his confidence in his powers, he still needs to be careful. Aura Guardians in the past have fallen due to their overconfidence in their own strengths. Besides, the people of this time know the value of information being power. I guess you are right, Arceus pondered. While I would prefer him to enjoy his life, you are correct of the humans of this world. I will talk to Naruto about getting his actions together. Actually, sister, Giratina said, getting the attention of his fellow deities. I will talk to Naruto as he needs to truly understand the ramifications of his actions. Don't get me wrong, sister, you do your job well, but you are too lenient most of the time. Right now, a stern hand would be better and more effective than a delicate one. Arceus thought over her brother's words, knowing that he was not entirely wrong. While she did have violent outbursts, much like everyone, she generally tries to keep it in check due to her power. Not to mention that the unknowns have been acting quite strangely, Giratina continued. It would be best that you go see what they saw in their future, since they only respond to you anyway. The unknown were Pokémon of unique and terrible power. The unknown have the power to bend and alter reality when many gather in one area. They even have the power to create other Pokémon, even any of the other three deities other than Arceus herself. This was a failsafe Arceus gave them should the off chance that any of the other three were killed in any way, shape or form. They also are used to document information and or prophecies that they foretell. And as Giratina stated, the unknown only listen to their creator Arceus. Yeah, I have been meaning to go see why they were so hyper, Arceus replied. I will leave Naruto and his team to you then, brother. Giratina nodded as he gazed back to the portal that Naruto was still attempting to make use of his fire punch. It seems making use of the elemental punches is still out of his current reach. Yes, fire punch is his current best elemental punch, Giratina responded. It's just barely above his ice punch attack. His elemental training should be his next priority since that is the case. If I may, Dialga began, getting Giratina's attention. Why not surround him with fire, so he may understand the true power of fire, much like most Pokémon who train in the style. He seems to be having trouble with it. Actually, Dialga, the issue is much simpler than that, Palkia countered. While the two energies can mix, if done incorrectly then they cancel each other. That's what's happening here. Naruto is subconsciously mixing fire chakra within his aura, which causes the problem of his gathered aura to become more unstable. Then the second problem is him subconsciously splitting his attention between stabilizing the attack and maintaining the attack. The main way to rectify this would be for his mental strength to increase. So, it may be best for him to train with the psychic-type Pokémon next. Dialga suggested, getting a nod from Palkia. Yes, that would make sense as they would be the best group to help him learn better mental prowess, Arceus stated, nodding. I will leave everything to you three then while I go meet with my little foreseers. And Giratina, please don't be too hard on Naruto. Aura Guardian or not, he is still a child. When the portal closed, Giratina turned to Palkia. Go and alert the psychic-type clan heads about Naruto's next training step, this way they can make a training plan for Naruto. Dialga, I want you to go get the Infernape clan head. If there is anyone that can help him achieve Fire Punch, then it's the Fire/Fighting type Pokémon. Should I grab the Blaziken and Imbor clan heads as well? Dialga asked. After all, they are the same type as Infernape. No, neither of them know how to use Fire Punch, the renegade Pokémon replied. See if they can spare a member of their clan that can perform the move, but I do need Infernape. The two deities nodded their heads and flew off at high speeds to accomplish their jobs. You can come out, little one, we already know that you have been watching. A minute passed before tiny footsteps echoed in the clearing, slowly approaching the dragon/ghost-type Pokémon. When the figure come into view, Giratina nodded at the creature as it continued to gaze at the hard-training Naruto. Seeing the sparkle in the young creature's mind, Giratina chuckled slightly. It would seem you gained a fan and ally, young Naruto. A very powerful ally at that, even amongst the Pokémon of the reverse world. He turned his eyes to the left, just in time to catch the glimpse of a long thin purple tail before it vanished. To already get her attention, you are a special one, Uzumaki. With Naruto. Naruto was breathing heavily as he looked at his burning hand, trying to keep the fire burning in his fist. He quickly swung his fist with a mighty yell, only to sigh at his outstretched arm when he noticed the fire from before was gone. I still can't seem to keep the fire in place, Naruto sighed as he rubbed his temples. And if the elemental punches are giving me this much trouble, I'm worried what the higher level attacks are going to do. He was knocked from his thoughts when his danger sense went off and he ducked in time to dodge a powerful bite attack aimed for his head. Whoa, Eevee, Naruto called out as he continued to dodge the small normal-type Pokémon. No fair, attacking this way. You should at least give me a heads up. He jumped over Eevee before inhaling. Ember. Eevee crouched before running off in high speeds, having used quick attack to enhance her speed. She started zigzagging in an attempt to confuse her partner. Naruto quickly activated his aura sight so he could keep track of her easier. Inhaling once more, Naruto released a thick smokescreen. The smoke covered both Naruto and Eevee in a thick, black cloud. Acting quickly, Naruto activated his own quick attack as he rammed into Eevee. Thanks to Naruto being both bigger and physically stronger, plus the sudden smoke disorienting Eevee, Naruto won their bout when they collided. Naruto quickly shot another barrage of ember toward Eevee, who cried out in pain as the small ball of fire hit her. Eevee flipped as she landed on her feet, a bit dizzy from the movement before shaking it off. Her eyes widened as she backpedaled quickly as she dodged several vines. Shot in her direction. Oh no you don't, Naruto said as he redirected the vine WHP to her, only to miss as she used quick attack to run forward and dodge the attacks. As she got closer, Naruto lunged his head forward as he released an ember attack at Eevee. The normal type surprised Naruto when she began dodging the ball of fire, weaving through the barrage with grace. Not being able to stop her, Eevee rammed into Naruto, causing him to grunt in pain before she followed up with another bite attack on his neck. Naruto cried out in pain from that one as her glowing fangs clenched into his neck tightly. The blonde red-tipped-haired Uzumaki rocked his fist upward, his fist glowing from the use of Rock Smash. Eevee, sensing the danger, quickly kicked off Naruto's shoulder. She barely dodged the fist, which is good since her type is weak against the fighting type moves like Rock Smash. Naruto turned to Eevee and fired a water gun towards Eevee. The normal type was unable to react in time and was hit by the water type attack. The jet of water slammed the young Eevee into the tree. Okay, I am good, Eevee called out as she stood up on shaky legs. I yield, Naruto-kun. I am barely able to stand up right now. Naruto chuckled lightly as he walked towards the young fox, who was shaking her wet to dry it. Hey, you are the one that attempted a sneak attack on me, Naruto countered as he shook his head and picked up the tired Pokémon. His hands glowed lightly as he activated Recover and began healing her wounds. As Eevee relaxed in his arms from the warm feeling, he was caught off guard when her head suddenly jerked upward as her ears and tail twitched. Naruto recognized those signs in an instant. Someone was nearby. Activating his Aurora sight and aura sense, he began to look around his surroundings. Not a moment later, Naruto found out he was being by 3 aura signatures. Subtly watching, he noticed that each signature was an adult and judging by the strength of their aura, they were incredibly strong. Do you recognize whoever it is? Eevee asked her partner who shook his head. Hold on tight, Naruto whispered to her who nodded. Naruto began walking in the opposite direction. As he moved, he was able to sense that the signatures moved with him. We are being followed by them. Did Minato send to spy on me or something? Naruto instinctively dodged to the left as a barrage of shuriken landed where he was originally standing. Turning around, Naruto took note of the three people, who were indeed members of the ANBU Black Ops. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, the ANBU in the tan hoodie began. You are to come with us, my lord would like to have a word with you. Okay, they are not here because of Minato or they would have said Hokage-sama, Naruto though as his muscles tensed. And if I say no? He got his answer when they each took out their weapons and got into their stance. Of course, Naruto mentally groaned as he could feel his body to tire from the day's activities. He glanced over the three ANBU trying to find a weakness of some kind that he could exploit, until something on their masks caught his eye. Any? What is that all about? I know for a fact that ANBU don't have that on their masks. I have to get away first and worry about this later. He gathered aura as he prepared to attack. Sorry boys, but I am afraid I got things to do. Water gun. He pulled in more aura than normal and shot a huge jet of water. They each dodged the water-type attack, give Naruto the time he needed to run forward and through the opening he now had. As Naruto ran with high speed, he was able to sense that the ANBU were right on his trail and were catching up fast. They are certainly persistent, he thought as he turned. He punched his left arm forward, as his right held Eevee tightly, and yelled out, Whirlwind. The powerful burst of wind rushed forward, knocking leaves and debris through the air. He felt the ANBU dodge his wind easily enough, not slowed down in their pursuit in the slightest. Dang it! Naruto yelled mentally as he used a tree to block a few thrown shuriken. I can't use any grass-type attacks in a place like Konoha. The only one I can use and get away with would be Grass Knot, and that's useless when they are off the ground like that. And using its other variant would be pointless since it would alert them. Besides, it's getting exceedingly more difficult to draw in aura for my attacks. Using those water gun drained me of more than they should since I haven't fully mastered the attack without draining me and I am getting more tired. I have to lose them. Ember, he yelled as he turned around and fired the multiple ball of fire in widespread fashion. Two of them just dodged through any gaps while one of them jumped onto another branch. After finishing another set of hand signs, the falcon-masked ANBU fired a burst of flame towards Naruto and Eevee. Naruto's eyes widened at the speeding fire as he sent more aura throughout his body. Double team. Naruto's body blurred for a moment before 8 copies appeared as they all ran alongside him. Shadow clones would have been better since they are real, unlike when I use double team, which work exactly like the clone jutsu, but I have no time to switch to using my chakra safely. He quickly weaved left and jumped in time to avoid the shurikens thrown at him. Plus, holding Eevee and doing hand seals are not easy. I have no way to use any ninjutsu while running away like this. Even if I did, the switch would most likely make more tired and I am already on my last legs here. He quickly took note of the ANBU eliminating his clones and their gaining speed. Naruto made a sharp left turn as one of the ANBU, the turtle-masked one, appeared in front of him. Continuing to listen to his instincts, Naruto jumped in time to dodge a ninjato aimed for his hip to knock him down. He pulled a kunai from his left pouch and blocked a strike from the falcon-masked ANBU and struggled to keep a stalemate. Straightening his body, Naruto kicked off the falcon-masked ANBU's chest just as the Tiger One tried to elbow his spine. Rolling, Naruto jumped away with a handstand as the turtle ANBU attempted to grab him. Naruto! Eevee cried out with their aura link. Go left. The lake is that way. I can smell the water still. You can escape to the reverse world for safety from these guys. Naruto followed the young Eevee's directions and used quick attack to run faster and gain some distance. "Eevee, while you have the chance," Naruto spoke to her through the link. "I need you to poof yourself back to the reverse world. Warn Giratina and tell him to be ready to open the portal. These ANBU are determined to capture me for someone, and I know for a fact that it's not Minato." The red-tipped blonde used the speed granted from quick attack to jump back as lightning hit the tree in front of him. Not wasting a moment, Naruto ducked in time to dodge a kick and blocked a punch from his side. Unfortunately, the punch was stronger than he was and it pushed him back as he slammed his back into a tree. He recovered quick enough to roll off the tree as Tiger slammed his fist into the area where his gut would have been. He jumped back and dodged another set of shurikens before activating the normal move cut. He slashed to his left and cut a kunai that was aimed for his shoulder. He SCKED in Water Aura and used Water Gun push Turtle and Tiger, the two ANBU that attacked him and were the closest, into trees as well. He quickly ran as Falcon continued the chase, not caring is his teammates were okay or not. "Go now, Eevee." Naruto yelled to the evolution Pokémon, who nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. With his hands now free, Naruto clenched his fists as he ran aura through them. He took off running, and when he sensed another ANBU, the Tiger one, go for a punch next to him, Naruto met the punch with his own. Rock smash. Naruto yelled out upon impact. Tiger's fist crumpled and you could hear the breaking of his bones from the fist. Tiger yelled out in pain as he grasped it, instantly regretting not enhancing his punch with his chakra. Naruto continued the assault and punched Tiger in the chest and felt his ribs give in as well when they all made a loud crunch. This made Tiger scream in pain as he was sent sailing across the ground. Naruto continued his run, knowing that he was getting close due to the smell of the lake filling his sense of smell. He felt his legs begin to get heavier and his lungs burn with each breath. Even his vision was beginning to become a bit blurry before it cleared again. He gathered more aura to his lungs, feeling the burning sensation increase and turned around as the other two ANBU got closer. "I have to hold them back a bit longer," Naruto thought. "Hopefully this ember will be enough to buy me some time. I need just a few moments." Ember. What surprised Naruto was that instead of the usual ball of fire, a powerful jet of flames were released and spread out wide. The chasing ANBU were caught off guard, as they expected the ball of fire from before, and had to jump back just to avoid the red-hot flames that set the nearby foliage ablaze. Naruto breathed heavily, feeling the intense drain of his aura and strain on his network, and struggled to move forward thanks to his body now feeling literal lead. That was definitely not ember. By the feel and looks of it, that was most likely flamethrower. A fire version of water gun pretty much. Naruto was knocked from his thoughts when he finally came upon the lake. "I am almost there." Feeling his instincts yell at him, he rolled to the left in time to dodge a bolt of lightning. He looked up to see Turtle and the wounded Tiger in front of him while Falcon appeared behind him. "Surrender now, Uzumaki Namikaze," Falcon demanded. "You have nowhere left to run and wasted enough of our time. Our MSTR does not like to have his time wasted." "Your MSTR wasted his time the moment he sent you," Naruto responded as he checked his inner aura. "I don't have much left within me right now, and drawing in too much with my current reserves will put some strain on my body and chakra coils. I'm surprised I can do any moves at all, let alone actually move my body." The three ANBU simply moved forward in another attempt to capture him. Naruto barely dodged Falcon's grasp but was kneed in the stomach by Turtle. Using the left, Naruto rolled off and pushed past Tiger, who made another grab for his collar. Double team. Naruto instantly replicated into only 6 copies this time. Each one was by the lake's shore and took a deep breath and breathed out as he tried to gather more aura. Smoke screen. The thick cloud of smoke completely covered him and the charging ANBU trio. The sudden smoke caused the ANBU to pause and become slightly nauseous. Naruto's clones vanished in blurs of light and the real one channeled his aura into the lake's surface. Like before, rippled in the water appeared and Naruto wasted no time jumping into it. The portal closing behind him quickly. Reverse world. Naruto slid out of an iceberg and twisted his feet to stop the movement. Taking a deep breath of cold air, Naruto realized that he was transported to the ice section of the reverse world. His legs began shaking once more as they finally caved in and making Naruto collapse to his hands and knees in exhaustion. He was finally safe, finally out of danger. So caught in his victory, he did not expect to be slammed into the snowy ground suddenly while his arms were painfully held behind his back in a tight vice grip. Having virtually no energy left in him, Naruto could not fight back the physically stronger apparition. "It's time for us to go to my MSTR," the voice spoke in a monotone voice. This made Naruto freeze in terror as he looked towards a nearby wall of ice that reflected well. What it showed made Naruto shake in terror. The Tiger ANBU operative followed him into the reverse world. The next session and New Year. Tiger quickly unsealed a set of rope from a seal on his left arm, before using the rope to tie Naruto up. The young Uzumaki tried to fight back and avoid the capture, but he just could not muster up the energy to do anything against him. He could barely move his own body after all. Before Naruto could panic though, a heavy pressure struck both Naruto and Tiger, catching both of them off guard and shake slightly. The ANBU dropped to his knees as he had trouble ignoring the immense amount of pain the pressure was causing thanks to his injuries. Naruto smiled after calming down when he realized whose power was causing this pressure. From seemingly out of thin air, Giratina appeared above the two humans and he was not happy. His eyes glowed red as his rage grew from seeing his summoner in such a position. "How dare you," Giratina growled, but only Naruto understood his words. "How dare you not only enter my domain without my permission, but you dare to threaten the life of young Eevee. And now, you dare to lay your hands on my summoner and friend." The moment he roared this, the slightly misty area cleared up and revealed many different ice-type Pokémon. Before Tiger could attempt a move, blue beams fired from all the surrounding Pokémon. The ANBU stood no chance as he was hit and frozen in a block of ice within seconds. "Thank you, everyone," Naruto thought as he laid there, still unable to move. Naruto looked to the side in time to see Giratina smash the frozen Tiger ANBU into pieces with his massive tail. Feeling warmth to his left, Naruto looked over to see Eevee rubbing up to him. "Are you alright, Naruto?" she asked in concern. "I was worried about you. Can you stand up? Anything I can help you with?" Naruto chuckled, touched with her concern. "I am alright, Eevee," Naruto responded. "I am just really tired and can barely move my body. Can one of you guys help me out, please?" Help came from a clawed hand that gently grabbed hold of right arm and lifted him off the ground slowly. Naruto looked over and smiled brightly at the culprit. "Hey Sneasel. How are you doing?" The Sneasel giggled softly as she laid his arms across her shoulders. "I'm doing better than you seem to be," she replied as she shook her head. Sneasel is a bipedal cross between a cat and weasel. Its body is mostly a bluish-black color with 3 bright red feathers for a tail and a single one on its left ear. The feather was rather short, showing that it was a female of its species. The other ear is short and pointed and it has narrow red eyes. On its forehead and chest are yellow, oval markings. Its red eyes possessed long eyelash-like markings on its edges. It also has 2 long limbs with 2 large, retractable claws on its hands and feet. "You do realize we are not going to go far, right?" Naruto teased weakly. This was due to the fact that Sneasel was not all that big, she was actually smaller than Naruto was in fact. "Of course, I know that you little JRK, Sneasel growled playfully. "I'm just getting you onto Mamoswine's back, that way you can stay warm. Unless you want to stay here and freeze to death." Naruto gave Sneasel a pleading look that only made the small Pokémon giggle. They both stopped when Giratina floated in front of them, his gaze set on Naruto. He was not happy at all. "You were not careful, Naruto," Giratina said in annoyance. "You revealed more than you should have, and this has apparently made you a target for someone. You treated all of this like a game, and now you have a target on your back." Naruto looked down, knowing that Giratina was correct. He should have been more discreet with what he knows, hide himself better. Yes, he is doing better at that, but he already did enough damage to the point he is now being watched by someone who is trying to capture him. So, what should he do now? Sneasel asked the renegade Pokémon. She was hoping that there was something to help make sure that Naruto stays safe. Those weird ANBU will be sure to try again. After a day of rest, Naruto is going to undergo another mass session of intense training, Giratina replied as he looked at their summoner. "Raise your head, Naruto, you are supposed to be strong. Use this moment as a learning experience to become a much stronger and wiser warrior." Naruto nodded his head weakly, knowing that the decision is final even if he wanted to argue against it. "Is Zoroark going to replace me at school again? And what about my ninja training?" Giratina shook his head at Naruto, confusing the young guardian. "No, you will continue your ninja training while at the academy," the renegade Pokémon replied. "At night, around 10 p.m., you will replace yourself with a clone and make your way here to train in your aura abilities and fix up your aura control so you may finally be able to perform your elemental punches without fail. For now, you may rest here while we will send Zoroark in your place for the night only." Naruto didn't need to hear more before he finally passed out from exhaustion, snoring peacefully while the other Pokémon chuckled at their summoner. Time skip. It has been 2 years since the ANBU incident, and Naruto has definitely gotten much stronger, or at least skilled, than he was before. His use of aura abilities has taken a strong turn, even if he hadn't mastered all of them as of yet. He has a strong handle on the moves Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and is still working on Thunder Punch. It was very difficult as he only got about 5 hours of sleep each night. By day, he was either at the academy, bored out of his mind, or spending time with his friends and sisters. He has enjoyed every minute with them, having been keeping his promise about being there for them as much as he could. Though his sisters have been kind of clingy about a year ago. That was a story for another time. His skills in the academy have not dwindled by much. He did suffer for about 3 months due to him neglecting to train in his chakra earlier. When he trains in one energy, it will cause the other to get stronger as well by a low margin. For example, since he trained in his aura a lot, his chakra got stronger and reserves slightly bigger with each training session. The problem with this process, if he's not careful, then it affects his control of his chakra due to its sudden change. This meant he had to retrain his control back to what it was, and that cost him a bit, though he was not complaining as that took some of the heat on him off. Still though, Naruto proved himself to be a skilled fighter among the academy. His taijutsu has gotten more refined over the past 2 years. Right now, he lasts the longest in spars against Iruka, but has yet to actually beat him. Unlike his sister Mito, who has beaten Iruka, even if by ring out, 2 times as of last year. His ninjutsu abilities have gone up steadily as he had found a few scrolls on a new wind and water jutsus at the library. The wind style, Great Breakthrough, which was a C-ranked wind jutsu, and water style, Water Chain Technique, which was another C-ranked jutsu. He was so happy to find them since D-rank and E-rank jutsus were out of his chakra control range. Plus, both could definitely help in the future. Naruto has also gotten closer with both Hinata and Satsuki, being found at the park with them, when not training, that is. Many people squealed at them, finding it adorable when they spent time together. The biggest offender of this is Mikoto Uchiha, the mother of Satsuki, Sasuke, and Itachi. He has even trained with the 3 siblings' father, Fugaku Uchiha. It was thanks to this training session that he learned a few more fire jutsus. He has trained and basically mastered the technique, which is basically a rite of passage for the Uchiha clan, the Fireball Jutsu. A problem with his chakra training that Naruto noticed quickly was that he had more aura-based attacks than chakra ones. After talking with Giratina about this issue, Naruto was sent out to solve this problem. Itachi has been working with Naruto, Sasuke, and Satsuki on their Shuriken techniques. It's nowhere near Nami's level, which has been the highest out of everyone's in the class with being a constant perfect score, but they have definitely improved steadily. He has dropped in the academy scores, but definitely stayed in the upper levels. His improvements, he only shows his Pokémon so he can be more careful. Naruto has also gotten closer with Hinata and her family, as he has had a sparring session with Hayashi Hyuga, Hinata's father and head of the Hyuga clan, on multiple occasions. Despite having the element of surprise, Naruto has only laid one hit on Hayashi in the past 2 years of being with them, which he only scored by pure luck when a failed fire punch turned into a new attack called Mach Punch. After that, Naruto has not been able to land a single blow on Hayashi in the least. He has trained with Hinata many times, doing his best to help raise her self-confidence. This led to other developments such as her becoming less shy, which has allowed her taijutsu skills to take a big jump. To be more accurate, she has held back less in her spars, which allowed her skills to shine easier. When they were not sparring, Hinata would make them a nice picnic where they would just eat and enjoy each other's company. Naruto's position with his parents has not changed in any way over the past 2 years. He has not spoken to Minato once since the last incident. To be fair, he seems to have been busy with his Hokage duties and his training, so he doesn't get soft. Kushina has been another story, as she tries to talk with him whenever he has come home, even asking if he wanted anything to eat specifically, which never really happened between them, basically anything to get him to spend time with her. That, in turn, only angered him more and made him avoid her even more. She's trying to erase a good few years of neglect and independence with a few gestures. She and her husband took away his clan heir status away from him. He had looked forward to being a strong clan head for his family, to lead either Uzumaki or Namikaze's family to greatness as best as he could. It was the only thing he had pride in, and they took it from him without a second thought on the matter. They didn't try to talk or explain it to him, for Pete's sake it was obvious he had seen the paper. The documents were on the floor and he was the only one home at the time. They didn't explain nor did they try to comfort him after he found out about it. To be honest, the fact they didn't try to be there for him after taking away his position hurt more than the actual action. Who knows what he would have done if not for the other Pokémon being there for him. Hell, the Uchiha and Hyuga family were the only ones to actually comfort him and actually help him through it when they found out. They ignored him when he needed them, so he is just returning the favor to favor. Right now, Naruto was sparring in the reverse world against Riolu, both forbidden to utilize their aura or chakra. Naruto used his leg to block a punch from the small blue and black Pokémon, before leaning back to avoid a flying kick for his chin. The Pokémon summoner swung his fist forward, but Riolu rolled away in time. Landing on his feet, Riolu punched Naruto in the gut and knocked the wind out of him for a moment. The young summoner recovered quickly as he grabbed Riolu and slammed him into the ground. Riolu cried out as he was spun around and tossed away. Riolu spun around before landing on the side of the tree before kicking off of it at Naruto. Arriving too fast, Naruto only had time to block with his arms as Riolu's fist collided with it. Riolu spun around Naruto's arms and kicked Naruto in the face. Acting quickly, he axe-kicked Naruto into the ground. Naruto recovered and elbowed Riolu in the face and sent the small Pokémon flying back. The pre-evolved Pokémon rolled on the ground before pushing off the ground before landing on his feet. Naruto smirked as he got into a Hitmonlee fighting stance. Thank goodness Aura is being prohibited in this spar, Naruto thought as he began to easily block Riolu's strikes. Without the use of his aura, Riolu is easier to push back, which makes him less of a headache. He can't augment his strikes, so he doesn't move nearly as fast or hit as hard. Naruto ducked another strike before he sent an uppercut that Riolu was able to block. The moment his aura partner landed, he had to block another strike from Riolu. Enough, Lucario, who was the referee for the spar, called out as he walked forward. This spar ends with Naruto's victory. This also shows that we will need to body condition the younger ones more to make up for the height and strength difference. It's not that Lucario, Zoroark called out from a tree branch. Everyone looked up to find the illusion Pokémon crouched in the trees. In her left claw was the fluffy tail of Zorua, who was struggling to get free. Why must I get the psycho as my teacher? Zorua yelled out mentally in anger. He began to get dizzy as the blood began to rush to his head. Pokémon on the basic level, like Riolu, can only do so much damage due to the human's durability, Zoroark explained. When their abilities are restricted, then the young ones are more vulnerable. We may need to entertain the thoughts of arming them soon. Lucario brought his hand to his chin as he thought it over before nodding his head. I'll bring it up with Lady Arceus and see what she says. Before that though, Naruto, you and Riolu should go wash up. Today, you return to the village due to having class tomorrow. You're almost done with the academy, so no slacking off. Naruto and Riolu nodded before both took off, completing ignoring Zorua's shout to them about helping him from his torture. Watching his friends vanish from sight, Zorua glared at their direction while grumbling under his breath. Traitors, both of them. How could they leave me here to suffer with this hag? In his frustration, the young fox forgot a very important detail. Oh, someone hasn't learned their lesson about calling me a DMN hag. That his teacher has very good hearing and she heard every word he said. The young black and red fox's body went stiff in terror as his blood seemed to run cold. He turned to gaze at his teacher, against his better judgment, and felt absolute terror as his teacher gave him a very sweet smile. Normally a smile wouldn't cause him such terror, but it was made extra scary for him due to the massive amounts of Ki she was releasing along with a glint in her eyes that promised huge amounts of pain. Be gentle with me please, Zorua whimpered as he tried to look as small as he possibly could. No, Zoroark replied happily as she jumped away with the now screaming Zorua. Lucario shook his head at his partner and best friend's antics, feeling massive amounts of pity for the lazy kid. He's really got to learn to keep thoughts like that to himself, he said to no one as he sat and began to meditate. An hour later, Naruto was standing next to Riolu as both grinned at a banged-up Zorua, who was glaring heatedly at his friends. His fur was both singed and ruffled. Bruises and scratches littered his body as he leaned more to his right side. He would have gotten himself healed up before leaving, but Zoroark forbid him from doing so until tomorrow, saying that doing this will help his natural healing ability and his pain tolerance. Yeah, help intolerance my butt, Zorua grumbled to himself, only to glare at his friends when they chuckled. I hate you both so much. We know you do, Naruto said as he continued to laugh. That only serves to make the situation funnier. You know, a young female voice spoke up behind them. You really should be nicer to your partner. The trio of friends turned around to face the voice and found it belonged to a Pokémon named Glacian. Glacian was a quadruped, fox-like Pokémon that had light blue fur on its body. It possessed long, pointed ear, dark eyes, and a small nose. Glacian had two dark blue, rhombus-shaped markings on its back, and the tip of its tail and feet are the same shade of blue. Due to the blue crest that rested on its forehead and the two teal dangles hanging from its ears, it looked like she wore a trapper's hat. Glacian was a pure ice type and was known as the fresh snow Pokémon. Next to the ice type was Eevee, who was smiling happily at seeing her friends after spending 2 weeks with the Glacian sub-faction. She had been training under them, to see if she would like to evolve into a Glacian in the future or not. Zorua knows that we are just teasing him, Naruto replied with a playful grin. Besides, he brought these injuries on himself. I can't help him. I see what you mean, Glacian replied, knowing who the young dark type's teacher is. On another topic, Riolu said as he turned his gaze to the excited Eevee. How was your time with Glacian? Did the training go well? Yes, The training went really well, Eevee said with a happy grin. They were on the verge of trying to teach me how to use Ice Beam. But, I haven't got it down yet. They were also really nice. The Glacian family line is so cool. Like how they can lower their body temperature to -75 degrees, or how they can freeze their own fur into sharp quills. Naruto and Riolu chuckled at the excited normal type's hyperness as she seemed to bounce with each new fact. Even Zorua dropped his glare and chuckled. So, does this mean you chose to become a member of the Glacian line? The tricky fox Pokémon replied. Eevee stopped bouncing as she shook her head with a small smile. No, I'm still not sure yet. She felt Naruto pet her head softly, causing her to purr in delight. That's fine Eevee, Naruto replied with a smile. You got plenty of time to decide what you want to be, if you even decide to evolve in the first place. You are and will be a strong Pokémon either way. Eevee gave her trainer a huge smile as she rubbed her head into Naruto's hand. Thank you, Naruto, she replied in pure bliss. A large Pokémon flew over their heads, getting the 5 Pokémon and 1 trainer's attention. Looks like our ride is here, Naruto said as they noticed Giratina float above them. Are you ready to go, young guardian? Giratina asked as he gazed at the group, before his head turned to Glacian. Recognizing the band on her tail, he gave her a slight bow of the head in respect. Good day to you Lady Glacian, leader of the Glacian family. Glacian however, bowed deeply to the renegade Pokémon. It's an honor to see you as well, Lord Giratina. I just came to see little Eevee off before returning to my clan. Indeed, Giratina replied before he turned his gaze to an ice wall nearby. His eyes glowed before he opened his mouth and releasing a small burst, opening a portal on its surface. Naruto, you may go with your team. Be alert and be wary as usual. Those fake mortal ANBU units have not given up on you, as you already know. That has been another worry for him in the past 2 years for Naruto, the fake ANBU attacking him again. He only got away last time by the skin of teeth and luck, something he was sure wouldn't work again. Naruto was sure he was being watched by them, but wasn't sure if they were real or fake. It's why he has been a bit twitchy around aura signatures that he did not recognize. He's especially wary around any masked individuals, unsure if they could be trusted or not. Basic line, if Naruto did not know you then you were treated with distrust and worry. Some of Naruto's friends and his family have noticed his discomfort, but he assured them he was fine. I understand Lord Giratina, Naruto replied as he bowed to the Lord of the Reverse World. He turned to his friends before smirking at them. Let's go guys. It's been a good bit since I had some of Hinata-chan's delicious cooking. He ran through the portal, cheering in utter joy while waving his arms. Riolu shook his head as he chuckled, while Zorua rolled on his back and laughing. The 2 girls giggled at his antics while Giratina shook his head at his summoner. The more things change, he thought as he watched a giggling Eevee enter through the portal, noticing how she walked with more confidence than he last saw her. The more they stay the same. See you on the other side Zorua, Riolu said to his friend as he vanished through the portal. The tricky fox Pokémon merely curled into a ball and closed his eyes. Yeah, how about no to that, Zorua said as he began to relax. They will be perfectly fine without me around. I could use this time to catch up on my nap time. Before Giratina could reply to that, a violent yell caught his attention and made Zorua shoot up in fear. They both looked to the side and saw Zoroark run towards them in rage, glaring at the young fox pup. Oh, hell no! Zorua shouted as he rushed through the portal at high speeds. Zoroark stopped running and smirked at the portal, before turning and walking away. DMN lazy brat, trying to avoid doing something, she said before looking at Giratina from over her shoulder. Sorry to interrupt Lord Giratina. Have a good day my lord. Zoroark turned and ran off. Giratina closed his portal before flying off. Konoha. Naruto and Eevee looked at a tangled-up Riolu and Zorua as the portal closed. Before the portal closed, the tricky fox burst from the portal and slammed into Riolu, leading to their current position and Naruto doing his best not to start laughing. "Are you two alright?" Eevee asked as she ran up to her fellow Pokémon. Riolu and Zorua didn't respond as they stood up, shaking their heads. "Is that DMN hag still down there?" Zorua asked as he quickly looked around in fear. Naruto stopped laughing as he smirked at his friend. "I'm going to guess that you were running away from your teacher," Riolu said as he got himself together. Zorua scoffed as he looked away from Riolu. "You mean my torturer," the tricky fox Pokémon mumbled. He pouted when his three friends just chuckled at him. "Yeah, laugh it up you JRKS. Let's get going." He began walking away, followed by the others. "Let's go visit Satsuki-chan and Sasuke," Naruto said as they began to leave the forest. "I kind of want to see how she's doing with Fire Punch or Fire Fist in this case." "Can we see Lady Hinata afterwards?" Eevee asked hopefully. Over the 2 years, Eevee has become very attached to Hinata. When they are all together, she can usually be found cuddling with the Hyuga heiress. "Of course, you can Eevee," Naruto said happily, getting the young normal type to cheer happily. As the four made their way through the town, Naruto kept his eyes looked on the nearby villagers. While they have gotten more used to the Pokémon, they still didn't like seeing Eevee or Zorua due to their fox statue. One time a villager tried to harm, going after her with a steel pipe and yelling drunken slurs at her. Naruto stepped in and made sure that villager regretted his actions, fast. Flashback. Naruto was running through the streets of Konoha late at night, his aura sense on full blast. Naruto was looking for Eevee, who had left his through the attic window to enjoy the night life. It was something she was learning to appreciate due to spending time with the Umbreon clan. When he had entered after his shower and looked around to find his friend had vanished completely. After activating his sight, he was alerted when he found Eevee running while being chased by several other signatures. Over time, many of the signatures seemed to have given up, except for this final one that had Eevee cornered. "Agility," Naruto whispered, having learned this attack that would increase his speed for a limited amount of time. Naruto became a literal blur to anyone on the nearly empty street. The stranger Eevee came into view, the stronger being a man around his late 20s. He saw the man swing something downward at a terrified Eevee, making him get in between them and snap his arm forward to block the strike. Naruto had to wince in pain as a chain wrapped around his arm. This shocked both the man and the scared Eevee, causing tears begin to fall from the young Pokémon's eyes. "Are you okay, Eevee?" Naruto asked, not taking his glance off the man that noticed was drunk. "Yes, I am Naruto," Eevee replied, getting a nod from Naruto. The young summoner gripped the chain with his other hand and held it tightly before yanking it from the grown drunk's hands. The sudden pull, plus being drunk, made the older man stumble and nearly fall. "Hey!" he yelled at Naruto angrily, his breath reeking of the consumed alcohol. "Why the hell are you getting in my way, you DMN brat? You are protecting an agent of that med monster that tried to kill us all." The man was so drunk that he stumbled as he yelled at Naruto, pointing at the red blonde-haired child in rage. It was obvious the drunk was so drunk, he couldn't recognize Naruto. "The creature you're threatening is my friend," Naruto growled out as his aura began to rush throughout his body at a rapid pace. "I'll crush you for trying to bring her harm. But I will be merciful and give you a chance to apologize and leave." The man just growled and swung his fist at Naruto. "I'll just beat the hell out of you and go after the fox next, you DMN monster lover." "You should have just said sorry," Naruto said as he dodged the wild fist with no effort before grabbing the man's wrist. Adding a bit of his aura gave Naruto a satisfying snap, signifying the wrist was either broke or dislocated. He slid underneath the man's arm, pulling him along as he twisted the arm. The drunk villager was lifted off his feet and spun in the air. He landed on the ground hard, almost going unconscious when his head hit the hard earth. Naruto roughly grabbed the man's shirt before pulling him to eye level. If you ever try to hurt them again, I swear that I won't be so nice next time, Naruto growled to the man. The drunk villager was about to retort but froze in fear when he gazed into the young Uzumaki's eyes. His eyes were a blood red while the once round pupil was now slit much like a fox's. The slit pupil was no longer black, but now gave off a more golden color. Both eyes glowed fiercely as Naruto unleashed his Ki. The terrified villager shook in fear, nodding furiously before blacking out from his liquor, the pain, and his fear. End flashback. Since that day, Naruto has been much more protective of Eevee whenever they were in the village. He would rather not have another incident like that ever again. Plus, having to be taken ANBU due to the incident, which almost led to another fight due to his mistrust, was not something he wanted to repeat. Look, it's the Uchiha compound, Eevee called out excitedly, seeing the home of the Uchiha clan within their sights. Naruto smiled wide as he pets the normal type's head, getting a happy sigh from her. Naruto. A young girl's voice called out, getting Naruto's attention as he turned to find Hinata with Tenten and Hinata's bodyguard. Before Naruto could greet them, Eevee happily ran off and jumped into Hinata's arms, getting a giggle from the Hyuga heiress. Good day to you too, Eevee, Hinata greeted as she held Eevee, who cuddled into her body. Eevee looked like she was going to melt in bliss when Tenten scratched her behind her ears. How are you today, Lady Hinata, Ms. Tenten? Riolu asked them through his aura as he gave a slight bow that caused Hinata to return the bow and Tenten to wave. Naruto translated for the two girls. We are well today, Riolu, Hinata replied with a slight stutter, still trying to get over it. So, what are you two girls up to? Naruto asked the two as Hinata hid her face bag from his as her face went bright red. I mean me. She stuttered before she felt herself begin to become dizzy. I had to shop, it was too small. Not to say, oh. The Hyuga heiress began to sway, beginning to be unable to talk. Hinata, breath girl. Tenten encouraged her younger friend, placing a hand on her shoulder. Though she really couldn't blame the shy girl. After all, it couldn't be easy to tell the boy you have liked for nearly 2 years that had to go bra and panty shopping because your old ones were too small for you. It honestly made her jealous of Hinata due to how well developed the young heiress was in comparison to herself. Why the hell was Hinata's sizes so much better and bigger than hers when she's younger? Life was just so unfair. What Hinata is trying to say is that we just went shopping, Tenten said, getting a grateful look from said girl. We were just on our way to the weapons shop to get a few kunais and scrolls before going back to the Hyuga compound. What are you up to? Oh, we were going to visit Satsuki-chan at the Uchiha compound and say hi to everyone, Naruto said while grinning, completely missing the slight frown on Hinata's face. Plus, I need to check up on something with Satsuki. We were going to visit you as soon as we were done actually. The last line caused Hinata to smile and blush. Lady Hinata, the Hyuga bodyguard spoke up, getting the children and Pokemon's attention. We should get going so we could begin your training. You know Lord Hiraishin does not like to be kept waiting. Hinata, while disappointed, nodded at her bodyguard. Thank you, Toru-san, she thanked him, getting a slight nod in response. She looked back to Naruto and smiled as she blushed. I, have to leave now, I'll see you later, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded happily as he grinned at his friend. Of course, Hinata. I'll stop by as soon as I get the chance. I should be able to after I am done at the Uchiha compound. Hinata nodded before she let out a small squeak as Naruto gave her a quick hug and turned to leave. Let's go guys. Naruto said to his Pokemon as he ran off, the Pokemon now following their friend. Naruto waved over his shoulder to the girls as he continued on. See you later Tenten, Hinata-chan. As he began to leave their sights, Tenten giggled at his hyperactivity. Hinata on the other hand, began to go redder and redder as her body began to heat up. Unable to hold it any longer, Hinata's eyes rolled to the back of her head as she lost consciousness and fell backwards, only to be caught by a giggling Tenten. "Seriously Hinata," Tenten said as she put Hinata on her back. "You're going to have to break this fainting habit of yours." Naruto has just arrived at the Uchiha compound, which made Naruto tense up slightly as he made sure to be able to react at a moment's notice. Outsiders were generally not welcomed or are kept an eye on while in the Uchiha district. While they were used to seeing Naruto due to his connection with the clan head's family, doesn't mean he is liked by all of them. Hell, the Uchiha elders don't want Naruto there at all, the Hokage's child or not. Some of the kids that tried to pick on him were Uchiha and Hyuga children, ironically enough due to them thinking that he was beneath them. As Naruto and his Pokémon walked through the streets, Naruto could feel the Uchiha's eyes were upon him. He could even catch a few whispers about him, but he didn't care to pay it any mind. "Naruto?" A male voice this time called out to him, causing Naruto to smile warmly due to him recognizing it. The young heir turned around to find the Uchiha clan head himself, Fugaku Uchiha. "Not that I am complaining or anything, but what are you doing here?" "Well, I came to visit and say hi to Satsuki-chan and Itachi and I," Naruto replied with a grin. "What are you up to Fugaku-san?" "I just got done with a clan meeting myself," the clan head replied as he walked past Naruto, before turning to Naruto's Pokémon. "Are you and your friends coming, Naruto?" "I was on my way home anyway and some company would be nice." The stoic Uchiha gave Naruto a small smile that made Naruto grin widely and followed the man. A few hours later. Naruto has made his way home after spending all his time with the Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan. Naruto enjoyed every moment he got to spend with the two families, but now he had made his way home to rest for the day. He entered silently as he could before realizing that the only light left on was from the living room lamp where his mother could be seen sleeping on the couch. Naruto looked blankly at her as he ignored her and began to walk to the stairs. As he began walking up them, he paused as he closed his eyes. The Pokémon were confused by this as they stared at their trainer and friend. Naruto sighed annoyingly as he turned and walked back downstairs and to a nearby closet. He pulled out a thick blanket and laid it over the sleeping Kushina, who curled happily at the sudden and welcomed sense of warmth. He turned off the lamp as the only light left, now came from the full moon through the window. Naruto made his way to the stairs, seeing his three Pokémon looking at him with big smiles. "What?" Naruto whispered. "That was really sweet of you to do for her, Naruto," Eevee said to her trainer. She was always happy to see Naruto's sweet side show itself, which only came out for certain people or the Pokémon. "Yes, it is nice to see that you have not closed off your heart completely to your parents," Riolu said as Zorua nodded, having been with Naruto the longest and have seen how he acts when his parents are involved. "Look, it's not a big deal," Naruto said. He walked up the steps once more. "I just decided to be nice since it's cold in here, but it doesn't change my mind or how I feel towards them. I'm going to shower now, so why don't you three head to the attic and get situated?" The three Pokémon nodded and followed orders as they made their way silently up to their room. Naruto walked to his room to grab his clothing as his mind thought over his feeling. "I will not open my heart to those two again," Naruto thought to himself as he clenched his fists. "I'm too afraid that they will hurt me again." He paused as he entered his barren room and gazed into it. He had been gifts these last 2 birthdays by his parents whom been trying to get on his good side. One gift was a set of mesh armor that he could wear under his clothes for an extra set of protection. The gift was from his mother because she wanted him to be careful while out there. He never wore it since he felt it was too late for him to care about them before and he was too big for them anyway. His mother got him clothes that were too small, showing him how little that she knew about him. But, it gave the idea to have his Pokémon friends to make him mesh armor using the materials that he found and their own skills at making clothing. Levany and the Eren clans were more than happy to work together to make his sum. He was just waiting for the results at this point. His father bought him something that he began using for a while when he has gone training with the Hitmonchan clansmen, that way it would be tougher for him. It was a set of low-level gravity seals, making the aura around his physical body heavier. Unfortunately, it only goes up to a low level of 5, that way he doesn't overexert himself. Either way, Naruto grabbed his clothing and made his way to the bathroom, ready to shower. A few hours later. Naruto, wake up. The young Aura Guardian awoke with shock as he fell out of his bed. He glanced around frantically and found the one calling him to be Zorua. Next to him was both Eevee and Riolu, both wide awake and a serious expression on their faces. Naruto instantly went on alert as he shot out of the bed, looking at his three partners. "What's wrong you guys?" he asked. Riolu pointed to a corner and Naruto noticed it was another one of the Pokémon summons. The Pokémon was a dark gray color, in the shape of an old doll. It had 3 short spikes on its head and a long zigzagging ribbon that trailed off the back of its head. A zipper acted as its mouth, and it had purplish-pink eyes with slit pupils. Its arms were long and flat and only had 3 fingers on each one. Its legs were short and stubby with a yellow, brush-like tail waving behind it. "Lady Bandit." Naruto exclaimed in surprise to find a Pokémon he didn't summon in his room. "What are you doing here?" "We are in need of your immediate assistance Naruto-kun," Bandit replied in a serious tone. "Lord Giratina sent me to fetch you since I can go 100% undetected through the village. Everything will be explained to you when we return to the reverse world. Rescue from Kirigakure." Naruto nodded his head after hearing Bandit's tone and quickly began gathering his clothes off his stand and the weapons by his bed, having a feeling it was needed. "I'll meet you all by the lake so don't take too long," Bandit said as she sunk into the floor. "We will head out first," Riolu said. The other Pokémon began heading out the window. "We will see you in a few minutes, Naruto." Naruto nodded as he began to dress in his combat guardian clothing and making sure that everything was set before heading out. Umbu would still be out and about, even if it's this late at night, Naruto whispered as he began to run while staying near the shadow of buildings. "I'd rather not have to try and deal with them if I can avoid it." He quickly jumped into allies and pathways. As Naruto made it to the woods, he sensed a patrol of aura signatures jumping through the trees. This made Naruto activate his aura and used quick attack to augment his speed to get away from them. The young Uzumaki's eyes widened before he slid down under a tree and covered himself with the brown cloak that blended in with the trees. He hid just in time as an Umbu landed on the ground and looked around before jumping away. When the Umbu member was far enough away, Naruto ran off, putting the cloth in his seal. "Sure are a lot of Umbu out tonight," Naruto thought as he arrived at his training ground. "Good, you have arrived in good time," Bandit's voice rang out before rising from the ground next to the lake. She flew over the lake before releasing her energy into the lake as Naruto has done many times before. "Your 3 partners are already in the reverse world waiting." The usual vortex formed quickly as it sucked everything in. "Let's get moving young guardian, I doubt the others would like to be kept waiting for much longer." Naruto nodded and jumped into the portal, followed quickly by Bandit. Reverse world, forest. Naruto appeared as he jumped up and landed onto the soft grass as he looked around. On the grass was Riolu, Eevee, and Zorua with serious expressions. Floating behind him was Bandit with her arms crossed. In the slightly darker sky were Giratina and surprisingly Arceus herself. Under them was a Pokémon Naruto had yet to spend time with. The Pokémon was a bipedal, humanoid Pokémon whose body resembled a white flowing gown. Most of its body was white, but its hair, arms, and the underside of the gown was a green color. Behind its red eyes are short spikes, resembling a masquerade mask. It has long arms with 3 fingers on each hand, and slender white legs. A red, fin-like horn extends from its chest, and a shorter, more rounded horn extends from the back. A band of green on its chest extends to the center of the front and connects to its sleeve-like arms. This was Gardevoir, the Embrace Pokémon and a Psychic/Fairy-type Pokémon. She had a very distraught expression and looked to have been crying. Naruto smiled and waved at Arceus and Giratina before giving a slight bow. "How may I be of help to you guys this night?" Naruto asked as he looked to the Pokémon. "Is everything alright?" "No, young guardian," Arceus said in a serious tone that made Naruto snap to attention. "This here is Gardevoir, the leader of the Gardevoir clan line. During a training regimen and collection raid, her daughter went through unnoticed. She has been last seen early afternoon and Gardevoir was finally able to establish a link with her child. This has caused quite a stir as she has been found and locked away due to her uniqueness." Hearing that a Pokémon had been captured and locked away both angered and worried Naruto. "Where is she?" "She is currently in Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist," Giratina said. "We would send one of the other Pokémon to collect her, but it would be better to avoid another incident. With you being human, it would be better and easier for you to move around. Your mission is to infiltrate Kiri, get Ralts, and get out." Naruto nodded as he looked over to Arceus, who gave him a concerned look. "Naruto, I need you to understand something," she said. "While we could easily get Ralts back on our own, it would reveal our more powerful Pokémon before it's safe. This mission would be exceedingly dangerous, so we need you to not hold back, but also be extremely careful. Kirigakure is under a very bloody civil war right now between its citizens and Kage versus the Bloodline users, and your skills may get mistaken for one. This is not a test nor is it a time to try to prove yourself. If you are in danger, don't be afraid to retreat or call for backup. Return to the reverse world if you must do so. Please, just be ready for everything and anything." "I understand, Lady Arceus," Naruto nodded as he gave a gentle smile. "I will be extra careful, you can count on me." He looked to the distraught Gardevoir before walking up and giving her a warm and comforting hug. "Don't worry, Lady Gardevoir, I will do everything that I can to help return your daughter to you. I promise." Gardevoir smiled happily as she returned the hug. "Thank you, Naruto-san," she replied joyfully. "Please bring my baby girl back to me safely. She's so scared." Naruto nodded before images flooded his mind. The image was of a dimly lit jail cell that looked to be haven't cleaned in a long time. The cell bars were dirty and around the cell was kanji written on the walls and floor. The image focused in on a figure that was curled into a ball in the corner. The figure was a small humanoid creature with a small white body. It had thin arms and legs that widened near toward the feet. There is a wispy extension trailing off the back of its feet, creating the overall impression of a nightgown or oversized dress. Most of its face was covered by blue hair that resembled a bowl cut, but a pair of pinkish-red eyes was barely visible. There were two flat, red horns on top of its head, a large one toward the front and a smaller one at the back. So that's Ralts, Naruto thought as he made sure to memorize every detail of the room that he could. "I'm all ready to go, guys, send me when you are ready," he said as he looked to Giratina. The Lord of the Reverse World took a deep breath, before blasting open another vortex portal. "We will be on standby here, Naruto," Riolu said as he walked up. "You can call us whenever you need us. Do not hesitate because we might be hurt." "Yeah, Naruto," Zorua said next as he smirked. "We can kick just as much but as you can, so we will be here ready to back you up." Naruto nodded before Eevee jumped into his arms, liking his left cheek. "Please be safe, Naruto," she said in a worried tone. "I want you to return to us." "I will, Eevee," Naruto said as he pets the normal type's head and set her down. "You just be ready for pickup should I call for you, partner." The red-tipped blonde turned to the portal and took to the portal before jumping in. Elemental Nations. A portal opened up in a small pond that Naruto rose from and landed next to. The portal closed up without a trace. Naruto proceeded to look around and shook his head at what he could see, or more accurately, what he could barely see. Just as the name of the village suggested, the surrounding area was hidden by a thick mist. It wasn't so bad that he couldn't see at all, but enough to where he couldn't see too far ahead with his normal vision. What he could see was concealed greenery, tall trees and some animals that looked at him in curiosity. There was a river not far from him that went on till it vanished in the mist. It would seem that I am in some kind of forest, Naruto thought as he began walking, making a slight, slosh sound with his steps. I guess I shouldn't be shocked that everything is so wet here, with it being called the Hidden Mist Village and all. Plus, the air is so much cooler than in Konoha. Well, it's time I start the mission, but first I need to find the village. Concentrating his aura, he activated his aura sight. He was surprised to find out how much easier he could see now that he had merely focused on the aura around him. He looked to his right and saw a large amount of aura signatures. Some moving at high speeds, some moving at sedate paces. Whoa, that's a really strong aura. Naruto exclaimed mentally in shock as he noticed one aura sense in particular. It was centered in the middle of all the others and it was brighter than all the others. That must be the village then. The Uzumaki Namikaze concentrated aura to his legs and ran as fast as he could, looking like a blur to anyone else. Naruto was close to the mist village in only a few short moments. As Naruto reached the village, he felt the exhaustion of the day begin to take its toll, due to not having enough rest. He gazed into the village streets, his aura sight on full blast as he looked around. Why can't I locate Ralts' signature? Naruto thought to himself as he tried to focus harder. Her aura signature as a Pokémon should make it easier for me, but I can't find her anywhere. What is going on? Naruto took notice of 3 signatures heading to a direction away from the village to his far left. He looked and took notice of another mass of signatures far from the village over another mass of water. Maybe those are the people who are fighting the village, he thought as he saw the signatures heading over to it. Now that I think of it, I wonder why the village is trying to kill the bloodline users in the first place. What caused the fighting? As he looked at the signatures, he couldn't help but notice how powerful the aura signatures were. If he faced them now, he would be 100% sure to lose. I'm going to have to find somewhere to get some rest right now. As he looked around, he found a tree with a lot of foliage and jumped onto its thick branches and hid into its leaves. The young Uzumaki Namikaze closed his eyes as he quickly let his exhaustion take him. I hope things will look up for me in the morning. The next day, Naruto awoke from his sleep with a start, having felt an explosion that shook the area and tree he was in. This caused Naruto to nearly fall from the tree branch, before he caught the branch and swung himself upwards until he hid himself amongst the tree leaves. He looked around and found himself staring down 2 shinobis that were sparring one another. Each shinobi held a blade of some kind and held another blade of a different kind. The first shinobi was a woman with relatively long, red hair and was much shorter than the other swordsman. Her black eyes held a mischievous flint in them. Along with the Kiri forehead protector, she wore a brown cloth that tied parts of hair to the sides of her head, both tied upwards and let the remainder flow downwards. She wore a loose, pinstriped long-sleeved shirt with a dark obi around the waist, black breaths that got looser closer to the ends. She had bandages tied loosely around her neck and wore a smirk that showed off her sharp teeth, reminding Naruto of a shark. Her swords were a pair, and both were each a straight, double-edged. Both the blades had a curved upward bladed prong near the tip of one side of the blade, and another one being near the base of the blade's other side. The second person was actually a quite tall man, with a very thin frame that gave the appearance of being ill to Naruto. He had long, shaggy, straw-colored blonde hair. Naruto could not see the man's face as it was covered by a white, porcelain Anbu mask that had a green-colored triangle on its lower half, slits for eye holes, and Kirigakure's symbol etched on the top half. He wore a damp, sleeveless black shirt, matching briefs, complete with a waistguard, and Kirigakure's striped wrist and leg guards. He wore bandages around his neck that were also slightly dampened. Naruto was mesmerized by the show of swordsmanship between the two as they both tried to gain the upper hand on each other. The one with 2 blades tried her best. to try and get past the blonde man's guard, but the skinny man showed how skilled he was by parrying and blocking the strikes. The red-haired girl twisted around the next strike from the shaggy-haired man, but her arm moved up in time to block a kick that sent her flying into the tree next to Naruto's. Such strength within those thin legs. Naruto exclaimed mentally. I really would rather not get kicked by him if I can help it. It would seem that you may be getting soft, Yuri, the masked man said in a mocking tone. Or could it be that you are getting old? If you're not careful, you may just die by my blade before an enemy shinobi does it. The redhead, now named Yuri, merely smirked. I don't think you have the advantage here, Kushimaru, she said as she got into a stance with her two blades at the ready. You're just lucky I'm still getting over that DMN disease. Kushimaru nodded as he too took another stance, his blade's point facing downward. Yes, you should have died years ago, but it would seem you cheated death like the stubborn brat that you are, and a lot of pure luck. Yuri's blades roared to life as lightning surrounded the blades as she smirked, her shark-like teeth showing. I have more than enough life in my body to enjoy this snack between us. Lightning Blade Jutsu, Thunderbolt. A powerful bolt of electricity shot from her blades and rushed at the masked swordsman, who leaned his body to the side, only a few hairs of his got singed from the strike. Looks like your aim is off, Kushimaru taunted as he tightened his grip before he began pulling out ninja wire. Maybe it's time you retired and turned in your blade. After all, wouldn't want to risk the Kiba blades getting out of Kiri or enemy hands in general. Kushimaru tossed his blade at Yuri, who ducked and jumped back before jumping away, the thin wire connected to the tossed blade barely missing her. She then charged forward, an action mirrored by Kushimaru. Yuri and Kushimaru, Naruto thought as he watched the two swordsmen clash over and over again. He was amazed by the amount of skill that the two possessed while still holding back. His eyes were stuck on the two, having trouble fighting down the worry that crept up in his mind. I know I read about both of those names from somewhere, but I can't remember. Either way, I really do need to get going. I don't have time to be caught by those two. A bright light caught Naruto's attention as he realized that the light came from Yuri, who was charging up a high amount of electricity. Realizing it was going to be a fairly big attack, Naruto tensed his muscles as a reflex. Lightning style, depth charge. She cried out as a powerful bolt of electricity struck down, destroying the area with a small explosion. Using the explosion and smoke as a coverage, Naruto snapped out of his stupor and jumped away and ran off, using the aura in his legs as a boost to get away from the area as quick as possible. While he could use quick attack to escape faster, he didn't know how skilled of a sensor those two were and would rather not risk it. Naruto landed near the border of the village, and the red-tipped blonde looked at the village entrance. In his opinion, the village was definitely pretty and had its own unique flair compared to his home village. Seeing a few people walking around, Naruto took notice of their clothing. Most of them wore darker clothing than he did, and he chose to bury his jacket and keep his black undershirt and chain mail under that. Moving quick, Naruto entered the village under a small aura-induced illusion and quickly mixed himself amongst the shadows of the buildings as best he could. Naruto couldn't help but notice that not many civilians were out and about, at least when he compared it to Konoha. He took note that many people that he could see looked to be shinobi. They were patrolling the streets, combing the areas. The few civilians that were out generally kept their heads down and out of the way. They were doing their absolute best to not call attention to themselves. It's like even the civilians are afraid of their own protectors, Naruto thought to himself as he watched some people flinch when a Kiri Jonin looked their direction. Lady Arceus said they were in a civil war, but I didn't know things would be this bad. Naruto did his best to emulate the scared civilians by keeping his head down himself while staying near the building's shadows. At the same time, Naruto kept his aura sense active, hoping to locate Ralts' unique signature. Just as before, Naruto could not locate the unique signature anywhere in the village, and it was worrying. He kept moving and found the buildings were either in need of repair or were standing tall. Turning quickly, he entered one of the more destroyed buildings and hid away so he could think clearly. I'm in a foreign that I don't know too much about, Naruto thought as he leaned against the damp marble walls. And I can't do too much or I gain some unwanted attention that could end badly. Man, this SCKS. He took a deep breath before he decided to explore the building as he thought over his next plan. He took note that this building must have been an old office buildings due to the different cabinets and desks lying around. Dust and debris littered the place as wet papers and equipment were scattered about. He looked around sadly as he saw some dried blood mixed in with the damp walls and floors. Not a lot, but enough to show a battle had taken place here. As he walked around, Naruto stopped as he heard a strange echo sound from the floorboards. He looked down and lightly tapped it a few more times and noticed that it sounded hollow in comparison to which made him examine it more. He noticed that the floorboard looked a bit different than the surrounding area. Focusing his aura to the area, Naruto was confused because he couldn't really see anything. Taking a wild guess, Naruto bent down and grabbed the floorboards. As he pushed up, he was shocked by the floorboard lifting up. A cold mist poured out slowly, shouting a staircase and nothing more. Focusing once more, he made his way down the stairs. I hope you are down here, Ralts, he thought to himself as he readied himself just in case as he entered a tall but narrow hallway. It gave enough maneuverability to move around but not to his liking. As he walked, Naruto began to feel more and more nervous as he began to slowly lose visibility due to the mist. Is it me or is the mist getting thicker here, he thought to himself as a bead of sweat rolled down his face. Maybe coming down here wasn't my best decision. Hearing a strange noise, though very faint, made Naruto cancel his aura sight and channel chakra to his ears to listen better. His eyes widened when just barely a foot away, was a huge blade spinning right for him. Bending backwards, showcasing impressive flexibility, Naruto allowed the blade to harmlessly pass over him. Snapping back to place, Naruto pulled out 2 kunais as he got himself ready to strike. Seems to me that have some skill on you, a deep voice spoke out through the mist. It's too bad that you found this hatch because you will have to die. Feeling his danger sense screaming at him to move, Naruto ducked in time to dodge a punch aimed for his face. Leaning to the side, he dodged a kick that would have hit his chin and twisted his body so he could jump back in time to avoid an elbow for his head. He used his hands to flip away to avoid another strong strike. When he landed, he used his kunai to block 2 kunais that were thrown at him. Naruto was shocked by the amount of force they had as they nearly knocked his arm away. The mist cleared a bit more to reveal the attacker. The attacker was a tall man who had grayish skin with well-defined muscles. He had short black, spiky hair along with small eyebrows. He wore white bandages that wrapped around the bottom half of his face. He had the Kirigakure headband sideways on his head. He wore what appeared to be the Kirigakure Umbu uniform as he had the flak jacket on. His right hand held the handle of the giant blade that tried to cleave him in 2 earlier. You got some impressive moves, I'll give you that, the Mad said as he gripped the handle and yanked the blade from the wall with no effect. Too bad you will have to die here, I would have liked to see the skill you would have had in the future. He then tossed 2 kunais at Naruto who was ready. Naruto effortlessly dodged the 2 kunais but was shocked by the man appearing before him with his blade already aiming to cleave him in half from the waistline. Naruto ducked in time as the blade cut the tip of his spiky hair. He was unprepared for the kick aiming for his face as he coated his arm in chakra and brought them up in an X formation just in time. The force of the kick not only sent Naruto sailing back, but it also made him drop his kunai in the process. Flipping in the air, Naruto landed on his feet as he winced from the throbbing in his arms. Realizing he couldn't hold back, he flowed aura to his arms. Recover, he whispered as he felt the effect heal his wounds and felt the throbbing vanished. Pulling out his kunai, he tossed it only for the man to grunt in boredom as he merely caught the weapon and tossed it back, only to freeze to see Naruto gone. Where did that brat? He began before he stopped as he felt his instincts go off as he laid the flat of his blade on his back in time to block a stab from Naruto. Not bad kid, but not good enough. Naruto smirked as he gathered his aura once more. Skiing in some air, Naruto cried out his next technique. Whirlwind. He breathed out a big burst of wind that blew the man back as he slammed into the wall and blew the mist away a good bit. Not missing a beat, Naruto tossed out shurikens that pinned the man to the wall as he grunted in slight pain. I can't have any witnesses to me being here, Naruto thought as he pulled out another kunai only to be shocked by some laughing. He looked back to see the man pull the kunais out and that he was not even pinned like Naruto initially thought. You are not bad at all, kid, the man said as he stood up with his huge blade. To push me, a member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, like this takes some considerable skill. What's your name, kid, so I know who it is I am adding to my kill count? You first, Naruto replied, trying to hide the fear he was feeling. This man just stood up like the blades in his body were not even there to begin with. Just like that Daisuke guy. What kind of monsters are walking in this world? The bulky man placed the blade on his shoulder, chuckling deeply at Naruto. Shows that you are either not from here or grossly ill-informed to not know who I am, he replied as he cracked his neck. My name is Zabuza Momochi, demon of the hidden mist. And who is the boy that I'll be sending to hell today? Gathering aura into his hands, Naruto clasped them together before pulling them apart. In between his hands, a blue staff formed before Naruto grabbed it and took a staff fighting stance taught to him by a Lucario. This surprised Zabuza as he has never seen a jutsu like that one before. This brat is full of surprise, Zabuza thought as he tensed his body ready to strike at a moment's notice. Guess I should stop just playing with the brat, especially if he works for the enemy. No one is allowed past this point, child or not. You know the great thing about being in the village itself, brat? Naruto was confused by the question as he prepared himself. The abundance of water no matter where you are. Zabuza replied as he did one-handed seals. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Water poured out from under the floor's cracks and formed a dragon made of water that rushed at Naruto. Not seeing enough space to completely dodge, Naruto reached out his hand releasing an aura dome around him. Protect. The dragon smashed into the dome, but the normal type move held strong, only gaining a few cracks into it. Before Naruto could let down the barrier, Zabuza appeared above him and swung his blade into the barrier. The cracks became worse as Naruto's sweating became worse as he tried his best to maintain his barrier. Twisting his body around, Zabuza swung his blade sideways in order to shatter the protect and cleave Naruto in two at the same time. Naruto, knowing he would not last if he stayed where he was, cancelled the protect and dodged the blade by jumping over it. This surprised Zabuza, which gave Naruto time to kick the swordsman's face and twisting his body to be behind him before he kicked off while gathering more fire aura. Flamethrower. Naruto cried as he released a stream of red, hot flames that encased Zabuza's body. Holding it for a few more seconds, Naruto cancelled it in order to conserve more of his energy. When the fire vanished, Naruto was shocked to find the man gone. Nothing was left, besides a puddle of water and his aura staff in the ground. Feeling his aura sense go off, Naruto quickly leaned to the side as a blade passed him by. He jumped backwards and did a handstand, a kick missing his legs. He pushed off in time to dodge another body-shattering blow, only to have his leg grabbed by an unharmed Zabuza. "Where do you think you're going, brat?" he said as he slammed Naruto into the ground. The force was enough to crack not only the ground, but a few bones. At least it felt like it to Naruto. Lifting up his prey to eye level, Zabuza prepared to cut Naruto in half. "You didn't do too bad, kid, but this game ends here." Zabuza didn't expect for Naruto to swing his body upwards and slam a glowing fist into his shoulder screaming, "Rock smash." The shock of pain made Zabuza cry out in pain and drop Naruto. Ignoring the pain and exhaustion he was feeling, Naruto spun and landed on his feet before turning around. "Leaf blade," he cried as his right arm glowed green and he used it to slit the surprised Zabuza's throat. Naruto thought it was over as he felt the liquid touch his face and the body dropped. Turning into a puddle of water. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized what just happened. A water clone, he cried out in shock. He looked down the misty halls to his opponent and leaned back in time to dodge another blade but had to roll to the side to dodge another from his back. He jumped back as his back hit the wall, pouring more aura to his aura sense and sight. He saw that there were 3 more Zabuzas as they stalked towards him. Naruto began gathering his aura and feeding his leaf blade, which made it stronger while gathering more into his lungs. Smoke screen, he blew out a thick cloud of black smoke that covered him and the clones, which caused the 3 water clones to have another coughing fit. Naruto rushed forward with a burst of speed thanks to the aura in his legs and swiped his green arm to kill one of the clones. This was not to be, as he had to dodge a swing from the clone's giant blade and then dodge away as another clone tried to kick him. Then he backflipped as another clone made another attempt to cut him in 2. When he landed, his eyes widened as another water dragon rushed his way. Activating his agility, Naruto dashed away from the attack in time and continued running. He ran towards his aura staff, but glared as a clone guarded the staff. Charging more aura to his legs, Naruto slid under the clone's blade swipe and grabbed his staff. Feeling the danger, Naruto turned around with his aura staff spread out in time to block Zabuza's blade, which was thrown at the cry of flying revolving sword, which made the staff crack and push him back. Twisting his body, Naruto let the blade fly harmlessly by him. Feeling his aura warning him of more danger, he turned and tossed his cracked staff, which made the charging Zabuza stop and deflect the staff with ease. Before he could relax, Naruto followed his instincts and dodged in time as a blade was being swung towards him. Naruto landed on the roof of the hallway and stayed there with his chakra. He used his new position to jump off as a clone swung once more and landed on the wall. He continued to jump from wall to wall while activating his agility to give him time to try to gain more speed. Activating his leaf blade again, Naruto cut a clone, which made it grunt in pain. Sadly, it wasn't enough to dispel the clone. "Will you just vanish already?" Naruto yelled out as he made another swipe but had to twist his body back to dodge Zabuza's blade. Naruto rolled on the ground and jumped forward before Zabuza could kick him. "It's over now," one of the clones said as another clone appeared on either side of him. Both swung their huge blades towards Naruto, who quickly realized that their blades blocked any means of escape. "Protect won't help me here, so I will have to try this," he yelled mentally before calling upon aura to cover his body. "Double team," he said as Naruto vanished, surprising Zabuza as he thought he had a pretty good idea of Naruto's skill sets. This shock was only enhanced when more Narutos appeared around the hall. This shock gave way to annoyance as the Zabuzas felt insulted. "Do you really think these clones will help you against me?" one of the clones asked as he lifted his blade horizontally with one arm. "This childish move will do nothing for you besides annoy me." The other clone finished as the third prepared hand signs. Each double-team copy lifted their arms as they each activated cut and leaf blade on their left and right arm respectively. "Try this on for size then," Naruto replied as they all rushed around the hall, bouncing from wall to wall again. The water clones had a little trouble as Naruto and his copies kept vanishing upon each jump, making good use of their smaller size. The Zabuzas though kept on the defensive as they did their best to keep their eyes on the copies. Another slash appeared on Zabuza's side which made him grunt, and the other almost lost its footing when it was hit on the back. The third Zabuza barely dodged in time as he jumped back and created more hand signs. He created another water dragon that rushed towards the area where Naruto was. Knowing he would be hit if he didn't do something, he turned on the ground and used his agility. He quickly ran down the hall to get away from the dragon that chased him down and eliminated his clones. "No matter how much you run, it will chase you down and crush you," the clone stated with a dark chuckle, but stopped when he heard hissing. They looked around and noticed they were surrounded by explosive notes that were already about to go off. "That clever brat." He couldn't finish as the bombs went off, causing that part of the hall to crumble and destroying the water clones within the debris in explosion. Naruto continued to run as the water dragon closed in on him before he poured on the speed, vanishing completely and ending up in a clearing filled with different puddles of water. A few seconds after exiting the tunnel, the dragon burst from the tunnel and Naruto noticed it was vanishing. It lurched upward and completely dissipating from the lack of chakra feeding the jutsu. Naruto watched for a moment as the aura racing through his body began to settle. He began a light chuckle before it got louder before he burst into a happy, exhausted laughter. He went down to one knee but continued to laugh happily at his victory. That worked so well, he said in between deep breaths. The only issue is that I don't know where I am right now and I used a lot of my aura in that fight. I need to decrease the amount of time it takes to use my aura and chakra. For now, I need a quick rest, but why was I attacked like that? I found the area by accident, so I will need to be careful from here on. Walking towards one of the water pools, Naruto began drinking the water and splashing the cool liquid on his face. While cleaning the water from his eyes, he did not notice that the mist in the area began to thicken slowly. Standing up with the water dripping off him, his body stiffened as his aura warned him of danger, and considering its track record, Naruto instinctively activated his protect as the dome appeared in time to deflect a now very familiar blade. This time, while it did deflect the blade to another direction, the blade shattered his protect, which completely surprised Naruto. The result not only pushed Naruto into the water, but it drained his stamina a good chunk. Moves that use a constant flow of aura to maintain like protect, when it gets destroyed will take a huge chunk of his aura as it lost its source that fed on it. This causes a slip of control for a split moment. Lifting his body out, Naruto coughed water out his tiny lungs as he took a big gulp of air. Realizing just how heavy he felt, Naruto looked at the water, which felt like weights to him as it was hard for him to move. Why does this water feel so heavy? Naruto thought to himself. Before he could do anything else, he felt a presence appear suddenly behind him. "It's over for you," the presence, which turned out to be Zabuza, said as he finished a set of hand signs. Water style, water prison jutsu. Water swirled around Naruto before he could react and trapped Naruto in a huge orb of it. "What is this?" Naruto cried out. He could feel that was so heavy that it prevented any major movement of his body. Why can't barely lift my arms? "There is no escaping this prison unless I let you, brat," Zabuza stated, his hand in the water to keep it stable. The prison isn't just water, but water manipulated by pure chakra, which these pools of water were saturated in. Naruto was shocked as he tried to make a few more attempts to move, but quickly realized that it was a wasted effort. "And before you try that sealless clone jutsu of yours," Zabuza said as a few more water clones of Zabuza appeared from the water pool they were in. 4 Zabuzas, complete with their signature blade, at the ready. "I need to get free and summon the others," Naruto thought as he got nervous from the glaring shinobi. "Problem is getting an opening to do it. Day 2 and I am captured by the enemy. What a great ninja you turned out to be, Naruto." "Don't worry so much," Zabuza said in a fake caring tone as more shinobis appeared in the area. "As long as you cooperate nicely, then you won't be hurt too badly. Try any funny business, then I can't promise you anything but death. Either way work for me, to be honest, as I haven't killed in a few days and I have been itching for blood." Naruto didn't say anything as he knew he was screwed at this point in time. If he could escape, he would have to face several shinobi of unknown strength levels ready to kill him. Not to mention more water clones that he was already having trouble fighting against, along with the original who was in a completely different league of his own. In the end, Naruto knew he had to submit and wait for an opportunity until he can get away and continue his mission. "We are going to have to move Zabuza," a man with an eye patch and a very strange hairstyle. That explosion most definitely got everyone's attention, and it's only a matter of time before they head over here. "Our men are creating a diversion, so we have time to escape." "Well then, kid, looks like you are coming with us, as I can't have you walking around," Zabuza said. "Aoi, slap a suppression seal on the brat so we don't have to worry about any fancy tricks." The now named Aoi pulled out a tag that had the kanji for suppression on it as Zabuza glared at Naruto. If you try anything, I promise it will be the last thing that you ever do. Quickly Naruto felt the water drop back into the pool below him. Before he could hit the water too, he felt Zabuza's arm wrap around his neck and the other hold him in place, which kept him in place. Aoi tagged Naruto with the suppression seal, which glowed as the writing spread to his arms, legs, and face. Naruto instantly felt his body go slack as his chakra flow nearly stopped. He even felt his aura almost completely stop flowing, though it was better off than his chakra. This sudden fatigue caused him to go unconscious. Gripping his prisoner tightly, Zabuza looked to Aoi and nodded. Good, now let's get going to Mei before other shinobi appear and gives us trouble, he said as he got a nod from the man. Zabuza, along with his prisoner, vanished in a shunshin. Chapter 13. Proving Your Worth. Naruto groaned as he woke up, his body stiff and aching at the slightest movement. Ignoring the stiff pain, Naruto craned his neck to crack it as he stretched his body. This moment of peace broke as he opened his eyes in shock, remembering what transpired before his abrupt slumber. Shooting to his feet, Naruto observed his surroundings, which was a damp jail cell with metal clamps on the walls. The cell let in little light and the draft from the tiny window sent chills down his body. He looked down to find his weapons gone and the only clothing he had was his briefs. Along his body was the same black markings from the suppression seal that he was tagged with during his capture. So it seems that you have woken up, a man's voice spoke out from the nearby door, which gained the young boy's attention. Naruto looked towards the location and saw that it was Aoi, the same man who put the seals on him. He had his arms crossed over his chest as he gave Naruto a serious expression. As usual protocol, we couldn't have you know of one of our hidden bases, so we had to be sure you were unconscious. The red blonde did not say anything in response as he analyzed the area, trying to figure out a way to escape. Any way he could take advantage to squeeze his way to freedom. Now here's what's going to happen, Aoi said with his uncovered eye narrowing at him. I'm going to ask you questions and you will answer them. Staring with this one, what is your name and rank? Naruto kept quiet, trying to figure out why exactly he was being interrogated for. After a while, Naruto decided to answer his capturer as to not make things worse for himself. My name is Naruto and I am an academy student. Don't play with me, child. Aoi said in an angry tone as he released some of his killing intent, which only served to bore Naruto. The abilities that you have apparently shown are too much for a simple academy level student. If you wish to lie to me, then we have other, more extreme methods to get an answer out of you. Seriously, all this trouble over some brat. Back in my day, kids trained and stayed out of the way until they were ready. Shut up, One Eye. Naruto yelled out, feeling insulted. I do train and I train very hard. You guys are the ones that attacked me first while I simply was exploring, since I'm rarely on this side of town. I train really hard so I can protect myself, no more or less. While exploring, that Zabuza guy attacked me out of nowhere, so excuse me for defending myself because I didn't want to die. He used his real annoyed and angered emotion at the situation he was in to help sell his little lie. And with your training, you were able to do justice with no hand signs, a woman's voice spoke out, getting both of the males' attention. Naruto had to do his best to fight back the blush that appears on his face at how appealing the woman that walked into the room was. She was a tall, slender woman with appealing green eyes and ankle-length, auburn hair. The hair was styled in a herringbone pattern at the back, a top knot with a dark blue band, and with 4 bangs at the front. 2 were short, with one covering her right eye, and the other 2 were long, crossing each other over her impressive bust. She wore a long-sleeved, dark blue dress that falls just below her knees. The dresses left an opening unzipped on her left side, which showed off her legs. The dress only covered the underside of her breast and the upper part of her arms. She had a skirt on, the same dark blue as her dress, which revealed she mesh leggings reaching down over her exposed knees. A bet was on her waist that Naruto assumed had her ninja weapons inside. On her feet were high-heeled sandals and shin guards reaching up over her knees. To Naruto, she was both appealing and dangerous. The feeling she gave, which Naruto guessed was her aura leaking, told Naruto that she was leagues above him in power. "Lady Mei, you don't have to waste your times on these types," Ao said in a respectful yet urgent tone. "Let me deal with these purging scum. I will get the information we need about Yagura's inner sanctum, even if I have to do it." "The thing is Ao, I don't think you will get anything out of this young man," Mei replied as she put a hand on her left hip. "From what I can tell, this boy has absolutely no information on Yagura's military because he's not from the Hidden Mist." A smirk made its way on her face as she looked their young captive in the eyes. "Isn't that right, Naruto?" This made Naruto's eyes widen in complete shock at how the women figured it out so fast. This only asked for a split second, but that was all the women needed to confirm her statement. Her smirk widening at their prisoner, Ao couldn't hide his displeasure at the information. "Lady Mei, are you saying that he is a spy?" Ao questioned as he glared at Naruto while grabbing a kunai. Mei only gave Ao a side glance before returning her gaze onto Naruto. "If he was, then he is a bad one due to not only gaining our suspicion, but that of the Mist Anbu as well," she said, surprising Naruto once more. "You didn't really think that you got away from shinobi that were trained in stealth and infiltration. You were lucky that your young age made them not consider you a threat. Unlucky for you, you were found by my ninja and they don't forget a face." "Well, since you know that I am not working for this Yagura guy," Naruto said as he stared his heterochromic eyes into her green eyes. "Just let me go and I'll be on my way." "You see, that is where we have an issue," Mei replied, confusing the young guardian. Seeing his confusion, Mei explained. "Whether you meant it or not, your fight with Zabuza alerted Yagura's shinobi about one of our secret camp spots. That not only made us lose a strategic position in this civil war, but I lost quite a bit of shinobi who held back Yagura's forces who charged the area. I can't simply let you go after losing so much because of you. That was not my guilt. How was I supposed to know that you guys were hiding in that area along with the fact that I was attacked first? Not only that, but I could not find them at all at first with Aura Sense. While that is true and unfortunate, you will learn that life isn't exactly fair either. Due to the current actions taken, many lives were lost and work had been compromised. Due to your actions, we will be watched more thoroughly by the Mist Anbu and it will make things harder for us. This of course will lead to more lives being lost. In the end, we are more at a loss than you are." "Then what do you want from me?" Naruto questioned with worry since he did not like where this was going. "What exactly are you trying to tell me here?" "You are quite a smart boy for your age," Mei replied with a slight giggle from how amused she was. "From what I was told by Zabuza, after I tore into him for the incident of attacking you instead of observing if you were even a threat, you have quite the impressive set of abilities. If what he said is to be believed, you were able to do all sets of jutsus without the use of hand signs. This just goes to show how skilled you are in the different techniques provided to you. Plus, I was told some interesting information that left me with quite the interest in you." "What was that?" Naruto asked as he thought over anything significant that could help him get out of this whole thing alive. "Then I guess I'll be frank with my question," Mei said as she looked Naruto in the eyes. "Do you possess a bloodline limit?" Of all conclusions for her to make, he was not expecting that one. "Why do you think something like that?" "As you are aware by now, we are in a civil war against our Mizukage, Yagura, who started a complete massacre of anyone possessing a bloodline. This massacre led to a lot of different clans being wiped out for no reason at all. Those loyal to the third Mizukage lead these unwarranted killings with pure joy or loyalty. I lead a resistance to stop this senseless slaughter after my parents were killed by Kirigakure in a public execution. I barely escaped with my life during this incident. If you are in possession of a bloodline, then Yagura's men will be all over you in moments. While it won't make as much of a difference over the lost lives, We could use all the help we could get and you are shown to be skilled if what Zabuza said is true. So to help make up for the problems you helped cause, you will join the resistance. Lady Mei, are you sure that is a wise decision? Ao called out in shock, unable to keep his composure. Sure, he was skilled and all, but he could still be a threat to us, child or not. And if that isn't enough, his age could be a hindrance to us. He may not be old enough to be a use to us and may cause us to waste resources and lives being lost. Ao, this boy was able to take on the likes of Zabuza with simple-looking techniques, Mei replied with absolute certainty. Not only that, but our sensors are telling us that he barely used any chakra for any of those jutsu techniques that was explained to us. Trust me, he could be useful to us. Who said that I was joining you? Naruto yelled indignantly. I had no plan to join some war that I am not a part of. I have things that I need to do no matter what. Naruto was going to continue until he paused as he felt the increase of density in the area. Mei raised not only her killing intent, but her powerful and dense chakra to show how serious she was. Naruto didn't care about the killing intent, but the powerful chakra was enough to silence him as he could feel the Kage level of chakra wafting through the air. In that case, Mei replied with a completely serious look in her eyes. We will just take your life to make up for the ones lost during the escape. It isn't completely ideal, but we will make do. Naruto began sweating as he knew that his mission would be a complete failure if he were to die here. Ralts will be lost, dead or worse. You're right, Naruto sighed as the chakra died down. I'm sorry and I'll help you guys as best as I can. Or at the very least until I get Ralts. Mei's smile widened as her eyes became much kinder. I am glad that we have an understanding, Naruto. Ao, let him out but keep the seals on until we are sure he is not going to try and run off. Aoi, though not completely agreeing with his leader's order, nodded his head as he unlocked and opened Naruto's jail cell and let the red-tipped blonde out. As Naruto walked out, he kept his gaze on his two captors. He didn't trust them given that they are forcing him to join their resistance. As they walked out, Naruto looked down the halls and looked into the different cells that lined the way. Only two had other prisoners, but they were unconscious. As they walked out, Naruto was blinded by the sudden burst of light that hit his eyes, making him hide his eyes away for a moment. Naruto quickly took note how few shinobis were in the area as he had expected there to be a ton of shinobis to guard a prison. Then he remembered that there were so few prisoners but he was the only one to awaken. What's the use on wasting a huge defensive force to guard against two shinobis and a child, I wonder, he thought to himself. Well, first we are going to get you integrated in one of our bases, Mei replied as she flashed her chakra for a brief moment. Before Naruto could ask her on what she was planning, a swirl of water caught his attention. From the swirl of water appeared Zabuza Momochi and another young man with white hair and sharp teeth with a small tanto on his left hip. He was around the same relative age as Naruto himself, but about a head taller than he was. He was thin but lean with small and lean muscles. He wore a tan, sleeveless shirt and brown jeans with blue shinobi sandals to finish the look. He also didn't have a shinobi pouch on his person, which surprised him. What is it you need, Mei? Zabuza asked with his arms before he smirked at the sight of Naruto. Are we going to kill the brat? Because I wouldn't mind a fight to the death with him before we do. His fight made me curious about what he can really do. Naruto glared at the swordsman, not seeing the young boy looking at him curiously. So this is the boy Zabuza spoke about, huh? He thought to himself as he looked the Uzumaki over. He doesn't look so tough to me. I bet I can take him on, no sweat. He is going to help us in our fight against Yagura to make up for the whole incident, the appealing woman responded as she put a hand on his shoulder. I actually wanted Naruto here to face you in a sparring match so I may gauge his skill level with my own two eyes. I'll be more than happy to crush the brat a second time, Zabuza replied with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes and what Naruto assumed was a smirk. Actually, sensei, I would like to be the one to face him, the boy said as he walked up with an excited and arrogant smirk. He might be weaker than me, but it would be nice to have a little one to watch over. He chuckled at the end of it. This only annoyed Naruto, but he was stopped before he could say anything when Mei giggled. That's fine by me, plus it will allow me to see your growth under Zabuza, Suigetsu. Well then, let's get going. Aoi, I'll leave the cleanup here to you and Makoto and Setsi. It will be done, Lady Mei. He replied as two other mist shinobi appeared behind him. I encourage you all to be careful around that boy. Mei giggled as she tightened her grip on Naruto and smiled warmly to show that she had it handled. You all stay safe and return to us alive. Let's go Zabuza, Suigetsu. The three mist shinobi and Naruto all vanished in a body flicker. Hidden camp. In a swirl of water, they all appeared and were quickly surrounded by shinobi with their weapons drawn. Naruto tensed up, ready to fight should he need to, forgetting he couldn't use his aura or chakra at the moment. But it was not needed when Mei handled the situation. Even the silent waters can hold a deadly story by those with special blood, Mei said, making them pause as a young man with a strangely shaped sword wrapped in white bandages walked forward. What stories do they tell? He asked in a tense, yet shy tone and stiffened body. Stories of the tainted versus the pure, Zabuza replies with an uncaring tone. The young boy gave a slight bow to the taller women, refusing to look her in the eyes. It's great to see you back safely, Lady Mei. I hope things went well with the prisoners in the hollow prisons. Yes, it did, Chojuro, Mei replied with a caring smile which caused the young man to blush in embarrassment. It went so well in fact, that we may have a very skilled ally join our ranks. Am I correct to assume that is the boy, the now named Chojuro asked in curiosity. His response was a nod from the appealing woman. He looked Naruto over, trying to see anything that can show him why a boy so young and among them originally, would join them. Needless to say that he did not see anything. I know what you're thinking, Chojuro, Zabuza said, getting the young swordsman's attention. The brat here doesn't seem like much at first glance, but he definitely has some interesting skills to him. He will spar against the water brat over here so you will be able to see if he is of any use. Chojuro looked towards Mei, who nodded, approving of the idea. That is fine, but may I request that I bring along my student, as this spar will be between people of around the same ages, so this may be of some use to her to see fighters going at it. If at the very least, show her what not to do in a fight. Mei agreed while Zabuza just shrugged nonchalantly. Meet us by Lake Marai in a few minutes so the evaluation can begin. Be late and we will start without you, Mei said. Chojuro yelped and vanished in a swirl of water, hoping to find his young student quickly. Seeing the other shinobi chuckle lightly, Mei giggled at her meek shinobi before telling the others to disperse. Why didn't we just go straight to the battleground? Naruto asked finally. That could have avoided all of this. Well, against our policy to appear anywhere except designated areas, she replied with a serious expression. You should keep in mind that we will kill first before wasting time, as we do have to worry about spies. Naruto nodded, knowing he wasn't at liberty to argue. Good, now let's go. With that they all jumped about the different buildings, though Naruto was being carried held by the collar of his shirt by Zabuza. It only took the group about 2 minutes to reach a large lake with a few spike pillars sticking out it. The lake even had a few ships that were destroyed in its waters. Made Naruto wonder how many were under the lake itself. Standing by the lake was Chojuro and a girl that Naruto has yet to meet. She wore a short-sleeved black shirt with purple stripes along with long black breaths that ended just above her ankles. On her arms and legs was fishnet armor, traditional ninja garb just like her light purple, shinobi sandals. Her purple hair was tied up in a spiky ponytail, that reminded Naruto of Shikamaru, by a gold band. Around her neck was a long pink scarf. On her waist was 2 kunai pouches on either side of her, making her ambidextrous. Good to see you found young Janine so quickly, Mei said in genuine surprise. It's good to see you, Janine. Janine gave Mei a wide smile as her purple eyes sparkled in joy at her. It's great to see you too, Lady Mei. And her Suigetsu, good to that you didn't get yourself killed while you were out. She shot a teasing smirk that Naruto found to be kind of cute. Seeing Naruto there, she looked confused before looking back at Mei. So who's the new cute guy? This cute boy is the one that is going to spar against Suigetsu, Mei replied with a smirk, always loving how forward Janine was with her interests. He faced several of Zabuza's water clones and won. I wanted to see if it was skill or pure dumb luck. Either way, he could prove himself useful to us. Janine looked surprised before looking at Naruto with interest. Cute and strong, Janine said with no hidden intrigue. You're hitting all the right buttons so far, cutie. Don't disappoint me now. This made Naruto blush, as this has been the most to-the-point girl he has ever met. The fact that she was attractive in his eyes only made his blush brighter. Okay, enough of all that, Suigetsu interrupted, getting everyone's attention. Can we get this spar started so I can rid myself of this 3-day boredom of no action? Mei agreed as she made a quick ram seal and cried release. As soon as she said that, Naruto felt not only his chakra flow return to its quick pace, but also his aura returned full power. Naruto began stretching his back and legs, getting the stiff feeling to leave his body from being so restricted. You could actually hear some of his bones crack as he twisted his hips back and forth. This feels so much better, he sighed in relief. Remind me to never have one of those annoying seals on me ever again. Naruto stood across from Suigetsu, who only smirked confidently at him, and it kind of annoyed him that he was being seen as a non-threat. Alright, you two, I want you boys to fight like you are trying to survive, Mei said as she looked to the two fighters. Me and Zabuza will stop the fight if we need to. All in all, go all out, boys. Now begin. Everyone besides Naruto and Suigetsu moved out of the way. Naruto tensed his body as he looked Suigetsu over, analyzing his opponent as best as he could. A Tonto, but looks standard on his left hip, making him possibly left-handed. He has pretty strong muscles, so a heavy hitter, but they are lean like a Hitmonlee's, so definitely speedy. He's taller than me, so that gives him an edge in reach. His train of thought was interrupted when Suigetsu called out to him. So, are you going to just stand there and stare at me? Suigetsu taunted. I know I'm good-looking and all, but I don't swing that way at all. This made tick marks bulge on Naruto's head before he decided on the fighting style to begin with. Naruto took the speed boxing stance taught to him by the Hitmonahan clan. A few charged forward with his fists clenched. Using only a bit of his aura to augment his speed to help him clear the distance rather quickly. While the speed impressed Suigetsu, it wasn't anything new to him, so he was able to block the punches thrown his way before striking with one of his own. Naruto was able to easily dodge with a spin, but he stuck out his fist, hoping to connect with his face. Suigetsu ducked under the fist and grabbed Naruto's arm and pulled the blonde forward before striking his side with a powerful kick that sent Naruto tumbling. He rushed forward hoping to stomp Naruto into the ground, but missed as Naruto used his hand to move out of the way. Using what was taught to him by the Hitmontops, he spun on his hands and slammed his kick into him. Naruto did not expect for his foot to go right through Suigetsu, and for a moment he thought it was a water clone. This thought was dashed when the water reformed back toward Suigetsu and hardened back into his opponent. This lapse in attention left Naruto open for Suigetsu to slam his elbow into his chest, which knocked the air out of him. This sent the red blonde boy flying back as some spit left his lips. Gritting his teeth from his pain, Naruto leaned back and flipped until he landed on his feet. He skid on the damp soil and easily regained his footing. What was that? Naruto cried out as he glared at Suigetsu, who was still smirking at him. I know for a fact that I hit you with my attack, so how was it that I just went through you like that? It's my clan's bloodline that allows us to turn our body into water itself, Suigetsu explained with a grin. In other words, your conventional means of attack will do nothing to me. He then charged at Naruto, enjoying messing with him. Naruto focused on him and easily dodged Suigetsu's strikes, ducking and weaving strike after strike. It was clear to everyone watching that Naruto had much better taijutsu skills than Suigetsu. The red blonde kicked off the surprised boy's chest as he gained a bit of distance. He also used aura to add more strength to the kick, which sent Suigetsu flying back. As Naruto landed, he thought over what just happened. So his ability isn't automatic, it has to be activated, he thought as he gathered aura to his hands. That makes this a bit simpler for me to gain an upper hand. Naruto used his aura to create another aura staff and taking a fighting stance. This one was different than the one he used against Zabuza, as it laid across his back as his right hand held it and his left laid forward. His legs were apart to the point he was almost doing a split. This is a stance similar to the third Hokage's with slight modifications. Suigetsu smirked as he pulled his standard blade with a toothy grin. "Let's go then, kid." He charged at Naruto, excited to cut into him. Naruto easily dodged the blade strikes, not at all bothered by how close the blade was to him. Seeing an opening, Naruto struck the staff into Suigetsu's side, which caused him to cry in pain. With a spin, Naruto sent the boy away with a swing to his gut. So he has no skill in keeping up with his water body skill, his blade strikes, and my staff, Naruto thought in amusement. Suigetsu glared angrily at Naruto, not at all happy by how he was being handled. "Don't get all cocky just because you got a lucky hit in." Using a hand sign, the lake bubbled before it shot up and rushed towards Naruto. Water style, water dragon jutsu. While surprised by the fact that no hand signs were used by his opponent, but he recovered quickly. Seeing that there was not nearly enough power to match Zabuza's earlier one, meaning he can handle it. Gathering air and aura in his lungs once more, he breathed out his attack. "Whirlwind," he cried out as the powerful blast of wind met the dragon. While not cancelling it, it was enough to push the water jutsu a completely different direction. "So, you can use techniques without handling," Suigetsu said in a nonchalant tone as he charged at Naruto, who jumped around Suigetsu's strikes. He swung at Naruto's neck, which only went through it because of the water body. This was remedied when they reconnected almost instantly. The white-haired boy began swinging his blade but paused when Naruto stabbed the staff into the ground between them. Using this, Naruto spun and hit Suigetsu in the jaw with an aura-infused kick. Opting not to waste this opportunity, Naruto held himself upside down on the staff and fired. Flamethrower, the stream of flames rushed at the recovering Suigetsu. Using the chakra he gathered in his mouth, Suigetsu used his water style, water bullet. This was a massive version of the original jutsu, allowed for a more destructive outcome. The jutsu becomes more explosive compared to its original purpose, which was to pierce its target. The two opposite elements collided in an explosive steam that covered the area more. Suigetsu quickly brought his blade up, not being able to see through the steam as easy as his teacher. What he didn't expect was a blonde blur to slam right into his gut, causing him to spittle in pain. The pain was massive as he couldn't even focus enough to use his water body technique. Naruto smirked as his combination of quick attack and rock smash had worked well. And now he had him in close and try out the move he learned from the electric-type Pokémon. Channeling the aura in his body, he grabbed Suigetsu's face and cried out, "Spark!" A light amount of yellow electricity channeled through Naruto's body and shocked Suigetsu, making the boy cry out in pain. Naruto only had 3 electric moves under his belt, with Spark being the weakest damaging one. Naruto could have used it in his fight with Zabuza while in the prison, but the backlash of being soaked would have hurt him too. Plus, having been surrounded by enemies, wounded, and already wasted so much aura put him in a bad spot. Hearing the cries die down, Naruto stopped and let Suigetsu go. The boy simply dropped to the floor, completely unconscious. The downside of having the water body technique made his family extremely weak to all lightning-based moves. This made them do a bit more damage than a normal shinobi. "Yes, most impressive, Naruto," Mei said as she smiled at Naruto. To be able to take Suigetsu so easily is impressive given his skill set. Yeah, but he's more of a Russian fighter than a tactical one, Zabuza said as he lightly kicked the unconscious Suigetsu. That entire fight him easy for the blonde brat to take control since he isn't as stupid and rash as he was. We have a long way to go before he could be anywhere near his brother Mugetsu's skill level. Yes, but Naruto here did splendidly, Mei said with a huge smile towards Naruto that made blush. You were quite impressive out there as you have definitely shown skill and cunning throughout your fight. I was hoping to see you being pushed more, but to be able to take out Suigetsu there so quickly shows you as quite capable. After all, he is one of our best young fighters, right next to Janine here. The said girl rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment before looking at Naruto in excitement. You were amazing out there for taking out Wet Head down here so easily. You and I are going to get along just fine, darling. Naruto blushed as he stared at the smirking girl. Just what is happening with my life? Konoha. At the Namikaze home, the twin sisters of Naruto were training hard by having a spar against their godfather Jiraiya. Jiraiya was a relatively tall man with long white, spiky hair that was tied in a ponytail and two shoulder-length bangs framing his face. Speaking of, there were two red lines under his eyes that went down to his chin. He possessed wrinkles on the sides of his mouth and a wart on the left side of his nose. He wore a green short shirt kimono and matching briefs, under which was mesh armor that became visible around his wrist and ankles. He also wore hand guards, a black belt, and wooden sandals along with a red hari with two yellow circles on each side. He had a forehead protector that was horned with the kanji for oil. The older man just dodged a kick from Mito who jumped and tried an axe kick that he just grabbed. Before he could try anything though, he let go and jumped back as several shurikens were thrown at his hand and arm. He blocked a punch from above that Nami aimed at him. A spin turned to a spin kick aimed at his head. Jiraiya ducked under the kick and he quickly used his knees to block a kick from Mito. You two are going to have to do much better than this if you're going to win our bet, the Toad Sannin said with amusement as he pushed Mito back and pulled a shocked Nami down. He then kicked her in the gut which sent her into her sister. Come on girls, you have to try harder to beat the great Toad Sage, Jiraiya. Annoying, pervy old man, Nami mumbled as she got up and pulled out her kunais. I'm going to enjoy wiping that down smirk off your face. Plus watching you squirm from no longer being able to work on your pervy books for a week, Mito said as she got into her stance. Is going to be oh so satisfying. You two are so mean to your godfather, Jiraiya whined as he began dodging the punches and kicks thrown by Mito, who while skilled, was still way below his skill level. He easily blocked two kunais thrown his way, knocking them into the air. Catching a very thin glint, he smirked as he prepared to jump back. This was stopped when two windmill shurikens began encircling him. Before he could, he was stopped again when Mito started attacking him. He blocked her punches and kicks, before Mito used his arms to jump away. The red-haired Nami smirked before she pulled her arms back. Thin strands began wrapping and tightening around Jiraiya, trapping him in place. Trap success, get him Mito. Nami yelled gripping the wire tightly to hold her godfather in place. Mito rushed at Jiraiya at a high speed, her fist rearing back as he got close. I got you now pervy old man. The ponytailed girl said as she swung her fist. Jiraiya ducked under the punch and used a spin kick to Mito's right rib that sent her flying. He then jumped back and pulled Nami with him. He stopped moving and when she got in close, he kicked the young girl in the gut which made her drop to the floor. As fun as this taijutsu spar has been, Jiraiya began as he pulled out a kunai and used it to cut through the wires. But it would be best if you take 5 so we could get to training and learning some new techniques. The two downed girls groaned and nodded, annoyed by the fact that their godfather beat them with minimal effort. Though it wasn't too surprising since he was a Sannin. As this went on, sitting on the tree branch was a Zoroark named Nima who was disguised as Naruto. He also used his illusions to hide his body away, making it look like he wasn't there at all. To be honest, he said as he gazed at them getting up. They are definitely strong for their age and I can see that they will be something when they grow. In the end though, they are way behind Naruto in strength. The only thing keeping Naruto in his position, is his own confidence. He limits himself every single time because of his own mental limitations. He can be serious, but his true power stays hidden because of his hidden fears. I wonder what he will unleash when the little kid will finally get past it. Zorua jumped from the tree he was in, onto the roof and made his way into Naruto's room through the window. Using his sense of smell, Zorua found no one to be inside the house except for Minato and Kushina. This in mind, he quickly and quietly made his way through the house, with the intent to get some food due to his growing hunger. He didn't feel like dealing with the parents, hence why he wanted to keep himself hidden. As he passed the parent room, he paused as he heard the crying voice of Kushina. Curious, he quietly made his way inside as he sat and watched Minato console his wife. He was honestly curious at what was going on, though he could hazard a pretty good guess. What are we going to do, Minato? Kushina sobbed. You keep telling me things will be alright, but how can you honestly believe or say that? Naruto won't even give us the time of day, nor does he stay around us long enough for us to talk with him. He is young, Kushina, Minato replied as he held his wife. He's angry now, but if we continue to do our best to show we care then we should be alright. Minato, how can we do that when he won't let us near him? Kushina countered as she looked at her husband with tear-stained cheeks. We should have just trained him for ANBU or something. Instead we chose our daughters because of some stupid chances and potential. It wasn't like it was meant to be that way, Kushina. With the leaps and bounds Nami and Mito were making in their training, then we had to help them mold it. Not to mention that Mito and Nami had the power of the Nine Tails in their position, a being whose only with half of its power could destroy the world without any supervision. We have to make sure that they don't accidentally use that power and destroy everything around them by accident. But Minato, we need Naruto to be part of the family again. I need to hold my son in my arms again. Kushina, you know what we were preparing them for. I'm not justifying ignoring Naruto, but you know his is still out there and the reason for our actions is to be ready for him. The moment Minato said that, Zoroarm instantly became more interested. He noticed that the fourth Hokage of Konoha actually seemed to be worried about someone attacking them. Just who was it that the Yellow Flash and the one to beat the Nine Tails was so afraid of? This fear also seems to be what plays a major role in the reasoning that they focus so much on the girls and so little on Naruto. That masked man is still out there, biding his time to cause more chaos than he did that day. He will do whatever it takes to gain possession of the Nine Tails from the girls. We will need them to be ready to face him should it come down to it and he attacks with a bigger force than he did originally. Plus with Jiraiya-sensei's information of the Akatsuki, things have only escalated. With both having clan heir status, the Hokage's children, and the village Jinchuriki will put them under complete village protection and be a very powerful deterrent against other villages. They needed the extra training to be ready to face the future turmoil that they will endure and be strong enough to stand proud. But at what cost, Minato? We practically lost our son who won't even look our direction, and if he does it's with apathy at best, disdain at worst. You know as well as I do that Naruto saw the papers naming Mito and Nami as clan heirs to our respective families, and we just let him be so that way he could calm down instead of going straight to him. Instead of being there to comfort him and explain, we let him try to figure it out and stew in his pain. Another check to our neglect of Naruto. Kushina burst into tears once more, crying at the constant pain that they continued to cause their child. Minato was at a loss for words as he held his despairing wife as close to him as he possibly could. They made a lot of mistakes in handling this, in handling Naruto, and now they have a lot of making up to do for it, something they both knew. That's if Naruto will even let them in the first place. Nima shook his head at the plan the two humans before him seemed to have had concocted. While he could tell they had good intentions, they let their worries get the better of them and cloud their judgment. This led to Naruto being hurt for the greater good, and now he has limits on his own growth because of them. He could see their point, but it wasn't worth it in the end in his opinion. They essentially shattered the confidence and self-worth of a young boy who had his potential nearly snuffed out, by his loved ones no less. To make it worse, he thought as he watched the parents comfort each other. They, without even realizing it, left Naruto to be made as a sacrifice to the world. He is still a child of the fourth Hokage and the Jinchuriki of the very body of the Nine Tails, which will make a target still. I feel like there is more to it, but it seems I won't get the rest of it today as they are too busy holding one another. Either way, I don't completely agree with their choices, but I get why they made them. I wonder how Lady Arceus will take it, or worse, Naruto himself. Seeing he got all he would get at the moment, Nima got up and left the room completely undetected. As long as he didn't do anything too crazy, then we was sure the distraught parents would not be able to find him. Forgoing his hunger and hunt for food, Nima went to the bathroom and locked the door. Sending his aura into the mirror, he waited until the portal appeared as he quickly entered through. Reverse world. Nima appeared by a glacier of ice as he looked upwards to find his MSTRS floating there, staring him down. "Why have you returned already, Nima?" Giratina questioned before a light surrounded the Naruto, before them, and the bipedal fox took its place. Next to the Lord of the Distortion World was Arceus, who looked at the Zoroark with a gentle yet curious gaze. Nima felt calmer from Arceus's gaze when compared to Giratina's. He also took note of Naruto's three partners, Zorua, Eevee, and Riolu, standing under the two powerful deities. "I have acquired some interesting information regarding the night that Naruto came to us and about his life in general." Nima bowed as he spoke to them, getting their full attention. Nima went on to explain all that he has learned from spying on Minato and Kushina. From how they were afraid of this masked man person, how they were trying to protect their daughters and the Nine Tails, the reason that they forgot Naruto as they proceeded in preparing the bearers of the Nine Tails' power. Anything he recalled from them was brought up. Riolu and Zora looked sad and disappointed at the reasoning of Naruto's parents. Eevee actually looked upset, not liking the reasons at all that they hurt her friend and partner. As one would expect, Giratina looked enraged at the reasons as his killing intent spiked high. The area began to shake as his powerful aura began to raise and make itself visible around his body. All the surrounding Pokémon, and even miles away, besides for Arceus herself, dropped to their knees as they began to sweat and were having a hard time finding their breath. Arceus released her own power in response, and it quickly blanketed the entire area and quenched Giratina's own power with relative ease. The energy was enough to make Giratina back down and calm himself down in SBMSN. Arceus's was not only powerful but calming. Enough so, that it aided Giratina in calming himself down and relaxing the surrounding Pokémon. While what happened is unfortunate, the past has its stories to tell, Arceus said as she lowered her power back down as the other Pokémon were able to stand back up. It also lets us look into the mindset of our chosen's parents. To know that there is a mortal out there that makes the fourth Hokage and the Red Reaper of Konoha fearful is quite worrisome. Not to mention that the unknowns have shown me a prophecy after they connecting with the dimension's core energy and seen its futures and past. A prophecy? Giratina asked. You didn't tell me that the unknowns have discovered anything. What do they speak of? The prophecy was given to me this morning actually, so no time to hold a meeting to alert you all. According to the prophecy, it speaks of a child that either bring peace or destruction to the world. It would seem someone will bring peace with extraordinary power within them, which could honestly mean a lot of things. Do you think it could be Naruto then? Nima asked. He fits the bill pretty well, especially the power within thing. It could be his aura or even just his immense potential. Let's not forget that he technically still does have the Nine Tails sealed inside himself. We also can't forget that Naruto's sisters also fit the bill as well, Arceus replied. They have a high amount of untapped potential, born of two powerful forces, and also contain the yin and yang chakra of the Kyubi. Honestly, the prophecy could go to any one of the three children. It's best to be prepared and have Naruto ready in case it speaks of him. Everyone nodded and agreed with her as they would do anything to help their friend Naruto. They wanted to be sure that they will be ready to fight alongside him whenever it's needed. Nima, would you do me a favor and return back to Naruto's realm and keep things in check? Also keep your ears open, as I have a feeling that his so-called godfather might know a bit more as well. Giratina, can you gather the others and have them meet at the Hall of Origins for a meeting? I need to have a quick chat with the unknown again to gain more information. You three will await Naruto's call should he still need you assistance on his mission. All the Pokémon addressed gave a bow to their separate orders. At once, Lady Arceus. They all left, Giratina creating a portal for the Zoroark, to do as told. Zorua, Eevee, and Riolu went off to look for any emergency supplies should it be needed. Arceus stood tall as she created her own portal. If a prophecy was made including this world's balance, then what is on the way that is so dangerous? Hopefully the unknown can detect it a bit more. Arceus then vanished in a stream of light, intending on trying to see if any more information was discovered by her loyal messenger and catalogers. Whatever was on the way, Arceus will make sure that everyone is ready to face. Just like in their original dimension. 2 weeks later, Kirigakure. Naruto was hidden in the shadows of a rundown sector of a Kiri ghetto, broken down buildings null. He was laying on the ground, wearing a dark blue hoodie with the hoodie on his head. He watched as a caravan was being led by several Kiri shinobi. Activating his aura sight, Naruto took notice of the several different aura signatures within the big caravan. Looking up, he found several above-average auras watching the caravan. Putting a finger to a small radio receiver in his ear, he whispered into it. This is N, reporting in. We have a confirmed 12 prisoners with 26 shinobi, including 5 confirmed hidden ANBU on the rooftops. Only one of them is hiding in a nearby building 2 clicks to the left from your location. J. S is reporting within the lake, ready to strike when given the order. Can't wait to sink my fangs into them. This is J, moving in to take out the hidden target and release my toxins on him. Just give the order and the ANBU is going down. Good you three, just stay steady as we will make our move on my signal. Soon the mist began to thicken slightly as from behind a building, walked out Zabuza with his Koburikocho on his back. He was in his Kiri ANBU attire. The Jonin that led the caravan walked up to the 7 swordsman member. Lord Zabuza, what are you doing all the way on this side of the village? I was doing a patrol out of boredom, the masked swordsman replied. Got tired of hearing Ringo complain, so I decided to come here. Didn't know we were doing a transport. Yes, with the different raids from the rebel group it was getting difficult to maintain defense of Prison 3 as it's slowly being thinned down. Lord Yagura has been thinking of positioning a member of the 7 swords to guard the area. Lord Kismet has been in thoughts. Interesting, I should really start paying more attention to these meetings from the village. So, how many of the bloodliners are being transferred? We have only 12 in this caravan, but another 2 are picking up more as we speak. That way we can get ahead of these DMN annoying rebels. As Naruto listened in on the conversation, he looked back up with his aura sight before he noticed that the ANBU auras on the rooftops suddenly were snuffed out and in its place was Zabuza's. He looked down to find that the ANBU in the alleyway also was taken out. Zabuza's clones have successfully taken out the ANBU, Naruto thought as his hand gathered aura. They are in position. Targets are in position, get ready to strike. Naruto heard a hum in response. Now S. The water near the group bubbled before it burst forward as Suigetsu formed with his blade ready and a smirk on his face, catching them all by surprise. He swung the Tonto blade and slit the throats of 2 of the nearest guards. It's a rebel ambush. Get the bloodline scum. One of the shinobi cried out as they all snapped out of their shock. 6. Before any of the other guards could strike, an onslaught of Senbon needles rushed out and hit several of them in the necks. Each one that got struck, stopped moving as they convulsed and dropped to the floor. "There is another one, stay sharp," the obvious leader commanded. "Lord Zabuza, we need your assistance to kill these rebel fools and transport these prisoners." "Sure thing, could use some early morning exercise," Zabuza said as he lifted Kuburikocho and stared at Suigetsu. "You ready?" Suigetsu looked nervous before he smirked when Zabuza did, and both struck outward and decapitated nearest to each one of them. In the case of Zabuza, it was 3 shinobi before he turned and decapitated the horse that was pulling the caravan. Unfortunately, the Jonin commander survived by jumping away in time. "Lord Zabuza, what do you think you are doing?" "Just doing a bit of cleanup, Atsui," the mist swordsman replied as he looked at the remaining enemies. "You handle the last 4 Suigetsu while Janine handles the ones closest to the carriage." "I'll end Atsui, seeing as he is a mist Anbu guard." "Sure thing, can't wait to have a little fun," Suigetsu replied as he readied his blade with a smirk, the Jonins growling at the young rebel before them. As the 7 remaining Jonins moved in on Suigetsu, Janine attacked from below, making one of them grab his leg in pain as a Senbon needle stuck out. "He's not alone, so don't you dare think about leaving me hanging," she said with a confident smirk as she finished a set of hand signs. "Ninja art, poison gas." She released a purple cloud of gas from her mouth. The Jonins covered their mouths and separated, 2 by the cart and 3 jumped to the side. "Looks like I'll be having more fun this time, Janine," Suigetsu taunted as he chased the 4 Jonins. "Meh, quality over quantity, water boy," she replied as she grabbed her kunai and went after the other 2. Naruto used quick attack to dash to the opposite side of the caravan, facing the lock and door. Naruto could the multitude of seals thwart the caravan, probably to keep the prisoners within docile. Seeing Janine battle the Jonins, Naruto couldn't help but mesmerized for a moment by how well she was fighting. She used a sickle and chain along with senbons that had pinpoint accuracy to keep them on the defensive. When one decided to go for a hand sign, they generally found a senbon heading for between their fingers to disrupt the attempt. Not to mention her poisons and close range were a deadly combination, as she was actually weak physically, but made up for it with skill and agility along with great speed. She reminded Naruto of the stories he had read about Hanno the Salamander when he was younger. Snapping from his thoughts, Naruto placed a hand on his earpiece. "Do it now, Janine." "I'm in position." Nodding, Janine threw out 3 kunai with explosive tags before making more hand seals after distracted the Jonin with senbons. Ninja art, poisonous sealing. The moment the seals made contact with the ground, the tags exploded, making the shinobi crow together. Quickly a purple seal appears that released a purple cloud around them. Before it could engulf them, one of the Jonin cried out their own jutsu in response. Water style, water shockwave. A wave of water shot from the middle of the area that pushed the cloud of gas away, while the other Jonin used a WHP made of water to wrap around Janine. "Hey, got you now, you brat," he said as he tugged on the WHP. "You're going to regret your decision, you filthy blood sympathizer." Saji tagged the beach with a seal. "I am sure she would love to join these fools at the camps." When his partner did not move or respond, he grew confused. "Did you hear me, Saji? I said tag her." Soon the man known as Daniel collapsed on his back, foam and blood coming from his mouth as he laid in the water-soaked streets. "Saji, what the hell happened?" "My poison, of course, as it latches onto your chakra coils. The moment he used his chakra to use a jutsu, it will spread, attacking his system. Much like poison traveling through the bloodstream. You both have it, by the way." With a questioning glance, the Jonin's body began to shake as his vision became blurry. The water WHP dropped to the floor, becoming a puddle. Janine walked over to the Jonin before using her sickle and cutting off both the unconscious shinobi's heads with the sickle's blades. Blood mixed in with the water before she turned to watch her teammates. Zabuza was still fighting the ANBU, keeping the commander from weaving any hand signs. Zabuza could have killed the man many times over by now, but was enjoying himself. She looked to Suigetsu, who was doing well fighting off the 3 jonins pretty well. His water body technique coming in handy to avoid any major damage, while doing his best to keep them from using any jutsus. The issue was that it was still 3-on-1 and one of them got a kick in that gave him time to form hand signs. This was interrupted by 2 senbon needles that dug into his neck and elbows. This made the jonin grunt in pain as he felt his entire body lock up. This gave Suigetsu time to increase his arm and fist to a bulky mass and punch the man in the face. The jonin was sent into a building so hard that it left a crater in the wall. Suigetsu smirked as his arm returned to normal and looked to the remaining 3 jonin as Janine joined his side. "You know I was doing fine on my own, Janine," he said without looking at her. "I really didn't need your help." Yeah, and letting that BSTRD use a jutsu that could possibly alert Yagura and his lapdogs to our assault must have been part of the plan as well. "Shut up, besides we need to keep one at a decent health to know how many are left at their little prison." Right when they were about to fight, a loud cutting noise was heard. They all looked to find Naruto with his right arm glowing green and the cart door sliced open. "You guys are free. The rebels are here to break you all out of here." The prison shinobi walked out, joy and shock on their faces for being freed. "The prisoners. Sir, the prisoners are free." "Sheet," the commander replied before dodging an overhead swing from Zabuza's blade and barely dodged a kick from the man. Clasping his hands together and jumping away, his cheeks bulged. "Water style, liquid bullet." A ball of compressed water rammed into Zabuza, making the bulking man take a few steps back from the force. Aiming his head upwards, he quickly did another set of hand signs. "Water style, great cannonball." This time he shot the technique towards the sky. This will alert the others, and with so many nearby, even Zabuza will get overwhelmed. Before the giant ball of water could reach the top, Naruto fired his aura sphere that collided and destroyed the water technique. Water rained about the field. The ANBU commander could only look on shock before his world went black as Zabuza cleaved the man in 2. The swordsman looked down at the dead shinobi before turning his gaze to the last 2 mist ninja. Janine and Suigetsu surrounded them, both ready to attack. The freed shinobi glared at their once captors, wanting nothing more to get payback for what has happened to them and their loved ones since being caught. "You two might as well just give up," Suigetsu taunted as she watched both men sweat. "Hey, you never know, you two might live to see another sunrise." "So, what's it going to be, gentlemen?" Janine stated as she pulled out her senbon. "Fight and die, or surrender and live." Both jonin looked at one another, giving each other a slight and subtle nod. Everyone got a bad feeling and prepared to strike if need be. Feeling his aura go about in a warning fashion, Naruto activated his aura sight. His eyes widened when he notices the aura that surrounded the coils began to shift and guide towards specific spots throughout their bodies. "Guys, they are activating seals throughout their body. Get back." Janine's and Suigetsu's eyes widened as they jumped away along with Zabuza. The 2 jonins laughed maniacally as their bodies glowed. In 3 seconds, both shinobi exploded as the area rocked with extreme force. When the smoke cleared up, Naruto stood in front of the bloodline users, who would not have been able to avoid the explosion, with his protect barrier surrounding them. The bloodliners looked at the young red blonde with shock at seeing the barrier of light. Zabuza appeared next to Naruto with a smirk. "Good work, brat," on noticing the exploding tags. "We need to get moving now though, as those explosions have no doubt been noticed by other mist shinobi. Most of us won't be much help." Lord Zabuza, a brown-haired man that looked malnourished and dirty, spoke up. "Most of our chakra has been sealed off for so long, our control was shot, and not to mention our bodies are not in a prime condition." "Well then it's best to get moving now so you can shake off that rust. Stay in the middle, while me and the brats will cover you." Naruto, you're up front because of your eye ability thing. Janine, flank left while Suigetsu will flank right. I'll guard behind while using the hidden mist jutsu. Now move. They all followed Zabuza's orders, moving and staying as quiet as possible, Naruto's aura sight on full effect. The team ran for a few minutes, getting closer to the docks of the city, hoping to get to one of the abandoned islands before Naruto stopped and told everyone to urgently hide. Everyone listened in an instant and ran into the shadows of the many forgotten buildings as more shinobi ran into the city. From the vests, most were chunin in rank but with an addition of 5 different jonin. Counting them out, there were about 20 shinobi in total, which was way more than they would be able to handle right now. Thing is, that wasn't what worried Naruto and made him sweat in nervousness was that Amuri Ringo, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist like Zabuza, was amongst the group. This is bad, Naruto thought as he prepared his aura to be ready to fight. From what Lady Mei has told me, Ringo hunts down her prey relentlessly. She uses the legendary sword's nose as the Kiba blades to deal out her lightning-style ninjutsu, which makes her a much greater threat than others. Anyone got any bright ideas? Suigetsu whispered over the earpiece. If we try to take them on, we are in for one hell of a fight. If that's the case, I call dibs on the Kiba blades. Everyone got nervous when Amuri and 2 of the jonin landed near the front of the building. As Amuri got near the window Naruto was watching from, the young guardian got nervous alongside the prisoners. Janine pulled out poison-tipped senbon in case she needed them. Zabuza grabbed the hint of his blade in preparation. Amuri looked into the end. Naruto's eyes widened as the Kiba blade wielder smirked viciously. Amuri turned around to the following shinobi. Finish checking the area you are looking and move on. The prey is most likely not here and have already left. So hurry your butts up. The other shinobi stopped what they were doing and with a resounding, "Yes, Lady Amuri," they all left the village. Naruto watched them all closely with his aura sight, and when they were all gone, he let out a deep breath that he was holding in the whole time. Wanting to be 100% sure that they were gone, he activated his aura sense and reached out as far as skills would allow him. Not sensing anyone or anything that would be a threat, he released a sigh of relief. They are gone, so now would be a good time to move everyone. Not to waste the opportunity, they all made their way as best and fast as they could. Zabuza helped them all to a traveling lodge and placed his hand on the side bank. Sending chakra through a hidden seal, caused a couple of boats to appear in a poof of smoke. We had an inclination that you guys were going to have trouble with your chakra, so these boats were set up here just in case. As everyone began to get on the boat, Naruto was deep in his thoughts, his aura sense still on full blast. I am sure of it, Naruto thought to himself. Amuri saw us in that building, there is no doubt in my mind. Not to mention, she smirked in our direction. She definitely saw us, so why did she let us go like that? What's on your mind, Naruto? Janine interrupted as she grabbed Naruto's hand, snapping him out of it. You seem to be really lost in thought. Is everything alright? Are the enemies on their way back or something? She gave Naruto a cute head tilt that made Naruto blush but shook it off. No, nothing like that, Naruto replied as he looked around. It's just, happened back there was so strange. I have no doubt that Amuri saw me and just ignored me. She practically lives and breathes her hunting ability and yet she couldn't find us. I practically locked eyes with her and yet she couldn't see me. I'm worried. Well, keep in mind that she is not nearly as dangerous as she used to be, Janine replied as she got on the boat with him. Ever since her sickness, her entire skill set has died down. So most likely her eyesight has diminished as well. True, but she is still better than a good 90% of the ANBU in this village, Suigetsu added from the water. He had chosen to forego the boat and use his water body Udline technique to swim beside the boat. She would normally have no trouble tracking down her prey, whether she had a disease or not. Knowing how she works, she could just want to make her hunts more interesting by letting us go. No sense in worrying about it now. Naruto sighed as he nodded in agreement. With Suigetsu as he looked to the prisoners. Hey, mind if I ask you all a question? The freed prisoners all gave Naruto their full attention. I am looking for a friend of mine that I know has been captured by Kiri Shinobi. She's small, about under your knees. She has a white dress that also covers her feet. Blue hair with this strange red band coming from the top of her head. The blue hair covers eyes completely and she is very shy. Note also that she is not exactly human looking either. Know anyone or anything with that description? They thought over his question, trying to think of a prisoner with that description. Wait. I remember seeing a creature with that description at my original prison. Though I never saw it for very long, only short bursts at a time. Naruto's head snapped towards the young woman so fast that everyone was sure that he would have a case of whiplash. Where? Where did you see her? Which prison? Please tell me. The female prisoner took a step back as Naruto was practically in her personal space, surprised by the desperate look in the kid's eyes. I saw her in one of the deeper parts of a prison that I was being transferred from for my unruly behavior. Back on Scourge Island between the water canal channels. In the lower levels of the containment prison. It doubles as a small research facility focused around replication. They have taken the little one down there multiple times, I'm assuming to find out what she was. After one of its many escape attempts, they keep her locked up tight with seals. When Naruto heard this, he couldn't suppress the worry and rage that overcame him at those words. At hearing what Ralts most likely gone through since her capture during his time searching. His blood began to boil as his hair began to spike upwards and his red bangs spiked forward like horns. His whisker marks darkened as his fangs sharpened considerably. His heterochromic eyes turned blood red with slit pupils. Naruto clenched his fists, which now had long, sharpened nails, until blood dripped from the skin. Where is this prison located? The only son of the fourth Hokage growled out, showing his voice had become more gruff. It's to the northwest of here when traversing the water, you can't miss it at all honestly. It's a pretty big building, the freed girl stuttered out. She had never thought she would actually be so scared of a child, a strong one, but a child nonetheless. Naruto looked to the direction she pointed to and growled. He stretched out his senses, his aura sight going much further than he has ever done before. He was able to see all the different auras of the different life energies that were within his powerful sight. Fish, birds, all of them. He focused in on a large structure that had a good amount of signatures and one blurry signature. This one he could see clearly, much like when he first learned his aura sight. That's my best bet, he thought as he attempted to zero in on the signature. Ralts has got to be located there. How tight is the security there? Naruto asked the prisoner. I saw a really strong signature over there. Who was it? Any weak point? Who is in control of that prison? That was most likely Kushimaru as he was given control to watch over the prison transfers. First day there and a good portion of the prisoners were killed for getting a bit out of line. I don't even want to think of what it's like to be down there with someone like him in charge. Naruto growled in more rage and was about to make his way towards the prison, but was halted by Zabuza clamping his hand down onto his shoulder. Where do you think you're going, you stupid brat? Where the hell do you think? Naruto growled out. I'm going to that prison and get Ralts out of there. Without a connection, I can't just reverse summon her to safety. So I have to go there. Oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Go storm a max security prison, surrounded by water and guards that are unknown strength and skills along with a member of the 7 swordsmen too. One of the more bloodthirsty ones as well. Not to mention the unknown security of the island. By all means, go get yourself and your little friend killed. Naruto gripped his fists tightly as he glared downward at his feet, his aura raging like a storm along with his thoughts. Naruto could feel his tears welling up in eyes at the mere thought of it all. He needed to figure it out, what could he do to help protect Ralts? He needs to save her. And nothing will stop him. Prison Break, Part 1. As the boat rocked in the waters, Naruto glared at the waters below, thinking over the argument he had with Zabuza a few moments ago. Flashback. So you're essentially telling me to just stand here and let Ralts suffer longer. I will not allow that to happen. As Naruto spoke, he got angrier as Naruto began to release more of his power and his body gained a crimson-colored hue. The waters became rougher as not only the ship creaked under the strain, but the passengers had to hold on tight so as not to be blown away. No, what I'm telling you is to wait until we can figure out what exactly we are dealing with here. Let's say you succeed in getting to your friend, you both will still need to find a way off that prison island, all while not getting killed by Kushimaru, who will not allow you guys to get very far. Out of all the 7 swordsmen of the mist, Kushimaru is easily one of the bloodthirstiest of us all. He won't let you get away from him so easily. Naruto wanted to argue back against that, he wanted to so badly to tell him that he was wrong. The issue with that was in reality, Naruto knew he wasn't wrong. Zabuza was correct in every account and he could end up causing the death of the one he was trying to rescue. He could never look any of the Pokémon in the face ever again. But he was still going to take steps should he end up having to go it alone, because one way or the other he was going to save Ralts, even if he had to go at it alone. Biting his thumb and drawing blood, Naruto did some quick hand signs before slamming it onto the front of the boat. Everyone who recognized the hand signs were shocked and curious, beside his team that have heard from him, that Naruto knew this jutsu. Summoning Jutsu. A puff of smoke formed before it disappeared and revealed the creature summoned by it. The animal summoned was a small, plump bird. It was primarily brown with a cream-colored face, stomach, and feather edges on its wings. On the top of its head was a short crest of 3 tufts. The center crest feathers were mainly brown with the other markings extended from its eyes down to its cheeks. It had a short stubby break and feet with 2 toes up front and 1 in the back. Both the beak and feet were grayish-pink. Its short, brown tail had 3 extra feathers on it. This was Pidgey the bird Pokémon and a normal/flying type Pokémon. It was also one of the most inconspicuous of Pokémon that Naruto could summon beside some water types. Speaking of which, Naruto ran to the water and finished another set of the same hand signs before hitting the water's surface. Another puff of smoke appeared over the water before vanishing. Out of the water jumped the strangest-looking fish that any of them have ever seen. It was a small fish with an ellipsoid body. The bottom half of its body is a light blue color while its top half was black. A purple stripe ran across the small creature's horizontal length. It had a small blue pectoral fins, 2 oval-shaped dorsal fins and cute pupil eyes. It possessed a pair of blue wing-like fins that resembled a butterfly's wings. This Pokémon was the winged fish Pokémon known as Fin Neon. A basic evolution water type. Naruto, it's good to see you. Pidgey cried out as Fin Neon swam around in circles at being summoned. Many of us were beginning to worry since you haven't summoned us in a week. Yes, Eevee was getting antsy, Fin Neon continued. She will be thrilled to know you are alright. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the Pokémon, seeing them claiming his nerves considerably. His changes vanished as he turned back to his original look. Let's say things have been hectic, but I will be summoning my team when I get to shore. I finally have a location of where Ralts is located and we will be getting her out of there soon. That's great, Naruto. How can we help then? I'm assuming you need us for something since you summoned us and not the others instead, Pidgey asked with a head tilt. Yes, in that direction I will need you 2 to spy on the prison island as best as you can. Spy and map put the area as best as you can. To the north is where I will be located hidden with the abandoned buildings and camps. If things get bad, get out of there immediately. Wait. Janine called out, getting everyone's attention. She walked up and took her ear comm before handing it over to Naruto. Give this to your bird summon. That way you can communicate with it should you need to. Naruto nodded and smiled gratefully at Janine, who gained light blush on her cheeks. Here you go Pidgey, just keep this in your ear and active. If it begins to disconnect, as I am not sure the maximum range, just head on back to me along with Finneon. Flare your energy 3 times if you're heading back. Keep it on if you're in trouble. Pidgey nodded as it flapped his wings before taking off. Finneon waved happily at Naruto before swimming after the normal/flying type. Let's get going, Naruto addressed to the others as the boat started moving again. I want to get back on land as soon as possible. Excuse me Naruto, the girl who gave them directions to the prison got his attention. If you don't mind me asking, just what are you? You used jutsu with no hand signs, your stealth was impressive, and you have a summoning contract while being able to summon multiple times. Not to mention the oppressive force of power you released earlier. And you don't look no older than 14. To be honest, I am just a boy who worked hard. I am nothing special. Nothing special at all. Naruto looked down sadly as he remembered how much his parents had ignored him for his sisters. How other jonin and civilians could care less about him except for a select few. All he wanted was his parents to be proud of him back then, to make him feel like he mattered. It's not like I matter though. They are only seeing me now because it's out of pity and guilt. I'm nothing to them. That's why they don't want me as a clan head. I'm nothing. Naruto was knocked from his depressive thought by a concerned Janine who shook his shoulders, only for him to wave her off. They arrived on land, they made their way to the hidden campsites. They were stopped by Aoi, Chojuro, and another person wearing an ANBU mask. They each stared intensely at one another before Aoi smiled at the group. Glad to see you made it back safely and more so, that your mission was a success. Zabuza grunted in boredom, barely acknowledging Aoi's greeting. It wasn't that much of an issue to be honest. I could have done that entire things on my own, but of course I had to babysit. Oh you love us Lord Zabuza and you know it, Janine joked at the tall man, who shook his head. Yeah like I love dealing with chakra exhaustion. Why don't you and the other brats go do something useful now, like training or something? I'll take the bloodlines here to Mei. Whatever you day Lord Zabuza, Suigetsu replied with his hands behind his head. I'm going to get something to eat. You two want to join me? He turned to Janine and Naruto, getting a nod from the former. Actually I have to call my team, so I can't, Naruto replied. They are going to be very mad that I haven't summoned them in so long. They are probably worried sick. If you don't mind, I'll join you Naruto, Janine offered her friend. I have heard so much about your 3 Pokémon team and I would love to meet them upon their arrival. Better yet do you have room for 2 as I would like to join too, Suigetsu said. It will be fun to see this triple triad of yours. Especially after seeing that strange bird and fish you summoned earlier. Naruto nodded at their request, not really having a reason to tell them no. They all made their way to one of the outskirts of the island, not too far off from the town. Channeling his chakra after biting his thumb hard enough to draw blood, he did some quick hand signs and slammed his right palm onto the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A puff of smoke covered the area before Eevee, Riolu, and Zorua were revealed as the smoke vanished. The 3 looked around before they laid eyes on Naruto, causing them all to smile at seeing him. Naruto! Eevee cried out as she jumped into Naruto's chest, nuzzling into it. I'm so glad that you are all right. I was so worried about you Naruto. Naruto laughed warmly as he pet Eevee's soft fur. It's good to see you too Eevee. As you can see, I am doing just fine. Yo Naruto, Ralts greeted with a raised paw. What took you so long to call upon us? Also who are these people? As he asked, he secretly added aura to his palms in case a fight broke out. He also could tell that Zorua was ready to strike by the subtle aura gathered in his mouth despite the sleepy gaze in his eyes. Riolu, Zorua, Eevee these are my current teammates, Suigetsu Hozuki and Janine and Zu. Guys, these are my personal summon partners I told you all about. The normal type happily greeted Naruto's friends. Riolu gave a small bow, and Zorua raised his right paw before heavy dropping it. It's so nice to meet you three, Janine greeted the Pokémon with a wide smile. I have heard so much about you three from our resident whiskers over here. Riolu gave Naruto a look before he nodded, telling the pre-evolved Pokémon that it was fine. Using his telepathy, Riolu addressed the two young Kiri rebels. It's nice to meet you both and we thank you for looking after Naruto. We were beginning to worry when we had not heard from him throughout the week. Using his own telepathy, something he learned from Zoroark who forced it upon him, Zorua gave Naruto a smirk. That or he got lost without us there to hold his hand. But it looks like our summoner's amazing luck has shown through as he found someone else to do it. Naruto stuck his tongue out at the dark-type Pokémon. You said that without falling asleep. What's the occasion? I'm pretty sure Slakathas have more motivation than you. Zorua chuckled as he smirked at Naruto, not at all bothered by the comparison. So, getting back on track. What's the plan on getting to Ralts? Where is she located? Not so soon, Naruto began to explain that he found out that Ralts was being held by a prison a good few miles from their current location. It honestly worried the Pokémon as the one that they wanted to save was guarded by a bloodthirsty shinobi. That's why I'm here instead of at the prison, Naruto said. Hopefully Mei will help me, if so then we have a better chance of saving not only Ralts, but the other prisoners as well. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding his reasoning and choice. So I figured while we wait, let's all get to know each other better. We may have to work together on this rescue mission. Everyone nodded again and began to talk amongst themselves, Eevee refusing to leave her friend's comforting arms. The talk lasted for what felt like hours before Zabuza appeared with Mei by his side. There you are, Mei said with a soft smile before she noticed the three Pokémon. So these are the Pokémon summons I heard so much about from you. Naruto grinned as the Pokémon greeted the appealing woman. I heard you found the Pokémon you have been looking for and want to mount a rescue mission. Yes I do, Naruto replied. The whole purpose that I have even come to the Hidden Mist Village in the first place was to find Ralts and return her to her family. Her mother is worried sick about her daughter. The risk for an operation like this is huge, Naruto. The operation could lead to a lot of deaths on our side. So you better make sure that you're able to convince me that this assault would be worth it. She crossed her arms under her ample chest, causing Naruto to blush as he looked down. I'm waiting. A few hours later. Naruto is packing his stuff into a boat at the edge of a lake, his Pokémon partners helping him. The talk didn't go too well as Mei didn't look convinced at all, going as far as to say she could not risk her men on a prison raid like this. Especially one guarded by 7 swordsmen. When Naruto brought up Zabuza, she replied that the other guards won't just sit by and let Zabuza attack and mentioned the fact that Kushimaru was just as skilled as Zabuza was. Not to mention that they would all have the area advantage in comparison to them. In the end, Naruto was on his own on this mission as Mei won't stop him but won't help either. He had summoned a Spearow to head out and alert Pidgey Fin Neon that they were on the way and will soon be in communication range. Alright, all set, Naruto said as he looked himself over and checked his weapons. Seeing his team enter the boat, Naruto pushed it into the water and got on. Let's go save our friend. Taking the oar, Naruto began rowing. Zorua laid down to sleep, Riolu meditated, and Eevee was staring at the water below. Before they could get too far though, a loud yell making them look back towards the shore. Whiskers, wait. The voice belonged to Janine who was running to catch up to him. Next to her was Suigetsu who had dove into the water. Janine jumped from the shore's edge and landed next to the boat, using her chakra to stick to the water's surface. Suigetsu's liquefied face formed right beside her. You weren't planning on leaving without us, were you? He questioned. Naruto gave then a confused look. We talked with Lady Mei, Janine answered his unasked question. We convinced her to at least give you some type of support for your rescue, hence why we are here. She said she will give a different type of help for what you have done, but she still refuses to risk anything major. Naruto smiled, happy that Suigetsu and Janine are here to help them. Thank you, you too. Thank you so much for here for me. The two rebels smiled at Naruto, happy to help out their partner and friend. Let's get going then, they cried out as the boat began moving once more. Looking up, Naruto gazed out to the horizon as the sun began to set. The cover of the night will either be advantageous to them or an obstacle. Any shinobi worth their own weight can use and fight in the dead of night. After going for another 30 minutes, Riolu stood up. I see the island along with a lot of powerful signatures. Also Pidgey and Fin Neon are on their way to us. Right on that K, Pidgey circled over the boat and gently landed on Naruto's small shoulder as Fin Neon literally swam through Suigetsu's forming head, eliciting a "hey" from him. So Pidgey, did you find anything out while scouting? Pidgey nodded and had a sad look on his face. Even Fin Neon had a sad expression that worried Naruto. They walked out with Ralts in chains, while dragging her would be a more accurate description. She was littered in cuts and bruises while looking really sad, almost broken. Fin Neon noticed what appears to be seal on both her and the collar she had on. We just don't know what they do. After hearing of the condition of the young psychic/fairy type, Naruto and his Pokémon got furious as they leaked a bit of their aura. Even the young Eevee was growling angrily. You two did great, Naruto said to the bird and fish. Go on back and expect the return of Ralts by the end of the night. Pidgey and Fin Neon both nodded as they disappeared in a small puff of smoke, their mission over with. Hey Naruto, I have a question, Janine began getting his attention. Since this Ralts is a summon of yours, why not just reverse summon it? That would have saved you a lot of trouble. I already tried that, multiple times in fact. No matter how much I tried it, I just couldn't establish a connection or link to do so. Heck. I couldn't even locate her with my sensory abilities. It's most likely those seals that Pidgey and Fin Neon mentioned were on her. Speaking of, do you see a place we can safely poet Riolu? Someplace we wouldn't be spotted? Looking around, Riolu located a spot that looked to be void of people or any living chakra signatures in general. Over to the left, Riolu pointed. There are no signatures over there, though it is a good distance from the prison entrance, but at least we could be ready and hidden. Especially with how dark it's getting. As they got close, Naruto used this time to study the prison itself, trying to study out every weak point as best he could. Something that he had drilled into his head by basically all of his teachers, that everything had a weak point. The prison was a massive structure that was primarily a white color, taking up a good portion of the island. Tall spire structures on the four corbels of the prison much like a castle, each with a guard on the top of it. A massive wall connected the spires that looked pretty thick. His aura sight helped him locate the many different signatures throughout the prison, finding more people inside. Standing in the middle of the prison was a powerful aura signature, much stronger than the rest in the prison. It was one he was able to recognize when he first arrived to Kiri. No doubt about it, Naruto thought as the boat docked onto the island shore. Kushimaru is going to be a problem for us for sure. Everyone got off the boat and moved to hide amongst some nearby foliage. So, we are here now, but does anyone have any plans on how to actually get inside without being noticed? Suigetsu asked as Naruto was looking over the prison, thinking of what to do. Those sentries have the entire place in sight, so no way to get to the wall without getting attacked. I may have a way to help, Eevee spoke up, getting everyone's attention. I know the move dig, so could carve us a path underground. How is that going to help us? Janine asked in curiosity. It would take us much too long to dig a tunnel deep enough and long enough for us to get in. Not to mention a hole big enough for all of us would be noticed, fast. Actually dig for Pokémon is just a bit different from normal, Naruto replied. The only issue is that the hole will be much too small for all of us to go through like you said. We have a way around that problem, Naruto. Riolu spoke up. You could always enhance the power of her dig by feeding your aura into her. That should boost her digging speed, and the added boost in power will help in making it bigger for travel. I'm not too sure, Naruto replied nervously. The last time that we tried doing that, you guys got seriously hurt from the overload of aura coursing through you. He looked at Eevee with concern on his visage. Naruto, that was well over a month ago, and just like you, we have gone through intense training to no longer have that issue. Eevee has trained amongst many of her other evolutionary line. Each of us trained under a member of the Lucario family line to handle the Sura enhancements, Riolu said with conviction. Before Naruto could reply, Zorua chimed in. Honestly Naruto, you are going to have to drop that fear and hesitation of yours at some point. What's the point of even summoning us then if you won't maximize the use of our skill sets? Naruto looked down in apprehension, knowing that Zorua was right. His Pokémon worked so hard to grow and show that they are his partners, but his own fear held himself back. We appreciate that you worry for us, Zorua continued. That you care so much about us. But if you truly do care, then don't treat us like we are some fragile beings. We, as summoned and Pokémon, are a team. We are one. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with determination. He is right. All I am doing is holding them back. You're right Zorua. I have just been worried as the things I have been seeing in this civil war in this short amount of time have just been making me worry about you guys' safety. I know I shouldn't think that way, but I just don't want to see all get seriously hurt. And we appreciate that Naruto, Riolu replied with a warm smile at his partner. But we are not going to grow to our full potential by just sitting back and doing nothing, despite that being a dream come true for Zorua here. We could have always denied joining this fight, joining you. But we didn't, despite us knowing the risks. We aren't at risk of just being knocked out, but being tortured and/or killed. We accept those risks and will fight alongside you anyway, even if against your will. Naruto looked between his three partners, all of them looking at him determination to fight by his side. They were solid and unbreakable. He couldn't find words to speak, so he just nodded with teary eyes. Janine and Suigetsu just looked at the strong bond moment with soft smiles. Happy that Naruto had such a caring team to have his back, much like they would. Wiping away his tears, Naruto looked at Eevee. Are you ready to try this Eevee? The normal type nodded with determination in her eyes. Alright then, here we go. Taking a deep breath and holding it for a moment before exhaling. Aura Bond, Synchronization. Naruto's eyes glowed blue as a blue shroud of energy surrounded his body. Eevee's eyes glowed the same blue color as she too gained a blue aura shroud around her body. Eevee could feel the immense power increase to her reserves, like refilling a halfway full of water, though her body began shaking at the rapid influx of power. Her body was working hard to blend two separate auras together as she simultaneously pulled it into her core. Naruto felt that Eevee was having trouble synchronizing their aura with one another. He was about to cancel the technique in worry for Eevee's health as it felt like the last time they tried this, but he changed his mind when he felt the brown fox's will and determination to not fail through their bond. Feeling her powerful emotions along with the world from Riolu and Zorua just moments ago filled the Guardian's thoughts and made him believe that Eevee could this. Janine and Suigetsu looked at the whole thing with intrigue, not entirely sure about what was going on exactly. All they could really perceive was that Eevee was having trouble utilizing whatever their plan was and was shaking profusely, but she was focused on getting it. What caught them by surprise though was the on and off again glow of her eyes as her fur stood up straight, much like an cat's fur would do. Eevee grit her teeth as she felt pain trying to disrupt her focus while she felt the excess aura try to burst out from her body. Her legs wobbled as the winds of force encircled and pushed outward from her. She was about to give in to her exhaustion and pain, just feeling the intense power in her body being too much for her to handle, until through pure force, felt Naruto's presence behind the intense pain. She felt his hesitance and worry for her, but his belief and determination for her was stronger. She felt he truly knew she would succeed without any doubt in her. She will answer that trust with her success. She will truly bond with her partner and help save Ralts. With a yell through her gritted fangs, Eevee pulled all the excess aura into herself and forced it to blend as she felt the power begin to finally go and mix into her pathways. Feeling the power becoming more hers, the young brown fox made a final push to gain complete control. A powerful pulse of force was released that pushed everyone but Naruto back and made them cover their face from the force winds. When they looked, they saw Eevee walk over to Naruto and stood by his side. Both had their eyes closed as Naruto laid a gentle hand on top of the little fox. Both Guardian and Pokémon looked calm, content by the other. Riolu and Zorua smirked in pride at the two, mostly at the young Eevee. So did it work? Suigetsu couldn't help but ask, getting annoyed at all the suspense. Eevee and Naruto both opened their eyes, both glowing a pale blue that caught both Kiri rebel means off guard. The Uzumaki and Pokémon smirked, childishly reveling in the aura of the two. It worked perfectly, Naruto replied as he looked to his teammates with his glowing eyes. When the others looked closely at his eyes, they saw that his pupils were encircled by a single white ring. This power boost is insane, I feel this overwhelming connection with Eevee. It's like there is nothing hidden between us. It's so surreal. Eevee nodded agreeing with Naruto, this connection and power was so incredible to her. She felt everything from Naruto, his determination all the way to his anxieties. She felt her own reserves of aura increase so much, it felt at least double her full amount. It felt like aura had basically filled her entire being instead of just around her coils. She felt truly at one with Naruto. We should be probably get started then, Zorua said, gaining everyone's attention. It's dark enough to have better cover now. Eevee nodded as she gathered her power and converted it into the correct typing. Dig! She leapt up into the air before slamming into the ground with a feverish grin. In a plot second upon contact, a small adult-sized hold was created and it was twice as wide. Janine's and Suigetsu's eyes widened in shock at what occurred. They didn't expect for such a small creature like Eevee to dig a hole that size so fast. Not only that, but it was dug so quick and suddenly that neither of them even felt the ground shake for more than a moment when Eevee began. Well, are you guys coming or not? Naruto questioned them as he dove into the hole, followed by his other two Pokémon. The question snapped both ninja from their lost thoughts as they followed after him. As they landed, they were shocked once more by how well dug the small tunnel Eevee created was, as it would take multiple diggers or a skilled Earth-style user to create one as deep and wide as this one in this amount of time. Eevee is making great use of her aura boost from our bond, Naruto thought as they walked down the tunnel. Stretching put his aura sense, Naruto, and Eevee through their bond, found that they are under the prison. We are here. Yeah, I see that, Eevee replied mentally through their link. It also seems to be another set of signatures below us even further. I bet that Ralts is held down there. That foes seem to be the most likely case, from what that prisoner said, Naruto replied before he paused. Eevee also stopped digging as she stood still. This pause-I'm action made the others stop and look at them in worry and confusion. We have a slight problem, Naruto explained to the others. It would seem that the powerful aura signature is keeping guard down below along with a few weaker ones. I still can't sense Ralts' signature, so we are going to need some information lest we end up in a huge scale battle. I may have an idea, Janine said as she looked at Eevee then to Suigetsu. Can you get us to a more secluded area? The small Pokémon nodded as she turned right and began digging. It took only a minute of digging before she stopped and began sensing the area along with Naruto and Riolu. This is perfect. It looks like a storage area. So what's the plan? This is where Suigetsu makes himself useful, Janine replied as everyone looked at her. Eevee makes a small hole in the wall and Suigetsu here uses his water body technique to search the area. In Kiri, water is everywhere so it makes it easier for him to move around that way. Staying near the wall, the young Hozuki traveled down the hall while stopping as a puddle to not draw too much attention from the guards and scientists. Now where would they hold that summon of Naruto's? Suigetsu thought as he reformed into his solid form. AMD jumped to a nearby corner as some men in lab coats walked out of a nearby corridor. That seems promising over there. Utilizing his water body technique, he turned into a puddle of water again and slowly slid under the door, but staying as close to the wall as he could. The Kiri rebel instantly took notice of the mist in the room that gently flowed about the room. Suigetsu reformed again by a table that was nearby as he looked around. There were a lot of Kiri scientists walking around the room, files and bikes of what he assumed to be blood spread neatly around the room. Remembering Naruto's description of who he was looking for, he quickly drew a breath as chained to the wall was a small, strange-looking creature. It was Ralts. The small creature was strung up on the wall by tightened chains wrapped on its arms, legs, and torso. Cuts and bruises were laid about on its body as its head hung low in defeat and fear. All around it was different seals that glowed every once in a while. On its body were the same kind of seals, but a few more he couldn't identify. What made Suigetsu nervous was the sight of Kushimaru and his legendary blade Nuabari, the sewing needle. He knew Kushimaru was at this prison, but was hoping he wouldn't be down here or anywhere near their rescue target. No such luck there apparently. It looks like they are running tests on the little guy, Suigetsu thought to himself. I wonder what they are trying to accomplish though. Kushimaru walked up to one of the files on the table and looked it over before slamming it onto the table. This small action made all the other shinobi and scientists look on in terror. No one wanted to be on the other end of his rage, especially one caused by his boredom. Have you guys found anything on this strange creature's abilities yet? He asked in annoyance as he looked at the cowering scientists. You have been at this for over a month now. You need to have found something out by now. Lord Yagura is beginning to get impatient. We are sorry Lord Kushimaru, one of the scientists stammered. This strange power has a strange and unique energy source that seems to activate it but we can't seem to pinpoint the source of it. We have no way to copy or contain this power correctly. All was silent as each scientist stared at the masked swordsman, each are feeling their anxiety rise as he just stared at the terrified man. Kushimaru stared for a few moments before he simply turned around and began walking away. Before the scientist could let out a sigh of relief, he felt a massive sharp pain in his chest as he coughed up a glob of blood. Looking back, he found Kushimaru behind him with the Nuabari stabbed through his chest. Suigetsu was shocked as he could barely keep track of Kushimaru as he appeared behind and killed the scientist. He was more surprised as Kushimaru swung the blaze and sliced his chest open. As the scientist's body hit the ground dead, Kushimaru cleaned the blood off the blade and stared at the other scientists. Let his corpse be motivation for all of you to speed things along. Lord Yagura will not tolerate failure. Is that understood? The terrified scientists could not reply other than by a nod of their heads. Kushimaru was satisfied with the results and moved away towards the corner as he locked eyes with the chained Ralts, who looked away in fear. This only made Kushimaru smirk behind his mask, finding delight in Ralts' fear of him. Sick BSTRD over there is relishing in the defenseless little guy's fear the most, the hidden Suigetsu thought to himself. But why single him out? Especially when there are loads of bloodline users in this prison. Either way I need to go and let the others know. Man, Naruto is not going to be happy about this at all. Suigetsu quickly made his way through the door, having used his bloodline again. It only took a few minutes now that he knew where to go. Seeing the storage area, Suigetsu entered and went into the hole created originally. As he reformed, he found Naruto and Riolu meditating, Janine and Eevee sitting to the side they awaited him. What nearly made him faceplant was Zorua whom was sleeping peacefully. How could he sleep so calmly given our situation right now? He turned back to Naruto, who was staring intently at him, powerful sense of urgency in his gaze. I found your summons, Naruto, he began, which got everyone's undivided attention, even the now wide-awake Zorua. It's being held in a lab not far, 2 minutes at best. The issue is that it is being watched over by a few scientists and Kushimaru himself. The reaction was as he had expected when he mentioned the swordsmen, both humans looking on in worry and fear as they were hoping to have little to interaction if it was possible. The 3 Pokémon on the other hand looked on in confusion, having not dealt with any of the legendary swordsmen before, so having no knowledge of what to expect. What's going to be the plan then? Janine asked. It's not like we have Zabuza-sense with us, who would be the only one able to take on Kushimaru. We would need a way to get him out of the room, Naruto said. He thought carefully. If they could get him out of there, then taking care of the scientists would be absolute child's play. The issue is how to cause a big enough disturbance that would warrant him to take action. That will be hard considering there are also Jonin throughout this place, Suigetsu responded. It will have to be big enough that they can't handle it. Thinking it over, Naruto began to get frustrated. They are all so close, Ralts was right there in close grabbing distance. And now he couldn't get her because of all the danger. There just had to be a way to get to Ralts. Eevee and Zorua looked to Naruto with slight concern, knowing that he was under a ton of pressure. It didn't take an expert to see Naruto's panic. Riolu could feel the rising anxieties through his aura, feeling all his anxiety growing. Ralts' life is in my hands, Naruto panicked as he struggled to think of something as his mind was a whirlwind of emotions. But can I even do this? I mean, I can't even use higher level attacks for too long without exhausting myself. Do I even have what it takes to succeed here? He looked to his hands that were shaking as he struggled to keep himself together. He failed to keep his heir status for either of his clans, failed to gain his parents' attention that didn't involve some form of pity or guilt, failed to gain his siblings' respect for most of their childhood, failed to prove his worth to his godparents, failed the stealth mission in Kiri and now works for Mei. Nothing but failures are connected to his name, and now he was about to add another fail to that list by being unable to save Ralts. He just couldn't understand why Arceus and Giratina had chose him of all people in the ninja world. They had so many better options, but they ended up choosing him. Why? In his self-loathing and doubt, he didn't notice at first that Eevee provided comfort and support by jumping on his left shoulder while rubbing her cheek into his. Zorua did the same with his right side. Riolu held both his hands in his paws to do the same. All 3 Pokémon connected their auras to Naruto's to show him that he was not alone. Naruto couldn't help but to calm down as he felt his friends' feeling and their warmth by his side. He felt his warm tears begin to fill his eyes as his self-doubt began to diminish but not fully leave. Like a flame that refused to die out until it burned his confidence away. That too soon changed, however, when he felt someone else touch both of shoulder blades and saw that the hands belonged to Suigetsu and Janine. "Hey Naruto," Janine began, her eyes filled with warmth and concern. "I have a feeling that this doubt you're drowning it stems more than just fear from having to face Kushimaru, but I want to tell you that you are not alone. We are here to help you and be by your side. I know you were essentially forced to help us in the rebellion, but in the time frame you have been here with us you have been an amazing friend and partner. You have had all our backs and now we are here to have yours." "She's right, man," Suigetsu smirked. "We got your back on whatever plan you got cooked in that head of yours. We had plenty of close calls that your devilish mind pulled us out of. Just put it into overdrive and let us support you, Red." This time, Naruto could not stop the tears that fell from his eyes. He knew them well and could obviously call them friends, but to hear that from them made him feel so touched. In fact, he began to feel better in knowing that these people and Pokémon were not going to turn their backs on him. They were going to help him see this through to the end. His mind now calmer and his confidence raised, Naruto began racking his mind of plan after plan. Going through all of his thoughts, one thing was clear in all of his plans. In the end he will have to face Kushimaru, the legendary swordsman of the Nuabari. You guys trust me, right? Naruto asked as he looked around, needing just a confirmation one final time before he told them the plan he ended on. He felt calmer when all of them nodded firmly. Then I have a plan, but it's going to be a risky one. Either this will work or it won't end well for any of us. Will you still have my back knowing that? His Pokémon team nodded without any hesitation while the Kiri rebels smiled in response. We came here knowing of the high chance of death. Not like we are the type to go down so easily anyway. So what have you got planned, Whiskers? Janine asked with a wink. Naruto smiled as he began to explain his plan to them, and as he had expected, they all looked at him in worry. Are you sure about this, Naruto? Riolu asked in concern. That plan will leave you pretty open, and I'm not sure how long you will be able to keep that up. What happened to believing in me? Naruto asked with a joking smirk. Look, I know it's a huge risk, but everything else leaves a bigger problem. This will keep the focus on me and give you guys the chance to escape and protect Ralts. Her life is our main priority and my own life is not a factor to me in comparison. Zorua moved next to Naruto as he began connecting his aura with Naruto's, his legs shaking lightly much like Eevee earlier. Riolu, Naruto is sure of this plan and will do what needs to be done. We can get this done, now let's do this, Naruto. Naruto nodded as he opened his aura around his chakra coils and mixed it with Zorua. Aura bond, synchronization. Like before with Eevee, the two felt a strong link between each other that left nothing between one another. They felt a surge of power rush within them that was noticeably more powerful than it was with Eevee. Aura began rushing out of the dark type before pulling it back in and gritting his teeth. Even Naruto began feeling this strain harder than before, but both ignored it as they gained control of their increasing power. Knowing they have a goal in mind, they pulled on their willpower and gained the foothold that they needed. As before, a powerful pull of aura was released that sent the others skidding back. The poverty that hid their way flew off and landed across the closet. Once all began settling down, Naruto and Zorua smirked at the gobsmacked group. Everyone noted that like with Eevee, both Zorua's and Naruto's eyes glowed a pale blue color. The dark type and Naruto looked from one another and to the group again as they took a deep breath and gathered aura around each other. Time to get to work, Naruto whispered as he took a kunai out of his weapon pouch. Focusing the mixed auras of him and Zorua, Naruto used it to shape an illusion around himself. The former heir grew into a grown man as his clothing changed and formed into a lab along with a white buttoned-up shirt. His kunai reshaped as well as it turned into a clipboard. Naruto's red-tipped blonde hair changed into a basic brown color and grew until reached his shoulder blades. His tan skin paled until it was the lighter shade color of most of the other Kiri people. His eyes became a mocha color. Even a false name tag formed on his left chest and looked official. Looking to Zorua, who nodded, Naruto gave a serious expression. This plan will only give us one shot to actually work, he said. What I plan to do will definitely PSS them off, as you all know, and that is when things will get really ugly. We have got to make sure that Ralts gets back to the boat. Or at the very least a large body of water away from prying enemy eyes, which will become the extraction point. The Pokémon all nodded in understanding, knowing how serious the situation was at the moment. Taking a deep breath, Naruto made his way to the exit but was stopped by Janine. Naruto, you better come back safe and alive, she said with a light glare, but Naruto could see the worry hidden within. Naruto gave her a nod and a grin, though he wasn't feeling all that confident about that part, to be honest. He's going to be face to face with a very deadly enemy. Satisfied with the nod, the brunette walked up to him and kissed his cheek lightly. For good luck. Now go save your friend. Too stunned to say anything, Naruto walked out as his face was burning red with embarrassment. So dazed he missed the giggle and chuckle from his group. Shaking away the daze, Naruto walked down the hall and made his way to the door of the lab. Pushing open the doors, the disguised Konoha citizen strolled in with his fake clipboard held to his chest. He took careful note that no one spared him a glance. Walking up to the table of equipment, Naruto was uncomfortable at the bloody scalpels, bandages, blood vials and more. Naruto felt his rage beginning to boil but was able to keep it down. He grabbed an used syringe and an empty glass vial and made his way toward the chained-up Ralts. Naruto felt his heart break when the feeling Pokémon looked at him in terror. He could tell the young pre-evolution wanted to use her psychic power to either escape or blast him, but she couldn't. Pretending to prep the syringe, Naruto began to discreetly gather his aura. He walked up to Ralts before his danger sense went off, telling him he was in immediate danger. Not wanting to test what would happen if he ignored it, the disguised Naruto ducked and rolled forward. He moved away just in time as Kushimaru appeared behind where he was as he swung his blade. "Lord Kushimaru," the disguised Naruto yelled in fear with his fake older voice. "What is the meaning of this?" The tall masked Kirinin stood as he glared at Naruto through the eye holes of his mask, pointing his blade at Naruto. "I don't remember seeing your face around here at all," he said in a soft yet menacing tone. "I make it a point to know each of the faces here should you have to hunt anyone down. Plus your chakra is another giveaway despite you trying to hide it. It is way too powerful to be one of these weaklings here and I definitely would have recognized it if that were the case. Next time, try to match your signature with those around you so you don't stick out so bad. That is, if you even survive after today." With a loud shout, Kushimaru charged at Naruto, ready to pierce the fake scientist with his blade. Prison Break, Part 2. As Kushimaru charged at Naruto with bloodlust, Naruto braced himself as he prepared himself for if this had happened. Gathering his aura quickly, Naruto activated his double team as holographic copies of himself appeared all around him. This gave Kushimaru a slight moment of pause but no more than a second as cloning was nothing special. He poised himself, ready to toss his blade at the Naruto and his copies to begin his stitching technique to sew his target up. He was then caught by surprise when Naruto and his copies spat out a thick cloud of black smoke that completely hid them from view. Naruto had used his smoke screen to buy him a mere moment, which was all he needed to gather aura to his legs and used his aura rush. This technique is a simple move that gives Naruto a burst of speed that leaves an after image of himself in his place. Naruto appeared next to the frightened Ralts and used his kunai charged by his chakra to cut her chains. "Ralts, listen," he said to the psychic/fairy type who still looked at Naruto in fear. "I need you to lower your energy to be as low as possible and do not move for your own safety." Feeling more danger heading his way, Naruto ducked and jumped up before he was violently kicked in his gut and sent through a nearby table. The young guardian quickly recovered though as his disguise dropped, needing the spare energy to continue the plan. He pulled out a second kunai and dual-wielded the two-bladed weapons, taking note of the fact that the other scientists were either already dead from Kushimaru's own sword or had fled the area. He looked to where Ralts was located previously chained up and purposely looked around the room with his eyes, making it obvious. Seeing his searching gaze, Kushimaru looked around too, ignoring the intruder for a moment as he was just a child and not a threat to himself. His eyes widened as he realized someone was missing. He stretched out his senses and could not find his target anywhere. By the second, Kushimaru became increasingly infuriated as locked an icy cold glare on Naruto. "I don't care about who you are, brat, as it is no consequence for me not to know," he said as he released more of his killing intent that Naruto wasn't too bothered by as usual. "Now tell me, where did my prisoner get to?" Ralts, who was directly behind Kushimaru the entire time, was confused by the killer's question. She was perfectly in his view as she has yet to move from her spot, her exhaustion making it difficult to do anything. He had even looked at her dead in the eyes. How did he not see her? "Wouldn't you like to know?" Naruto taunted the man with a smirk, further irritating Kushimaru. "All you need to know is that she is long gone from here by now." Pulling out some senbon needles with his left hand, Kushimaru stared into the red-tipped boy's eyes with a haunting gaze. "I'm going to enjoy tormenting my answers from you, brat," he said as he tossed the thin needles at Naruto, who easily dodged them. Weaving out the way, he dodged more thrown Senbon before using his aura rush to get by Kushimaru, who tried to slash at him again only to hit Naruto's afterimage. Unlike before though, he didn't get a moment as the swordsman rushed at him again. Blade clashed with blade as Naruto deflected the strikes from Kushinaru's Nuabari, knowing that he would be screwed if he got trapped in a power struggle with him. Naruto could not be more grateful from the boost as he got from the synchronization. Deflecting another strike aimed at him, Naruto gathered more aura in his mouth and fired a water gun at Kushinaru's masked face, only for him to dodge and toss his blade at Naruto, which pierced his left leg. Kushinaru grinned behind his mask, only to be confused by no cry of pain or spray of blood. This became shock when the Naruto he attacked phased from existence, showing it was just an afterimage. The real Naruto appeared above Kushimaru and used Aura Rush to charge at the man as he swung his kunai towards his head. This didn't go as planned as Kushimaru caught Naruto's side with a devastating spin kick without turning around. Naruto cried out in pain as he spun through the air before landing on his feet. He had to dodge left as the Nuabari blade seemed to magically change direction and rushed at Naruto. The Nuabari changed direction once more and spun at Naruto, who moved out of the way as the blade spun at Naruto, who moved out of the way as the blade just barely missed nicking his cheek. Naruto jumped back to gain some distance before he evinced in pain as his arm suddenly gained a cut mark as his sleeve was cleanly split open and blood slipped from the wound. The Namake's boy was confused as he looked at where the pain came from, but quickly had to move as the Nuabari came at him again. Feeling danger again, Naruto paused once more as he felt a light pain, but this time on his back as a thin cut appeared along with on his left leg. "What is going on?" Naruto questioned as he glanced briefly towards the cut on his leg before ducking forward to dodge the Nuabari again. Ralts, having figured out who Naruto was due to his use of aura, was concerned for his well-being. He was dodging the blade yet somehow he was still getting hurt. She also could not figure out how the Nuabari was moving around without being in Kushinaru's grip. He didn't have psychic powers as far as she could tell. Naruto was getting increasingly annoyed as he got cut up from some unknown sharp object while avoiding being skewered by the legendary Kiri blade. The blade rushed at Naruto once more, but he held his ground and fired another water gun attack at it, hoping to divert the blade direction somewhere else. This plan unfortunately was a failure as the Nuabari was suddenly encased by chakra, making it stronger and sharper. This gave it more than enough power and protection to pierce right through the water-type attack. Naruto flipped over the blade and as he was about to land, the red blonde felt danger so he spun to the side and landed in a different spot than he intended. Naruto could not understand why he felt such danger all over the place. The young ex-heir activated his aura sight. Not only did his sight sharpen, but locked on everyone's aura signature. Naruto saw that the Nuabari was completely coated in Kushinaru's chakra, but it wasn't the only thing that caught his attention as he noticed something was attached to the blade. It was sharp, extremely thin ninja wire. What made him really nervous was that more ninja wire was attached to the walls throughout the room. He quickly dodged another onslaught of the Nuabari that he found was easier to avoid now that his aura sight was active. Also now that he could see the ninja wire around the room, he decided it was time to get rid of the problem. Gathering his aura to his hand, a white light encased it and it elongated. "Cut!" Naruto called out as the white light hardened. The red blonde avoided getting stabbed by the Nuabari, though was cut on his shoulder from the blade light catching and the ninja wire on it rubbing into it that Kushimaru was using to control the blade from a distance. As he jumped around to avoid the blade once more, he swung his hand to cut the ninja wire that was throughout the room, that Naruto assumed was attached to the Senbon needles that were thrown earlier. Naruto landed next to Ralts and silently told her to grab his waist and to hold on tightly as he gathered more aura, seeing the Nuabari and some more Senbon needles heading his way. The moment Ralts grabbed onto Naruto tightly, he used double team but made more copies than he had done earlier. The clones and Naruto all made a beeline for the door but had to jump away as an orb of water just barely missed slamming into his back. The door was obliterated along with the wall of the hallway being cracked. The explosion was also powerful enough to push Naruto back and eliminate all of his clones. "Where do you think you're running to?" Kushimaru questioned as he released more killing intent, much thicker than earlier. He pulled out more Senbon needles, his Nobari stabbed into the ground beside him. "You will be broken and tortured here today. So stand your ground, boy." With a toss, the Senbons were sent sailing towards Naruto, who called upon Cut once again. Swinging his arm, he deflected a fair number of needles while doing his best to avoid the ones he couldn't knock away. Naruto looked back to Kushimaru in time as he finished a set of hand signs before he took a breath. Water style, raging waves. A torrent of water was spewed from the swordsman's lips that was similar, and more powerful, than Naruto's own water gun attack. Gathering his aura to his legs, Naruto jumped up and stood upside down from the ceiling, his chakra locking onto it. Then he jumped from wall to wall, ending up above Kushimaru, who pointed his blade upward and charged. Naruto jumped away and spun, just barely dodging the slash of the sword. "Vine WHP now," Naruto called out as green vines came from the glow in the palm of his hands. The vines wrapped around the throat or Kushimaru as the red-tipped blonde pulled in the hopes to lift and slam him into the ground. This didn't go as planned though, since Kushimaru didn't hesitate to slice right through the vines. The sudden loss of weight caught Naruto by surprise and was sent sailing through the air. Releasing another set of vines that wrapped around one of the chains on the wall, he used it to pull him and Ralts away from another attempt to cut him down. "Damn it," Naruto thought angrily. "He isn't taking me seriously and I am still having trouble keeping up, even with my boost of power due to synchronization. Not only that, but the BSTRD won't let me get Ralts into place." Naruto began jumping around Kushimaru's legendary blade as he needed to continue the plan. He could sense that the others are almost done with their part of the mission. Bending back to avoid the next strike, he jumped back into a handstand to avoid a knee to his back. He pushed upward in time to avoid that same leg from kicking him in the gut. Before Kushimaru could strike, Naruto used smokescreen again and blew the cloud of smoke directly into Kushimaru's face. This caused Kushimaru to go into a coughing fit as his body was covered by the attack. Naruto looked towards his exit and positioned his body by the exit, still blowing the smoke. Canceling the smokescreen, Naruto quickly activated his aura rush and ran towards the door with blinding speed. Naruto didn't make it though, as Kushimaru appeared by the exit in time and slammed his foot into Naruto's face. Naruto not only cried out in agony as blood shot from his nose while also knocking out two of his teeth due to the high-speed impact. It didn't end there though, as the ninja grabbed Naruto's leg, thankfully not the one held onto by Ralts, and slammed the boy into the floor with enough force to cause cracks. Next, he dragged Naruto across the ground before slamming him into the wall. He then jumped and spun Naruto around before landing onto the ceiling and slamming the boy into it. Grinning a cruel smirk that was unseen due to his mask, he swung his opponent under him once more before tossing him towards the ground. He followed that with his Nuabari that pierced Naruto through his stomach, causing the boy untold amounts of pain. When Naruto landed, the thin blade went through the same hole that it created through Naruto's body. The red-tipped blonde boy was in high amounts of pain, grabbing the Nuabari to try and get the blade out of his body. Kushimaru landed next to Naruto and grabbed the hilt of his blade, intending to slice him through the shoulder. "No, please no," Ralts whispered as she tried to hold back her tears. She had sensed what the Kiri swordsman had planned. "Please, my savior, please. Wake up, please. Wake up and win." Crying out that last sentence, it woke up Naruto from his pain. With a sharp glare, and breathed out heavily. Whirlwind. A powerful gust of wind struck the shocked Kushimaru, who let go of his blade in surprise, sending him sailing through the air. Grabbing the Nuabari, Naruto ripped it out and held it tight. Kushimaru got up angrily and became enraged at this intruder wielding his Nuabari. He began a fast-paced set of hand signs, so fast that Naruto lost track of them, before ending in the tiger sign. Water Clone Jutsu. Water burst from the nearby pod and vials before it swirled around next to Kushimaru as it morphed into another Kushimaru. Then both Kushinarus brandished senbons in both of their hands. Naruto took a step back, sweat pouring down his face at the fear he was feeling. Staring down two separate murderous killers, while just one of him was hard enough, did not bode well for him. Add to the fact he had a bleeding hole in his gut did not help the situation at all. The only good thing was his Uzumaki bloodline began kicking in with trying to heal the damage, so he would have to jump that. Both Kushinarus vanished from sight, surprising Naruto at the sudden increase of speed. He ducked as a kick from one of them flew over his head. He moved his arm to block an axe. Kick aimed for his head, while adding aura to it he was fully overpowered. He had to lean back slightly to avoid a senbon needle aimed at him. A wave of pain flowed through him as the other Kushimaru appeared behind and slammed his foot into it. This sent Naruto away, but his foot was grabbed again before he could get too far. Not willing a repeat of what happened earlier, Naruto gathered his aura. Double team. The Naruto held by Kushimaru vanished and multiple copies appeared throughout the room. This time, Kushimaru wasn't deterred by them as they threw their needles, making each one vanish into thin air. The real Naruto blocked the senbon thrown at him with the Nuabari. He then released his aura that formed around him and transformed into leaves. Take this. Razor Leaf. The razor-sharp leaves spun before flying towards the two Kushimarus. Both assassins had finished another set of hand signs as their lips puckered up. Water Style, Wild Water Wave. A powerful hush of water was shot from their lisp that combated the leaves for a moment before pushing them away. Utilizing Vine WHP once more, Naruto pulled himself away from the attacks. The vines were cut by several thrown senbon, but Naruto was prepared for that. He used another Vine WHP to pull himself to the other side of the room and stuck to the wall. Both Kushinarus appeared on either side of him and they began striking at him. He used Aura Rush to get away as staying between them would be too risky. He turned around to blast them with a flamethrower but was stopped. Not only did one of the Kushinarus steal the Nuabari back from his grip but also slashed him across the chest using a kunai while 4 senbons, 2 in each one, were impaled themselves in his legs. Naruto grunted in serious pain as he stared Kushimaru in the eyes, his cruel and sadistic eyes. Naruto and mouthed out, "I got ya." The red-tipped blonde then burst into a plume of smoke as it was revealed he was only a shadow clone. This action surprised Kushimaru and his water clone, completely confused by when Naruto found time to create a clone, let alone a shadow clone. Even the sword he took was just a fake as it too vanished. That slippery little sheet, Kushimaru growled in rage as more killing intent leaked out of him. That's it. No more playing around and no more of these ridiculous games. I will hunt him down and make sure that he pays. With the real Naruto. Naruto was running down the hall, Ralts held tightly in his arms. He had his aura pumping through his legs while using Recover to heal all of his wounds as best as he could. His cuts and bruises were primarily gone, while the hole in his gut was still trying to close up. The exit was closed up for his back while the bleeding had thankfully stopped. "Ralts, are you alright?" Naruto asked the psychic/fairy type that gave Naruto a warm smile and a look of awe. "You were absolutely amazing, Mr. Hero," Ralts said to Naruto. "You did an awesome job to keep up with that monster Kushimaru. But how come he couldn't see me at all? He has looked directly at me multiple times, but has continuously questioned about where I was. I used the aura bond, synchronization and bonded with one of my aura partners named Zorua," Naruto said as he slowed down and took his disguise with blue spiked hair and green eyes. "Using the illusion ability that also gained a big boost from the bond, I was able to keep you hidden. I had to keep focusing the illusion on both you and any energy you may have leaked." As far as he was concerned, you had been missing throughout that entire fight. As soon as Naruto got by the entire hallway, Naruto went into the closet area and moved the poster. The dug-up tunnel was now open to the area and Naruto entered while replacing the poster. Naruto sat back down as he focused his aura and made a mental aura link with Zorua. Aura bond, shared sight, Naruto whispered. His eyes glowed a bright blue and he felt the aura rush through him and connect with Zorua, who accepted the connection. This special ability allowed the aura user to connect their sights with the responding aura partner. Everything either one connects with the other as if they were there. The two synchronized partners are able to also speak with one another telepathically. The further the two partners were, the more aura it will take to make and maintain the link. Took you long enough to connect with us, Naruto, Zorua said. Naruto will never understand how the dark-type fox could sound so alert and serious, yet tired and bored at the same time. I see that you succeeded on your part of the plan and got Ralts. Good work. Naruto smirked as he felt a swell of pride in his chest at Zorua's words as he thought the Pokemon's vision. In front of them was a row of keys, some that were obviously important. Near that were a set of computers and suches. On your signal and we can get this little surprise party underway, Zorua said as he looked around to show Naruto that everyone was ready to initiate the next phase of the plan. Sensing that Kushimaru was getting closer to his area, Naruto nodded. Do it and we will link our powers perfectly. Time to give these people their fighting spirit back. Zorua nodded before he looked toward Suigetsu. Hey, big bad boss says it's show time, Zorua addressed the Hozuki. Release the prisoners. Me and Naruto will begin the next phase of the operation. Suigetsu smirked as he pressed a few buttons on the computer before he grabbed the lever next to it. It's party time, he said in amusement as he pulled the lever down. Lights rang around the prison, confusing the shinobi guarding the prison. Soon all the prison doors unlocked and they all burst wide open. This shocked the guards as they were not being told of the enemy being released. Let's do it now, Zorua. Naruto said to the dark type through their bond once more. His body gained an encasement of blue, fiery aura along with his eyes that gained a powerful hue. This was shared by Zorua, who did the exact same thing. Unseen by all except for Riolu, the area of the island was encased by their powerful, doubled aura. In just a few moments, several water dragons flew through the air before they slammed into the guard pillars. The guards on the watchtowers jumped off in time to avoid the attacks and rolling away from the falling debris. Out of nowhere, several hundred shinobi charged into the courtyard, attacking the guards. One of the prison guards yelled out to alert of the enemy. It's the resistance, he yelled out. Everyone get to the courtyard. The tainted bloods are here. That one shout, that one yell was all it took for the broken-down prisoners to gain fire in their eyes once again. Soon they too began attacking the guards, catching many still stunned and took their weapons. Now not only were the guards up top busy with the invasion forces that only grew, but their once-trapped enemies too. The only upside were the prisoners being unable to use their jutsus due to the seals on them restricting their chakra use. Soon those same floors burst with smoke as more of the resistance infiltrated and began to attack the guards. One of the members attacked a guard that tried to use a jutsu. The guard blocked the blade strike, only to be killed by the female prisoner who stabbed him through the neck. Thank you, friend, she said to the masked resistance members. The name is Young and glad to be free. We are not free just yet, he replied as he took out some shuriken and tossed them to stop a guard. Look, you are free thanks to a couple of young warriors. They have a friend that they needed to free. We need to get them out of here and to the waters as soon as possible. I'm grateful, but what's so important about this friend of theirs? Yumi asked as he blocked several kunai. No time to explain, he said as she and him went back to back. They began attacking the guards, stealing more equipment from the fallen guards' corpses. Just please spread the word and get it done. They have strange creatures with them. One has blonde hair with red tips, the other has white hair, and the last has brunette hair. Seeing that this was important, Yumi nodded and got to work with spreading the word. As that went on, Naruto scooped up Ralts and ran further down the tunnel. "We need to be careful now, Ralts," he said to the frightened Pokémon. "I can no longer cloak you with me and Zorua coating this island with illusion." "Wait, so you used your bond with Zorua to trick everyone?" she asked in pure amazement. "It won't work for too long," he replied as he ran down the tunnel. "As far as everyone knows, including the now freed prisoners, the resistance is attacking the prison. But these are also hardened shinobis with tons of experience, they will notice it soon enough. It's why we need to bet you off the island and back to your mother's, fast." Pushing his aura and body more, Naruto uses Aura Rush as he became the definition of a blur. Zorua and his group ran down the passageways, not having to battle too much due to what's going on. Word spread fast amongst the guards about them and they were being guarded closely. They have had a few close calls, like when Suigetsu was cleaved in two by the sword of one of the guards. But it did nothing to Suigetsu thanks to his water body bloodline. The guard was blasted by Suigetsu's water gun, double blast. The technique was enough to put the guard out of commission. Another close call was when a water dragon barreled down the hall towards them, only for Zorua to react in time and used his boosted protect to stop the attack. The guard that used the technique was then killed by a combo of Eevee, Riolu, and Janine. Eevee took a stab to her side, but was otherwise alright. Another attack rushed at the group of runners, a liquid bullet that Janine recognized it as. Zorua jumped over the group as it charged up another boosted attack. Shadow Ball. The orb of ghost-type energy clashed hard with the water jutsu, cancelling each other with an explosion. The team was surrounded by a group of guards, all armed with kunai. Janine and Suigetsu both took out their Tonto blades as Janine secretly used a set of hand signs along with Suigetsu. In a moment, the other guards were attacked by more prisoners. The moment they looked away, Janine slammed her fingers into the ground with a smirk. Lightning style, electric snake jutsu. Multiple sparks of electricity danced through the ground and rushed to defending themselves. Chains burst from the ground and wrapped around their ankles. They felt electric shocks rush through their bodies and were unable to move. That brief hesitation was all it took for the prisoners to overpower and kill their guard. "You guys keep on going," a muscular prisoner said as he ravaged the now corpse's clothing for any weapons. "We will do our best on this front. You kids need to get out of here." The young group nodded and took off for their destination. Janine and Suigetsu were honestly amazed at how well they were doing, despite not being able to use ninjutsu along with high amounts of fatigue. They guessed the constant press while keeping the guards from using many of their own helped with that. "Look, there is the stairwell," Janine pointed out as they continued to run while being guarded by the many different former prisoners. They also noticed that while they were doing well, they were taking a good number if loses as well. They saw one guard had a man pinned to the wall while fighting to defend himself from enforcers. Deciding to help, Eevee called upon her aura as a white hue covered her body. "Quick attack," she called out as she took in high speeds. The guard, who was on high alert, felt the danger and swung a kunai in an attempt to cut her down. Due to being so small though, Eevee laid on her side and completely avoided the deadly weapon. Quickly turning around, she slammed her paws onto the ground which gathered the dust and nearby debris before shooting it into the guard's face. Sand attack. The dirt and debris hit the guards in the face, blinding him, causing the man to cry out in pain. Using the added opportunity, Eevee bit down the kunai embedded in the prisoner's shoulder and ripped it out. The young Pokémon dropped down and slashed the back of the guard's ankles. This caused him to drop to the floor and cry out in agony, dropping low enough to only be slightly taller than Eevee, who had the kunai poised to pierce the guard's head. The moment their eyes had met, the normal type hesitated to utilize the opportunity to get the killing blow. This cost her though, as the now angry shinobi grabbed her by the neck and began choking her. "You little sheet," he growled out to the struggling Pokémon. I don't know what the F you are, but I will enjoy watching the life fade from your eyes. Unlike you, I have to resolve to do what must be done and take a life. Eevee was frozen in fear as the man made to stab her, only to be stopped by the prisoner that was previously pinned. The prisoner was wrestling for the kunai before the guard lost the struggle and was killed. Thanks for the save, little one, the prisoner thanked the scared normal type. You need to get going. Things are going to get bad. Still scared that she had almost died a moment ago, she nodded and ran towards the stairs. She was stopped though as two more guards appeared in front and side of a now nervous Eevee, who was still in shock over what just happened. One pulled out a sword, a wakizashi if she recognized it correctly. The other guard pulled out two kunais and they glared hard at her. Eevee tried to activate her quick attack to try and run away but had trouble gathering her aura. She couldn't even mold her aura correctly. She couldn't help but shake in fear as the weapons came upon her. To her, everything moved in slow motion as their weapons defended upon her. Before she was sliced, she was saved by Riolu, and Suigetsu appeared in time to stop the assaults. Riolu stopping the kunais with his aura-covered palms while Suigetsu stopped the wakizashi with his tanto. Riolu glared angrily at the guard he was blocking, rage fueling his actions and his aura pulsing more powerfully. How dare this man try to cut up his friend? They had already dared to hurt Ralts as badly as they did and now they planned to really hurt Eevee. How dare they? Riolu's aura pulsed more brightly and powerful, the pulse being string enough to knock the guard's kunais away from them. The two blades went sailing away and the guard was shocked for a split second before he launched a kick at him. Riolu launched a palm strike at the kick. Not only did it stop the strike but the aura, which was slightly darker than before, had encompassed Riolu's palm as he smirked maliciously. Force palm, he whispered as a powerful blast of aura shot out and encompassed the guard. He cried out in pain as the heated-up aura burned away at his skin. Metal claw. Steel energy covered his palms as silver energy claws came out the back of his hands and knuckles that he swung at the guard's throat, slicing it open. The issue was instead of blood gushing from the wound, water sprayed out from it instead before the body melted into a watery puddle, showing that it was a water clone. Pushing away any shock, Riolu used his own aura sense and jumped to the left. A kunai tried to cut him in half. Utilizing his metal claws, Riolu blocked and parried the kunai by the Real guard. Eevee, seeing her friend getting pushed back, ran at the guard to help. She tried to use bite but she was shocked again when her teeth did not glow. Her aura barely listened to her, as if it was rejecting her usage of it. Seeing the scared fox Pokémon, the guard pushed Riolu back before kicking Eevee in the face and into the wall. Creating a set of hand signs, a water clone formed and charred at the downed Eevee who grimaced in pain. The clone finished another set of hand signs before moving its hand at Eevee. Water style, water prison jutsu. Water swirled around the evolution Pokémon, who was rooted in place. She was now trapped in an orb of water. She really 3D. The water was so thick and heavy that she couldn't move at all, not even a slight twitch was possible for her. Riolu flipped back as he dodged another strike from the guard that tried to attack from the back. He fired an aura sphere that rushed at the guard who ducked under the orb before he threw several kunai at Riolu. The young jackal easily dodged them, a fiery spark catching his gaze. The kunai had explosive sealed tags attached to them that were ignited. The moment he finishes that thought, the weapons exploded and causes such a big boom that it drowned out the worried cries from the trapped and crying Eevee. The guard smirked in sadistic glee at having taken out the strange creature. As he turned to handle Suigetsu, who was surprisingly holding his own against the other guard, a light caught his attention. Within the blazing flames created from the paper bomb was Riolu, covered by an orb of light. The emanation Pokémon was completely unharmed from the attack, unlike the area around him. It's a good thing I had the forethought to copy Zorua's Protect with Mimic earlier in case I needed it, Riolu thought as he cancelled the orb. Mimic was a special Pokémon attack that allowed its users to copy and use the last move that was used against them or just have been seen by its user. Now if Riolu had synced with Naruto instead of Zorua, then he would have been to copy chakra techniques too due to the chakra that would have flowed through the link. Unfortunately, he is currently limited to copying only aura-based moves. The guard glared angrily at Riolu's survival as he gripped two new kunais, ready to go charging at the strange creature once more. Sensing a round 2 about to commence between them, the Pokémon created a staff made of dense aura and readied himself. This was proven to be not needed as right when the guard was about to charge, 2 Senbon needles punctured the back of both of his knees, causing to drop down in pain as he lost the feeling in his legs. Not wanting to waste this opportunity, Riolu changed the nature of his aura to a more lethal state which sharpened the staff and became more deadly. Rushing forward with blurring speeds, Riolu swung the staff and sliced the guard's head off his body. This time, blood did spurt out from the wound instead of water. That's another unique aspect of utilizing aura, that it can be used in either a lethal or docile state depending on how its user wishes to use it. Flamethrower can either burn you to the point nothing is left of you but ash or just lightly burn you until you're covered in soot. The same power output but different lethality. Riolu watched the now headless body drop to the ground, his mind trying to come to terms with what he just did. His teachers had made it clear to him that within this new world, killing a human was going to be expected. The words of his teachers echoed in his mind as it overloaded his thoughts on first real kill or be killed. If you want to survive, then understand that you must do what you must to survive. Despite this, he still felt some bile rising from his stomach, but pushed it down as he had a mission to finish up. An explosion and a wall crumbling got not only his attention, but most of the other forces in the area as they all focused on where it was coming from. From the now destroyed wall came a powerful pulse of bloodlust as Kushimaru stepped on top of the debris, blood soaking his body as he tossed a corpse he was holding to the side. In his other hand was a wakizahi that dripped with blood that he must have taken from the corpse at some point. Kushimaru released a low, haunting laugh as his chakra poured out from him. This terrifying power caused a powerful feeling of terror going down everyone's spines, both enemy and ally. How inconsiderate of you ingrates to have started this party without me. He yelled out as he raised his hands, I was getting so bored guarding this DMN prison with no action as you fools did nothing to gain my ire. But now with this little riot, I can finally have some fun. And I am going to enjoy every minute of this. Hidden Mist Jutsu. A thick mist spread throughout the area, becoming thicker by the second as Kushimaru seemed to vanish within it. In barely a minute, the mist had become so thick that not a single person could see too far in front of them. A cry of pain caught everyone's attention, that was quickly followed by 2 more. Riolu activated his aura sight and saw that Psycho had killed 2 more people. Fortunately, training with Zabuza for as long as they had helped make Suigetsu prepared for this situation, along with being the brother of the strongest member of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. He wasn't a MSTR of the style like the others, but he could handle it pretty well. He took the head of a dead enemy and threw it towards a recovering guard who caught it on reflex and caused him to freeze in shock. The pure shock of such an action caused the guard to pause as he held the head of his dead comrade. This allowed Suigetsu to stab his blade through the bodiless skull and into the guard's head. The issue was that now the blade was stuck in the guards and he knew that the blade was a lost cause now. Riolu, grab Eevee and let's go. Suigetsu said as Janine appeared next to him. We need to get out of here before Kushimaru gets to us. Suigetsu, let's leave some clones to help hold him off, she said as she sensed Kushimaru kill another group of 5 people in a single swift movement. If this keeps up, the whole area will be dead before the hour was up. Riolu nodded as he picked up his Pokemon comrade and bolted to the stairway that had Zorua guiding prisoners to it. Riolu took note that the dark type was beginning to look tired as he had heavy breathing with sweat falling down his face. This made the fighting type realize that he wouldn't be able to hold up to the plan for much longer. Basically, the invading resistance members were actually all fake. All of them being a powerful illusion held up by Zorua and Naruto that was both boosted and maintained by both of them through their bond. While the illusion held the enemy back, the prisoners were the ones to kill the guards. And as amazing as it was very draining on them. Especially if the caster is constantly fighting, which is the reason why Zorua only used it if it was absolutely necessary. Poor Naruto must be hitting the point of absolute exhaustion as well, Riola thought as he reached Zorua, ignoring the sounds of destruction and death behind him. It's a good thing Zorua maintains most of the illusion, allowing Naruto to be able to fight more freely. Took long enough, Zorua sassed as he grinned at his allies, ignoring the small amount of sweat dripping off his fur. Naruto has already reached the surface with Ralts and is creating some serious chaos with some of the other prisoners. He is setting up the next part of the escape plan as we speak. Riola nodded as Eevee looked at Zorua with concern. She too noticed how tired the dark-type fox was getting. Soon, he will not be able to defend himself should things get out of hand. An image of an exhausted being surrounded by the bloodthirsty prison guards armed with their weapons flashed through her mind. Her being absolutely helpless to save her friend. She almost watched Riola die because of her weakness, and now there is a high chance that Zorua could be helpless to another assault. What Naruto? Or Ralts? Even Jonin and Suigetsu? She need to stand up on her own four paws and not be a burden. Eevee jumped out of Riolu's arms, surprising him, and glared behind her. She couldn't explain it, but she felt her aura heat up inside her body, flowing at a faster and more powerful rate. In fact, it grew stronger to the point her eyes glowed for a moment before it went back to normal. Let's get going. The brown fox said as Jonin and Suigetsu arrived. Naruto is waiting and that monster won't be kept forever. Not wanting to waste time, or have a reason to argue, they all nodded and ran off. But not before Jonin had two of the prisoners guard the stairwell and guide more of their comrades out of the danger. Naruto jumped back as he had to dodge a strike from one of the guards that he learned was named Heikate. The red-tipped blonde gripped the Nuabari tightly as he passed chakra through the blade and slashed at the guard, slicing through his kunai and the guard too, killing him. Feeling danger, he activated Protect in time to block several WHPs of water that had attempted to ensnare him. Two more guards appeared, both wielding Jien swords and were glaring hatefully at the boy. Naruto held the Nuabari in a reverse grip as he took a stance to prepare himself for their attacks. Naruto was heavy breathing but tried to keep it from being noticeable. The two guards wordlessly charged at Naruto, not wanting to waste time during this little assault on the prison. They were stopped though as two of the invaders jumped in front and blocked their attacks with bladed gauntlets. Now that the enemy was preoccupied, Naruto used quick attack to run off in a blur. He was breathing heavier as he felt more of his aura drain away, almost making him falter. No. I can't faint here, he yelled mentally to himself as he dodged several water dragons, none aimed for him specifically, and jumped onto the back of one of the distracted guards. Spark. In an instant, electricity sparked to life around Naruto and electrocuted the unexpected guard. Then with a quick spin, the eldest of the fourth Hokage was able to stab the Nuabari into the guard's heart. Keeping grip of the sword, Naruto pushed away from the dead guard and ran towards another part of the prison walls. As soon as he reached it, he placed another seal tag onto it. The moment he did though, he dropped down to one knee in exhaustion as he felt more of his aura drain away. Naruto! Ralts cried out in worry as she got off his back and looked him over. Are you alright? Naruto felt some of his illusion levels begin to fade away as he, and Zorua from what he could sense, were having trouble maintaining the technique. Touching the ground, Naruto began absorbing the aura from the area around them, replenishing some of his reserves and aura back into Zorua to help keep the illusions active. In doing so though, it left him wide open as another charged at him while firing a water-style, water bullet. The fact bullet charged with so much chakra, Naruto knew a lot of damage would be if it were to hit him. But if he were to try to avoid the attack right now, then he would lose control of the illusions. He was stuck. The water bullet closed in fast as Naruto tried to think of anything that he could to try to avoid the attack. He couldn't even call out his protect right now as that would use whatever aura he had left. Ralts was scared for her savior as tried to call upon her psychic power, only for the seal on her back to glow and give her a painful shock. As they both braced for impact, a second water bullet rushed past them and collided with the first, spraying water into the air and shocking Naruto. The charging guard had to jump back as an aura sphere destroyed the ground he was on. He then spun around and kicked away a brown and white blur that rushed at him. He quickly spun around and blocked a kunai strike from none other than Janine. The guard pulled out another kunai and blocked a staff of aura from Riolu who jumped down from above. Riolu and Janine both smirked as the ground beneath the guard broke apart and gave way as both Eevee and Zorua burst from it and struck upwards. Eevee rammed hard into the guard's gut as Zorua used an infused scratch to cut open the guard's throat. Blood sprayed out as Riolu and Janine stabbed their respective weapons into his chest, effectively ending his life. Suigetsu walked up to Naruto and grinned at him. "Happy to see that you stuck it out," the white-haired boy said. "But seriously, why do this in the open? You would have gotten you and your friend killed, you know." Having filled his reserves by a good margin, Naruto sighed and stood up. "I had no choice," Naruto replied. "If I waited any longer then the plan would have been ruined." Zorua walked up to Naruto and Suigetsu, a lot less strain on his visage now that the red-tipped blonde was able to refill his aura tank. Janine appeared next to Zorua, Riolu, and Eevee on her shoulders. "It's honestly a good thing he did that," Zorua said as he looked around, happy that the illusion is holding up well. "I was honestly spent and Naruto gathering aura gave us just enough to finish the mission." "You guys all done on your end too?" Naruto asked as they all nodded. Creating a hand sign, he gave a serious expression followed by Janine. "Time to create some chaos. Release." Powerful explosions followed around, the walls on all sides began to crumble as the watchtowers were destroyed, the ground now having gaping holes throughout the area. Foes and unfortunately some allies were caught in the explosions. Focusing on one of his illusions, a tall and muscular figure with long hair on a ponytail, he had it jump up onto a barely standing pillar. "Everyone," he yelled, getting some attention. "Our escape is here. The foundations have crumbled away. Let's get moving." The prisoners roared out and many made their way to one of the many exits. Naruto smiled as he watched the escape plan actually go off so well. The guards were so focused on the escaping prisoners and rebels, it allowed Naruto and his group to go to an unoccupied walls. Focusing aura to his fist, it glowed as he swung it at the wall with as much strength he could muster. Rock smash. The wall easily gave way as he punched a hole through it. Naruto dropped to his knees once more, trying to catch his breath. Janine ran up to him and looked at the red-tipped blonde with concern. "Are you alright, Naruto?" She grabbed his arm and gently helped him up. The young Konoha resident nodded as he forced his legs to hold him up. They walked through the hole, only to jump back as a massive water dragon obliterated the ground in front of them. Looking back, they began sweating as an enraged Kushimaru stood there with 2 gens in each hand. He glared at them as he leaked a strong pulse of killing intent. "You're not planning on leaving so soon, are you, boy?" he taunted as he released chakra. "The party is just beginning." One moment he was there, and the next he vanished in a blur. Naruto, feeling a sudden sense of danger, pushed Janine out of the way and created an aura staff. Holding it above his head, he blocked the blade of the suddenly appearing Kushimaru. He was ready for Kushimaru to twist his body and kick him in the left side, which sent the young aura user flying. Naruto was able to spin his blade around in a reverse grip and kept it from the grabbing hand of the Kiri swordsman. Water swirled around Kushimaru's left hand as he finished a hand sign. "Water style, water WHP. A WHP made of water formed that he used to wrap around Naruto's neck, causing him to suffocate. Naruto! Jonin and Suigetsu yelled as they both charged at Kushimaru with a sadistic glee. Kushimaru tugged the WHP back, ripping Naruto off his feet. He then swung Naruto around before tossing him to his friends, causing him to literally go through Suigetsu, who turned into water, and into Jonin, causing the two to stumble. Suigetsu did not lose momentum as he continued to charge at Kushimaru, who only smirked. Suigetsu swung his Jien, only for Kushimaru to dodge it easily. Suigetsu pointed his finger and Kushimaru smirked. Water style, water gun. A small, pressurized bullet of water was fired at Kushimaru, who leaned back and avoided the shot. Now I got him. Suigetsu thought as he swung his blade at an angle to bisect the pale blonde killer, only for Kushimaru to stop the blade's momentum by raising his foot and stepping on his knuckle. He then grabbed the white-haired boy's wrist and judo flipped him. Kushimaru jumped up as Riolu tried to hit him with his metal claw, and like Suigetsu, the emanation Pokémon tried to hit him by aiming up and moving. Kushimaru just leaned back in time and kicked Riolu away, hard. Reaching out, he stopped Zorua's scratch and maniacally squeezed tight, causing the dark type to cry out in pain. He then slammed him into the ground so hard he bounced before kicking him away. He then proceeded to jump away as Eevee moved past him. Grabbing the fox's tail, he spun her around and threw her into a pile of debris that toppled onto her. Looking back, he saw Naruto and Jonin charging at him with a serious expression. Naruto's body glowed as he got closer. Double team, he cried out as multiple copies of himself appeared around them, 10 in total. Jonin bent low as she tried to blend in. Pulling out his kunai, Kushimaru tossed them forward towards the enemy. The copies and Jonin jumped away as the real Naruto used his aura staff to deflect the sharp weapons. Thanks to the aura in his eyes sharpening his vision, he caught the glint of ninja wire around him. Quickly transforming the staff into a sharper, blade-like state, he spun it around himself and cut the closing in wire. With Naruto worrying about that, Kushimaru slammed his hands into the ground as he finished a set of hand signs. Water style, water wall. Torrents of water burst from the ground and spread around the masked Nin and creating a wall. This blocked all of the other attacks before the water wall began to bubble. Water style, water needles. The water burst open and fired tons of thin needles throughout the field. The copies were all destroyed in seconds as Jonin did her best to block and dodge as many as she could. Riolu used his mimic to use Protect along with Zorua and Naruto to stop the attack. Suigetsu became a puddle and was unbothered by the move in general. When the attack ended, Kushimaru stood tall as he smirked at them, a tanto in his right hand. Naruto's legs began shaking as he dropped to his knees, his exhaustion finally getting to him. His aura was dropping drastically with each attack and movement, having not had much time to recover. Zorua followed suit, unable to keep himself standing anymore. Jonin instantly stood in front of Naruto, brandishing several of her senbons in each hand. Suigetsu and Riolu did the same for Zorua, seeing that Naruto and Zorua could no longer keep up their link. This was bad as all of the rebels that were not actual prisoners originally began vanishing, shocking all the guards and prisoners. Even Kushimaru stopped in shock, amazed by the powerful illusion that seemed to get all of them. So they were fake all along, the swordsman said as he looked to the exhausted Naruto and Zorua before he began laughing maniacally. I can't believe we all fell for such an illusion. Ha! Gotta hand it to you, kid, I was not expecting that. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, his killing intent poured out from his body which caused everyone to tense up in fear. Ralts hid behind Naruto, the illusion on her also wearing off now that no aura was being fed into it. As the dark laugh died down, Kushimaru sent a malicious glint towards each person before he used a hand sign. Water style, water clone jutsu. 5 blobs of water rose from the ground before forming into 5 copies of Kushimaru. Everyone looked on in worry as the masked man and his clones all pulled out Wakizashi's. One of the clones took a step forward, only for the ground underneath him to cave in and him to fall in. The hole was a good 7 feet deep. Medium-sized rocks fell on top of him, enough to destroy the clone. This shocked everyone, having no clue on what caused the ground to cave. Riolu activated his aura sight and saw that the culprit was Eevee, who had been using her dig throughout the battlefield, even going as far as to use her own aura at full capacity to hollow out the area that Kushimaru was taunting at. This surprised Riolu, as he could tell that Eevee had been digging at a furious pace to do what she did. Deciding to use it to his advantage, Riolu created an aura sphere between his paws and fired it at the ground near Kushimaru and his clones. The fighting-type attack exploded, causing the entire area around the blonde man to shake before collapsing. The shock of such an action caused them to all fall victim to the attack, and much like the first clone, they were destroyed by the collapsing of the whole. The problem was that the original Kushimaru was able to avoid collapse by jumping off one of his falling water clones. He landed on the other side of the field as an exhausted Eevee popped out of the ground beside her friends. Everyone could tell that she was on her last legs despite her crouching and baring of her teeth at the Kiri man. Riolu sensed that Eevee's aura had gotten denser since this whole thing started, showing she had gotten stronger, but the drop from usage was massive. Kushimaru brandishing his blade while his other hand possessed a long thread of ninja wire. As he stood there leaking his killing intent, another powerful force of killing intent washed over everyone across the field that got everyone's attention and fear. They all looked up to the second source of intending death. To feet on top of the trees was Amuri Ringo. Janine looked worried as she held her Senbon tightly, though her arms were shaking in fear at the sight of a second member of the legendary swordsman. This is seriously bad, Janine thought to herself. We were already having enough trouble with Kushimaru as it was. Now we have to contend with Amuri. So you seem to be having a bit of trouble, Amuri said as she vanished and reappeared beside the masked man, her gaze locked on Naruto's group. Well, I hope you don't mind if I cut my way in. She gave a big toothy grin, showing off her sharpened, shark-like teeth. I don't need your help, Amuri, Kushimaru said as he refocused his attention onto his victims. I already have my prey beaten and trapped. I'm just going to enjoy myself at this point before taking care of the other prisoners. I see, now that's too bad, she said as she grinned before gaining a serious expression. Especially since I wasn't talking to you, Kushimaru. She pulled out one of her legendary blade pair, the Kiba blades, and swung the blades to her fellow swordsman's head. Kushimaru instinctively used his blade to deflect the Kiba blade and jumped back in time as its twin blade was swung to attempt to bisect him. Kushimaru held his front right side as the bald was able to cut in just enough to cause some bleeding. What the hell are you doing, Amuri? Kushimaru yelled at the red-haired women. Naruto and his group looked at her shock, confused about what just happened. I'm on orders by my boss to take you out, Kushimaru, she replied in amusement. No hard feelings, I hope. You of all people should know, after all, a mission is a mission. What? The sadistic killer cried out. I have been nothing but loyal to you. Why would Lord Mizukage order my death? Again, I never said it was Yagura that ordered it, she chuckled as she got into a stance. My boss is someone who will lead Kirigakure to a better state than it is stuck in now. So, if it helps you passing on to the next life, that midget of a leader hasn't asked for your head. You really think that you will be able to get away with this, you traitor, Kushimaru taunted. All you have are those exhausted brats along with malnourished, chakra-sealed prisoners. You will be basically all alone against me and the various guards left alive. Let's not forget that you yourself are still recovering from your illness, so you're still not at 100%. What do you expect to do with all those odds against you, Amuri? Giggling, light sparks of lightning began dancing around her Kiba blades as she gazed at Kushimaru. You seem to love to assume things, Kushimaru. Whoever said that I came here alone? As soon as she asked that question, cries of death and battle were heard from the prison and forest. All around the crumbling fortress and trees, the real rebel forces charged the building. Hundreds of shinobi ran in with determination to free their bloodline comrades. Amongst them, a blur rushed to Naruto's side and revealed itself to be Haku. "Naruto, everyone," the young girl cried out as he crouched down to help Naruto up. "Are you all alright? I'm sorry it took so long for us to get here." "Haku-chan?" Naruto asked in confusion. "What are you all doing here? I thought Mei wasn't going to send any assistance." "To be honest with you, she wasn't," Haku replied as she handed him a chakra pill, only for him to deny it. His chakra level was fine, it was aura that made him exhausted. But as she thought about it along with Lord Zabuza, they realized how a takedown of this prison would better our position in the war. Not only as a great escape path, but a rescue of the prisoners would yield better results for our forces as most were highly skilled ANBU and Jonin. So she called back one of our inside shinobi for this rescue. "Wait, so Amuri Ringo was one of the inside shinobi this whole time?" Janine asked in shock as Suigetsu and Naruto looked in surprise too. "Why didn't we know about this?" "That's because it was extremely hush," Haku replied as she watched Amuri taking full control of her duel against Kushimaru. He was most accustomed to his legendary blade, much like the other swordsmen of the mist. Now that it was not in his possession, his power was severely cut to about half. Not to mention that Kushimaru has been in battle since Naruto's attack, while Amuri was still relatively fresh. We did not want to risk her cover, so only those closest to Lady Mei knew of it. I only know due to Lord Zabuza being Lady Amuri's main contact with the rebels. So as his apprentice, I was with him most of time for these missions. Suigetsu could not believe his luck with this information. 2 out of the 7 mist swordsmen were amongst the rebellion. He could hopefully ask for training from her and maybe inherit the Kiba blades. Training under Zabuza was already great, but add Amuri and that could really accelerate his training. Choosing to think more on that later, he opted to watch the match of these 2 legendary swordsmen and soak up as much knowledge as he could. Naruto was mesmerized at the sword match, as Amuri pushed Kushimaru back, cutting through his well-placed ninja wire, while preventing him from weaving any hand signs. The 2 shinobis kept going back and forth, with Kushimaru resorting to a kunai as his second blade to block the other Kiba blade. Despite how much hate Naruto felt for him, he couldn't deny how strong Kushimaru was. Naruto knew that Kushimaru being focused on other prisoners was the only reason he was still alive. Without synchronization, this mission would have been an instant failure. Amuri's blades cut through Kushimaru's kunai, who rolled to the left to avoid being cut. He then jumped back and threw his now useless kunai at Amuri. She was about to deflect the broken weapon, but before she made contact, it lit up and exploded. The explosion being strong enough to leave a small crater and blind everyone else. The explosion being done due to the explosion tag he placed on the kunai. He, nor anyone, believed for 1 second that was enough to bring down Amuri. Even while weakened, something like that is an inconvenience at best. His suspicions were proven right when a powerful bolt of electricity rushed from the trees nearby. Kushimaru barely dodged the attacks as it destroyed where he once stood. Feeling danger as a blur charged at him, Kushimaru charged his wakizashi with his chakra and turned to block the strike on pure instinct. The moment the loud clanging of blades resonated the area, it was followed by a large cry of pain from Kushimaru. The Kiba blade along with its wielder were encased in electricity that traveled Kushimaru's blade and throughout his body. Amuri smirked, showing her razor-sharp teeth as her lightning-style, depth charge charred her fellow swordsman. She then used the furthest protruding blade on top of the second Kiba bald stabbed into the left side of Kushimaru, shocking him more. When she felt it was enough, she cancelled the jutsu as a smoking Kushimaru slumped forward unconscious. She looked down at her ex-comrade for a moment before using her blade to decapitate Kushimaru. As she finished, cheers could be heard throughout the island as the last of the guards were being wiped out by the rebels. This meant that not only did Naruto's group survive, they won. Janine couldn't contain her joy at succeeding in such an impossible task that she hugged tightly, screaming, "We did it," over and over. Suigetsu chuckled as he dropped onto his butt, tired out by the day. This was followed by Riolu and Eevee, both having pushed themselves to their limit, Riolu more mental as he nearly lost control multiple times this night. Ralts, after hearing Janine, couldn't believe it. She was finally free again. She could see her mama again. She was alive. Tears began leaking from her eyes before she burst into happy tears, hugging Naruto's leg in joy. "My savior!" she cried out, grateful to the guardian. Naruto, who was still being hugged by Janine and held by Haku, felt his body go slack at finally being out of danger. When he mentally realized he was safe, his world slowly began to spin and go dark before he and Zorua promptly passed out. The only thing being heard were their friends calling out to them.